Valhalla. One of the top 3 hunter training institutions. Countless hunters apply every year, dreaming of carrying its name. But with an admission rate of 500:1, the competition is fierce. A brutal struggle for survival begins. The fallen litter the ground, less than 150 will graduate. And those who remain stand tall, their backs to us, Valhalla's future in their stride. The competition starts right from the orientation. No time for rest. A swift kick connects. The impact sends a shockwave. A whirlwind of motion as the fight spills into a maze-like training facility. Blows are exchanged in a flurry of motion. From above, a silent observer watches the chaos unfold below. The battle for Valhalla has begun. Lee Sankiol, Valhalla's highest-ranking instructor, a figure of quiet authority, stands amidst the futuristic architecture of the academy. A thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the weight of his responsibilities. Whoa! There sure are a lot this time around as well, he muses, a hint of weariness in his tone. His gaze sharpens as he speaks of Yu Minjun's successor, a young man of quiet intensity. The conversation shifting to the upcoming admissions process, fraught with challenges and high stakes. So, are you here to see your niece? The instructor asks, his eyes piercing. The uncle confirms, revealing the family's high expectations for Yu Soyeon. In our family we're expecting a lot from our Soyeon, he states, his voice carrying a mix of pride and pressure. The name hangs heavy in the air. Yu Soyeon. And then, she appears. A whirlwind of power and grace, a prodigy unlike any other. A genius born to the Yushin family, one of Korea's top 5. The narration unfolds, detailing her incredible journey, mastering mana at a young age, wielding a blade with unmatched skill, a testament to her exceptional talent. At 16, she faced down members of her own family and emerged victorious. The sheer force of her power is depicted in a breathtaking display of energy and might. She came out on top. Back to the present, the uncle's concern is palpable. Is there anything else I didn't know of? He asks, his voice laced with apprehension. It said she was able to communicate with our Yushin family's guardian constellation. Can you believe that? Are you telling the truth? Of course, that's why we're expecting a lot from her. The reason Korea has its 5 families is because of the guardian constellation associated with each one. Normally, a hunter receives a blessing or forms a contract with a guardian constellation. However, the guardian constellations of the 5 families are different from the other constellations. The Yushin family's sword god. The Jangsan family's spear saint. The Choijin family's Dao king. The Osun family's fist king. And the Dojin family's Bao god. The members of these families were given blessings from these powerful constellations, and were granted more talent and abilities than others. There is a huge difference between merely receiving a blessing and communicating directly. Lee Sankiol, Minjun's uncle, leans against the railing, a thoughtful expression on his face. He's clearly impressed, his words hanging in the air. If that's the case, she's definitely a genius. His nephew, Minjun, looks concerned. So how is my nephew doing? He asks, his voice laced with worry. Sankiol replies, a hint of cautious optimism in his tone, while it seems she hasn't yet started. Minjun, ever the eager observer, presses further. Really? Please let me observe. Sankiol waves a dismissive hand. If you really want to watch, go down there yourself. The implication is clear, the stadium is packed with media, it's a chaotic scene. Minjun pushes back, a touch of playful defiance in his voice. You're telling me to go through all those scouts and reporters? Give me a break. Sankiol sighs, a hint of exasperation in his posture. Please just display it on screen. Aren't you my senior? Sankiol's curiosity finally wins out. Well, since I'm also curious. With a touch, he activates a holographic display. The image flickers to life, revealing Yu Soyeon, poised and ready for action. The screen shows Soyeon, the Yushin family's eldest daughter, a powerful presence. The caption reads, Yu Soyeon, 17. Isn't he just giving up? Soyeon's abilities are well known. He lacks fighting spirit, but Minjun's uncle is confident. This will end quickly. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Soyeon's eyes blaze with intensity. The clash begins. A blur of motion as Soyeon attacks with blinding speed. A torrent of energy erupts from her blade. The air crackles with power. The sheer force of her attack is breathtaking. A masterful display of skill. Even at her young age, her swordsmanship is incredibly refined, and her mana control is exceptional. A blur of motion. Lee Sang-keol's eyes widen as a shockwave of energy erupts from Soyeon's sword. The sheer power leaving her opponents reeling. A smirk plays on her lips, she's in complete control. The aftermath. Yoo Min-jun's uncle stares, speechless, while Kim Joo-hyuk's face is a mask of stunned surprise. Even the onlookers are speechless, their jaws hanging open. Victory is declared for Kim Joo-hyuk. But wait, something's wrong. A strange energy crackles in his hand. His eyes glow with an unnatural light. "What's this?" he mutters, confusion etched on his face. A chilling question hangs in the air: why is everyone so weak? Could this be the future? The answer is revealed, 300 years in the future. The Tower of Destruction looms large in the distance. The final confrontation. Kim Hyun-oh, the martial god, stands before us, battered but defiant. He stares into the void. A chilling silence hangs in the air as he contemplates his victory. The weight of his actions settles upon him. A sneering voice cuts through the stillness. "Marvelous fight, my ass." The unseen antagonist's disdain is palpable. A brutal counterattack. Hyun-oh unleashes a devastating blow, sending his opponent sprawling. The impact echoes through the desolate landscape. A system message flashes: "You have defeated the boss of the Tower of Destruction Barche, stopping the destruction of the world." The Tower of Destruction Barche crumbles before their eyes, a cataclysmic event unfolding before Hyun-oh's stunned gaze. Hyun-oh clutches his chest, a wave of pain washing over him. The victory comes at a cost. A grimace on his face speaks volumes. "Fuck, just when I was gonna take it easy." The exhaustion is evident. His weary confession: "I've always lived busy working as a hunter ever since I was little." A bitter reflection on a life of relentless struggle. "Just when I made some money and gained some recognition, this shit happened." The final clash echoes through the Tower of Destruction. Barche, the monstrous boss, lies defeated. His lifeless form speaks volumes of the brutal battle just fought. Kim Hyun-oh, victorious but wounded, collapses to his knees, a grimace twisting his lips as he clutches his chest. "Fuck!" he gasps, the pain evident in his strained expression. Blood stains his hands, a stark reminder of the ferocity of the fight. His labored breathing punctuates the silence. His eyes snap open, blazing with a fierce intensity, a primal rage barely contained. The victory is sweet, but the cost is high. 300 years after his last battle, Kim Hyun-oh, reincarnated into the body of a 17-year-old, finds himself once more facing the specter of destruction. He is younger, weaker, but his spirit remains unbroken. Despite his youthful form, his mind is sharp, his knowledge of martial arts, honed over centuries, remains intact. He had hoped for a life of leisure, but fate has other plans. A life of luxury and leisure, that was his dream. But a translucent window appears, shattering his peaceful reverie. A chilling warning materializes: in 5 years, a Tower of Destruction will appear. Please prepare. The words hang in the air, heavy with foreboding. Hyun-oh's face contorts in a mixture of disbelief and fury. Does this fucker hold some kind of grudge against me or something? He curses, his voice laced with bitter resentment. Hyun-oh stares at the screen, a grim expression etched onto his face. There's a palpable sense of defeat, a weight of regret settling upon him. His words echo the crushing reality of his situation: "There's nothing I can do even if I regret it now." But even in defeat, a spark of defiance flickers within him. A vow forms, hardening his resolve. He will not be broken. His time around, I'll destroy the tower once and for all. A vision of opulent triumph flashes before his eyes. A life of luxury, a reward for his coming victory. And live my life in luxury and leisure from then on. A sudden notification appears on his screen, a cryptic message. A question mark hangs in the air as he stares at the unfamiliar device. Ha! The message unfolds, revealing a crucial clue. A location, a quest for lost weapons and memories. Please reclaim your weapons and memories in the third floor's fifth room to the right of Valhalla. Find my weapons and memories? Valhalla. Room of the constellation? Hyuno's focus sharpens, his mind racing. A new objective is set. I should first find this place called Valhalla. The fourth day of the competition begins. A call to action echoes through the arena. The fourth day of the top 10 competition will start now. For people wanting to compete, please come onto the competition floor. Hyuno hesitates, a thoughtful expression on his face. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. I go? The roar of the crowd is deafening. A wave of excitement washes over the stadium. As a seasoned observer notes the unprecedented turnout. Today, there are more people than ever before, he observes, his gaze sweeping across the stands. It's because the future of all 5 families is here at the same time. His eyes narrow, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face, a weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. And the reason for this extraordinary gathering is revealed, the newcomer, Kim Joo-hyuk. The tension ratchets up as the countdown begins. 30 seconds till the match starts, the announcer booms. Kim Joo-hyuk's opponent is revealed, Oh Se-hyuk, the Osun family's eldest son. A formidable figure, radiating power and confidence. Se-hyuk's eyes are locked on his opponent, a calculating glint in his gaze. Recognition dawns on Joo-hyuk. That man is the one who beat you Soyeon on the first day, he recalls, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Se-hyuk's thoughts are revealed. He doesn't seem like much on the outside, but if I can beat him, my image will go up. A cold ambition burns in his eyes. The final moments before the clash. Hey! The match is about to begin. Oh Se-hyuk, a coiled spring of barely contained aggression, stands ready. His knuckles crackle with barely suppressed power. Kim Joo-hyuk, his opponent, questions the meaning of QD. The answer? Quickly destroy. A chillingly simple declaration of intent. But Joo-hyuk's expression shifts. A flicker of something unexpected. The tension snaps. It means fuck off, you retard. The insult hangs in the air, a prelude to the coming storm. The match begins. Oh Se-hyuk, the Osun family's eldest son, at 17, wasn't exactly a prodigy. He lacked skill in literature, strategy, or martial arts. But he possessed a single, overwhelming advantage, a physique unlike any other. That's his secret weapon. His raw strength allowed feats impossible without mana. A single punch sends a shockwave through the air. With minimal training, his power grows exponentially. Born with this top-tier physique, requiring no effort, he was a natural, a genius. The scene shifts to a sparring match. A younger man, confident and cocky, faces Se-hyuk. This is nothing. The challenger taunts, but Se-hyuk's response is swift and brutal. A devastating blow. Se-hyuk unleashes a furious barrage, sending his opponent sprawling. The impact echoes through the arena. Despite his overwhelming physical advantage, the challenger remains defiant. With this body, I'll win any physical fight. But true strength is something else entirely. Se-hyuk's opponent is right. Superior physique doesn't guarantee victory. The fight is far from over. The challenger throws a devastating blow. A furious onslaught of pure muscle. But Oh Se-hyuk anticipates every move. Martial arts to back that physique, he observes, his eyes narrowed in focus. With a swift, precise movement, he dodges the attack and counters with a perfectly timed kick. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. The challenger staggers, completely surprised. Ha! Ha! He gasps, disbelief etched on his face. Oh, Seehyuk's crimson eyes gleam with confidence. He's not just strong, he possesses an uncanny ability to read his opponent's movements. The ability to observe the opponent, he thinks, a smirk playing on his lips. A blur of motion. A final, decisive strike. Leaves the challenger defeated, spitting blood. His eyes widen in stunned silence. Oh, Seehyuk stands over his fallen opponent, his expression calm and collected. The fight is over. His gaze sharpens. If those aren't in harmony? He muses, a hint of warning in his tone. Oh, Seehyuk, despite his current weakened state, remains resolute. Well, while this body is weaker than my previous age I reincarnated, he thinks, there shouldn't be any issue hunting monsters and being a hunter like before. With a determined stride, he walks away from the scene of his recent victory, leaving behind a defeated foe. The aftermath is observed from a security monitor by a group of sharply dressed individuals. Their expressions are a mixture of surprise and concern. Did Oh Seehyuk really get knocked over and hit on his way down? One of them asks incredulously. Another replies, honestly, I didn't expect Oh Seehyuk to go down to an attack that simple. The group continues to discuss the unexpected turn of events, their expressions shifting from disbelief to intrigue. Suddenly, a powerful figure enters the room. Ignorant bastards. You call that a simple attack? Oh Chulshan, head of the Osin family Fist King, speaks with cold fury. His words carry the weight of decades of experience and power. He explains, even if my son never cared to learn martial arts and only improved his physique, he would easily dodge a fist from any of his peers. But there was something he couldn't dodge. A subtle shift in Oh Chulshan's expression hints at a deeper understanding of his son's abilities. Seehyuk let his temper get the best of him and just went after Kim Joo-hyuk, Oh Chulshan states, revealing a crucial detail about the fight. The narration shifts to the fight itself. A powerful blow is thrown. A blur of motion, raw power unleashed. Kim Joo-hyuk uses magic, a rare and powerful ability he rarely uses, but the attack is swift and decisive. Kim Joo-hyuk, his head tilted, assesses the situation. He's certain Seehyuk's attack should have shifted his center of gravity. But Seehyuk's speed is a blur. A devastating blow sends Joo-hyuk sprawling. Oh Chulshan observes, his mind sharp. That means he moved faster than Seehyuk's max speed. From the moment the fight began, Seehyuk already had a plan. A monstrous talent indeed. A thoughtful pause. Chulshan's gaze hardens. There's more to this than meets the eye. Unfortunately, others are aware of this newcomer's value. They weren't all ignorant of his potential. A worried whisper. Kim Joo-hyun. A determined voice cuts through the air, a promise whispered with chilling resolve, I'll make sure to bring you into our family at all costs. The roar of the crowd is deafening. A wave of adoration washes over the arena. Shouts of Choi Arin Nuna fill the air, a testament to her popularity. But amidst the cheers, a scowl forms. Look at those crazy bastards, he sneers, his gaze sharp and critical. Why are bastards that have already gone to the military calling a 17-year-old Nuna? The spotlight shines on Choi Arin, the Choi Jin family's second daughter, a 17-year-old prodigy. Her katana gleams, a silent promise of the battle to come. The final showdown begins. Arin stands poised, katana drawn. Her opponent, equally focused, waits. A tense silence hangs in the air. He observes her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What? Is she waiting for me to attack first? A shrewd assessment unfolds. Choi Arin, poised and ready, is deemed superior to her peers. As Oh Seehyuk's predatory grin hints at the challenge ahead. Shall I, he muses, a glint in his eye. The final match begins. Arin stands firm, her weapon at the ready, facing her opponent. while Si-hyuk approaches with an air of confident nonchalance. The tension crackles in the air. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupts from Arin's weapon. The impact sends a shockwave. As onlookers gasp in astonishment. "Is that lightning?" one exclaims, recognizing the raw power on display. The sheer mastery of elemental manipulation at such a young age is unprecedented. The clash intensifies. Arin unleashes a torrent of blue energy. Her movements a blur of speed and precision. Si-hyuk's foot barely avoids the devastating strike. Arin's eyes blaze with determination. Now, she declares, her resolve unwavering. The final confrontation explodes into a flurry of lightning-fast strikes. The battle rages on. The final showdown begins. Choi Arin, a blur of motion, attacks with her katana. But Si-hyuk is ready. "If you show me where you're going to attack with your eyes," he observes, "doesn't it make it too easy to dodge?" Si-hyuk's eyes gleam with anticipation as he anticipates her next move. The air crackles with tension. A lightning-fast strike. The clash of steel echoes through the arena, a shockwave erupts from the impact. Arin is staggered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Si-hyuk's power is overwhelming. Si-hyuk's expression is grim, his focus unwavering. He presses his advantage. Arin, driven by sheer determination, unleashes another wave of lightning-charged attacks. She fights back with everything she has. Si-hyuk barely manages to deflect the onslaught. So she managed to dodge it with her sword. "No wonder it didn't feel like I was hitting a body." He realizes her skill. Arin, exhausted but defiant, grips her katana tightly. The battle rages on. Si-hyuk's hand clenches around his sword, preparing for the next attack. The final clash is imminent. Arin lunges, her lightning-charged blade a blur. Si-hyuk barely deflects the blow. But Si-hyuk's eyes gleam with a cold determination. "Try dodging this as well," he growls, his fist coiling into a deadly weapon. A blinding flash. Arin's attack explodes, a furious storm of energy. But Si-hyuk anticipates every move, his counterattack precise and devastating. The impact sends a shockwave. Arin is sent sprawling, her sword clattering to the ground. Si-hyuk stands over her, his breath ragged but triumphant. "That attack just now, something seemed slightly off." Arin groans, her eyes fixed on her opponent. "It felt like my posture was a bit off." Si-hyuk shrugs, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Well, in the end, it doesn't matter." Victory to Si-hyuk. A desperate plea echoes through the room. "Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk, please tell us the story." The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. Kim Joo-hyuk, the subject of their intense scrutiny, clenches his jaw. His eyes flash with a mixture of defiance and weariness. "Without having to say anything, our guild has a history of 30 years, he declares, his voice ringing with a hint of arrogance. The pressure mounts. "Please join our guild. If you come, we'll grant you the best treatment possible." The pleas intensify, a chorus of hopeful voices. The internet is ablaze. Is Kim Joo-hyuk a psychopath? The question hangs in the digital air, fueled by a viral video showing him unleashing a furious tirade after acing the Valhalla entrance exam. The comments section is a wild west of opinions, ranging from amusement to outrage. "He's so rude," cries one commenter. Another wonders, is he a bad person? The debate rages on, even questioning his future at Valhalla. "But with what backing is that bastard cursing at scouts?" one post asks. The implications are heavy. Valhalla, a prestigious academy with a century of history. The imposing building stands tall against the sky. And Kim Joo-hyuk, the controversial newcomer, stands before his fellow freshmen. "Freshman, I welcome you to Valhalla," he announces, a hint of something dark in his eyes. But his inner thoughts betray a different story. "This Valhalla has a proud 100 years of history, this is so boring, he thinks, a smirk playing on his lips. A stark contrast to the image he projects. A fellow student approaches, a question in his eyes. And the tension ratchets up. A dark shadow falls over the scene. A lingering question hangs in the air. Did Kim Joo-hyuk stand out too much yesterday? He picks up a mysterious dark slate, a strange symbol glows faintly on its surface. The slate displays a cryptic message: reclaim your weapons and memories in Valhalla's third floor, fifth room to the right. Valhalla, the room of the constellation? Find my weapons and memories? A new student, seemingly unfazed, declares, I just need to get in and leave, so it's not an issue. And I realized something as well. The entrance ceremony concludes. He walks away, leaving behind the bustling academy. A sign appears, Virtual Combat Simulation Room. Kim Lee-gun, a former Chojin Guild Valhalla instructor, observes the class distribution with a furrowed brow. Why is the class distribution like this? He notes the strategic placement of students, Yu Soyeon of the Yushin family, followed by the Choi-jin family's Arim. Then, a towering figure, Oh Si-hyuk of the Osin family. That mass in the middle is. Kim Lee-gun's concern deepens. They definitely said the classes would be assigned at random, but how could 3 of the 5 families' geniuses be in the same class? A wave of dread washes over him, the sheer terror etched onto his face speaks volumes. Kim Lee-gun's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features. Why is that bastard Kim Joo-hyuk also in this class? This year. I'm completely doomed. He coughs, a strained attempt at composure. No, let's calm down. In situations like this, I need to start off strong. The classroom is unusually packed, a sea of faces, a palpable tension hanging in the air. A subtle shift in his demeanor. A predatory glint appears in his eyes as his finger taps a hidden control panel. Then, first, panic erupts. Students scream, a wave of disorientation washing over them as the world around them warps and shifts. The scene transforms into an open field, a massive crowd gathered around a stage. The sheer scale of it is breathtaking. Kim Lee-gun's eyes widen in disbelief. What the? Where is this? Weren't we indoors just now? His hand reaches for his weapon, a silent promise of action. The metallic gleam of the sword's hilt reflects the growing unease. A cold determination hardens his gaze. If I show some bloodlust here. A monstrous fist slams down, the earth trembling, a horde of orcs and goblins rises, their eyes burning with savage intent. The creatures surge forward, a tide of snarling teeth and crude weapons, their bloodlust palpable. Growling. Kia K. The students are surrounded, trapped in a terrifying maelstrom of claws and rage, fear etched on their faces. Desperate struggles, the goblins' grip tightens, their vicious intent unmistakable. Kim Lee-gun assesses the situation. Are these orcs and goblins? I can estimate at least 100. The goblins advance, their movements a blur of chaotic violence, a desperate fight for survival. A goblin's clawed hand lashes out, its target Kim Lee-gun, but he's ready. With a swift movement, Lee-gun deflects the attack, sending the creature flying with a powerful force. The impact echoes through the air. A smirk plays on Lee-gun's lips, nice. Kaik. The barrier shimmers, holding back the relentless assault, a desperate defense against overwhelming odds. Kim Joo-hyuk, eyes blazing crimson, stands defiant amidst a swarm of monstrous shadows. A tense standoff unfolds between Joo-hyuk and his instructor, Kim Lee-gun. The air crackles with unspoken challenge. Lee-gun's smirk hints at a test. The monsters here, can you take care of them alone? Joo-hyuk's response is immediate, unwavering. Now, you mean the monsters that are running over here? Yes. A flicker of doubt crosses Joo-hyuk's face, a brief moment of vulnerability before steeling his resolve. Lee-gun observes, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Good. Now I'm sure his ego will die down a bit. In the case of students, they've seen monsters only in books or such but never in person. It's only natural he's scared. His amusement turns sharp, his tone hardening.
stop pretending to consider it and just say no.
A beat of silence, then, a sinister chuckle escapes Li Gun's lips. Li Gun's question hangs heavy in the air, are you laughing? Li Gun presses his advantage, seeing how you're laughing I'm assuming you can take care of them on your own? Just like this?
The question hangs in the air, a challenge unspoken yet palpable.
What?
Ju Hyuk's confusion is evident, but a glint of understanding flickers in his eyes. As Li Gun's words reveal his intentions, a test, with a prize for success.
The game is afoot. So add a prize as the condition, huh? Li Gun's smirk is predatory, his challenge clear, Ju Hyuk must prove his worth. Now we're talking. Ju Hyuk's eyes narrow, a predatory glint mirroring Li Gun's. The stakes are high. What are you gonna bet? The question hangs heavy, the anticipation building.
As Li Gun lays down his terms, complete the monster extermination, and he'll grant Ju Hyuk any wish within his power.
A bold offer. If you take care of all the monsters, I'll do whatever you want under my power. The challenge is accepted. The deal is sealed. While that's a little lacking, Ju Hyuk's expression is one of calculated acceptance. He's confident, but not reckless. I'll accept that deal. The decision is made. The hunt begins.
A confident smirk plays on Kim Ju Hyuk's lips as he carefully examines the sword, its weight feeling substantial in his hands. The portal shimmers, revealing two grotesque goblins, their eyes burning with malice. Ju Hyuk stands ready, the sword held firm. Kim Li Gun watches from afar, a hint of concern etched onto his face, a silent observer of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a group of students looks on, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and anticipation.
The weight of the situation is palpable.
The sword sings as Ju Hyuk draws it, a flash of light preceding the deadly arc.
A blur of motion. He cleaves through the horde with terrifying speed. The goblins' roars of rage cut short by the chilling swish of steel. One after another, they fall. His grip tightens on the ancient blade, a familiar weight in his hand. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, another goblin bites the dust. It's been 300 years since I held a knife, he muses, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Well, it's not bad, I guess. A flashback reveals his past, a time of hardship. Improvised weapons, a desperate struggle for survival. But even then, the sword felt right, a natural extension of his will. A flicker of recognition crosses his face, a memory surfaces. The final goblin stands, enraged, ready to strike, but he's already been judged. A whirlwind of motion. Kim Ju Hyuk's blade slices through the air, a crimson arc against the backdrop of a goblin's furious roar. His eyes, sharp and focused, betray no hint of strain as he assesses his opponent. As I thought, the pattern is simple, he observes, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. A brutal strike. The goblin's surprised grunt is cut short as Ju Hyuk's fist connects, sending it sprawling. Was it just an NPC monster, someone asks, incredulous. The answer comes swiftly, it's just a well-made fake monster. But the disbelief lingers. Impossible. What I lent to Kim Ju Hyuk was a mere sword. It lacks magic, lacks speed, yet, it cuts with unnerving ease. It doesn't contain any magic power or a quick swordsmanship, but how can he cut anything so easily? The blade seems to drink the life from its victims. It's like the sword is sucking in the monsters, a horrified witness exclaims as Ju Hyuk continues his relentless assault. The scene shifts. A gasp escapes a young woman's lips. Ugh! It's crazy. From a distance, another observer watches the carnage unfold. Goblins fall before Ju Hyuk's seemingly effortless strikes, their bodies piling up like discarded toys. A quiet intensity fills her expression. The weight of what she's witnessed settles upon her. A final thought, a decision made. I want to get down to the constellations room. The blade gleams, a simple sword held with practiced ease. A whirlwind of steel flashes through the goblin horde. The clash of metal against flesh, a symphony of destruction.
Kim Joo-hyuk stands amidst the fallen, the dust settling around him. His expression is one of quiet confidence, a hint of surprise in his eyes.
You will keep your promise, right? A voice, sharp and demanding, cuts through the silence. Joo-hyuk's eyes narrow, a flicker of challenge in their depths.
The constellation's classroom. Sunlight streams through the large windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. The air is thick with the scent of old books and chalk. The class ends, and a wave of exhaustion washes over Joo-hyuk. His head throbs, his vision blurs slightly.
Come to think of it, I never thought of teaching students, but I also never went to school before. A wry smile touches his lips, a hint of self-deprecating humor.
The lecture hall empties, students milling about, a sea of backpacks and hurried footsteps.
Kim Joo-hyuk, however, remains seated, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Although the class was boring, I got some information from it.
He thinks, a glint in his eye. Especially the stories about the constellation.
His thoughts drift to a past life devoid of such mystical concepts.
Well, there was no such thing as a constellation in my previous life.
The mystery deepens. Suddenly, a breathtaking vision explodes before his mind's eye.
A majestic figure, crowned and radiant, dominates the scene.
Constellation, the term used to describe those who've channeled great fortune into godhood.
The image shifts, revealing powerful hunters, their forms imbued with otherworldly might.
These are the constellations chosen, blessed with extraordinary powers. Valhalla, the world's third largest academy, is a treasure trove of their relics. Back in the present, Joo-hyuk walks the academy grounds, his expression thoughtful.
I guess that's it, he mutters, a hint of frustration in his voice.
Everything about swordsmanship and how to annihilate monsters is useless. A new resolve hardens his features.
I should go to the dormitory and get serious with practicing martial arts.
This body is really weak.
His eyes, sharp and intense, betray a hidden depth.
A question hangs unspoken in the air.
He walks, his gaze fixed on something ahead. A figure emerges from the shadows, a young woman with striking silver hair.
The encounter is silent, yet charged with unspoken anticipation. The teacher's office. A simple sign, yet it hints at the secrets held within. A quiet conversation unfolds.
You've been through a lot, a concerned voice observes. Kim Joo-hyuk sits, his posture slumping slightly.
The weight of his experiences is palpable.
To be honest, it's more of an embarrassment than a hardship, he admits, a hint of bitterness in his tone.
His words hang in the air, a question forming in the observer's mind: is he really a high school student?
The scene shifts. I made 120 monsters in the virtual combat simulation room as an anticipation this time, but...
The implication hangs heavy. He pauses, the tension building. He killed them all? The question explodes, disbelief coloring the speaker's voice.
The sheer impossibility of it all is staggering. The conversation continues, the mystery deepening. It's strange, from what I see, Kim Joo-hyuk doesn't have anything special.
Doubt clouds the assessment. Is there nothing on his background?
The question is posed, a subtle shift in the investigation's direction.
That guy is an orphan. He came from a small orphanage in a highly dangerous area.
The revelation is unexpected, a new piece of the puzzle.
The implications sink in. An orphan. Is he perhaps a forger?
The possibility is raised, but quickly dismissed.
A quiet conversation unfolds in a dimly lit office.
The air is thick with unspoken anxieties. As a man reveals a calculated plan, a strategic maneuver to gain access to a restricted area. He speaks of responsibility, a weight he carries. A worry etched onto his face, a subtle tremor in his voice betraying his concern. The future hangs heavy in the balance. And the conversation shifts to a specific student, Kim Joo-hyuk, and the unpredictable nature of his influence. Control, it seems, is a fragile thing.
A mention of the Ventrick family, an exchange student, and a name that sparks recognition, Rockdil Ventrick. The pieces begin to fall into place.
A revelation of past trouble, a reputation preceding the student, adding another layer to the mystery surrounding Kim Joo-hyuk. A nervous chuckle escapes his lips, a nervous reaction to the weight of the situation.
He knows the stakes are high. As the scene shifts back to the office, a quiet understanding passing between the two men. The situation, though precarious, is under control, for now. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows as Kim Joo-hyuk walks across the campus. A familiar figure approaches him. Her sudden appearance catches him off guard. A beat of silence hangs in the air. Then, a request, blunt and unexpected: teach me. Teach me swordsmanship.
Kim Joo-hyuk stares, speechless, as she stands before him, a long, slender case resting against her shoulder. The weight of her words, and perhaps something more, hangs heavy between them. A young man, his eyes burning with determination, stands on a sun-drenched campus path. He carries a backpack, his posture radiating quiet intensity.
A request hangs heavy in the air. Teach me swordsmanship.
The words are a plea, a challenge, a desperate hope.
A young woman, her expression unreadable, stands before him.
Her legs are crossed, her posture suggesting a hidden power.
A moment of stunned silence. Ha?
The question hangs in the air, a mixture of surprise and confusion. The woman's gaze sharpens.
The swordsmanship you showed back then, teach it to me. His response is immediate, dismissive. Nah.
Her expression shifts, a subtle flicker of disappointment giving way to quiet resolve.
A question, posed with quiet intensity: why do you ask? The male protagonist, his eyes blazing with barely contained irritation, delivers a curt dismissal: you don't have anything else to say, right? I'm leaving now. Undeterred, the female protagonist's resolve hardens. Her request is direct, unwavering: teach me swordsmanship. His patience snaps. I said I don't want to.
The frustration is palpable, he's clearly not in the mood for this. He reiterates his refusal, his hand making a dismissive gesture.
Is there something wrong with your ears? I have no intentions to teach you, so. He turns his back, walking away.
The female protagonist is left standing alone, her shoulders slumping slightly, but her gaze remains fixed on his retreating figure. A grand building looms, its imposing structure hinting at the wealth and power within. This is clearly a place of importance. Inside a classroom, the male protagonist sits alone, his posture tense.
Two other students observe him from a distance, their expressions unreadable. A palpable tension hangs in the air.
He sighs, a sound barely audible above the silence.
He glances back, a subtle movement betraying his unease.
A sense of foreboding settles over the scene. A young man, eyes blazing with an inner fire, examines his hands. A subtle shift in his expression reveals a quiet determination. He speaks, his voice laced with frustration: I can't do anything because I don't have any magic power.
Plus, it's hard to control the mana.
His gaze hardens with resolve.
But I'll find a way to solve this problem.
Kim Joo-hyuk, his name is revealed, clenches his fists. A plan begins to form in his mind. A classroom scene unfolds, introducing Rockdil Ventrik and his attendant, Yulia de Felix. The air crackles with unspoken tension.
Rockdil Ventrik, heir to a powerful family, is introduced.
His attendant, Yulia, stands beside him, her expression unreadable.
Rockdil approaches Kim Joo-hyuk, a silent challenge passing between them. The anticipation is palpable. Joo-hyuk, surprised, asks, huh? Who are you?
Rockdil scoffs, his words dripping with disdain, humph, as expected of an uneducated person.
He doesn't even know the Ventrik family.
Rockdil's demeanor shifts, a predatory glint in his eyes. He leans in, his voice low and dangerous: I'll ask you bluntly.
Don't you want to be strong?
The final panel reveals Rockdil's true intentions, his words echoing the power dynamics of his family. In most families, the branch family line has more power and wealth than the main family line.
A stark family tree unfolds before our eyes, illuminating the intricate power dynamics of the Ventrik family. The main line, a beacon of strength, stands in stark contrast to the branching lines. But even within this established hierarchy, secrets lurk.
The Vendrick family, it seems, possesses a unique guardian, the Beak Mask, a powerful entity unlike any other. Normally, powerful guardians are directly chosen by the constellations themselves, bestowing immense power and protection upon their chosen family. But the Vendricks chose a different path. A contract, binding a family member to the constellation's power.
A unique approach, ensuring unwavering loyalty and control. A strategy that granted the Vendrick family unparalleled influence across Europe.
This system allowed even the branch families to rival the main line in power. But with great power comes great arrogance.
Rockdill Vendrick, a member of a branch family, has risen to prominence.
His ambition fueled by the power he wields. His arrogance, however, has led to his downfall.
The commotion at the British Academy, a turning point.
His expulsion, a consequence of his unchecked pride.
Yet, even in defeat, Rockdill remains defiant. "It's fine," he declares, a chilling calmness in his eyes.
A cold resolve hardening his features.
His attendant, Yulia, watches with a mixture of concern and resignation. "Rockdill Vendrick, expelled?"
He smirks, a glint in his eye.
"Even if I'd been kicked out before. I'm from the Vendrick family. They'll always have a way to get me back on track."
His confidence is unshakable, a chilling certainty in his gaze.
"That person would like it." Rockdill's plan unfolds. First things first. I will get Kim Joo-hyuk, the center of attention at the entrance ceremony, on my side. He approaches Joo-hyuk, a calculating smile playing on his lips. "I'll lead you to the Vendrick family's constellation." Joo-hyuk's eyes widen, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face.
But Yulia watches, her own expression one of deep concern.
Joo-hyuk's response is immediate, sharp. "No, do you think I'm stupid? You're not interested in me and just showing off from the beginning."
Rockdill's smile hardens.
"Now that you're saying shit like that, you're indeed an idiot."
A sudden eruption of fury.
Rockdill's face contorts in rage. You uneducated filthy brat."
The scene shifts. The weight of authority falls upon Rockdill.
"Rockdill Vendrick, your seat." Rockdill's face contorts in a mask of fury. "Did you say my full name?" The tension in the classroom is palpable.
A stern-faced instructor stands before him, arms crossed.
The instructor's voice is cold, unwavering. "This is not the British Academy, this is Valhalla.
No matter how great the Vendrick family is, you must obey the instructors here."
Yulia's eyes widen in alarm. Kim Joo-hyuk's expression is one of grim anticipation. Is he Lee Sang-keol, Valhalla's combat instructor? Rockdill lets out a frustrated scoff, tch. Rockdill's defiance is short-lived.
His face hardens with a chilling resolve. He makes a move, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Let's meet again later, Kim Joo-hyuk."
Kim Joo-hyuk watches him go, his eyes blazing with a dangerous intensity.
Later, outside the academy walls.
Kim Joo-hyuk walks away, his shoulders slumped.
He speaks to himself, his voice low and weary. "I got nothing today. I didn't get anything related to the Constellations room.
Instead, I got involved with an idiot in the morning." The fallout from Rockdill's expulsion continues to reverberate. Joo-hyuk reflects on the events, a weariness etched onto his face. He questions the fairness of it all.
Meanwhile, a determined figure approaches Joo-hyuk, her request clear: "Teach me swordsmanship."
Joo-hyuk's expression darkens.
He's clearly burdened by something.
"Wasn't it enough for you either?" The scene shifts to Valhalla's dormitory, a towering structure bathed in the warm glow of sunset. The air is thick with unspoken tension.
Inside, a higher class room awaits. Elegantly furnished, it speaks of privilege and power. The room is opulent, hinting at the wealth and influence of its occupant.
A sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. Suddenly, a shattering sound. Damn it! A powerful blow is struck, the force of the impact echoing through the room. The aftermath is revealed. Rockdill, seething with rage, confronts Joo-hyuk.
His face is contorted with fury, his words laced with venom. Kim Joo-hyuk, a lowly orphan like you dares to humiliate me. Amidst the debris of a shattered artifact, a figure speaks, their voice laced with cold determination.
Yulia, called Azara. I have someone that needs to be dealt with.
The scene opens in a lavish study, the air thick with tension. A young woman stands rigidly, her back to a plush sofa, while a young man confronts her, his face a mask of barely controlled fury.
Shattered glass crunches underfoot. He calls out her name, Yuri. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air.
Yuri's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing her face.
Suddenly, a sharp crack.
He grabs her hair, his grip tight.
Ack!
She cries out in pain.
His voice is a low growl, answer me.
The intensity of his gaze is unnerving. She shrinks under his gaze, her voice barely a whisper as she speaks. Do you really still think I'm the eldest daughter of the?
His eyes blaze, a predatory glint in their depths. Shall I throw you out of our family? Yuri's face is etched with despair.
A single word escapes her lips, no.
The impact throws Yuri to the ground, a jarring crash echoing through the room.
Her attacker, a figure shrouded in shadow, looms over her. His voice drips with suspicion, there's somebody that needs to be taken care of. A chilling command follows, delivered with cold precision, tell Vendrick I want to see him.
A subordinate's quiet response, understood, hangs heavy in the air, leaving Yuri vulnerable and alone. The scene shifts to Kim Joo-hyuk's room in the Valhalla dormitory. A soft blue glow emanates from him. A mystical energy enveloping him as he sits cross-legged on his bed. His eyes are closed, a serene expression on his face, but the intensity of the light suggests a powerful force at work. A sigh escapes his lips, a mixture of exhaustion and relief. As tears well up, tracing paths down his cheeks. Huff, huff. This body is seriously garbage. Joo-hyuk clutches his chest, a wave of exhaustion washing over him.
His face is etched with frustration, the magical energy surge leaving him drained. His eyes glow with an unnatural crimson light, a stark contrast to his pale skin. The sun sets, casting long shadows as Yuri and another student walk along a campus path. The air thick with unspoken tension.
Their destination, the dormitories.
The student, impatient, stops abruptly.
We're already in front of the dorms. How far are you going to follow me? Yuri's response is unwavering, teach me the art of the sword.
His annoyance is palpable.
She's seriously too annoying. I should get her to leave. The price of a single lesson? 10 million won. Yuri's eyes widen slightly at the exorbitant cost. The price of sword training? 10 million won. A hefty sum. Yuri's face falls. The weight of that number is clear. Her would-be instructor, impatient, declares his departure. But Yuri, ever persistent, makes a bold move. Demanding his phone. Confusion washes over his face.
She explains, her voice firm, I'm putting in my number.
That way, sending the money will be easier. He hesitates, handing over his phone. Only to be stunned by what he sees next. What?
His eyes widen, disbelief etched on his features.
A single exclamation point punctuates his shock. 100 million won.
The offer is far beyond his expectations. The screen glows with the confirmation.
The twilight sky bleeds into a soft orange as Yuri's determined gaze locks onto her phone. A silent question hangs in the air, will you teach me now? The answer, blunt and immediate, nope, I won't.
A smirk plays on the unnamed male character's lips as he reads a message.
The text reads, you refuse to accept. His surprise is palpable.
I was surprised earlier.
How could a student send 100 million won? If I was going to teach her, I wouldn't have to give away all my secrets.
He ponders the sheer magnitude of the sum.
That was a huge amount of money. Well, whatever. A dismissive shrug. It's just money anyway. I can find that, so it doesn't matter. Even with meager magical energy. A decision is made. A swift movement, a blur of motion. A foot steps out, purposeful and determined. He's ready. Let's go. And find the secret vault. The camera pulls back, revealing a sprawling campus under the cloak of night. A large building stands prominently, shrouded in darkness. He walks through the night, a lone figure against the dark forest, a shovel slung over his shoulder, his destination unknown. Before embarking on this quest, he meticulously planned his approach. Before I came to this school, I checked it out in advance, he recalls, a hint of grim determination in his voice. But the path to his goal is fraught with peril. Most of the notes were hidden 300 years ago, and were destroyed. According to his research, there should be at least 4 notes, but the odds are stacked against him. But it's more than likely that there are just 3 left. His footfalls are light, yet purposeful, as he navigates the treacherous terrain. And a chilling realization dawns. And the most certain thing is, they're in the mountains of Valhalla. His eyes burn with a fierce resolve. The imposing silhouette of Valhalla looms before him, a testament to the challenges that lie ahead, but he doesn't flinch. Let's search for them, he declares, his voice firm despite the daunting task. With a surge of energy, the ground cracks beneath his feet, a brilliant blue light erupts as he unleashes his power. The impact sends shockwaves through the forest, a hidden vault is revealed. He senses the location of the notes with his magic. The location of the notes can be determined by sensing the marble that responds to my magic. A faint glow emanates from the ground, guiding his way. And a hidden chamber opens before him. The entrance to the vault is revealed, a beacon of blue light piercing the darkness. His eyes, burning with an inner fire, reflect a steely determination. The weight of the task ahead is palpable. A magical energy crackles, a brilliant blue light erupting from the earth, revealing a hidden vault. With a grunt of exertion, he begins to dig, his muscles straining with the effort. Ha, ha! What a fucking weak body. The struggle continues. If I had known that I would struggle this much, I would have buried it in a shallower place. He pauses, his brow furrowed in frustration. If it weren't for the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago, there wouldn't be any need for me to do this. A flashback reveals a world in chaos. The world was on the verge of destruction and there was no room for my riches. So I made notes and put them all here. He glances down at the vault, a flicker of worry crossing his face. The contents inside are still safe, right? I hope so. He emerges from the woods, breathing heavily. Huff, huff. I finally found them. The notes. He scans the stone floor, a furrow in his brow, the pressure mounting with each passing second. But there, almost hidden from sight, it is. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue light, coalescing in his hands. He speaks, his voice barely a whisper, I'm going to make a string of magic. And with a flick of his wrist, he shapes the energy into a key. The key materializes, glowing faintly, Quan, it's done. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. All right, it went in. A shaft of light cuts through the darkness, revealing a hidden chamber. He leaps into the unknown, the secrets within waiting to be unveiled. The vault door swings open with a thunderous crash, revealing a mountain of gold, jewels, and ancient artifacts. A fortune beyond imagination lies before him. He surveys his prize, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, the weight of his success settling upon him. The sheer scale of the treasure is breathtaking. Years of searching, of hardship, of near-death experiences, all culminating in this moment of unparalleled victory. He stands amidst a mountain of gold, a lone figure in a vast treasure chamber. The air crackles with untold wealth. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers his next move. I can go search for that. He muses, a glint in his eye. His gaze sharpens, focusing on something unseen, a sudden realization dawns. He bends down, revealing dark, glittering stones nestled amongst the gold.
Storage stones, he explains, to maintain the notes. I put some magic into them, but
the day to use them has finally arrived. With a determined grip, he selects one. And as he holds it, the stone erupts in a brilliant blue flame. The power is overwhelming.
A surge of magical energy courses through him. As expected from the storage stones, he confirms, a triumphant grin spreading across his face.
Magic power is overflowing.
The blue flames dance around the stone, a spectacle of raw magical might.
And he begins to plan his next move.
First, the remaining storage stones.
Then, a decision: leave the heavy gold bars or take the lighter jewelry? The scene opens on a bright, sunny day.
A grand building stands before us, its architecture hinting at a prestigious institution. Then, a sudden shift. A young man slumps in a chair, a look of pained exhaustion on his face.
His muscles ache.
He thinks to himself, if I'm really going to make a note in the future, I must be an insane bastard. His internal monologue reveals a hint of self-deprecating humor.
But his moment of reflection is interrupted.
A sharp crack echoes, and he's startled.
What the hell?
A young woman with striking silver hair approaches.
Her request is direct: teach me the art of the sword. He's clearly taken aback. His response is a mixture of disbelief and suspicion. You really aren't letting it go, huh?
His thoughts turn inward. He recalls information from his reincarnation. According to the information I found when I was reincarnated, among the top 5 Chojin families, the Chojin family, which includes a family that practices swordsmanship, so why me?
He questions her persistence. Why are you asking me so persistently?
Her reply is simple and firm: you can learn more from your family.
No, I want to learn from you.
The silver-haired girl's gaze is unwavering, her determination a stark contrast to the protagonist's confusion.
Why him? What makes him so special?
The question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the scene as the protagonist's expression darkens. He's clearly troubled by something.
What about your father? Isn't he the head of Chojin?
The question is a challenge, a subtle jab at the girl's ambition.
Is she truly ready to surpass even her own father? He's better with the sword than me, no?
Her response is a playful smirk, a hint of mischief in her eyes.
But beneath the surface, a deeper purpose simmers. Father? The word hangs heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of a complex family dynamic.
The scene shifts, the tension building. Oi, follow me to the teacher's room, Kim Joo-hyuk. A brisk command, cutting through the unspoken tension.
The girl follows without question. Why the teacher's room? The question echoes in the protagonist's mind, a growing sense of unease settling over him. What is about to happen? He sits, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity etched on his face. The anticipation is palpable. They walk down the hallway, the silence amplifying the mystery. The destination is unknown, but the tension is undeniable.
Ah, excuse me, a polite interruption, a subtle shift in the atmosphere.
What new development awaits them?
The silver-haired girl's gaze is intense, unwavering, a quiet determination etched onto her face. Her eyes, pools of violet, hold a secret, a hidden purpose. She leads the protagonist through the halls of the academy, towards the training grounds, a place of both challenge and mystery. He hesitates, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes.
You don't want to?
The girl's expression shifts, a playful smirk dances on her lips as she shakes her head.
He stands tall, resolute. I'll be there. The teacher's room.
A simple sign, yet it hints at the weight of the meeting to come. The protagonist finds himself face to face with an unexpected figure, seated and waiting.
Time is short. I've got a class soon, so I'll speak fast.
The news drops like a bombshell. First of all, your access to the Constellations room has been approved.
But there's a catch. You'll just have to go to the basement floor. The protagonist's apprehension is palpable.
His eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he accepts the terms.
Alright, understood. When can I go there? The silver-haired girl's response is swift and unexpected. If it's possible for you, tonight is fine. A subtle shift in the power dynamic leaves the protagonist slightly taken aback. His inner thoughts betray his surprise. That's unexpected. I thought he was going to make a fuss about not being allowed down to the second floor. I didn't think he would just accept it. The decision made, the silver-haired girl issues a simple command, "Let's go." With a respectful nod, the protagonist replies, "Yes, sir." He turns and heads towards the exit. The unnamed protagonist and the silver-haired girl arrive at their destination. The Valhalla Academy's Constellation Room. A colossal structure, its imposing form silhouetted against the night sky, is secured by massive chains. The silver-haired girl's eyes gleam with determination. He's ready for whatever lies ahead. Two guards stand watch, their presence a stark warning. They are armed and alert. His gaze is unwavering, a silent promise of action. The guards communicate, their hushed tones hinting at the high stakes involved. Security here is far tighter than at the main gate. The Constellation Room is clearly of paramount importance to Valhalla Academy, one of the three great academies. His eyes, burning with an inner fire, reflect the gravity of the situation. The Constellation Room is shrouded in magical energy, a shimmering barrier protecting it from all sides except the entrance. A quiet question, a moment of anticipation before the inevitable. The protagonist, a young man in a sharp uniform, ponders aloud, how might one go about getting down to the second floor? His companion, a young man with silver hair, cautions him, you don't have to become a criminal, but you would be expelled. The silver-haired young man continues, his tone laced with concern, besides, you'd lose your mind before even leaving the school. The scene shifts. The silver-haired young man explains, his voice low and serious, yes. On the second floor, the Constellation Room's magic power runs rampant. If you touch that magic, your mind will shatter and you'll become a madman. The protagonist, despite the warning, shows steely resolve, madman, expulsion, understood. The two young men walk together, a silent tension hanging between them. The silver-haired young man's worry is palpable. He mutters to himself, his voice barely audible, this brat, why is he asking me that right before going in? Does he really want to go down there? He shakes his head, a sigh escaping his lips, no, that's not it. The first entrance candidate wouldn't do that. Oh, the gate opened. I'm sure he knows it's better to stay in the academy. The silver-haired young man urgently warns the protagonist, you've got 30 minutes. Then, you must come out. The protagonist, his expression unreadable, calmly replies, yes, I'll be back soon. The protagonist, a determined young man, stands in a futuristic hallway, his eyes scanning a digital tablet. The sleek architecture of Valhalla speaks of advanced technology and hidden depths. His expression hardens. I don't care if I get expelled or whatever. A rebellious glint shines in his eyes. He taps the screen, his focus unwavering. I came to Valhalla because of this in the first place. The screen displays a cryptic message, hinting at a hidden purpose. His jaw tightens. I'll have to go to the third basement floor first. The weight of his mission settles upon him. A long, winding staircase stretches before him, disappearing into the shadows. Anyways, why are there so many stairs in this building? He mutters, his voice echoing in the vast space. Each step is heavy, the journey seemingly endless. His footfalls echo, thud, thud, thud. The descent is slow, deliberate, each step carrying the weight of his resolve. He emerges into a dimly lit corridor. What is this place? The air is thick with an unsettling silence, broken only by the protagonist's hushed whisper. A chilling realization dawns on him. A prison? The cold, hard reality of his surroundings sinks in. The young man, Kim Hyeno, stands before a heavy vault door, his brow furrowed in confusion. I was sure the Constellations room was on the first floor. Is this really it? Doubt clouds his expression as he hesitates before the imposing metal.
He approaches a nearby console, his eyes scanning the interface. A faint blue glow emanates from the screen.
A message appears: you have met the requirements. The screen flickers, then updates: you are being moved to the room. Suddenly, the world blurs. Hayano's vision tunnels as he's enveloped by a strange energy. A digital hum intensifies, and then, silence.
A single, crimson eye snaps open, filled with a chilling intensity.
It's Hayano, but something is different.
A familiar figure materializes before him. A tall, ethereal being, clad in flowing turquoise robes, stands with an air of serene power.
It's been a while, Kim Hayano.
Hayano stares, speechless, his breath catching in his throat.
Barche?
A sinister grin spreads across Barch's face, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light.
It's been 300 years, is this a reunion? He muses, a chilling undertone in his voice. Suddenly, a fist explodes towards Kim Hayano's face.
The sheer force is palpable, a blur of motion precedes the impact.
Bam! The blow connects with bone-jarring force, sending Kim Hayano reeling. He's caught completely off guard.
Hayano staggers back, fury blazing in his eyes.
You, he roars, his voice raw with rage. The reunion is anything but pleasant.
Barche laughs, a cruel, triumphant sound echoing in the air.
I'm happy to see you, you bastard, he exclaims, his words dripping with venom.
A young man stands before a heavy vault door, a digital message floating before him.
The message reads: you are being moved to the room. His eyes widen, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. The message changes, a new urgency in its digital glow: your parallel is approaching.
A blinding flash of light engulfs him.
And then, darkness. A single, piercing red eye opens in the gloom. It's been a while, Kim Joo-hyuk.
A figure, ethereal and imposing, materializes before him. The air crackles with unseen energy. A palpable tension hangs heavy in the air as he stares, speechless, at the being before him. A chilling smile spreads across the other's face.
Is this a reunion after 300 years, he asks, his voice dripping with a chilling amusement.
A fist, blurred by speed, connects with a sickening thud.
Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes widen, his words cut short.
The impact sending him sprawling. He crashes to the ground, pain lancing through his body.
A roar of fury erupts as Joo-hyuk is pummeled again and again.
You, he screams, his voice raw with agony. His attacker, a figure of dark intensity, stands over him, a cruel smile twisting his lips.
I'm happy to see you, you bastard. Joo-hyuk, battered and bruised, struggles to his feet. Wait. Another brutal blow sends him reeling.
The world explodes in a red haze of pain.
As his attacker's voice cuts through the chaos: wait, calm down and let's sta dash. But there's no mercy. Just die.
The final blow lands with bone-jarring impact. Joo-hyuk collapses, his pleas for mercy swallowed by the echoing silence.
Stop dash, he gasps, his voice barely a whisper. The attack continues. A flurry of blows, each one more brutal than the last.
Kim Joo-hyuk begs for mercy, but his pleas fall on deaf ears.
He lies defeated, gasping for breath.
The mysterious figure stands over him, a chilling smirk playing on his lips.
The mysterious figure's cold words echo the devastation: I ain't the type of person who'd use their fist.
But his rage boils over.
But this case is different because you destroyed my comfortable future, you bastard. With a roar, he unleashes a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave.
Kim Joo-hyuk cries out in pain, his wealth, honor, and years of training shattered in an instant. Even as he suffers, a glimmer of curiosity flickers in his eyes.
The mysterious figure's final taunt hangs heavy in the air: aren't you curious what this place is?
A vast, empty expanse stretches before Kim Joo-hyuk, a chilling silence hangs in the air. He stands, battered but alive, facing a mysterious figure. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The figure reveals a shocking truth: this is an imaginary world.
Joo-hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief. An imaginary world?
The mysterious figure elaborates, his voice laced with chilling calm. To be exact, it's a space inside a relic. The you that you see is just an embodiment in this imaginary world. My real body ceased to exist 300 years ago. Ju-hyuk's mind races, trying to process this impossible revelation. A seed of doubt planted in his mind. A sinister smile spreads across the figure's face, a chilling confirmation. That's right, Kim Ju-hyuk. I became a constellation. Kim Ju-hyuk unleashes a furious blow. His fist connects with a sickening wham, sending his opponent sprawling. A pained asterisk gaw. Asterisk echoes through the air. The scene shifts. Ju-hyuk stands outside a large, imposing mansion, guarded by stern figures in black suits. A palpable tension hangs in the air. A silent, watchful presence. His expression is one of quiet concern, a knot of worry tightening in his stomach. His eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Something isn't right. Inside, Ju-hyuk is subjected to a thorough security scan. The metallic beep of the scanner punctuates the tense silence. A brief moment of unease before he's questioned by a man with a calm, almost unnervingly placid demeanor. Anything weird, right? He asks, his tone deceptively casual. Ju-hyuk hesitates, his gaze drifting away. I couldn't go down further, he admits, his voice barely a whisper, because I would have lost my mind if I did. The other man nods slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. I got it. Then go home now. Ju-hyuk walks away, a lingering unease clinging to him despite the mysterious figure's advice to go home. The city lights blurring into streaks as he navigates the quiet streets. The encounter leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. A sudden flashback, Ju-hyuk's face, sharp and intense, juxtaposed with the ethereal figure from the alleyway. The weight of the revelation settles upon him. I don't care that you became a constellation. Just tell me this. Ju-hyuk demands an answer, his voice tight with suspicion. He points an accusing finger. Are you the one who did that transparent notification window? Just what is that? The mysterious figure sighs, a hint of weariness in their posture. I don't know. They admit, their voice laced with a hint of despair. A sudden eruption. You bastard. Ju-hyuk explodes, fury consuming him as he lashes out. The impact. A violent clash of wills, a whirlwind of motion. I am speaking the truth, the mysterious figure cries out, their words barely audible above the sounds of the struggle. After I was killed by you, I've been inside this thing for 300 years without any power. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a shocking truth. The mysterious figure's hand reaches out, a desperate plea. Ju-hyuk presses the mysterious figure, demanding to know who sent the cryptic message. A revelation drops like a bomb. I got that notification as well. The figure's words hang heavy in the air. The figure explains, a notification to contact the reincarnated Kim Ju-hyuk, triggering a flood of memories. Reincarnated. Suspicion clouds Ju-hyuk's face. He wonders if this is the work of the man who made him the owner of the Tower of Destruction. Who is this him? The figure's response is chilling, I don't know that exactly. My entire memory of that part is gone. A desperate plea hangs in the silence between them. The figure continues, I don't think that the memories that disappeared will come back at once. The tension ratchets up. The figure asks, Kim Ju-hyuk, what did your notification say? Ju-hyuk's eyes widen. The notification instructed him to find a weapon and memories on the 3rd floor, 5th room to the right of Valhalla. Ha! He explains that he couldn't read the full message, it was censored. But he still has memories from the tower. And the figure offers a possible explanation, maybe the memories haven't come to your mind yet. You already found the weapon, so the memories are going to appear naturally. A spectral blue light engulfs the frame, illuminating an ancient weapon, a village sword, transformed into a sacred relic. The revelation hits Ju-hyuk hard. He became a constellation, because he used this very sword.
Suddenly, a furious face appears, eyes blazing with rage. A confrontation is brewing. The raw fury explodes. Oi, you! Fucking bastard! Ju Hyuk walks the night, alone, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. His mind races. What the hell is this situation? A constellation, this is beyond comprehension. He reaches out, a desperate attempt to grasp the meaning of his past, a past that now holds the key to his future. The blue glow intensifies as he grips the village sword, a surge of power courses through him. Even weakened, the power of the sword is undeniable. The notification hints at a quest, achievable only with this relic, a quest for the King of Destruction. Ju Hyuk grips the village sword, its weight familiar yet strange. A power stirs within him, echoing the words of the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure's voice cuts through the air, a chilling reminder of Ju Hyuk's past. He is recognized, his identity revealed. A menacing group of students emerges from the shadows, led by the arrogant Lyric Sunrise. The air crackles with anticipation. Lyric, the Sunrise family's eldest son, introduces himself with a smirk, his words dripping with condescension. Lyric's true nature is revealed, a second-year student at Valhalla Academy, radiating menace, his eyes glint with malice. Ju Hyuk's gaze hardens, a silent challenge. He questions Lyric's authority, his voice laced with defiance. Lyric's underlings murmur their agreement, their fear palpable. The tension ratchets up. One of Lyric's lackeys steps forward, ready to attack, but another intervenes, a plea for restraint. The lackey hesitates, caught between loyalty and caution, a moment of uncertainty. Suddenly, a brutal attack. The lackey is sent flying, a testament to the power difference between first and second years. The ground trembles as Ju Hyuk plants his foot, a defiant stance against Lyric's gang. His words cut through the air, sharp and cold. Stop chattering and come at me. A searing pain explodes in his chest, AGH. A blur of motion, a thunderous crack. He's sent flying. The impact echoes through the street. A brutal uppercut connects, sending his opponent sprawling. The force of the blow is staggering, a crimson spray erupts. He moves like a phantom, a whirlwind of destruction. One by one, they fall. Crushing blows rain down. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter devastation. He stands amidst the wreckage, a grim expression on his face. This crazy fucker. A single, intense blue eye, wide with a silent scream. The unnamed protagonist grips a dark staff, its tip glowing with an eerie light. A sinister smile plays on his lips. He didn't have a weapon moments ago, but now, the feel of the staff is perfect in his hand. A familiar comfort. He stands before his foes, a chilling smirk spreading across his face. It's been a while, he muses, the words dripping with menace. The air crackles with anticipation. If you stay still, I'm gonna crush your heads, he threatens, his eyes blazing with cold fury. The impact is imminent. 3 hours earlier, a blond man sits calmly, a chilling smile spreading across his face. What? He asks, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. His sharp teeth glint in the dim light, a predatory gleam in his eyes. So, you just need to do one simple thing, he purrs, his voice dangerously smooth. Just take care of this one student, he instructs, a dark-haired woman watching from the shadows, her expression unreadable. The scene opens on a pair of polished shoes, the only visible part of a figure seated in an opulent room, a subtle hint of power and mystery. A voice, calm yet commanding, cuts through the silence, Senior. Of course, I will reward you. The camera pans up to reveal a blond man, his expression a mask of controlled power, seated across from the unseen figure. A promise hangs in the air. He continues, his words precise and deliberate, something that will help the Sunrise family. The blond man's gaze sharpens, a glint of calculation in his eyes. A new player is introduced. He's a first-year student, Kim Ju Hyuk. Please take care of him. The blond man leans back, a subtle shift in his demeanor. A dangerous game is afoot. It doesn't matter if you use weapons. I'm going to clean up the mess anyway. His eyes narrow, a predatory gleam replacing the earlier calm. The threat is palpable. You'll accept, right?
Valhalla's hallowed halls, a place where destiny is forged in the fires of constellations.
Witness the ascension of students, transforming into contractors, the elite second graders.
A bond forged with the cosmos, granting access to unimaginable power. But for some, the path is paved with arrogance.
The blonde man, radiating self-assuredness, declares, Kim Joo-hyuk, a mere nobody, is no match for me.
I'll crush him effortlessly.
His confidence falters, a crack in his armor. Doubt creeps in. A clash of steel.
The sound of metal on metal echoes, a flurry of blows exchanged in a blinding flash.
A surge of energy erupts, a blinding blue light explodes from the impact.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air.
Rage boils over. This newcomer, this bastard.
The blonde man, his face a mask of barely contained rage, watches as his goon is sent sprawling.
Huh, he sputters, disbelief etched onto his features.
A blur of motion, a perfectly executed kick connects with the thug's jaw.
The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Kim Joo-hyuk, eyes blazing with a cold fury, stands over his fallen opponent. His expression is one of grim determination.
He's not just fighting back, he's unleashing a storm. A nearby streetlight casts long shadows as he prepares for the next attack.
A brutal uppercut.
The force of the blow sends the thug flying backwards.
Crushing impact. The ground cracks beneath the weight of the blow. The blonde man's eyes widen in shock.
His carefully constructed plan is crumbling before his eyes. My attack, he gasps, his voice laced with disbelief and dawning horror. Kim Joo-hyuk advances, his weapon held high, a glint of steel reflecting the city lights.
The blonde man's fear is palpable. A roar of fury. The blonde man's face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. This is not how it was supposed to go. The tables have turned.
The hunter has become the hunted. The blonde man's eyes widen in disbelief as Kim Joo-hyuk's blade flashes, a brutal arc of steel slicing through the air. His goons fall, one after another, each impact a sickening thud.
This can't be, he gasps, his voice laced with horror.
The blonde man's shock deepens as he stares at the fallen bodies. His goons, usually so menacing, lie defeated, their faces contorted in pain. But they were this helpless, he mutters, his voice barely a whisper. His gaze shifts to Joo-hyuk, a mixture of fear and fascination in his eyes. Just what is that strange swordsmanship, he wonders, his mind struggling to comprehend the scene before him.
Joo-hyuk moves with deceptive ease, his movements almost languid.
It looks like he's just walking with a moderate swing force, observes the blonde man, but the people around him are getting seriously hit.
Joo-hyuk's eyes flash crimson, a predatory glint reflecting the city lights. A silent promise hangs in the air.
He confronts a new group of goons, his katana held low. Oi, didn't I say I'd crush those people's heads who'd stay still, he growls, his voice dripping with menace. The goons hesitate, fear etched on their faces. Damn it, the blonde man shouts, his frustration boiling over.
Everyone is trying to figure out whether to go at him or not.
The blonde man tries to rally his remaining men.
Don't be scared, bastards. It's just. Joo-hyuk smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. So the gangster boss has some spirit, huh? The blonde man's goons surround Kim Joo-hyuk, their leader sneering.
Shut up, the blonde man roars, his voice echoing with barely contained rage. He lunges forward, blade flashing, a whirlwind of furious intent. But his attack is met with a chilling counter.
The blonde man's eyes widen in disbelief. A brutal strike. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Kim Joo-hyuk sheaths his sword, a smirk playing on his lips. He casually draws his own blade, its ornate hilt gleaming. The air crackles with energy as he prepares his next move. A blinding flash of light erupts, and the blonde man is sent flying backwards. He crashes to the ground, defeated and humiliated. The blonde man's eyes are wide with shock and disbelief. His final thought echoes in his mind, when did he come this close? The blonde man lies defeated, his eyes closed, a picture of utter humiliation.
A single hand rises above him, a silent testament to the victor's dominance.
A swift kick. The blond man crumples further, a pained AHK escaping his lips.
Kim Joo-hyuk stands over him, radiating barely contained amusement.
Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes burn with a cold intensity.
"Who are you?" he demands, his voice laced with barely suppressed power. The blond man's goons are scattered around them, groaning in pain.
Kim Joo-hyuk's question hangs heavy in the air. As he calmly explains, "Why did you gather and pick a fight with me?" The blond man, bruised and defeated, weakly explains, "Didn't you hear earlier?
We're your seniors who are a year above you."
A wide shot reveals the extent of the blond man's pathetic attempt at intimidation.
Several of his fellow seniors lie defeated around him. So, a bunch of those seniors came while covering up their weapons, to take care of a first grader.
Is this a common thing?
The blond man, defeated and humiliated, mutters his last words, "I'll leave then."
Clean up well.
He retreats, leaving behind a trail of his own failure. His discarded weapon lies near his fallen comrades. A smug grin spreads across the blond man's face.
He taunts Kim Joo-hyuk, "Do you think you can go to school normally after doing this?" Kim Joo-hyuk, unfazed, replies with a nonchalant, "Whatever."
The blond man's expression darkens.
He knows the rumors will spread like wildfire. What people will spread the story about this fight?
Several second graders came to beat up one first grader, but they got swiped clean.
He leans in, his voice dripping with menace, "If this story gets out, wouldn't you be embarrassed to go to school?" Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes blaze with a chilling intensity.
A sinister smile plays on his lips as he delivers a chilling ultimatum, so think wisely.
If you want to go to school and join a guild.
The scene shifts to a dark, deserted street. The blond man's defeated goons lie scattered on the ground,
while Kim Joo-hyuk walks away, leaving them to their fate. A ringtone cuts through the silence. Barrack Sunrise blares from a smartphone. The blond man, a picture of smugness, answers the call. He leans back, a glint in his eye. "Did you give Kim Joo-hyuk a moderate beating?" the voice on the other end demands.
A chilling chuckle escapes the blond man's lips. "Rockdill," he replies, a hint of menace in his tone. His face hardens.
The call ends.
"I'm taking my hands off this job," he mutters, a storm brewing within. A tense phone call unfolds in a lavishly decorated room.
He's clearly agitated, his brow furrowed. "What did you say?"
The chilling instruction echoes through the phone, henceforth, stay away from anything related to Kim Joo-hyuk.
His face contorts in disbelief. "What is this fucker?"
he mutters, his voice laced with barely controlled fury. The caller's words clearly hit a nerve.
A desperate plea cuts through the tension. Wait a moment. A counter-proposal, a glimmer of hope. "If you're saying this because you were hit by Kim Joo-hyuk before, what do you think about just reporting him to the administration?" A desperate bargain is struck. "If there are still some visible injuries, doesn't that mean we have enough evidence? Can't you do at least that much?" The deal is sealed. "If you just do that, I'll give you the full amount as promised.
And I'll even try to make it so that my family," the voice trails off, hinting at further desperation. Even with the promise of funding from the Ventrick family, a shadow of doubt remains.
The weight of their lost honor bears down on them, a heavy burden they must somehow overcome.
They walk with a grim determination, their steps echoing the unspoken resolve in their hearts. The blond-haired man, his face etched with worry, makes a desperate call. A surge of frustration and anger boils over as the call is abruptly cut short.
The phone is smashed to pieces. Crash.
The fragments of the phone scatter across the floor, mirroring the shattered state of his hopes. A young woman enters the room, her presence a stark contrast to the scene of destruction. He sits defeated, his head in his hands. Yuri approaches, her expression unreadable. The blond-haired man reveals that he contacted Disarac.
But the question remains, where is he? Mexico. The sprawling landscape unfolds before us, a sun-drenched panorama. And in its heart, the imposing silhouette of Arepa Academy. A place of power, secrets, and untold potential. A chaotic scene unfolds within the academy's walls. Bodies are strewn across the floor, a testament to a recent struggle. A desperate call is made. The unnamed caller's face is etched with anxiety as he stares at his phone. The blonde-haired man, his face a mask of worry, waits. His eyes dart around, searching. A name flashes on the screen, Disarac Ventric. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. He wants me to come to Korea? To take care of a person named Kim Joo-hyuk, you say? A chilling smile spreads across the blonde-haired man's face. The reward is already prepared. He mutters, a glint in his eyes. Is that so? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge. Desperation etched onto his face, the blonde-haired man's voice cracks as he confesses, there wasn't anyone I could ask money from after being chased out. A cruel twist of fate. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he holds his phone, a glint of triumph in his eyes. What a great turn of events. The next day, 6 p.m. The Valhalla training room. A vast space, filled with state-of-the-art equipment, stretches before us. The blonde-haired man, now in athletic gear, is awestruck. Wow, the training room is this big? Is it because the school itself is already big? He smiles, a newfound energy coursing through him. It gets me in the mood to run. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. Why are you here? Startled, the blonde-haired man spins around, confusion clouding his features. What? Who is that? Bar Che? Where are you talking to me from? A voice, seemingly emanating from within a sealed sword, responds, I'm currently in the sword that's been sealed. Why are you so surprised? The mysterious voice echoes, a chilling threat hanging in the air. Because then I'll have to beat you up and drag you back there again. The blonde-haired man, startled, searches for the source, a nervous energy radiating from him. He finds small, almost insignificant detail, a subtle shift in his demeanor. A moment of quiet contemplation, then, a question. He stretches, his muscles tense, a subtle hint of unease. That's what I'm worried about. His eyes narrow, concern etched on his face, a growing sense of dread. The mysterious figure reveals a startling truth, a power beyond comprehension. His back arches, a silent scream of exertion, the weight of the revelation pressing down. A sudden shift in perspective, a new player enters the scene. Eyes blazing with intensity, a silent challenge. He's here. The blonde-haired man stands defiantly, a question hanging in the air. And Yuri, her expression unreadable, asks the question on everyone's mind, then are you going to teach me sword techniques now? A beat. A pause pregnant with unspoken tension. Then, a single, sharp word, no. The blonde-haired man's brow furrows. We're gonna start with improving your stamina. Yuri's eyes widen, a silent question forming in her mind. Why? He offers a choice, a subtle pressure in his tone, you can go if you don't want to. But Yuri's resolve hardens. And no, I'll do it. His gaze sharp, he instructs, then start with some stretches already. The blonde-haired man explains, his voice low and serious, if you improve your stamina, the better you can absorb mana and easily control it. Though that's the basics of improving. Yuri begins her stretches, a thought crossing her mind, the current method of training is weird. Her legs stretch, revealing a glimpse of the training room, and the blonde-haired man's observation, they're investing everything into mana before stamina for some reason. Yuri, a young woman with striking blue hair, stretches in a gym. Her trainer observes, a thoughtful expression on his face. The text box reveals a crucial detail, though she possesses a lot of mana, she only has the stamina of a sword-wielding student. Yuri finishes stretching. I'm done with stretching, she declares, her voice firm despite a hint of apprehension. Her trainer nods, a glint in his eyes. Then let's get to the real training, he says, his tone serious but encouraging. Yuri's eyes widen slightly, a mixture of determination and trepidation reflected in their depths.
A simple okay escapes her lips. The scene shifts to a grueling workout. Yuri's face is contorted in exertion, her muscles straining under the weight. The intensity of the training is palpable. Yuri and her trainer perform intense squats, their bodies a blur of motion. The weight is clearly challenging her. Yuri struggles with dumbbells, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The strain is evident on her face, sweat beading on her forehead. Exhaustion finally claims Yuri. She collapses to the floor, ha, ha. Her trainer watches, his expression unreadable. Yuri struggles to speak, gasping, "What, ha, did you say, HIA?" Yuri's eyes blaze with defiance. "What the? Stop lying down and get up." His trainer's words hit hard, 20 kilometers still to go. Yuri's face is a mask of exhaustion. A barely audible gasp escapes his lips. The strain is evident. The blonde-haired man observes, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Is she feeling okay? Even though we went harder than last time, we did pretty good. She has a physique worth developing. A sudden hush falls over the classroom. All eyes turn to the front. A stern-faced woman addresses the class. "Everyone, silence. Today, we will be having a simple written test." The caption identifies her, Valhalla's upper-tier instructor and subject supervisor of Dimensional Monsters. Lilia. The instructor explains, "While I explained it briefly on the first day, I've informed you to self-study a bit on Dimensional Monsters." The test begins. She reveals the true nature of the exam. "So, today, I'll be testing you on just how well do you know how to deal with each individual monster." Yuri, her brow furrowed in concentration, meticulously fills in the answer sheet. The weight of the exam, a test of knowledge on dimensional monsters, bears down on her. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired instructor observes, his gaze sharp and assessing. A subtle tension hangs in the air, the silence punctuated only by the scratching of pens. Lilia, her expression a mixture of concern and anticipation, watches another student struggle with the complex questions. The pressure is palpable. Time is running out. Lilia checks her watch, a glint of determination in her eyes. "Time's up," she announces, her voice cutting through the quiet intensity of the examination hall. With a brisk efficiency, Lilia instructs the students to pass their exams forward. The air crackles with a mixture of relief and apprehension. The results of this exam won't affect their overall grade, but it will determine their placement in the next class. The stakes are high. Lilia confirms that all tests have been collected. A sense of finality settles over the room. She announces the next class will begin with a virtual combat simulation in the simulation room. A new challenge awaits. With a final wave, Lilia departs, leaving Yuri and the other students to contemplate their performance and the upcoming simulation. The anticipation is palpable. A student, Yuri, nervously eyes his exam paper. The proctor's question hangs in the air, "Are you really sure you can write your answers like that?" Across the room, a powerful presence observes. His piercing gaze seems to see beyond the written words. A silent challenge, a hidden power. The student, Yuri, feels a chill run down his spine. He's being watched. Yuri's inner turmoil is palpable. "Yes, since I'm inside here, there isn't anything for me to do." But the observer's voice cuts through his thoughts. What the? He was also watching that. The observer's power is revealed. "To be exact, I can only hear what you think regarding me." A subtle shift in the balance of power. Yuri's defiance melts into a reluctant acceptance. "Ah, is that so? Well, I only wrote the answers the way I knew them." The scene shifts to Valhalla's first-year teacher's lounge. Lilia, the efficient administrator, reviews the exams. A quiet intensity in her focus. Something catches her eye. A realization dawns, a sharp intake of breath. Kim Joo-hyuk. Lilia's fury explodes. He dares to call these crap statements as answers? The day begins in a quiet office. A man walks, coffee in hand, the morning light painting the scene in soft hues. Across the room, a woman meticulously reviews documents, her brow furrowed in concentration. He approaches her desk, a question in his eyes. "Perhaps my class's test papers?" he asks. She nods, explaining, "Preparing for the next class's simulated fight, I told them to study how to kill monsters." She continues, "So I made them take a simple written test, but..."
His expression shifts, a hint of apprehension. "Then, I'll be on my way," he says, departing.
Back to his quiet solitude, he takes another sip, but the calm is shattered.
A sudden jolt. Kim Joo-hyuk.
The air crackles with tension.
A student's test paper lies before the teacher, a silent testament to questionable effort?
His expression speaks volumes.
Doubt? Disbelief?
A mixture of both, perhaps.
The teacher's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and accusatory. Did Kim Joo-hyuk not put any effort? It's not just a little effort. He's just mocking the class at this point. A wave of uncertainty washes over Joo-hyuk's face. Is it really that bad? The teacher's fury explodes. The test paper crumples in her grasp.
Next class I'll show him his paper and thoroughly educate him.
That monsters can't be taken care of easily. 1 week later.
The scene shifts to a large hall, the air buzzing with anticipation.
Valhalla virtual fight simulation.
The words hang in the air, promising action.
The teacher addresses the assembled students. I've graded and brought the tests we took last class. Most of you did very well, but...
A sudden shift in tone. The teacher's gaze sharpens, fixing on one student.
Kim Joo-hyuk, come forward. The classroom is tense.
Kim Joo-hyuk stands before his classmates, a palpable unease radiating from him. Alone with his teacher, the weight of expectation heavy in the air.
The teacher's expression is unreadable. The teacher slams a paper onto the desk. Take this. The command echoes in the silence. It's a test, a failing grade glaring from the page. Dimensional monster management, a grade of A is circled, but crossed out with a large X. 0 points. The teacher's voice cuts through Joo-hyuk's stunned silence. Student Kim Joo-hyuk gets 0 points. Are you sure you took the test properly? Doubt flickers in her eyes. Joo-hyuk's jaw tightens. I did take it properly.
His voice is low, defiant. The teacher's gaze sharpens, her eyes scanning the weapons displayed on the wall behind Joo-hyuk, a subtle shift in the atmosphere.
A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. What's the best way to take care of rock goblins? Joo-hyuk's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within.
The teacher presses further, her voice laced with barely concealed impatience.
What did you write down as your answer to that question?
Joo-hyuk's frustration boils over. The teacher's glasses nearly fall off as she reads his answer, a silent scream of disbelief.
The instructor's words hang in the air, a challenge echoing in the classroom, a test of monster extermination techniques.
Joo-hyuk, brimming with misplaced confidence, presents his solution, a brutal, simplistic approach.
But the instructor's unimpressed expression speaks volumes. Her skepticism is palpable.
The flaws in his plan are laid bare.
A normal sword against a rock goblin? A fatal oversight.
The image of a rack of swords, a stark contrast to the inadequate weapon Joo-hyuk proposed.
Joo-hyuk's defiant retort, it's all over in one strike. His confidence, however, is cracking. The instructor's silent fury is a storm brewing behind her glasses, a withering glare.
Joo-hyuk's defiance melts into a flicker of understanding, a grudging acceptance of his failure. And the instructor, a glint of amusement in her eyes, offers a second chance.
The game is afoot.
With a tap of her fingers, the opportunity is presented. The test continues.
The results are in. A sea of faces, a hush falls over the auditorium, anticipation hangs heavy in the air. A monstrous roar erupts. The sheer ferocity of the beast is palpable, its teeth bared, ready to strike. The monster lunges. A blur of motion, a terrifying display of raw power. Kim Joo-hyuk is caught in its sights. A desperate struggle. The ground trembles under the impact, the fight for survival is brutal and relentless. But there's a twist. A smirk plays on the examiner's lips, a second chance, a glimmer of hope. Kim Joo-hyuk accepts. A determined nod, a steely glint in his eyes, he's not giving up. He prepares for the retest. The paperwork is swiftly dealt with, a new challenge awaits. He chooses his weapon. A long sword, gleaming under the sunlight, a symbol of his resolve. The final showdown begins. The students watch, tense and silent, the fate of Joo-hyuk hangs in the balance. Face to face with the beast. The monster's eyes glow menacingly, the battle is about to commence. The tension is palpable. Kim Joo-hyuk stands before a hulking goblin, his own blade concealed, a silent promise of swift action. A seasoned observer watches from afar, her words echoing the weight of expectation. I've heard that he's killed all 120 goblins summoned before. Doubt flickers in her eyes. But Joo-hyuk's resolve is unwavering. His hand finds the hilt of his sword. A flash of steel, a blur of motion, and the goblin roars in agony. The impact sends a shockwave through the forest. A whirlwind of precise strikes, a dance of death. Joo-hyuk's movements are a blur of controlled fury. The observer's worry deepens, her expression etched with concern. The fight is far more brutal than anticipated. A sickening crunch, a final, desperate k. The goblin collapses, its lifeblood staining the earth. The fight is over. But the victory is short-lived. Joo-hyuk's triumph is fleeting, a momentary respite in the face of an unrelenting challenge. As remaining goblins begin to dissipate, their forms dissolving into ethereal mist. The test is far from over. The retest concludes with a flash of light, a wave of energy washes over the students, leaving behind only a single, gleaming sword, plunged into the earth. A bystander observes, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on their face. Shank him in the stomach. The words hang heavy in the air. A chillingly simple instruction, now a reality. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Without any magic, he killed a rock goblin with a sword? Doubt warps into awe as the students stare at Kim Joo-hyuk. A hint of a smirk playing on his lips. A teacher's eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air. A subtle shift in her expression hinting at a hidden understanding. Kim Joo-hyuk stands tall, a confident smirk playing on his lips. His sword rests casually on his shoulder, a stark contrast to the intensity in his eyes. So my answer is correct, right? He asks, challenging the unseen examiner. But the response is swift and unexpected. No, not yet. That was only one question. Next question. The voice, sharp and authoritative, belongs to the examiner, a figure hidden in shadow, their fingers dancing across a complex control panel. The scene shifts. Joo-hyuk is now in a forest clearing, his sword drawn. He moves with a practiced grace, a blur of motion as he prepares to strike. A powerful blow cleaving the earth. The ground cracks, a fissure appearing before him as if split by an unseen force. The impact echoes through the trees. Dust and debris fly as Joo-hyuk stands amidst the chaos, his expression one of slight surprise. Oh! The camera pans to a dark, foreboding tunnel, lit only by flickering torches. A figure in a sharp suit walks confidently towards the darkness, a glint of metal visible at his hip. Back outside, Joo-hyuk stands before the examiner and a group of students. What's this? He asks, his brow furrowed in confusion. The examiner's gaze is sharp, her expression unreadable. Shouldn't you pay more attention? Look in front of you. A monstrous foot, clawed and scarred, appears in the foreground. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes ominously. 3 jungle goblins, their eyes burning with primal rage, block the path. Their crude weapons gleam menacingly under the dim light. Anger management goblins, the instructor explains, her voice calm yet laced with a hint of weary resignation. Dealing with these creatures is clearly no easy task. A warning.
If one goblin howls, the others will swarm in from all directions. A sudden surge of movement as the instructor's words paint a vivid picture of impending chaos. The students brace themselves. The instructor continues, her expression serious. Normally, a magician would take them all out at once, but just run, she advises, her voice sharp.
Facing them head-on is a fool's errand.
But there's a catch.
While only 3 goblins are visible, 5 more are poised to strike, a chilling growl echoing the instructor's warning. The trap is sprung.
Ju-hyuk's classmate assesses the situation, his words a mixture of concern and doubt.
Even with his swordsmanship, it'll be a tough fight. His sword speed is simply too slow to handle this. A guttural growl echoes through the dungeon, the chilling laughter of a jungle goblin. But its laughter turns to a choked shriek, as a blade flashes through the air. Kim Ju-hyuk stands over his fallen foe, his movements precise and deadly. A second goblin kneels before him, terror etched on its face. A silent observer watches from the shadows, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. If it's this, he muses.
Ju-hyuk sheathes his sword, a glint of triumph in his eyes. I got the second question right as well, right, he thinks, a confident smirk spreading across his face.
He's off to the races.
A young man, focused and determined, sprints on a treadmill. And right behind him, a young woman pushes herself to the limit, her face a mask of exertion.
The digital display flashes, goal. The score? 1,320. An incredible feat of endurance.
But the victory is short-lived.
She collapses, gasping for air. Ack. Her labored breaths paint a picture of exhaustion. As he watches, concern etched on his face. Didn't you train back at your clan? Why are you struggling with this level of exercise now?
I don't normally push myself like this.
You don't normally train like this? Then how are you going to go up against those monsters? A desperate answer, well, I can just use my magic power by borrowing strength from the constellation members.
The young woman collapses, her body trembling with exhaustion, a stark contrast to the young man's grim expression. He observes her, his eyes narrowed in suspicion.
As expected. He mutters, a hint of disappointment in his voice.
The young man's words cut through the silence. Rather than training their stamina, they focus on their magic power since they depend on the constellations.
His assessment is sharp, precise.
The young woman lies on the floor, her breathing ragged, the weight of her reliance on borrowed power becoming painfully clear. A sudden shift in scene. A dark dungeon, filled with menacing creatures, a young man is trapped, his face etched with fear. What if you're caught in the middle of a labyrinth, or a dungeon with a magic restricting spell, he asks, his voice laced with anxiety. The scene intensifies, showing the young man struggling against the creatures, his mana reserves dwindling with each passing moment.
Or what if all of your mana runs out fighting for too long? The question hangs heavy in the air. Back to the gym, the young man's concern deepens. The constellation members might not even lend you their power, then what, he questions, his voice filled with worry. He approaches the exhausted young woman, his expression a mixture of concern and frustration. Hey, he begins, his voice soft but firm.
The young woman looks up, her eyes filled with a mixture of guilt and exhaustion.
Do you think that these stamina exercises are meaningful to you? He asks, his tone laced with a hint of challenge.
She manages a weak, almost inaudible, of course, her voice barely a whisper, the sound of her collapse echoes in the silence. A smirk plays on the young man's lips, his eyes glinting with a knowing intensity. He leans back, utterly confident in his assessment of the situation.
So it's basically because I told you to do it.
The young woman's face is etched with exhaustion, sweat beads on her forehead, her eyes wide with a mixture of pain and desperation. A barely audible gasp escapes her lips, oof.
The young man's expression softens slightly as he suggests they end the training session for the day.
Let's end here for today, since we need to go to the academy soon. He looks at her expectantly, but her response is immediate and resolute.
You aren't going?
The young woman's determination is palpable, her voice firm despite her obvious fatigue.
I'm going to do one more set. The young man's brow furrows, concern etched on his face.
A single word hangs heavy in the air.
Why?
Her resolve falters, a cartoonish, teary-eyed bunny appearing above her head, mirroring her inner turmoil. She's clearly pushing herself beyond her limits. And with a final, desperate push, she attempts one last exercise, her body trembling with exertion. The young man watches, his concern growing. He gently stops her, placing a hand on her shoulder. She leaves, looking troubled, leaving him alone in the training room. The young man sits behind the wheel of a car, a thoughtful expression on his face. He starts the engine, the low hum a counterpoint to the silence left behind. A question hangs in the air, a whisper of a name. Aram Choi? The young man, his brow furrowed in thought, holds a file. Yeah, why, he mutters to himself, a hint of unease in his voice. The scene shifts to a gym, weights clanging. She trained relentlessly, pushing her limits without complaint. But why did he help her? It's only because she's perfect to teach my swordsmanship, he explains, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A powerful figure, clad in flowing robes, appears. He's never shown his skills before, but she noticed it in class. A subtle smile plays on his lips. How amusing, he thinks, a hint of intrigue in his tone. His eyes flash crimson. A sudden, sharp pain. A man strains under heavy weight. The gym's atmosphere is thick with exertion. The weight clatters to the floor, clang, the sound echoes through the gym. The weight clatters to the floor. Phew, a satisfying workout. A sudden noise startles the young man. He looks up and sees the young man sitting quietly, observing him from across the gym. The observer's gaze is intense, his eyes sharp and focused. How long were you there? I'd been here ever since. His routine, always exercise before attending the academy. The observer watches as the muscular man wipes his brow, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sihyako. The observer's voice is low, almost a whisper. I don't know if it's because of his martial bone, but it looks like he's able to train for so long because of his talent. The muscular man leaves the gym, his silhouette disappearing down the hallway. Why? Are you interested in that man? Well, he's bound to be smarter than those who only train their magic power. A thoughtful pause. Maybe, but what do these constellation bastards even do? I am not sure. Sihyako, muscles screaming, pushes himself to the limit on the bench press, the weight a testament to his unwavering dedication. A young man with striking blue hair and horns speaks, his voice laced with weariness. I too am a constellation, but all I did for 500 years was being isolated here. I don't know anything of the other constellations. The exertion etched on his face, Sihyako strains against the weight, a new quest beckons. He grits his teeth, muscles bulging, the final push. A system notification appears, glowing with ethereal light, recover your armory and memories. The location? Valhalla's room of the constellations. The heaven sword is required to proceed. Sihyako, catching his breath, recalls Valhalla, Eye of the Great Forest. It was the last survival place we went to during the first semester. He wipes sweat from his brow, a thoughtful expression settling on his face, a new challenge. Sihyako's inner monologue, if it wasn't for that damned quest, I was going to just run for it after recovering my things, but it looks like I'd have to be stealthy for the time being. A voice cuts through his thoughts, stealthy? Didn't you cause a big ruckus starting a fight with those delinquents just a while ago? Sihyako, his face partially obscured by a mask, sits alone, his shoulders slumped, a palpable weight of exhaustion hangs in the air. The young man speaks, his voice laced with a hint of cynicism. Anyways, until I clear this quest I won't be able to leave anytime soon. He continues, his gaze sharp, hinting at a deeper understanding. Then the secrets of reincarnation will unfold too. The camera pans to reveal the house of Bentrick Mansion, a grand building silhouetted against the night sky. An air of mystery clings to its imposing facade. Inside, a plague doctor's mask hangs on the wall, a chilling reminder of past tragedies, a sense of foreboding settles over the scene.
More masks and portraits adorn the walls, each adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The weight of history presses down.
Si-hyuk stands before a long table in a dimly lit room, his posture rigid, anticipation hangs heavy in the air. A woman's mouth is shown, her lips slightly parted, a hint of surprise or concern in her expression.
The opulent house of Bentrick. Adela Ventrick, vice house owner, sits regally, her expression a mask of calm authority. So, please tell me what happened. Adela Ventrick's name is revealed, solidifying her importance within the Bentrick clan.
A report is delivered.
The labyrinth in the outskirts of Reading has been taken care of. Adela's lips curl into a subtle smile. Good work. Anything else you want to tell me? The conversation shifts to recruitment. Adela reveals her plans to bring in new members, mentioning competent men she's encountered along the way.
And the report continues. From this time's labyrinth, there's been a survivor of the ruined Roberts clan.
The man reporting speaks with a hint of awe. He's pretty strong, isn't he? Adela's response is sharp and decisive. Yes, he is. The two I've found are both A-rank contractors. Alright, if they're at that level, they are deserving of the Bentrick's blessing. Test their capabilities out and send them my way.
The man nods, his face showing a mixture of respect and apprehension.
Understood. The conversation seems to be concluding, but a new concern arises. Is that all for today?
Si-hyuk stands before a shadowy figure, his posture rigid.
A low hum of tension hangs in the air.
The chilling revelation drops like a stone. Desera has been summoned to South Korea. The image of a sinister, scarred face flashes alongside a stern-looking man in formal attire.
Adela Ventrick's eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. The name Desera echoes in the silence, heavy with foreboding.
A chilling grin spreads across his face, the very picture of a dangerous man.
Desera Ventrick, a name whispered with fear.
His crimson jacket billows behind him as he surveys the scene of his carnage, bodies strewn across the cobblestones. The air crackles with the aftermath of violence. At 19, he slaughtered 5 students at England's academy. A petty argument was all it took to ignite his fury.
And at 20, the Ventrick family cast him out.
A spotlight shines on him, isolating him in his disgrace. Years later, in a dimly lit room, a woman sits, her expression a mask of cold calculation.
He's been living in the shadows.
And now, that shadow is about to be brought into the light.
A meeting is arranged, with Rockdill.
A man in a sharp suit bows low, his voice a respectful murmur, please keep him under surveillance.
A stern warning hangs in the air. If Desera makes one wrong move, he'll face the ultimate consequence. Banishment from his family. The unnamed man, his face etched with worry, accepts the decree. And silently departs. His mission is clear.
The unnamed woman watches him go, a glint in her eye. The opulent halls of her estate whisper secrets. A cold calculation reflected in her gaze. Power, she believes, belongs only to the worthy. Her words echo the chilling truth, those who wield power unearned are nothing but trash. A chilling close-up on an unseen figure's eye, burning with ambition.
That power belongs to her. The sign above reads, all for one. In the end, it's all for her.
The woman sits alone, a queen on her throne, her ambition burning bright. A woman, her blonde hair cascading around her shoulders, sits regally in a lavish room. A smirk plays on her lips as she utters a single word, laced with chilling certainty, right? The camera focuses on an ornate frame, revealing a portrait of a figure in a plague doctor's mask. The caption below reads, Guardian Constellation.
A classroom lecture unfolds.
The professor meticulously explains the term evildoer, breaking down its meaning, evil and doer, which literally means an evil person.
He continues, explaining its modern usage to describe those who misuse constellations' powers for nefarious purposes. He adds that while evildoers often work alone, they sometimes form organizations. The most notorious? The One God Group.
A young man sits thoughtfully in the classroom, his gaze intense. The professor's words clearly resonate with him.
The ominous name, One God Group, hangs heavy in the air.
His thoughts turn inward. A silent contemplation of his own body, his own strength.
He clenches his fist, a surge of power evident.
While I can feel myself getting stronger from just working out, it also has a talent for utilizing mana. He reflects on his enhanced abilities, acknowledging that while not on the level of a genius, his current body is far superior to his pre-reincarnation form.
A young man sits, a perplexed expression on his face. He runs a hand through his hair, muttering, "But it's still weird." His gaze hardens, a flicker of red in his eyes. The question hangs heavy in the air: no matter how untrained this body was, why was its condition so bad? Surging blue flames erupt around him as he sits in meditation, a stark contrast to his previous discomfort.
The narration continues. When I did chi circulation on the first day, I was just barely able to finish since I had less mana than a normal person.
And the physical exertion was so intense that even a little shoveling left him on the verge of collapse. The strain is evident on his face as he struggles with a shovel. He leans back, lost in thought. The mystery deepens. Even so, with a body like this, there should have been no way for it to turn out that bad. A hand points accusingly at the table, a question forming: did something happen in the past?
He shrugs, a nonchalant expression replacing his previous worry.
I don't know. Also, what's the point in stressing over it now? A sharp tap on the table. Someone is watching. He remains calm, seemingly unfazed by the unseen observer.
His eyes, however, hold a hint of alertness. A young woman, Yuso-Ian, appears, her gaze fixed on him.
The question hangs in the air: Yuso-Ian? A small, folded note is left on a desk, abandoned.
Ventrik picks it up, his crimson eyes narrowed in suspicion.
The simple message unfolds, revealing a single word. Hey. A cryptic greeting, hinting at something more.
A shadow of unease darkens his expression. His past, a mystery he can't quite grasp, claws at his mind.
What is it now?
He mutters, a question hanging heavy in the air. The academy grounds stretch out before him, a sprawling complex of buildings under a warm sun. An announcement rings out: students are permitted to leave the premises this weekend.
A teacher, his face etched with weariness, concludes his lesson.
The air is thick with the unspoken weight of anticipation. Ventrik, his gaze sharp, listens intently. The news of weekend leave seems to stir something within him.
Leaving the premises, huh?
He fills out a leave application, his hand moving with a purpose that belies his outwardly calm demeanor.
Want to take a walk outside?
A cryptic note unfolds in Desira's hands, a shadow of intrigue crosses his face.
He's leaving the academy. His decision is made. He's going somewhere. But someone notices.
A voice calls out, halting his departure. Desira turns, his eyes narrowed, a sense of unease settling over him. And there she is, So-Yeon, her expression unreadable, observing him from across the hallway. The tension crackles. So-Yeon's sharp gaze pierces through him.
A question hangs heavy in the air: what secrets does Desira hold?
A flashback reveals a previous interaction, a note exchanged, a silent conversation.
So-Yeon's frustration boils over. She confronts him, her words sharp and accusatory. Leaving Desira flustered and speechless. He's caught off guard. The confrontation begins. So-Yeon corners Desira, her eyes narrowed, suspicion etched on her face.
She snaps, the word hanging heavy in the air.
Desira recoils, taken aback by her intensity. Freak?
So-Yeon sputters, her voice laced with disbelief and a hint of something darker.
The tension ratchets up. Why am I a freak?
Desira cries out, his frustration boiling over.
So-Yeon counters, so are you saying making someone angry is normal? Desira's eyes well with tears. Just what the hell do you want to say? He whispers, his voice barely audible above the pounding of his heart.
His voice trails off, unable to articulate the truth. The weight of his secret threatens to crush him. Suddenly, a guttural sound rips through the air, krgh, kak. A monstrous figure bursts into view, its presence shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Desira, eyes wide with shock, reacts instantly. A flash of steel, a blur of motion, and the monstrous creature crumples to the earth. The impact sends a shockwave through the scene. Soyeon stares, speechless. A rock goblin, with just a sword and no magic, she gasps, her disbelief palpable. The revelation hits her hard. That's different from the books, she exclaims, the implications dawning on her. The scene shifts. Desira stands, sword planted in the ground, facing a spectral image of the goblin. The air crackles with unseen energy. Soyeon's brow furrows, a silent question hanging in the air, her curiosity piqued by Desira's unexpected feat. Venrik walks down the school hallway, a shadow of annoyance darkening his features, the sting of humiliation still fresh. Soyeon presses her advantage, her eyes narrowed in determination. She's not letting this mystery go. A sudden interruption. A mysterious woman appears, her arrival as unexpected as a bolt from the blue. Ventrik's eyes widen, surprise etched across his face. Who is this woman, and why is she here? The woman's smile is sharp, a hint of amusement in her gaze, her words cut through the tension. Her words are a challenge, a subtle jab at Ventrik's pride, the air crackles with unspoken rivalry. Ventrik's expression hardens, his response a mixture of defiance and confusion, the mystery deepens. I'm not bothered by that. The older man's voice is firm, his expression unwavering. He continues, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I believed there was only one way to kill monsters, but you showed me that there are many other ways, too. The younger man's eyes blaze with intensity. So? I'll have to decline, the younger man states, his resolve clear. He needs to turn in his leave of absence form now. Ah, why? The older man's voice rises in surprise. He wants his assistant to submit a paper on monsters that will shock the whole world, but the younger man refuses. I'll personally fund whatever you need, the older man insists, his offer generous. But the younger man remains unmoved. A young woman observes, a question forming in her eyes. Aren't you embarrassed doing this to a student? The young woman walks away, a determined glint in her eyes. Why should I be embarrassed? If I can write this much. She silently vows, a determined set to her jaw. Whatever, I don't need it. The next day dawns, a new chapter beginning. The city sprawls before him, a labyrinth of steel and shadow, a place called Market. The Valhalla Dormitory. A towering structure, its windows glowing against the night sky. Inside, a young man sits at his desk, bathed in the cool light of his computer screen. He scrolls through his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. A digital shadow appears beside him, its voice echoing in the room. What are you looking for? Information about the place I'm going tomorrow. I should find a trading forum where I can sell the treasure we found in the vault. He types furiously, his fingers a blur across the keyboard. This seems to be a decent place. I see. Found it. The screen glows, revealing the words, the market. A finger taps the screen, accessing a post titled How to Enter the Market. 2320 views, 51 shares. From what he's researched, after paying an entrance fee, it allows people to trade anything freely. A global black market, infamous for the unsavory characters who frequent it. The reason this unthinkable black market exists, a shadowy figure looms, a sinister smile playing on its lips. Is revealed to be a guardian constellation known as the Hidden Ruler. The protagonist, eyes narrowed in thought, processes this information. A high-ranking individual's casual use of the market is highlighted. Even though illegal, governments don't crack down. This is why it's so easy to find out how to enter. A decision is made. The protagonist's finger hovers over the screen. A simple online guide promises entry into the hidden market. A location is given, a reservation is made. A link in the comments section? Intrigue deepens. The protagonist clicks, curiosity piqued, a profile appears, belonging to someone named Choi Aram. A message arrives, a simple request, a cancellation of tomorrow's training. A simple KK message, a subtle question mark hangs in the air. And a wave of confusion washes over her. A friendly message arrives, have a good trip. But the protagonist remains puzzled. A playful rabbit sticker adds a layer of mystery to the exchange. He's growing increasingly agitated. Stop. The command echoes in his mind, a stark contrast to the light-hearted emojis. Why does she keep sending him messages? He's determined to find out. The post said that opening the comments would allow him to make a reservation and get a location. Is this it? A subtle glow emanates from the screen. He's on the move, following the instructions. The city streets blur around him as he walks with purpose. A text message arrives, cryptic and urgent. Something's waiting in an old cafe. The unnamed protagonist's eyes blaze with determination. This is it. The destination, a dilapidated cafe, its windows shattered, a testament to neglect and perhaps something more sinister. Inside, dust motes dance in the dim light, cobwebs cling to forgotten furniture, a sense of abandonment hangs heavy in the air. He pushes open the door, the hinges groaning in protest, a creak that echoes in the unsettling silence. Following the instructions, he checks his phone one last time, enter the cafe and head to the right corner. He moves deeper into the shadows, his phone illuminating the path ahead. It should be there. A hand reaches for a door handle, the metallic coldness a stark contrast to the warmth of his palm, a final push. And he slips through a hidden doorway, into the unknown. A moment of quiet contemplation, a shadow of uncertainty crossing his face. A sprawling cityscape unfolds under a bruised purple sky, the moon a hazy orb hanging low. Neon signs flicker in the twilight. A bustling market, alive with the sounds of bartering and chatter. Our protagonist, a lone figure in a hoodie, blends into the crowd. The city's shadows deepen, a sense of unease settling over the scene. Smoke plumes rise from distant factories. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere hangs in the air. Even the buildings seem to hold their breath. He stops, a shiver running down his spine. This feels weird, he mutters, his voice barely audible above the city's hum. The purple sky, the cloudy moon, it's all too familiar. It's all too similar to the night sky I saw 300 years ago. A chilling realization dawns on him. A stranger approaches, his voice cutting through the protagonist's thoughts. Your first time here? The newcomer smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a hint of something ominous. The protagonist's journey begins in a city shrouded in an unsettling purple twilight. A cryptic message appears on a phone screen, a leather suit. Bring 2,000,000 won. An employee wearing an anachronistic leather suit will be waiting to collect it. Our protagonist, already aware of the market's rules, encounters a man in a leather suit, precisely as described in the message. A quick transaction takes place. The protagonist hands over the cash. And with the money from his entrance exams, he's ready to navigate this strange new world. He still has 30,000 won left. The stranger, seemingly helpful, asks if there's anything else the protagonist needs, prompting the protagonist to reveal his next objective, selling some jewels. The protagonist clarifies that he's not looking for an auction, just a quick sale. And receives precise directions, head to the market in the 3rd district. The protagonist, resourceful and determined, seeks advice in the bustling marketplace, his question hanging heavy in the air: who can be trusted? A helpful stranger points the way, guiding him towards the 3rd district. Following the directions, the path unfolds before him, a simple, yet crucial step forward. But the stranger isn't finished, a final piece of advice, delivered with a knowing glance. A black cat mask, an unexpected gift, presented with a subtle flourish. The reason for the mask is revealed, a necessity in this peculiar market. He accepts the mask, a thoughtful gesture, a small token of assistance in a city of shadows. With the mask in place, a new persona emerges, ready to navigate the city's underbelly.
Their parting is swift, yet meaningful, a silent understanding passes between them. The journey begins, a lone figure moves through the city's underbelly. His destination, the 3rd District Market, a place shrouded in mystery and intrigue. A bustling hub of clandestine activity, where shadows dance and secrets are traded. A merchant, his face hidden behind a kitsune mask, examines a precious gem. A question hangs in the air: are you perhaps Morris? The tension ratchets up, a single exclamation point punctuates the silence. A confirmation: yes, I am. Our protagonist, masked and ready, reveals his intentions: there are some goods that I want to sell right now. The merchant assesses the situation: depends on the items, but if it's just gold or jewels, I can process them very quickly. With a swift movement, he prepares to conduct his business. A gloved hand, tight around a dark pouch, the weight of untold secrets held within. The masked figure, at the 3rd District Market, presents his wares. I want to sell this. The words hang in the air, heavy with anticipation. Morris, the appraiser, peers into the bag with his curious monocle, a practiced eye assessing the contents. He carefully extracts a ring, its ruby glowing faintly, a spark of something extraordinary. Morris's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. Wait, this is. The ring pulses with arcane energy, a power that seems to defy the very fabric of reality. No matter how I look at it, this is an artifact from the era of destruction. Are the others like this too? A bag overflowing with ancient rings, each pulsing with a dark, ethereal glow. A treasure trove of power from a forgotten age. They're all from the same era. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, the weight of his discovery pressing down on him. Meanwhile, a hooded figure emerges from the shadows, his voice cutting through the silence. How much can you offer me? Let's see. Just where did he get so many artifacts? From the depths of a shadowed alley, a voice cuts through the night, a young man, barely out of his 20s, judging by the tone. These artifacts, where did you get them? The question hangs heavy in the air, laced with suspicion. The masked man, his feline mask partially obscuring his features, remains unfazed. A hint of defiance flickers in his eyes. I heard those questions weren't asked here. His voice is low, a challenge veiled in a casual tone. A beat of silence. The hooded figure hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Ah, no, you're correct. My mistake. The tension eases, replaced by a forced apology. The masked man sighs, a subtle shift in his posture revealing his relief. Oh my, I was so distracted by the artifacts that I asked something I shouldn't have. I almost tarnished my reputation as a merchant. He holds up one of the rings, its gem glowing faintly. The hooded figure leans closer, his interest piqued. Honestly, I don't know. The masked man admits, his voice laced with a hint of frustration. The masked man, amidst the bustling marketplace, poses a question: if I put these up for auction, how long would it take to sell? A seasoned merchant replies, his words carrying the weight of experience: since there are many people that have reserved slots, it'll be a while before the auction hall opens. The masked man presses further, his curiosity piqued: then do I need to come to the market personally after that? The hooded figure, ever watchful, provides a concise answer: since you would need to be verified to receive the payment, that would be the case. A sigh escapes the masked man's lips. What a pain! The inconvenience weighs on him. He shifts his focus, a new question forming: while you said you wouldn't be able to process it, around how much would it fetch at auction? The hooded figure, after a moment of calculation, responds with a cryptic assessment: Let's see. Fingers fly across a tablet screen, the digital world revealing its secrets. The result is displayed, a number that causes the masked man's eyes to widen. It would be around this much. A gasp escapes him. It's worth that much? Just how many zeros is that? The masked man sits across from the hooded figure, a question hanging heavy in the air. Just how much money are you missing? The hooded figure leans forward, a calculating glint in their eyes. This is just an estimate, but a very different story if you put it up for auction. The masked man's expression shifts subtly. Is that so? He makes a decision, his voice firm. Then I'll just take that much. The masked man places his rings on the counter, a silent transaction. The weight of his decision settles. A sudden realization dawns on the masked man's face. What? The narrative shifts, revealing the ring's true nature. Artifacts from the era of destruction. The hooded figure explains, their voice low and mysterious. While these are traded at a high price due to their age, there's also another very big reason. A dramatic reveal unfolds, showcasing the ring's immense power. The silhouettes of 5 figures, each wielding unimaginable power, are shown, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The rings are revealed to be key artifacts in a larger, more dangerous game. It's all thanks to the constellations, a celestial alignment that began after the end of a cataclysmic era. The rings react strangely well to the artifacts from that age, a power resonating with ancient energies. A powerless regular person was able to make a contract with an S-ranked constellation, all thanks to those artifacts. The Alchemist's Zone, a place of power and mystery. He's still active as a contractor, as far as I can remember. Upon closer inspection, these rings are from that era, ancient mana flows through them. The magic released at the end of the era of destruction seems to linger, a residual power waiting to be unleashed. An artifact from that era, bearing the same markings. 8 artifacts in total. Who knew I'd be able to buy them for so little? A stroke of luck. Today seems to be my lucky day, the coins jingle in his hand, a sound of unexpected fortune. Who? A sudden realization dawns. A single, piercing eye stares out from the shadows, a silent scream frozen in time. The masked man, his face partially obscured, stands before a figure cloaked in darkness. An air of tension crackles between them. A simple, unassuming door. But what secrets lie beyond? The masked man cautiously approaches, a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. He removes his mask, revealing a young man with intense eyes. Relief washes over him as he finds himself back in a familiar cafe. That was so uncomfortable, I thought I was gonna die, he mutters, checking his phone. The transaction history shows a massive deposit. A satisfied smirk spreads across his face. With this, my money issue is solved, he thinks, a glint of triumph in his eyes. The masked man counts his spoils. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. He's finally solved his financial woes. Leaving the shadows behind, he steps into the bright sunlight, a new chapter begins. A notification pings on his phone. His brow furrows, curiosity etched on his face. An unknown number. He hesitates, suspicion clouding his eyes. He answers cautiously, a voice on the other end breaks the silence. It's an invitation to lunch from an old friend. Relief washes over him, a simple pleasure in a changed life. A sudden exclamation. Intrigue returns, a new development unfolds. The friend reveals their identity, a connection to Valhalla. The masked man is surprised, but intrigued, the offer of lunch is accepted. The scene shifts to the Valhalla fitness room. A new location, a new encounter, the story continues. A cryptic call ends abruptly, leaving the masked man with more questions than answers. His stomach rumbles, a tempting thought crosses his mind. He's free, and a free meal sounds awfully good right now. The scene shifts to a dimly lit office. A figure in a cat mask stands before a man, his expression unreadable. Tension hangs heavy in the air. The masked man's eyes narrow. Why are you here? He demands, his voice sharp. The cat-masked figure sighs, a hint of weariness in their posture. Is our relationship that bad, Mr. Morris? The cat mask seems to glow faintly. Even if we've seen each other a few times, a regular merchant can't just talk to the market's owner. The masked man, known as Black Cat, stands tall and imposing, his presence commanding respect. Well, you treating me like this is why I like you, Mr. Morris. The question hangs in the air. Why is Black Cat here? The masked man sits across from a gruff-looking individual, a tense silence hanging in the air. Honestly, it's nothing important, he says, a hint of amusement in his tone. You just seemed unusually apply for the auction for the first time in a while. Black Cat, his feline mask concealing his expression, reveals a crucial detail, since the real owner of the market isn't me but my constellation. I can gather any information they want. The scene shifts to a dimly lit warehouse, the air thick with anticipation. Black Cat approaches Mr. Morris, his voice smooth and professional. Anyways, would you mind if I take a look at the items you listed for auction? Mr. Morris nods, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The camera focuses on a small, worn bag. That's weird. It's the first time Black Cat has shown any interest in an artifact, even if it is from the era of destruction. The bag is opened, revealing its contents. A gasp escapes Black Cat's lips. It's in here. He whispers, his voice barely audible above the sudden silence. He carefully examines several rings, a glint of avarice in his eyes. These should go for quite a lot, he mutters, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Mr. Morris looks on, confused. A cryptic message flashes across the screen. The constellation of the other side wants the ring, it repeats, again and again. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air. Apparently, my constellation really wants this ring. Black Cat, his feline mask concealing his expression, examines a data stream. The glow of the screen illuminates his sharp features. A restaurant in Valhalla. The air hums with quiet conversation, the clinking of cutlery a subtle counterpoint to the low murmur of voices. Two figures sit at a table, a plate of pizza and a dish of spaghetti between them. One, a young man, stares intently at his food. The other, an older woman with silver hair and glasses, twirls spaghetti onto her fork with practiced ease. Zizzip, the sound is almost musical. She lifts the fork to her mouth, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips as she savors the taste. A small, almost imperceptible sound. Splat, a single strand of spaghetti falls from her fork. So good, she murmurs, eyes twinkling with delight. The young man watches her, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He finally asks, his voice low and questioning. The scene shifts, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The scene opens in a surprisingly upscale restaurant, a stark contrast to the usual Valhalla fare. A young man, Juhyuk, sits opposite a woman with silver hair, looking less than thrilled with his surroundings. As she casually explains that Valhalla has more to offer than just the school cafeteria. Didn't you know? She asks, a sly smile playing on her lips. Juhyuk, unimpressed, picks at his food. I'm just not that interested, he mutters, his tone conveying a distinct lack of enthusiasm. He finally asks the question that's been hanging in the air, so, why did you call me here? The tension ratchets up a notch. The woman's smile widens, a glint in her eye. About that, she begins, her words laced with anticipation. Suddenly, her demeanor shifts. Assistant, she exclaims, the word hanging in the air with the force of a declaration. Juhyuk's reaction is immediate and clear, I don't want to. His refusal is firm, unwavering. But the woman persists, laying out the benefits of the position. If you become my assistant, you'd get many benefits, you know, she presses, her tone persuasive. She reminds him, didn't you already know what I was going to ask when you came here to eat, revealing a level of planning that unsettles Juhyuk. He's clearly intrigued now, his curiosity piqued. What kind of benefits, he asks, his tone betraying a hint of interest. The offer begins, a cascade of benefits laid out before the young man, a scholarship, numerous grants. The chance to co-author a thesis with the esteemed woman herself. A collaboration that could change his life. Her words paint a vivid picture, publication, a place in the World Monster Association. Fame, fortune, and recognition. The young man's eyes widen, a pizza slice momentarily forgotten. But there's more. The woman continues, her voice a low hum of intrigue. Twice-a-week outings instead of the usual monthly trips. The perks are piling up.
He hesitates, considering the sheer volume of advantages, a thoughtful pause. Then, the final, irresistible offer, the chance to work alongside this brilliant mind.
A golden opportunity. His initial skepticism melts away.
Just be my assistant, he asks, a hint of a smile playing on his lips.
The weight of the decision settles upon him. A beat of silence, then, a fist clenches.
The young man twirls spaghetti around his fork, his expression thoughtful.
To be honest, he muses, if there were any good benefits, I'd think about it. But the offer isn't tempting enough.
His gaze hardens, focusing on a more pressing matter. The urgent objective right now is getting to the eye of the great forest. He continues to eat, a subtle frown etching itself onto his face.
The difficulty of accessing this location is clearly weighing on his mind.
And you can only get there during the Grade 1 performance assessment, he explains, so even if he is an instructor it would be hard to get in. He flatly rejects the woman's offer.
Anyways, I'm not going to be your assistant and I won't write that thesis either. Undeterred, the woman with silver hair proposes an alternative. Then, how about this? Do you want to trade intel? The woman's proposition is intriguing. If I could give you some information that piques your curiosity, then you could tell me about the monster attacks. Intrigued, the young man asks, what kind of information is it?
The woman smiles knowingly.
It's about that girl who always sticks around you, Choi Aram. The young man's expression shifts. I'm only helping her with training, are we really that close?
A new piece of information changes the game.
I'm not interested.
I heard that Choi Aram might be disowned by her family. The young man finishes his meal, a glint of determination in his eyes.
Then I'll get going.
But the woman with silver hair stops him.
Ha? Where are you going?
He explains, his tone flat.
I'm done eating, and the benefits aren't all that appealing to me.
Now that we're done, I should go.
She objects, leaning forward.
No, even so, you need to give me some information in return. He shrugs, unconcerned.
I didn't really care though.
But you still heard it. A shift in his demeanor.
A flicker of curiosity. Excuse me, there's something I'm curious about.
His question, sharp and pointed, for someone this childish, why are you so harsh while teaching? The woman considers his words, a thoughtful expression on her face. Then answers, her voice low and serious. As an instructor that teaches about mysterious monsters, there'd be trouble if you treated it like a joke.
The grim reality of monster attacks is laid bare, a direct threat to student survival rates.
The image shows the woman with silver hair, her expression serious, illustrating the gravity of the situation. The woman's frustration boils over. Students struggle to even memorize basic attacks, forcing her to adopt a strict teaching style.
The young man questions her methods, his tone skeptical, so it's just an ideology? The woman's response is firm, unwavering, it's not an ideology, but an instructor's duty. The young man's expression shifts subtly, a hint of understanding, perhaps even respect, in his eyes. He simply replies, is that so?
That's cool. With a wave, the young man departs, leaving the woman with a thoughtful expression.
Then, good luck. Johyuk. The young man walks away, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. He mutters, yeah, I don't want to.
The imposing gates of the Choi Jin family estate stand before us, a testament to generations of history and power. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual attire of Choi Jin-eon.
Choi Janseok, the stern head of the Choi Jin family and true History Guild leader, addresses his son.
His son, Choi Jin-eon, the true History Guild's attack leader, sits before him, his expression unreadable. And beside him, Choi Aram, the family's second daughter, observes the scene with quiet intensity. The air crackles with anticipation, a sword is drawn, its polished surface gleaming under the soft light. The sorting test, success means a contract with the sacred relics Chongwoldu.
A symbol of legitimacy, a testament to the heir's worthiness. But failure? A chilling declaration, banishment from the family. Jeonseok and Jingyeon kneel before their father, the weight of the upcoming sorting test heavy in the air. The elder Choi's gaze piercing, his question hanging like a sword. Even so, will you do it? Jeonseok's resolve hardens. Yes.
RM, watching from the sidelines, her expression a mixture of apprehension and quiet support.
I'll do it. The patriarch Choi stands, a figure of imposing power, his katana gleaming ominously amidst swirling purple energy. The moment of decision has arrived. A beat of silence, then, a single word, all right.
Relief washes over the patriarch's face as he closes his eyes, a weight lifted from his shoulders.
His instruction is simple, yet final: you may leave.
The siblings depart, their steps light yet burdened by the weight of their decision.
The family meeting concludes. But Jeonseok's brother, still lingering, lets out a sarcastic remark. Hey, can't you take a hint?
A young woman, her face etched with worry, is partially obscured by a looming figure.
The tension is palpable. A single word escapes her lips, a breathy whisper. What?
Her brother confronts her, his tone sharp.
When you said you would participate in the sorting test, he begins, his voice laced with suspicion. Didn't you see father's expression? The patriarch's face, grim and unforgiving, fills the panel.
His eyes burn with a cold fire, a silent judgment hangs heavy in the air. And the brother's smirk speaks volumes.
Seems like you really want to be the head of the family, huh?
The weight of his words settles upon her.
An illegitimate child. The accusation hangs in the air, a poisoned dart.
She clenches her fist, a silent vow forming in her heart.
Determination hardens her features.
A subtle shift in her expression.
A predatory glint appears in her eyes. Clack.
Her teeth grind together.
Her brother's taunting continues. Look at your face, so menacing. Don't delude yourself into thinking that you can win the sorting test. His words are a final blow. You, who can't even obtain a blessing from a constellation, can't even touch me who has formed a contract.
Jeonseok's smirk is a dagger, aimed straight at his sister's heart. His eyes gleam with malicious amusement. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air between them.
Jingyeon stands firm, her jaw clenched tight.
Jeonseok's voice drips with venom, each syllable a calculated blow. Since you've already given up, go suck up and leech off of the family's money.
His threat hangs in the air.
A cold promise in his eyes, I'll make you pay dearly.
The intensity is palpable. He leaves, his final words echoing, see you in 3 weeks. Jingyeon walks away, her back ramrod straight, a picture of quiet defiance.
A storm of emotions brewing within her. The image of RM, frail and vulnerable, flashes through her mind.
A desperate plea, RM, you must become the head of the family. A tear escapes, a single drop reflecting the weight of her burden. A promise whispered on the wind, accomplish that goal, and be free to do whatever you want.
The camera pans across a stark, minimalist hallway.
Room 1A is marked clearly on the wall,
leading to a classroom where a lecture is in progress.
Students sit attentively, taking notes. The atmosphere is serious, focused.
But one student, our protagonist, seems lost in thought.
His eyes dart around, a subtle unease etched on his face. He's clearly preoccupied. I see, it's midterm season soon.
A small, worried voice whispers in his head.
You're worrying about something like that? His classmate leans in, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Isn't your homeroom teacher explaining the midterms? The protagonist shrugs, nonchalant. Really? I don't usually pay attention to class.
The teacher sighs, his expression weary but firm. Well, you should all know this already, but in Valhalla, exams are of huge significance.
For both the midterm and final exams, the lowest scoring pupils will be kicked out of the school immediately. So you all need to get your act together. Got it? I hope you prepare yourselves well for your written and practical tests. Don't fail right off the bat.
The midterm looms, a shadow over Bart's nonchalant demeanor. He's more concerned with reaching the eye of the great forest.
His current predicament? Trapped in this school, until he can reach his destination.
But the path is shrouded in mystery. A daunting task lies ahead, he barely knows how to even begin the journey. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his internal struggle.
Hey, Barche. A classmate appears, a hint of annoyance in his tone. You've taken most of these classes, right? Barche confirms, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, a proposition forming in his mind. The classmate's solution? Then you take the test instead.
A bold suggestion, delivered with a decisive snap.
A wave of confusion washes over Barche, a silent question hanging in the air.
His classmate clarifies, I'll just check your answers and tell you if anything is wrong.
Barche considers the offer, a thoughtful expression on his face, weighing the pros and cons of this unconventional approach.
The air crackles with tension as Constellation's chilling words hang in the air, a sinister grin spreading across his face.
What's unfair? I would be doing the test with you telling me the answers anyway, Mr. Constellation.
So just do it yourself. The classroom empties, the final bell ringing, a sense of relief washes over the remaining students.
A teacher gathers his things, a quiet yes, escaping his lips as he leaves the classroom.
Ju-hyuk packs his bag, his movements betraying a hint of unease, a shadow of doubt darkening his eyes. He's approached by a classmate, her voice cutting through his thoughts, Ju-hyuk. The classmate's question hangs in the air, a subtle tension building between them.
Are we training today as well? Ju-hyuk's response is firm, his gaze unwavering, I'd say so. Why, do you want to stop? A simple question, yet heavy with unspoken implications. Then? The proposition hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. A silent question, a silent offer.
His classmate's words cut through the quiet, I thought it was about time to talk.
Because you train with me, you probably can't even use a blade. A subtle shift in the dynamic. The classmate's gaze is sharp, assessing.
But a confident smirk plays on his lips.
But I'll show you how to hold a blade.
His eyes gleam with a fiery intensity.
A challenge, a promise. And a hint of something more. In addition, it's about time that I practice with my weapon. Come to the training room next to the gym.
A smile, bright and inviting, lights up her face.
Hesitation melts away. Replaced by a single, decisive word, okay? The Valhalla training room. A stark, functional space.
A long sword rests in its scabbard, gleaming faintly under the gym's fluorescent lights. The instructor, a woman with silver hair, stands poised, her own katana untouched since her training began.
She asks, before that, did you practice every day?
The command is crisp, clear, then unsheath your sword.
With a shink, the katana slides free. The silver blade sings, reflecting the light in a dazzling display.
The instructor's next words are precise, put strength into your ring and pinky fingers, and grab the hilt firmly.
He questions, the ring and pinky?
A bead of sweat trickles down her brow, the weight of expectation heavy in the air.
Suddenly, a surge of energy.
A brilliant blue aura crackles around her as she draws her sword.
The blade hums with power, a tangible force.
I didn't even put magic into it, she explains, but it feels more secure and stable than holding the blade with both hands. Across the room, his eyes blazing with challenge, the protagonist declares, now come at me.
With everything you've got.
Her expression softens slightly, a hint of determination replacing the earlier apprehension.
A simple, quiet okay. The clash.
A blur of motion, steel on steel, a shower of sparks erupts as the blades meet.
The training room, a dojo filled with various weapons, is now the stage for their duel.
He stands ready, his own sword gleaming under the dim lights. A surge of blue energy crackles around her, the air itself vibrating with power. As she unleashes a blinding burst of speed.
The impact. A shockwave of energy rips through the air.
The speed of my feet, she gasps, eyes wide with surprise and a hint of dawning understanding.
His blade flashes, a blur of motion, a counterattack. A near miss.
the clash of steel echoes through the room.
You've become much faster, he observes, a hint of grudging admiration in his voice. But, he adds, a glint in his eyes, don't put more magic into your feet than needed.
He moves, a swift, precise strike, a perfectly timed riposte. The impact sends her sprawling.
Yuk, she cries out, the sound echoing the force of the blow.
She rises, her expression grim, her eyes burning with determination. The duel continues. The clash of steel echoes through the training hall, a blur of motion as the protagonist draws his blade. His feet move with impossible speed, a whirlwind of motion. But his classmate anticipates every move, her eyes sharp and focused. A fierce exchange of blows. The air crackles with energy as steel meets steel. With a sudden burst of speed, the classmate deflects the attack, a graceful counter. The protagonist grins, undeterred. The battle is far from over. He grips his sword tighter, his eyes burning with determination. A whirlwind of strikes follows, a flurry of steel. The classmate barely manages to parry the relentless assault, her breath catching in her throat.
Rotate your body a little bit more. Her voice cuts through the chaos, sharp and precise. Go on, come at me. Don't rest.
The protagonist's smirk is chilling, a glint of steel in his eyes as he holds his sword. His classmate, breathless and slightly injured, stares back with defiance.
The clash.
A blinding flash of energy as steel meets steel.
A fierce exchange of blows, a whirlwind of motion. The sound of clashing metal rings out. Sparks fly as their blades collide with a deafening clang. With a blur of motion, the classmate unleashes a powerful kick.
A swift counter to the protagonist's enhanced speed.
The wind whistles past. The impact shatters the ground beneath their feet. A deep crack spreads across the floor.
The protagonist stands firm, his sword raised, facing his opponent.
As expected, the classmate's resolve remains unbroken. She prepares for the next attack.
A fierce glint in her eyes, she prepares for the next strike.
A blur of motion.
Her fist whips out, a whirlwind of power.
The impact echoes.
The me right now is much stronger thanks to Joo-hyuk's training, she thinks, a confident smirk playing on her lips.
Her opponent, unwavering, meets her gaze.
A predator's smile spreads across his face.
Clash.
Steel screams against steel as their blades collide in a shower of sparks.
The fight rages on.
The sun bleeds across the skyline, casting long shadows over a sprawling complex, a testament to wealth and power. The sign reads Dae Ryanjang, a name that whispers of prestige and legacy. Inside, a training hall echoes with the clash of steel. Two figures face off, blades drawn, a dance of death unfolds.
Huff, huff.
Sweat beads on her brow, her breath's ragged, exhaustion etched on her face.
Has it been an hour already?
The words hang in the air, a question of disbelief and fatigue. He sheathes his sword, a calm confidence in his stance. The battle is over.
Let's call it a day.
The words are final, a declaration of victory.
She collapses, her body spent, the weight of the duel finally breaking her. Huff, 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 huff. Each breath a testament to her unwavering determination.
Choi Arin's eyes are sharp, focused. Her current swordsmanship is sharper than ever, she reflects, a stark contrast to her skills during the entrance ceremony. But even with this improvement, a shadow of doubt crosses her face. She couldn't even reach Joo-hyuk's level.
Joo-hyuk stretches, his form relaxed yet powerful.
The scene shifts to a training hall, weapons racks lining the walls.
Arin sought Joo-hyuk's guidance, asking him to teach her swordsmanship. But her determination is unwavering.
A subtle smirk plays on her lips as she touches her chin thoughtfully.
Joo-hyuk's crimson eyes hold a question, a hint of curiosity. Will she spar again? Arin stands before Joo-hyuk, her katana gleaming.
The air crackles with anticipation.
But Joo-hyuk's response is hesitant.
He strokes his chin, lost in thought.
Joo-hyuk's thoughts turn to Arin's value as a sparring partner.
Her talent is undeniable, and their sessions are both helpful and fun to teach.
He recalls her familiarity with draftsmanship from the entrance ceremony, a detail that adds another layer to his assessment. Arin and Johyuk face off, weapons drawn.
The air crackles with anticipation.
Johyuk observes Arin's technique, a thoughtful expression on his face.
She uses the huffing technique, but it feels different, he notes, assessing her progress. His gaze lingers, considering her potential. If it were 300 years ago, she would have been a talent worth making my disciple, but sadly, I don't have that freedom right now, he reflects, a hint of regret in his tone.
Arin, breathless but resolute, asks, "So will we spar again?" Her determination is palpable. Johyuk considers her question, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Should I joke around a bit, he thinks, weighing his words carefully. But his expression hardens. I don't want to, he states firmly, cutting off any further levity. Arin's eyes widen in surprise. Understood, she replies, slightly taken aback by his bluntness. Johyuk's response catches her off guard. Huh?
You're giving up so fast, she questions, a hint of challenge in her voice.
Arin's resolve deepens. Because you're right, she admits, a newfound understanding dawning on her face.
Arin's eyes gleam with newfound purpose.
And if I follow Johyuk's words, she thinks, a quiet determination settling over her. Arin bids Johyuk farewell, her gaze resolute.
Leaving behind the training grounds.
2 weeks later, Valhalla Stadium looms large. A sea of uniformed students filling the vast arena. Yu So-yeon, a first-year student, takes it all in. It's my first time at the stadium since the entrance ceremony.
So-yeon stands poised, katana at her side. Oh, Si-hyuk observes the crowd, a hint of surprise in his eyes.
Are all first-year students gathered here? I didn't know there would be this many.
A murmur runs through the assembled students.
Huh? Why are we gathered? As anticipation hangs heavy in the air. A student, eyes blazing with barely contained fury, confronts his classmates. 2 weeks ago? What is it? He demands, the question hanging heavy in the air. The announcement echoes through the hall. Valhalla's midterm exams are about to begin. 3 figures stand, silhouetted against the bright light, their expressions grim. A sea of students, anticipation and apprehension etched on their faces, stands before the examiners. This year's practical evaluation, a dungeon attack.
The word hangs in the air, heavy with foreboding, a chilling whisper of danger. Teams will be formed, and they will descend into the artificial dungeon. The students' faces reflect a mixture of fear and determination. A rush of movement, a blur of motion, the students are plunged into the heart of the dungeon. The air crackles with energy, a storm of chaos unleashed.
Valhalla Stadium.
A vast, echoing space, now filled with the nervous energy of hundreds of students awaiting their fate. The air is thick with anticipation. The examiner, his face etched with weariness, makes the final announcement: you're free to make up any team. The dungeon midterm exam instructions are laid out, teams of 8, with performance judged solely on dungeon contribution.
A crucial detail, subtly emphasized. The clock starts ticking. 5 minutes on the clock. The pressure is palpable.
A stern-faced instructor observes, his gaze sweeping across the anxious students.
The stakes are high, failure is not an option. So-yeon grips her sword, her knuckles white. The dungeon's difficulty? F. A chilling revelation. As the exam begins. The tension is electric, the countdown has started.
The clock relentlessly counts down, 59:59. The pressure mounts, a palpable sense of urgency filling the air. Amidst the chaos, Johyuk calls out, searching for strong teammates. The pressure to perform is immense, and the students scramble to form effective teams.
The instructor watches, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He observes the students' flustered reactions, a knowing glint in his eyes.
But, a flicker of doubt crosses his face.
Is this exam truly as straightforward as it seems?
The dungeon midterm looms, and the pressure is on. Arin's team is short-handed, a critical weakness in this high-stakes challenge.
But Arin isn't one to back down. Her gaze hardens, a steely determination replacing any hint of doubt.
She'll face this challenge head-on.
5 hours. 8 people. An F+ dungeon. Arin's confidence is unwavering.
She dismisses the need for a better team. It's not about individual skill, but about contribution, a strategic insight that sets her apart. The path to success is clear, but the competition is fierce.
Even with a solid plan, standing out will be a monumental task. But Arin is ready.
With a battle cry, she rallies her team, their resolve hardening as they prepare to enter the dungeon. A seasoned instructor observes, impressed by Arin's grasp of the exam's core principles.
Her strategic thinking is exceptional.
A stark contrast to the rest of the students, who are entering in larger, less efficient groups. Teams of 20, or the more common groups of 8. The dungeon awaits, a test of skill and strategy. The dungeon entrance beckons, and Arin's smaller, more focused team heads in, ready to prove their worth.
A tense standoff. Choi Arin, her face etched with determination, confronts her team.
The air crackles with unspoken conflict. The words "if the team isn't well balanced, there will be fights" hang heavy in the air.
3 possibilities loom. A strategic discussion unfolds. After around 30 minutes, all of the students will enter the dungeon. "Let's get ready to score them," a voice commands. The dungeon entrance looms before a smaller, more focused team. Arin's strategy is taking shape.
Juhyuk, his eyes narrowed, observes the scene from a distance.
A quiet intensity radiates from him. A question hangs in the air: what is he planning? His expression is unreadable.
A lone figure stands before the dungeon, katana at her side.
Soyeon waits. Another student approaches.
"You still haven't gone in?" he asks, concern lacing his voice. "No," she replies, her gaze unwavering.
"Almost everyone has gone in. What are you going to do?"
A young man with striking red eyes stands before a grand stadium, a thoughtful expression etched on his face. Across from him, a girl with long, flowing silver hair mirrors his pensive mood. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A beat of silence hangs between them, a question mark floats above their heads, mirroring the uncertainty in the air. His gaze sharpens. What's with her, he wonders, a hint of frustration in his tone.
A flashback reveals the source of his concern.
"She's been trying to follow my words like a sword since the last training," he muses, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He makes a decision, his voice firm.
"I'll go in alone." "So go."
The girl hesitates, then asks, "So I'll enter alone too?" He shrugs, a nonchalant whatever.
It doesn't look difficult, escaping his lips as he walks away. He walks towards a mysterious door, leaving the girl behind.
Her expression unreadable, a mix of determination and apprehension in her eyes. A lone figure stands before a weathered dungeon entrance.
"Choi Arin."
Whispers ripple through the observing crowd.
"Isn't that Choi Arin? Why is she alone? Doesn't she have a team?"
The questions hang in the air, a mixture of concern and surprise. Arin stands firm, her katana strapped to her hip, a silent defiance in her posture.
A friendly team approaches, extending an invitation. "If you're teamless, how about joining us? We're 7, so we'd be 8 with you." Their smiles are genuine, their offer sincere.
But Arin's resolve is unshakable. A single word escapes her lips: "Sorry." Her gaze is fixed, her determination unwavering.
The onlookers gasp. "Don't be crazy. You'll get disqualified."
The warning is sharp, laced with worry for her safety. Undeterred, Arin reaches for the dungeon door, her hand gripping the cold metal, a silent promise to herself. A single, resolute thought echoes in her mind: Juhyuk said it's not difficult. But doubt flickers in her eyes.
Panic rises in the onlookers. "What? W8.
Their shouts are swallowed by the heavy dungeon door as it creaks open.
And Choi Arin disappears into the darkness.
Arin moves with a silent grace, a shadow slipping through the dungeon's cold, damp corridors. The Valhalla Stadium looms, a colossal structure of steel and glass, overlooking a sprawling athletic field. We cut to the monitor room, where tense faces watch the screens displaying a chaotic scene. A collective intake of breath, a low murmur of concern ripples through the room. One man, his brow furrowed in worry, stares intently at his tablet, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. A monitor shows a monstrous figure, sword raised, confronting 3 students.
A guttural growl echoes from the screen.
Ugh! A pained cry follows as the students are clearly overwhelmed. The screen shifts to Yoon Kyan-hyun, his face pale, 2 points deducted from his score.
Next, Bae Yeji, her expression strained, loses 3 points.
A shadowy figure surveys holographic profiles, each a testament to the Valhalla Stadium's brutal competition. His gaze lingers on Yoon Kyan-hyun, Bae Yeji, and Yoon Jinsu, their scores flashing, a stark reminder of their losses.
As expected, he mutters, a hint of grim satisfaction in his voice.
Elsewhere, a young man studies the results, his brow furrowed in concern.
It's a rough score, people who don't know might think it's too harsh, but, he thinks, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. He taps his tablet, a silent question forming in his mind. They are grading so quickly and accurately without any mistakes. The speed and precision are unsettling.
The shadowy figure speaks again, his voice a low rumble. When combat instructor Lee Sangchul was active as a duty soldier, he was called Clear Master.
He's a legendary contractor with a 99% dungeon clearing rate.
So I think he understands the core of dungeon attacks better than anybody else.
That's how he can give such scores.
His words hang heavy in the air, a chilling explanation. The young man, lost in thought, finally speaks, a quiet murmur of respect escaping his lips.
I respect him.
The shadowy figure's gaze returns to the holographic displays, his expression unreadable, a silent acknowledgement of the power and precision behind the Valhalla Stadium's scoring system. A silent observer watches the screens, each displaying a student's performance in the Valhalla Stadium.
The tension is palpable. A grim assessment of the 5th generation's performance.
I believe the children of the 5th generation are active as a whole, the analyst states, his voice low and serious.
And among those, there's a remarkable student. Yoon So-yeon. Yoon So-yeon, her eyes blazing with determination, is shown in a close-up. The intensity in her gaze speaks volumes.
The scene shifts to a chaotic battlefield within the Valhalla Stadium. A monstrous figure looms over a group of students, its presence menacing. Archers, keep those in check who jump out from the sides with your bows, a student shouts, his voice strained. The monster roars, Kawaii, as it swings a massive club.
The impact sends a shockwave through the air.
A brutal force of the blow is depicted in a flurry of motion lines and red energy.
The sheer power is undeniable. Another student bravely raises his shield, attempting to deflect the monster's attack. The impact is deafening. A crimson explosion erupts.
The force of the blow nearly sends him flying.
The fight is far from over. Yoon So-yeon's face is filled with grim determination.
The front line mustn't fall, she grits out, her voice a testament to her unwavering resolve. 2 archers, poised and ready, unleash a volley of arrows. Their movements are precise and deadly, a testament to their training.
The battle rages on. A blur of motion as a student leaps into the fray. A precise strike. The monster roars in pain as a blade pierces its flesh. Grr!
Yoon So-yeon, a whirlwind of steel and grace, dances around the beast.
Her movements a blur as she delivers another devastating blow.
A purple energy crackles as her blade connects, sending a shockwave through the stadium.
The monster reels from the impact, its form flickering and fading. The creature's essence dissipates, leaving behind only shimmering particles. A battle won, but the observers remain focused, analyzing the data. Amazing. It's like a standard dungeon attack. The analyst comments, impressed.
Another analyst observes, she gave her team members definite roles to play, and makes moves that will certainly earn her points. A stern-faced analyst observes Yoon Soyeon on a monitor, her dark eyes intense. He comments, also, she's making a party with her team members in the middle to make sure they clear the dungeon.
The analyst's finger traces a holographic projection of Soyeon's battle prowess, a testament to her skill and strategic thinking. His voice carries a hint of confidence. Anyways, if she does well on the midterms, it's only a matter of time before she gets back to the top. A flashback reveals a past incident involving Kim Joo-hyuk. A somber tone underscores the narrative. If it hadn't been for Kim Joo-hyuk during the entrance ceremony, her record wouldn't have been sullied.
The scene shifts back to the present.
A question hangs in the air. Thinking about that, how's Kim Joo-hyuk doing? A search query is initiated. Kim Joo-hyuk. Search. The search returns a stark result, nothing found. The analyst's brow furrows in concern. He mutters, what? But this advanced search machine can find every information on all the students that have entered the dungeon though? A sudden realization dawns on the analyst's face. His eyes widen. Could it be? The screen glows, displaying the results. Kim Joo-hyuk's name stands out. An analyst's eyebrows shoot up in disbelief. He also cleared it? All by himself, without a party? The shock deepens. The clear time is 23 minutes and 32 seconds? Doubt clouds the analyst's mind. No matter how impressive he was at the entrance ceremony, is that a time a 17-year-old high schooler can possibly achieve? The analyst's gaze hardens, a decision made. I need to look at the recording.
The screen flickers to life, showing Kim Joo-hyuk, alone, a sword at his side, in a stark white room.
A tense silence hangs in the air, then, a sudden burst of motion.
Kim Joo-hyuk moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion.
A long sword, gleaming faintly, rests in its scabbard, a weapon of untold power, waiting to be unleashed.
Suddenly, a horde of grotesque goblins bursts from the shadows.
Their eyes gleam with savage intent.
But Joo-hyuk remains calm, a smirk playing on his lips as he draws his blade. The air crackles with anticipation. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel slicing through the air. The first goblin falls, a sickening thud echoing through the corridor, the others follow swiftly. A guttural roar erupts as the remaining goblins charge, but it's too late. With a burst of crimson energy, Joo-hyuk decimates his foes, a brutal, efficient display of power.
A blinding flash erupts as Kim Joo-hyuk unleashes a devastating attack. The goblin's screams cut short by a swift, decisive blow. Cut. The sound echoes through the chamber. One goblin, dazed and disoriented, tumbles to the floor. Joo-hyuk's eyes gleam with predatory intensity as he prepares his next strike. Kia.
A vicious purple energy crackles around his hand.
With a blur of motion, his blade sings through the air. Cut jungle goblins. The command is as swift as the execution.
The gleaming steel finds its mark, a precise and deadly dance of destruction.
Two hulking goblins, armed with clubs, advance menacingly. Oh! Joo-hyuk's calm response belies the danger. They swing their weapons with brutal force. Gruer!
The impact reverberates through the ancient stone.
But Joo-hyuk anticipates their every move, his counterattack a whirlwind of motion. A flurry of blows, a symphony of destruction, the goblins are sent sprawling. A blur of motion.
Kim Joo-hyuk cuts through the air, a crimson streak slicing through the goblins' ranks.
Or cut.
The sound of steel meeting flesh echoes as he effortlessly dispatches his foes.
Each strike is precise, each cut deadly. From a distance, unseen eyes watch. A man's face, etched with grim determination, is partially obscured by shadow.
A heavy footfall shakes the ground.
The weight of the blow is palpable. A colossal golem, a towering figure of stone and steel, stands before Joo-hyuk.
Its presence alone commands awe and fear.
That golem is a special one, simulated for the midterm exam. The words hang in the air, a stark warning.
The observer's gaze hardens. This guy upgraded his specs to fit the proper number of 8 people, he mutters, a hint of grudging respect in his tone.
The golem lunges.
A thunderous roar shakes the very foundations as it attacks.
And Joo-hyuk prepares to meet the challenge head-on.
A sinister grin spreads across Kim Joo-hyuk's face as he faces down a colossal golem, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling confidence. With a blur of motion, he lunges forward, a crimson energy erupting from his hand as he strikes. The impact reverberates through the very air, a shockwave radiating outwards as the golem reels from the blow. The golem's helmet is sent flying, its metallic shell clattering to the ground. Joo-hyuk presses his advantage, his movements precise and deadly, a swift, calculated strike. From a distance, a stern-faced observer watches. "Golem, cut," he commands, his voice laced with grim determination. A bead of sweat trickles down the observer's temple, the tension palpable.
The results are in.
Well, it looks like the first place for this midterm exam goes to
Kim Joo-hyuk.
Joo-hyuk stands victorious, his katana sheathed, a calm confidence radiating from him, the midterm exam conquered.
A group of students, battered but determined, flees down a corridor, their breaths ragged, their movements urgent.
The same group, slightly further down the hall, their pace relentless.
Each step carries the weight of desperation.
Among them, a young woman with determined eyes, a faint cut marring her cheek, her gaze unwavering. Outside, a young woman with long silver hair watches from a distance, a mixture of concern and apprehension etched on her face. A figure in a dark suit stands with his back to us, silhouetted against the bright sky, an air of quiet power surrounding him. The scene shifts to a teacher's break room, a man reviews a document, his brow furrowed in concentration. He walks towards the coffee machine, his steps measured, a sense of quiet anticipation hangs in the air. The midterm exam results are displayed on a screen, a name is highlighted, a surge of energy visible, the rankings are revealed. Joo-hyuk stares at his tablet, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on his face. The results are in, and they're far from what anyone expected. Kim Joo-hyuk came in at first place. The words hang in the air, heavy with surprise. The older man's eyebrows shoot up.
That is quite unexpected. A flashback shows Joo-hyuk effortlessly defeating a horde of goblins, unscathed.
The older man continues, "I did expect him to get first place, but to think he would beat that dungeon by himself, and without obtaining a single injury.
The implications are staggering.
If he grows up and enters the industry, Korea will be able to recapture its title as the one," the older man muses, his gaze distant and thoughtful.
Isn't that the title given to the world's strongest contractor? That's right.
A figure hunches over a glowing tablet, the light illuminating his focused expression.
The name Choi-erin appears, a name whispered on the wind of this academic battlefield.
The older man's face, etched with lines of experience and contemplation, fills the frame.
His gaze is intense, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Midterm examination results flash on the screen, Kim Joo-hyuk, undefeated at the top. Choi-erin, a surprising second place. The numbers speak volumes.
The older man's voice, a low rumble, echoes in the silence. "I don't know what happened, but Choi-erin challenged the dungeon by herself, just like Kim Joo-hyuk." Erin stands amidst the ruins of a goblin-infested dungeon, her uniform torn, but her eyes burning with fierce determination.
She cleared the dungeon, a testament to her strength and resilience.
The older man reflects, a hint of surprise in his tone. "I knew she's a quiet and hard-working type of person, but I wouldn't have thought she'd be the type to clear the dungeon alone." Joo-hyuk studies the tablet again, a shadow of uncertainty crossing his face. The ellipsis hangs heavy in the air, a question mark in the narrative.
The older man's thoughtful expression deepens.
His words, a quiet observation: "If this exam focused on teamwork, Yoo So-yeon definitely would have scored higher."
But Joo-hyuk and Erin received better scores because the evaluation focused on individual contribution.
A system designed to reward individual excellence. The older man concludes, his voice laced with a hint of concern, but that these results would come out. "I would not recommend their ways to our students.
It's not something that ordinary students can successfully replicate."
Yes.
Choi Aram. The name echoes in his mind, a puzzle piece falling into place.
He remembers her from his time at the Chojin Guild.
A model student, dedicated to swordsmanship, but
the image of Aram in a dungeon flashes before his eyes.
How did she manage such a feat alone? Could it be? No, that can't be what he's thinking. He pushes aside his doubts, focusing on the task at hand. The grades must be prepared. The sun sets over the sprawling cityscape, casting long shadows. And the next day dawns, bringing with it the tension of the midterm exam results. The students gather, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The list is revealed. The air crackles with tension as Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Aram stand face to face, a silent conversation passing between them, heavy with unspoken implications. Joo-hyuk's question hangs in the air. Julia, Desera is in Korea right now, correct? Julia's curt reply, a single word, yes.
A sinister glint in his eyes, Joo-hyuk's resolve hardens.
Call them this instant. Get ready to head out.
The sprawling cityscape of Seoul Jamsil unfolds before us, a breathtaking panorama of towering skyscrapers under the cloak of night. A quiet, almost serene atmosphere hangs over a quaint street-side cafe, a stark contrast to the impending action. Joo-hyuk, impeccably dressed, enters the establishment, Julia trailing behind. A sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. A hand reaches out, interrupting their quiet entrance. A familiar voice cuts through the stillness. Oi, brother.
It's been a while. A clandestine meeting unfolds in an upscale restaurant.
The air crackles with unspoken tension.
As Desera Ventric, a man of sharp features and a gold chain, devours his meal with savage intensity.
Each bite is a testament to his ruthless nature. His companions watch, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and resignation. The silence is heavy, broken only by the clinking of cutlery. A storm brewing beneath the surface of polite conversation.
That guy, you want me to take care of Kim Joo-hyuk? What does he do?
The question hangs in the air, sharp and pointed.
Desera's eyes narrow. A casual response masking a simmering resentment, nothing much. He's just a brainless freshman from a nursery school. But the truth is far more complex.
He has disgraced me greatly because of his humble background.
The request is blunt, the implication clear.
Please pay him back. Joo-hyuk, a picture of controlled intensity, sits at a lavish table. His words are sharp, precise, so this is different from the last time.
And I have to prepare the board properly.
Aram, observing from a discreet distance, watches him.
A single word echoes in her mind. A board?
His finger taps a ring, a miniature airplane, a symbol of his meticulous planning, a plan that's about to take flight.
The past resurfaces.
A chilling confession, because of that woman I had to deal with a long time ago, I had a big fight with the palace family. The weight of his actions settles heavily.
His gaze is distant, haunted.
He continues, his voice low and grim. I don't know if it's because there aren't many people in the palace family, but I've had to kill a few more because the rumors were spreading too far.
Fear.
A stark, visceral reaction etched across Julia's face.
The unspoken truth hangs heavy in the air.
But there's a steely resolve in his eyes.
But the folks over at Valhalla are different. He cuts into his steak, his movements deliberate, almost ritualistic. No matter how often I do it, it's difficult to get in there and make a mess. Understood.
The response is curt, efficient.
The plan is in motion.
A chilling smile spreads across Joo-hyuk's face. He assures his associate, I will do my best to set the stage for you.
Don't worry about it.
A chilling smile spreads across Joo-hyuk's face. His eyes gleam with a ruthless ambition. Prepare a nice reward, he commands, the words dripping with cold calculation.
1 week later.
Joo-hyuk meticulously fills out a form, his movements precise and deliberate.
A request to leave Valhalla. A classmate's questioning gaze falls upon him. Is it an application to go outside again?
The question hangs in the air, heavy with suspicion.
Yes, Juhyuk replies, his tone firm. He's not going to let anything stand in his way. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, observes Juhyuk from afar. His expression is unreadable. I did. They're allowing me to go out again, Juhyuk explains, a hint of triumph in his voice. The reason for his unexpected freedom is revealed: high performance on recent exams. A calculated move, perhaps? Kim Juhyuk, a figure cloaked in mystery, walks a secluded path, his destination unknown. A digital map guides his steps. His eyes, blazing with an inner fire, betray a hidden intensity. He checks his phone, a flicker of determination crossing his face. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet. Hui. Juhyuk turns, his eyes widening as he faces an unexpected encounter. A sinister figure emerges from the shadows, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Nice to meet ya. Area 7, the market. A colossal tower dominates the skyline, casting a long shadow over the bustling city below. A lone figure stands before a panoramic window, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape. His silhouette is sharp against the twilight glow. He turns, revealing a mysterious cat mask concealing his identity. A sleek, brown leather jacket, the only visible hint of his attire. A subtle shift in his posture, a flicker of something in his eyes. A sharp intake of breath. BZZZT, a message arrives. The constellation of the other side asks when the ring will arrive. The question hangs heavy in the air. It's on its way, Mr. Constellation. It will go through the normal procedures and arrive via the portal. A calm, reassuring response. But the calm is shattered. Crash, the ruler of the other side says that you have lost your mind. The message repeats, echoing the growing unease. The ruler of the other side's message echoes, a digital scream across the void: you have lost your mind. Mr. Constellation, face partially obscured by a cat mask, pores over data, his brow furrowed in concentration. Researching the artifact's origins, a relic from the era of destruction. Even he is taken aback by the results. A surge of energy. A powerful reaction unlike anything he's ever witnessed. The artifact materializes within a shimmering, blue energy field. A mysterious box awaits. The box glows with an otherworldly light, crackling with raw power. Finally, it's here. A desperate gamble to appease the formidable ruler. With practiced ease, Mr. Constellation places the box on a pedestal, activating a complex mechanism. The box opens, revealing its precious contents: a ring, radiating an ominous purple energy. A dark, imposing container rests on a crimson cushion. The air crackles with anticipation. Mr. Constellation, a figure shrouded in shadow and mystery, holds a gleaming ring aloft. Mr. Constellation, the ring has arrived. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken significance. A close-up on the cat mask, its eyes gleaming with an unnerving intensity. A subtle shift in the scene, a question hangs in the air: Mr. Constellation? The words "it's here" blaze across the screen, a stark white against a deep blue backdrop. The repetition builds an overwhelming sense of urgency. Mr. Constellation's face, partially obscured by the mask, is etched with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. A lone figure stands on a remote mountain path, the wind whispering secrets through the trees. His eyes, burning with an inner fire, betray a hidden intensity. He's waiting. A flash of gold and a cocky grin. A dangerous game is afoot. The air crackles with anticipation, the tension is palpable. And the newcomer's words confirm it: do you need to ask why I'm here? A sharp retort: does that something have to do with getting rid of me? His eyes narrow, suspicion hardening into cold certainty. A predator's gaze, calculating and merciless. You've got good senses, the newcomer sneers, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. It's not about my senses, the other replies, his voice low and dangerous. He shifts his weight, a silent promise of action. The confrontation is about to escalate. The tension crackles in the air. A figure, cloaked in shadow, is confronted by a sharply dressed man. Anybody would know the moment they saw you. No,
the man sneers, his words dripping with suspicion. But the shadowed figure is unfazed. A smirk plays on his lips as he reveals himself.
I figured it out a few days ago.
His eyes burn with a cold fire, a chilling revelation hangs heavy in the silence.
The man's face contorts in rage. You fucker.
His fury explodes. Valhalla, you seem like a stupid guy.
Don't disappoint me, okay? A blur of motion.
A fist, a whirlwind of force, the attack is launched.
And the counterstrike is swift and brutal. The impact.
A thunderous crack echoes through the forest,
sending the attacker reeling.
The fight continues, a brutal dance of power and skill. The clash of fists shakes the very ground beneath their feet.
Oh! The impact. A tree explodes into splinters under the force of a devastating blow. Valhalla's attack is a blur of motion, a whirlwind of raw power. Mr. Constellation barely dodges, his face a mask of grim determination. You've got good luck. You evaded that. Mr. Constellation breathes heavily, his eyes narrowed.
The close call leaves him shaken but not broken.
If you hadn't, you would have been done for.
His adversary's voice drips with menace, a chilling reminder of how close he came to death.
Good luck? No, I dodged that because it was slow. Valhalla's response is sharp, laced with arrogance.
He's not just strong, he's supremely confident.
But Valhalla's eyes gleam with a cold fire. He's definitely a strong guy. He feels similar to or stronger than Oh Si-hyuk.
The assessment is delivered with a chilling calm. It's still dangerous for me to stop a fist like that with this frail body.
Valhalla's concern is palpable, a rare crack in his otherwise impenetrable facade. Well then, the strategy is simple. A sinister smile spreads across Valhalla's face. The game is afoot.
Wounded but unbowed, Mr. Constellation glances back at his pursuer. Valhalla closes in, his movements a blur of lethal intent. Mr. Constellation's defiant grin widens, he's far from finished.
Valhalla's voice cuts through the air, for someone in your position, it's a good choice to run away.
He runs, but Valhalla's words echo the harsh reality of his situation.
Because, as Valhalla points out, you'd have been beaten to death if you hadn't done anything. But Mr. Constellation refuses to surrender. I won't let you get away. The ground trembles beneath Valhalla's relentless pursuit. Valhalla's mocking question hangs heavy in the air, are you using your brain at all?
Mr. Constellation's eyes narrow, a flicker of something dangerous in their depths.
Mr. Constellation, wounded but unbowed, his eyes blazing with defiance, grits his teeth. In front of him, Valhalla looms, a predator circling its prey. The weight of Valhalla's attack still echoing in his bones.
The impact reverberates, a silent scream trapped within his clenched jaw.
Valhalla unleashes a devastating blow. A blinding flash of energy erupts as he strikes,
sending Mr. Constellation sprawling to the ground. Dust and debris fly as he crashes down, the impact echoing through the desolate landscape. A guttural groan escapes Mr. Constellation's lips, ugh. Pain contorts his features, but a flicker of grim determination remains in his eyes. His vision blurs, the world tilting precariously. He struggles to regain his footing, his breath ragged and shallow.
A single, sharp exclamation point punctuates the silence. The moment hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Valhalla's swift kick connects. A blur of motion, a crushing impact, sending Mr. Constellation reeling once more.
His face is a mask of pain, but his eyes still burn with defiance.
With a final, earth-shattering blow, Valhalla delivers the finishing touch.
The ground trembles beneath the force of the impact.
Mr. Constellation lies defeated, the ground cracked beneath him, a testament to Valhalla's brutal strength.
His eyes, though wounded, still burn with defiance, a flicker of his indomitable spirit.
Valhalla watches, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. You've got good luck. You dodged that, huh? Mr. Constellation grits his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his chest. You fucker.
The tension crackles between them, thick and heavy, a silent promise of further conflict.
Valhalla's question hangs in the air, what did you do?
The scene shifts, revealing the aftermath of their clash, the earth scarred by their battle.
Valhalla's smug confidence is palpable. Don't you already know? I thought you already knew that I was ranked first at Valhalla. A chilling revelation, shrouded in mystery. Kim Jo-hyuk. The name hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the brutal battle just fought.
His face, a mask of pain and defiance, speaks volumes of his resilience.
A voice, laced with disbelief and a hint of fear, cuts through the silence.
What drugs did that brat take to become so strong?
The opulent Ventric family mansion.
A place of power and privilege, where secrets fester in the shadows. A young boy, eyes downcast, speaks of his talent. A talent used to elevate the Ventric's status, a talent he now holds in his trembling hand. The purple elixir glows ominously, a potent symbol of power and hidden potential. And the truth is revealed, the innate propensity towards elixirs. A birthright, a curse, or something far more sinister? The Ventric family, their status elevated by a single, potent elixir. That elixir, a secret weapon, the source of their power, it's the innate propensity towards elixirs. Gulp, gulp, the young Ventric heir drinks deeply, a strange purple liquid flowing down his throat. No side effects, no resistance, his body readily absorbs the potent concoction. The elixir's power surges within him. His parents, shrewd and ambitious, poured millions into his development, each bottle of fortune, each sip a step towards unimaginable power.
Krashhhh. The bottle shatters, a wave of energy explodes outward.
At 16, he surpassed the strength of any adult, a testament to the elixir's power, a symbol of his family's ambition. But their plan, to use him, to leverage his power for their own gain, it was a cruel game of ambition.
Ventric heir's parents, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and forced cheer, watch as their son
unbuttons his shirt, revealing a physique far beyond his years. The muscles ripple beneath his skin, a testament to the potent elixirs he consumed. A gasp escapes his mother's lips. A predatory grin spreads across Ventric's face, his eyes gleam with a newfound power.
The transformation is complete. I did not want to live my whole life under their control.
The words hang in the air, a declaration of independence. The scene shifts. His parents, faces contorted in horror, stare as a dark stain blooms on the carpet, spreading like a malevolent shadow. The sickening thud echoes in the silence. Another thud, heavier this time, as the second parent falls.
The blood is already pooling. I had overwhelming power. So why would I care about my family's recognition?
Ventric's voice is cold, devoid of remorse. A chilling close-up on Ventric, his eyes burning with cold fire. He stands over his fallen parents, his power undeniable. From a distance, a woman watches, her expression unreadable. Well, I guess I was a thorn in their side, she muses, a hint of satisfaction in her tone. Ventric heir stands tall, a picture of cold indifference. His expensive suit and gold chain speak volumes, even as he casually reveals a shocking truth: he was cast out of his family. But he didn't care. A chilling smile spreads across his face, the darkness of his past only fuels his ambition. In a world consumed by shadows, his problems vanished, easily solved with his newfound wealth.
He thrived, even becoming bolder after severing ties with his family. An offer from Rockdill? Money was tempting, but Ventric's gaze is fixed on something far more intriguing. Kim Jo-hyuk. The man who took first place in the Valhalla entrance exams.
A ruthless individual who used abusive language to get all the guild scouts kicked out.
Ventric's eyes gleam with malicious amusement. He anticipates the thrill of the game, the challenge of toying with such a formidable opponent.
He seeks entertainment, a dangerous game of cat and mouse.
He'll have some fun with Kim Jo-hyuk.
But a sudden surge of unease washes over him.
A flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The question hangs heavy in the air, just who is Kim Joo-hyuk?
A lone figure walks a path shrouded in shadow. Kim Joo-hyuk, his eyes blazing with defiance.
He's not just strong, he's unnervingly calm. Ventric Air approaches, suspicion etched on his face. What kind of drugs did you take to get that strong?
He smirks, a hint of arrogance in his posture. I don't think there are any cheap elixirs an orphan like you could buy.
Joo-hyuk's response is a single, chilling word, what?
The air explodes in laughter, a cruel, mocking sound that echoes through the trees. His laughter turns into a furious accusation as he reveals his suspicions.
Drugs? Joo-hyuk's calm facade cracks. Ah, you fucker, what are you talking about? The air's fury intensifies. So you were a drug-abusing cheater, huh?
Ventric Air, his face a mask of barely contained fury, glares down. The scars across his face seem to deepen with his rage.
So what?
He spits the words out, venom dripping from each syllable. The confrontation is out in the open, under a sky heavy with unspoken tension. Kim Joo-hyuk stands firm, a smirk playing on his lips.
Of course not, you junkie. The insult hangs in the air, sharp and precise.
Joo-hyuk's hands clench, flexing his powerful muscles. I became this strong through difficult training and exercise. His voice is calm, but his eyes burn with defiance.
A slight pause, a moment of reflection. In a way, I could compare you to Oh Si-hyuk. But that would be incredibly rude. Ventric Air's face twists into a rictus of pure, unadulterated rage. The comparison is a slap in the face. His eyes blaze. This fucker is done for.
The words are a low growl, a prelude to violence. Joo-hyuk's hand moves, a blur of motion, a wickedly sharp blade materializes, glowing with an unnatural light. The air crackles with anticipation.
A single exclamation point punctuates the silence.
The blade sings, a lethal dance of light and shadow. Ventric Air unleashes a torrent of dark energy, but Joo-hyuk meets his attack with cold, calculated precision.
The clash is earth-shattering. That magic power.
A lingering question hangs in the air, a palpable tension building. Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes blaze with crimson fire, a silent storm brewing within. He grips his weapon, a surge of power courses through him. All right, I can feel my power growing, he declares, his voice a low growl.
Ventric Air's sneer is chilling.
Kim Joo-hyuk, he spits, the name laced with venom.
The battle begins. Joo-hyuk explodes into motion, a blur of speed.
Leaving Ventric Air reeling from a devastating blow.
Did you really think I'd let you go so easily? Ha! Joo-hyuk taunts, his eyes gleaming with triumph.
A crimson spray explodes across Ventric Air's face as he takes the full force of the attack.
Joo-hyuk's smirk widens. Are you a nuthead? What kind of retard waits for their opponent to charge up?
A blinding flash of energy erupts as Joo-hyuk unleashes a devastating counterattack, sending Ventric Air flying. The Ventric Air, gasping for air, clutches his side, a crimson stain blooming across his expensive jacket. Kim Joo-hyuk's fist is a blur, a crimson comet streaking across the air.
Impact!
The force of the blow sends the air sprawling, a thunderous crack echoing through the air. He slams into the ground, the earth trembling beneath the sheer power of the blow. A pained groan escapes his lips, his body racked with agony. Kim Joo-hyuk's hand reaches out, a chilling calm in his eyes. He grabs the air by the hair, lifting him with contemptuous ease.
Another UGH.
Escapes the air's lips, his face contorted in pain. Kim Joo-hyuk's words cut through the air like a blade. You can't go losing your mind just yet, you elixir-chugging idiot.
A moment of quiet reflection.
Kim Joo-hyuk's gaze softens slightly. But you did say that you were going to take care of me, so I can't let you go. The words hang in the air, a chilling promise.
Meanwhile, a predatory gaze pierces the darkness.
A single red eye, burning with cold calculation.
Anyway, I have something to ask you, a voice hisses, laced with menace.
The Ventric heir, battered and bruised, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. He tries to speak, but only a pained gasp escapes his lips.
A brutal blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. W8. The desperate plea is cut short. The scene shifts. Valhalla Dormitory. Rockdill's room. The Ventric heir sits defeated on a plush sofa, his body slumped in exhaustion. A figure watches from the shadows. Rockdill, a smirk playing on his lips, speaks with chilling confidence. By now, Dezera will have taken care of Kim Joo-hyuk. His words drip with casual cruelty. Considering his personality, he's probably killed him. A chilling assessment, delivered without a hint of remorse. A sigh of relief. It's a pain to clean up after him, but at least it's not on school grounds. The weight of his words settles heavily in the air. Rockdill's face is a mask of smug satisfaction. It's a real relief. He turns to Julia, who nods in agreement. Yes. A final, lingering shot of Rockdill, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, a subtle shift in his expression. Dezera is calling. The young man's eyes gleam with a predatory light, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. He answers the call, his voice smooth and controlled. Yes, Hyungnim, did you take care of him? A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. His smile falters slightly as he hears the response. A subtle change in his demeanor, a hint of unease creeping in. Ugh. A guttural sound escapes him, a low groan of frustration and disbelief. A scream cuts through the air. Aff. The raw agony is palpable. His eyes widen, sweat beading on his forehead. Panic sets in. I bet you have no idea what's going on, right? Considering how far your jaw has dropped. A chilling, almost amused voice cuts through his fear. A wave of dread washes over him. That voice, it can only mean one thing. Kim Joo-hyuk. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen in recognition, a mixture of fear and desperation etched on his face. He sits on the ground, his breathing ragged, the phone clutched in his trembling hand, the weight of the call pressing down on him. Gasps for air punctuate his strained words, a desperate plea barely audible above the pounding of his heart. The chilling message from his brother cuts through the night's silence, a grim premonition of what's to come. A sinister smile plays on Joo-hyuk's lips as he speaks into the phone, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity, a predator toying with its prey. The blonde-haired man's face contorts in fresh agony as the full weight of his brother's words sinks in, a chilling prophecy hangs heavy in the air. A call goes out, a tense moment hangs in the air as he waits for an answer. The line cuts out, silence. A sharp click echoes the abrupt end of the conversation. Anger flashes in his eyes. That bastard hung up without answering, he fumes. A scoff escapes his lips. How rude. Well then. He finds Rockdill, beaten and broken, leaning against a tree. A grim scene unfolds before him. He walks away, leaving Rockdill behind, the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. A refined interior, a library filled with ancient tomes, a cup of tea is presented, a moment of quiet contemplation. The aftermath. Rockdill, beaten and broken, sits slumped in a plush chair. A woman with long blonde hair stands behind him, her expression unreadable. Her voice sharp as she cuts him off. I know. Shut up. Put it there and get lost. The command is curt, leaving no room for argument. Rockdill obeys instantly, his movements stiff and slow. The sound of the teacup hitting the table echoes in the tense silence. A sudden shift to a different scene. Kim Joo-hyuk, his face etched with worry, mutters a name repeatedly, Kim Joo-hyuk, Kim Joo-hyuk. The dark background hints at a storm brewing. A close-up on Joo-hyuk's clenched fists. The intensity is palpable. Kim Joo-hyuk. The name is a desperate plea, a cry of anguish. His thoughts race. With Larrick. What do I do? How do I fuck him up? The question hangs heavy in the air, fueled by rage and desperation. A chilling realization dawns. I now know that he's the one behind it all.
The revelation is a cold splash of ice water, sobering and terrifying. His suspicion turns to a bitter accusation.
Did Dezera blow it?
That trashy bastard. The words are laced with venom, a potent cocktail of betrayal and fury.
Joo-hyuk's anxiety escalates.
At this pace, it's only a matter of time before the news reaches the Ventrick family. The weight of his actions crashes down on him. He runs a hand through his hair, his face a mask of distress.
But this has gotten too out of hand. Damn it!
His frustration is palpable.
Kim Joo-hyuk sits alone, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The weight of his recent discovery presses down. He runs a hand through his hair, the question echoing in his mind, he's from a lowly background, right? The implications are clear, this changes everything. A grim realization dawns. He won't be able to get to them. Joo-hyuk's plan needs adjusting. But caution prevails.
But just in case, I shouldn't come forward about this for a while. He needs time to observe, to plan his next move. The unnamed protagonist walks alone, lost in thought. The aftermath of the fight weighs heavily on him. A sharp voice cuts through his solitude.
Did that guy you just fought forget to bring his brain when coming here?
The words sting, a cruel reminder of his recklessness.
He grits his teeth, a silent vow forming.
When the time comes, I'll report him.
For now, discretion is key.
For now, I'll keep the information to myself since there's nothing more for me to do. A chilling question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the protagonist's cautious approach.
Couldn't you have just killed him? Kim Joo-hyuk reflects, a pensive look etched on his face. If that were the past me, I would have done it. But at the moment, I would get in trouble. He pauses, a subtle shift in his demeanor. Because I'm not Kim Hyuno now. I'm the high schooler, Kim Joo-hyuk.
The scene shifts. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, speaks with concern.
By the way, there's something I'm worried about. The unidentified character's sharp gaze pierces the air. What is it?
The focus shifts to Rockdill, his face contorted in a grimace as he wields a dark, glowing dagger. The unidentified character explains, I'm talking about the magic that Guy released earlier. A wave of dark energy ripples outwards from Rockdill's feet, the lingering effect of his magic is palpable. The mysterious figure's brow furrows. It felt strangely familiar to me.
Kim Joo-hyuk, his expression unreadable, stands amidst a tranquil forest. The question hangs heavy in the air, familiar?
The unidentified character's voice cuts through the quiet.
Yeah, if he had released more magic, I could have confirmed it. But I've definitely sensed magic like that before. Kim Joo-hyuk walks away, his back to the viewer, a sense of unease settling over him. The unidentified character presses further, didn't you feel anything? Something special? The past is revealed in a flashback. 300 years ago, the monsters and cows were sacrificed to use that kind of black magic, right?
Joo-hyuk's eyes blaze with barely contained fury. His jaw tightens, a silent scream trapped behind gritted teeth, the unspoken accusation hangs heavy in the air. The unidentified character, lost in thought, ponders aloud.
Could Rockdill's power be linked to the mysterious hidden side of the blade?
A single word, barely a whisper, escapes his lips, maybe.
The weight of unspoken possibilities hangs heavy.
The unnamed protagonist, his face etched with worry, confronts someone. Who told you to look for me? He demands, his voice tight with suspicion. A battered figure, his face a roadmap of recent violence, groans in pain.
The brutal encounter has left its mark.
The unnamed protagonist's expression shifts, a flicker of recognition crosses his face. Your jaw was dislocated when I hit you earlier, right? He observes, his tone clinical. With a grim determination, he reaches out.
All right, this might hurt a bit. The words are a stark contrast to the impending action.
A sharp crack echoes as the jaw is reset.
Pain contorts the victim's face. Ugh. The cries of agony fill the air.
The interrogation begins.
A hand grips the beaten man's jaw. The unnamed protagonist's gaze unwavering. Now, who gave you the order?
The injured man, Kim Joo-hyuk, winces, his eyes darting nervously.
His silence speaks volumes.
The tension crackles.
A subtle shift.
The protagonist's expression changes.
I readjusted your jaw to let you answer me.
His voice low, a hint of steel in his tone.
So do you really think staying silent is the correct thing to do?
The protagonist leans closer, his eyes blazing with an unnerving intensity. A silent threat hanging heavy in the air.
Joo-hyuk's eyes widen in fear. What? Why are you holding my fingers?
Kim Joo-hyuk's face is a mask of terror, eyes wide with a primal fear.
A guttural scream rips from his throat, "Ah!"
The unnamed protagonist's voice cuts through the air, cold and sharp. You should just tell me quickly.
Spill your guts before I snap all of your other fingers.
The scene shifts to a shadowed park.
Joo-hyuk, wounded and defeated, sits on the ground.
The protagonist kneels before him, his expression unwavering. A pained groan escapes Joo-hyuk's lips. Gugh.
Rockdil Ventrik ordered me. The protagonist's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his gaze.
He thinks, I was wondering whether or not it was that guy who picked on me last time.
The tension ratchets up. Then who the hell are you? Did you come here on the request of that brat? You don't look like a student of Valhalla, so who are you affiliated with? Joo-hyuk's defiance flickers. You're really asking me that? You might not like how, but you'll find out one way or another. The protagonist's smirk is chilling. Huh? You want me to break 2 fingers?
Joo-hyuk's eyes dart around, panic rising. A low groan escapes him. Ugh.
I am Dezera. Kim Joo-hyuk, battered and bruised, confesses, I am Dezera of the first species.
I take care of a lot of commissions as a mercenary.
The unnamed protagonist, eyes narrowed, responds with a hint of skepticism, I think I've heard of the first species somewhere before. Being a mercenary is fun, huh? You're just a bully that gets paid. Joo-hyuk's face contorts in anger. Do we all just look like trash to you?
He continues, revealing more, you're just a guy with good luck. The constellation that the first species worships is the hidden side of the blade.
Of course, I'm also someone that's contracted to a constellation.
The two sit amidst the rubble of a recent battle, the tension palpable. Joo-hyuk laments, if I could have charged up my magic for 30 more seconds, the result of this fight would have been very different.
The protagonist sighs, man, this bastard really loves blabbering on, huh?
He adds, I would have let you be if you had shut up and told me who you were affiliated with, but... Joo-hyuk's face is contorted in a grimace of pain and defiance as the unnamed protagonist's hand is shown gripping his jaw.
Huh? Joo-hyuk's crimson eyes gleam with a chilling intensity, a predator sizing up its prey. A guttural scream rips through the silence, a desperate cry swallowed by the encroaching darkness.
The city streets hum with the mundane rhythm of daily life, oblivious to the shadows lurking beneath the surface. He scrolls through his phone, a frown etching itself onto his face, annoyance simmering beneath his calm exterior. That fucker called Rockdil keeps on trying to make me look shady. A close-up on his phone, revealing a text message, a digital trail leading to a clandestine meeting. His eyes narrow, a cold calculation replacing the earlier annoyance, a plan forming in his mind.
How do I screw this brat over?
A sly smirk plays on his lips, a hint of mischief in his eyes.
Well, in this day and age, I need to use modern techniques.
Kim Joo-hyuk scrolls through his phone, a chilling glint in his eyes.
Reviewing incriminating voice recordings. Each file holds a piece of Dezera's confession. A sinister plan takes shape in his mind. He needs to find a way to unleash this damning evidence. A seed of vengeance planted deep within his heart. A phone rings, shattering the silence. It's an unexpected call.
From someone who seems genuinely pleased to hear from Joo-hyuk.
Joo-hyuk. Do you finally agree to begin working as my assistant? But Juhyek's expression remains unchanged, a mask of cold calculation.
His true intentions are far from assisting.
He counters with a chilling question: would you happen to know any news reporters?
A Valhalla student, away on leave, was attacked, but fought back, revealing a shocking truth.
The news spreads like wildfire.
The attack was orchestrated by the notorious Ventrik family. Valhalla Academy, known for its elite students and strict security, is rocked to its core.
Online, the story explodes. The student's victory is celebrated, the Ventrik's clumsy attempt at murder is mocked.
And the identity of the valiant student is revealed: Kim Juhyek.
His actions spark heated debate and speculation.
Kim Juhyek, casually scrolling through his phone, smirks. He's adapted remarkably well to modern life. Despite the challenges of reincarnation, I mainly focused on getting used to everything by scrolling through the community tab and watching the news, he reflects.
Thanks to that, I was able to become who I am now. A quiet reflection, a moment of self-awareness.
A comfortable scene unfolds.
Kim Juhyek, feet up on his desk, scrolls through his phone.
A casual air, a stark contrast to recent events.
I see.
The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications.
A question arises. What do you mean?
The curiosity is palpable, a spark igniting a new chapter. I was only trying to screw Rockdale up, but all the journalists rushed to publish this and screwed over the entire Ventrik family.
The narrative shifts, revealing unintended consequences.
A screen displays a news article: Ventrik family attempts.
The scale of the incident is laid bare. The internet's power, a double-edged sword. The Ventrik family crest dominates the backdrop. A formal press conference is underway.
The air crackles with anticipation.
A spokesperson, poised and composed, steps to the podium.
The weight of the Ventrik name rests heavily upon her shoulders.
The Ventrik family's official statement is released to the public, a formal announcement addressing the recent attack.
First, they clarify that the perpetrator, Dezara, acted alone and has been excommunicated.
Dezara's confession initially implicated Rockdale Ventrik as the one who gave the order, a shocking claim that throws the family into turmoil.
However, a twist emerges.
Dezara later recanted, revealing his confession was a lie, a desperate attempt to escape his predicament.
The Ventrik family, therefore, declares their innocence in the matter, stating they played no part in the incident.
But despite Dezara's excommunication, the family acknowledges their moral responsibility, given his past affiliation.
The head of the family announces their intention to visit the victims personally, a gesture of remorse and a promise of amends. The statement then shifts to Rockdale Ventrik, currently attending Valhalla Academy, a subtle implication of his potential involvement. Even though he cannot be directly implicated, the family acknowledges the possibility of indirect connections to the perpetrator. The Ventrik family spokesperson stands before the press, a steely gaze fixed on the assembled reporters. Their statement is clear: they will fight the accusations.
Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, sharp and demanding: wait. Won't you take questions?
The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken accusations. A young man's face is etched with concern, his eyes wide with anticipation. He's glued to his phone, eyes darting across the screen, the live stream of the Ventrik family's press conference.
His expression shifts from concern to alarm, a wave of dread washes over him as he takes in the unfolding events. A phone rings, the name flashing on the screen: Father. The tension ratchets up.
He answers, his voice tight with apprehension.
The weight of the situation is palpable.
The screen glows, illuminating a tense face. A call is coming in. It's an order from the family, a command that carries the weight of generations.
Understood.
The young man's shoulders slump, his face a mask of frustration, the weight of expectation crushing him. A single word explodes from his lips, a raw expression of his inner turmoil.
Fuck.
A towering structure rises before us, a symbol of wealth and power. The Ventrik family's influence is everywhere.
The phone displays a shocking headline: millions have seen the truth. Scars crisscross his face, a testament to a brutal past, the young man's eyes burn with a mixture of anger and resignation.
I was the only perpetrator behind this. The weight of his confession hangs heavy in the air, a stark admission of guilt.
What the hell? He is swallowing his pride?
The young man's internal conflict is palpable, a silent battle raging within.
His phone buzzes, a reminder of the Ventrick family's actions. These Ventrick bastards, I just can't stand that family.
The words are laced with venom. He scrolls through messages, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes.
Anyways, who was it that said they'd come and apologize to me themselves? A wave of anxiety washes over him. That will be so awkward, it's killing me already. The anticipation is almost unbearable.
His expression hardens, a steely resolve replacing the earlier anxiety, a decision made.
He heads towards the teacher's room, a purposeful stride, his mission is clear. A question hangs in the air as he walks. I've got a favor to ask, so should I ask that person? The Valhalla on-site cafe. A bustling hub of activity, a place where secrets are shared and deals are made. A piercing gaze, sharp as a winter wind, cuts through the air. A smile plays on the lips of this enigmatic figure. Meanwhile, across town, a young man sits alone, nursing a drink. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a storm brewing beneath the surface. The meeting is tense. Ah, why? Did you know what I was going to say?
The young man's question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications.
You were going to ask me to be your assistant. It is obvious. The response is swift, cutting through the young man's carefully constructed facade. Then why did you call me? Even though I'm such a busy person. The question is laced with a hint of frustration, a subtle shift in the dynamic. A beat of silence, then, a sudden, unexpected twist. Wait, could this be a date?
The young man's eyes widen, a flicker of hope igniting within him.
The reality crashes down. Wake up from your dream.
The sharp words cut through the fantasy, leaving only a lingering sense of disappointment.
A subtle change in demeanor. Now that I think about it, you're not speaking formally.
The observation is sharp, precise, and reveals a deeper understanding.
Well, that's how we've been talking for a while now.
The young man's response is calm, almost resigned, as the scene fades. The young man sits, a hint of weariness in his posture. He's recounting a recent interaction, his tone a blend of gratitude and underlying tension. The woman's words carry a weight of authority, a subtle hint of amusement plays on her lips as she offers a proposition.
His eyes widen, a surge of hope.
Really, he exclaims, barely able to contain his excitement. But the conditions are steep, a request that tests his resolve. She sips her coffee, a picture of calm confidence.
That's easy, she states, her words laced with a knowing smile.
The deal is sealed, a path to freedom laid out, but at a cost.
A wide shot of the school grounds, bathed in the golden light of sunset. The young man's internal struggle is palpable.
The vast expanse of the ocean stretches to the horizon, a lone vessel cuts through the waves.
The prisoner transporter AL-08, a symbol of confinement and escape. Its arrival marks a turning point.
On board cells, the young man sits alone, confined within cold, steel bars. His thoughts, a bitter pill to swallow. Damn it, I didn't think that I'd be put on a ship and treated like cargo.
A sudden realization dawns. Could it be? The chilling question echoes in his mind, am I being transferred to the prison tower?
The prison tower, a colossal structure rising from the stormy North Pacific, a monument to confinement under a malevolent moon. A prison unlike any other, created by high-ranking constellations, a haven of deprivation for those who dare to defy them. Chains bind a desperate figure, a stark reminder of the tower's purpose, a place where contractors are stripped of their powers, reduced to mere mortals. It's a prison that turns all contractors into normal human beings, a fate worse than death for some. Yet, a sinister smile spreads across the young man's face.
Well, it doesn't matter.
His chilling resolve, all I have to do is shut up and make sure that Rockdill can stay in the Ventrick family. A chilling smile spreads across his face, a calculated risk, a gamble for freedom. 5 years, a mere blink in the grand scheme of things. He thinks of it as nothing more than a minor inconvenience. The cold steel of the cuffs bites into his wrists, a stark reminder of his current predicament. A cruel judgment, whispered in the shadows.
What an ugly face!
His face, a roadmap of past battles, each scar a testament to his resilience. A sudden, sharp intake of breath, a flicker of fear in his eyes. A flash of steel, a swift, brutal end.
KKEOK. Ad.
A guttural cry escapes his lips, a desperate gasp for air. Blood stains his expensive gold chain, a grim testament to the brutal attack. A shadowy figure stands silhouetted against the dim light of a prison cell.
The air is thick with anticipation. A cold blade descends, piercing flesh.
A crimson stain blooms across the victim's shirt.
You fool!
The words hiss, laced with contempt.
Eyes blaze with malevolent red light. The first species don't need a guy like you.
The killer's voice drips with disdain.
AAGH. Another strangled cry.
The victim's lifeblood spills onto the cold, unforgiving floor. A sickening thud echoes as his body hits the ground.
The attack is swift, brutal, efficient.
The killer stands over his fallen foe, a chilling silhouette against the dark background.
The imposing silhouette of the Ventrick family mansion looms under the pale moonlight.
A place of power and secrets, where Rockdill and his father, Eden Ventrick, stand before a formidable figure.
Her eyes pierce Rockdill, a silent storm brewing within their depths.
A chilling question hangs in the air, Rockdill.
Rockdill's shoulders slump under the weight of unspoken expectations. His father watches, a silent observer in this tense family drama.
A nervous sweat beads on Rockdill's brow as he stammers, "Why yes."
The question hangs heavy, what are you going to do?
Rockdill and his father exchange a look of apprehension. The Ventrick family member's words hang heavy in the air, a cold accusation aimed at Rockdill.
His gaze unwavering, the family member presses for a full confession, demanding details of Rockdill's actions.
A single word escapes Rockdill's lips, a reluctant admission of guilt.
The family member's expression hardens, a silent judgment.
Rockdill's shoulders slump under the weight of his actions, his guilt palpable. A fist slams on the table, the impact echoing through the room, a sudden eruption of anger.
A figure emerges from the shadows, radiating power, an aura of immense authority. The flames crackle and roar, a visual representation of the family member's fury. The truth is revealed. Rockdill acted out of wounded pride, not solely because of the Ventrick family's perceived insult.
Rockdill, head bowed low, stands before a figure whose face is mostly obscured, a silent confession hangs heavy in the air.
The accusation explodes, you were the one that actually caused the Ventrick family's name to be dragged through the mud.
The weight of the revelation crushes Rockdill. Eden Ventrick, his parent, watches with a mixture of anger and sorrow. Rockdill's eyes widen, reflecting a dawning horror.
What could this mean?
A desperate plea escapes his lips, "I'll do anything." He throws himself to the ground, a desperate act of submission, the sound of his body hitting the floor echoes in the tense silence.
To restore his family's honor, he's willing to pay any price.
Eden's face hardens, her eyes cold and unforgiving, the decision is made.
The cold truth cuts Rockdill to the core, the only way to recover is by excommunicating you. Family head. Excommunication? The question hangs in the air, a tremor of disbelief in the voice. Isn't that punishment too harsh?
Then, a cold, steely gaze.
The family head's resolve is unwavering. The question is posed, direct and sharp, do you want to be expelled, Eden Ventrick? A moment of agonizing silence. Eden's face is etched with turmoil. He stammers, "WL." The family head's words cut through the tension, "I'd rather have him killed or excommunicated this instant." Rockdill, desperate, throws himself at the family head's feet.
His pleas for forgiveness are lost in the cold, unforgiving atmosphere. But that would make it definitively known that it was Rockdill who ordered Desera into attempting the murder.
A sharp intake of breath.
The weight of his actions crashes down on Rockdill.
He crumbles, a broken whisper escaping his lips, yes. But a surprising twist. The family head's voice, though still cold, offers a reprieve. I won't expel you for the moment.
Rockdill, broken and desperate, pleads for mercy before the council, his fate hanging precariously in the balance. Eden Vendrick, the family head, remains impassive, her expression unreadable, a storm of emotions brewing beneath the surface. A close-up on Eden's face reveals a subtle tightening of her jaw, a hint of the burden she carries. Rockdill, showing his gratitude, bows deeply, a silent thank you echoing in the tense chamber. Eden delivers her verdict, her voice cutting through the silence. Eden Vendrick, keep an eye on your son.
Your punishment will be based on his actions.
The imposing Valhalla Academy stands silhouetted against the night sky, a place of both privilege and peril. Inside, Rockdill and his father exchange a worried glance, the weight of the family head's words settling heavily upon them. As they leave, the father issues a stern warning, stay quiet from here on out. Don't do anything rash. But a concerned voice cuts through the tension. Father, didn't you hear anything that the family head said? A shadow falls across Rockdill's face, his expression etched with apprehension.
I'll be excommunicated sooner or later, he mutters, the weight of his words heavy in the air.
But a steely glint enters his eyes.
But the media is watching us closely now, so I can't do anything. A cunning plan forms in his mind. When things quiet down, I'll release that when nobody expects it. He walks away with his father, their footsteps echoing the unspoken tension. A quiet determination hardening Rockdill's features. Because there's nothing slowing me down now, he vows. He turns to his father, a plea in his voice, you have to help me too, father. The father hesitates, his face a mask of worry. Whatever it is, keep it quiet, he instructs, his voice low and firm. They leave, their backs to us, the weight of their secret heavy in the air. Yes, Rockdill replies, his voice barely a whisper. A few days later. Valhalla Academy. The imposing structure looms, a silent giant overlooking the interview room,
where a tense conversation unfolds. So, the Vendrick family head will be coming here soon.
Because she wants to apologize to you.
An explanation offered, heavy with unspoken implications.
But met with immediate skepticism. But I've got nothing to do with the family head?
She even said explicitly that the incident had nothing to do with the family.
Well, she did, but it's still morally correct to apologize. A counterargument, carefully considered. Further fueling the tension. I heard that she's even coming all the way to Korea. The gravity of the situation sinks in, revealing a hidden motive. So the Vendrick family wants to carry out Rockdill's punishment themselves. Is she coming to see me because she has no other choice? A question hangs in the air, laced with bitterness. And the answer is clear in Rockdill's furious expression. Ah, fuck, this is so annoying. His frustration explodes.
Instructor Lee Sankiol and I are equally disturbed by this turn of events. He sits, hands clasped, a picture of quiet contemplation.
The attacker confessed to assaulting a Valhalla student, claiming they were acting on Rockdill's orders. A blatant attempt to shield their family's reputation by downplaying the confession. They're desperately trying to bury the truth.
To protect our students, either Rockdill or the Vendrick family head must be expelled, but there's a complication. A massive donation from the Vendrick family sits in the school's coffers, a stark reminder of their influence.
Valhalla's funding largely depends on donations from wealthy families. A grim reality. The school would likely turn a blind eye if offered enough money. A young man sits alone in his office, a worried expression etched on his face. The air is thick with anticipation. Suddenly, a burst of energy. Another young man enters, his words sharp and questioning. That's such a normal reaction? What about it? A subtle knock echoes, a prelude to something significant. The first young man's face softens. She's arrived. I'll let her in. The second young man nods, a hint of dismissal in his posture. Well then, I'll get going, so have a good chat.
He departs, leaving the first young man alone once more. A soft tap-tap sounds as the door opens. A glimpse of elegance and power. A woman enters, her presence commanding attention, and stands before him, a silent exchange passing between them. The first young man bows slightly.
Please take your time.
The woman's lips curve into a subtle smile.
Yes, thank you for your hospitality. A modern, minimalist office.
Sunlight streams through large windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Kim Joo-hyuk sits calmly, his posture relaxed. Then, a powerful figure enters.
Adelia Ventrick, head of the Ventrick family, exudes an aura of quiet authority. Her voice is smooth, yet carries an undeniable weight. It's nice meeting you, Kim Joo-hyuk SSI. Joo-hyuk's response is polite, but guarded. Nice to meet you.
His eyes, however, betray a hint of suspicion. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A woman, elegant in her dark coat, sits patiently, her hands clasped in her lap, a picture of controlled composure. Across from her, a young man in a school uniform, his expression unreadable, a storm of emotions brewing beneath the surface.
His posture speaks volumes, he's tense, ready for anything.
Regarding the attack perpetrated by our family's Desera,
I must deeply apologize.
The woman bows deeply, her apology sincere, a stark contrast to the young man's stoicism.
Well, you said that he was getting excommunicated, so it's alright.
He seems unconcerned, almost dismissive, but a flicker of something else crosses his face.
I've also heard the Rockdill Ventrick has been causing you trouble at school.
You said that Rockdill had nothing to do with this incident. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge.
Desera's expression is unreadable, a mask of controlled composure. A single exclamation point punctuates the silence. But beneath the surface, a storm brews. Actually, I need to talk to you about that.
The weight of her words settles.
An official statement was made, yet doubt lingers. Neither the media nor the citizens believe it.
The scene shifts to a tense meeting. Kim Joo-hyuk sits opposite Desera, his posture relaxed, almost defiant.
A dismissive shrug. Ah, well, I guess so.
His tone is laced with unconcern, bordering on disdain. His eyes flash with anger.
As if anything you said was true, bastards. Desera's resolve hardens. So in telling you this,
a subtle shift in her expression.
A calculated move. I wanted to create an opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding. A direct appeal.
A plea for help, perhaps?
Could you perhaps help, Kim Joo-hyuk? The scene opens with a close-up on a young man's determined expression.
His jaw is tight, his eyes focused.
A single word explodes from the panel, nope. Desera, undeterred, presses on.
I thought you'd say that. If you help us just this once.
The male protagonist sits, arms crossed, radiating skepticism. Desera's offer hangs heavy in the air. A desperate plea for support. I will promise to give you my full support from now until you graduate.
I'll help you strive as a hunter in Korea, so that you won't have to struggle ever again.
His eyes narrow. A question hangs in the air, so if I make a statement, that'd be the end of it?
A sinister smile spreads across his face. The weight of her offer is clear. A cold calculation in his eyes.
To think that you would give this much just to shut me up. You must be really desperate, huh? Desera's face falls, a silent scream of frustration and desperation.
The sound of a sharp intake of breath cuts through the silence. The unnamed male protagonist's frustration boils over. I'm mad because you're making it seem like nothing happened. His voice drips with sarcasm.
So why should I have to play along? Desera's response is chilling.
The reason for her manipulative offer is revealed, is to see you live with the dishonor that Rockdill gave you.
Desera's fury explodes.
Her eyes burn with righteous anger.
Unleashing a torrent of rage. You scum, who do you think you're talking to? The raw power emanating from Desera is palpable. A wave of heat washes over the room. As the protagonist smirks, "Oh ho, so now you're showing your true colors?" It must have been hard holding it in. Desera's explanation is laced with contempt. "I came to this cesspool of a school to make it more convenient for you." But her patience has run out. "But you dare to be so arrogant? I should just kill you right here and now." Desera's eyes glow with lethal intent. The final confrontation is imminent. Desera's voice cuts through the air, laced with a chilling warning, "I wanted to be generous and give you a chance." But her words are met with a smirk. The protagonist's defiance is palpable, a spark ignites in his eyes. His response is sharp, a challenge thrown back, "Really? Then try it." The protagonist sits back, a picture of smug confidence. A faint golden aura flickers around him, hinting at hidden power. Desera's eyes blaze, fury consuming her. "What?" The protagonist's words are a calculated blow, striking at the heart of Desera's carefully constructed narrative. "Didn't you say that the Ventric family had absolutely nothing to do with the assault on me?" He continues, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "To further that lie, you wanted to pour an incredible amount of money and time into me. But now you want to kill me?" His words hang in the air, heavy with accusation. Desera's face is a mask of barely controlled rage. "I guess that's all you can do, huh?" Her fury simmers, threatening to boil over. The aftermath of the clash hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension as the dust settles. Desera's eyes, blazing with fury, narrow. Her defeat stings, a bitter pill to swallow. The protagonist, however, remains unmoved. His gaze is cold, calculating. "I'll make you regret what you've done today." Desera's threat hisses, laced with venom. She turns, her departure a silent storm of simmering rage. But the protagonist's smirk speaks volumes. A chilling confidence settles upon his features. She couldn't do anything after all. Isn't she just running her mouth? He scoffs, his amusement barely concealed. A sudden interruption. A voice, laced with concern, cuts through the air. "I didn't think it necessary to interfere, but did you really need to do all that?" Baroche, a new face, appears, his expression a mixture of curiosity and mild disapproval. "The bastards who think they should be worshipped are the ones I hate the most." The protagonist's words are sharp, his tone unwavering. The aftermath. A tense silence hangs in the air. His crimson eyes blazing with barely contained fury, the protagonist speaks, his voice dripping with contempt. "I know what she's going to do. Trash bastards who try to put a leash on everyone." A sudden interruption. Baroche, the horned youth, appears, his expression a mixture of surprise and annoyance. "So I hate you as well." The protagonist, still seething, considers his next move. "Well then, there are no more classes today. Should I go to the training room a bit earlier?" He rises, a subtle shift in his posture hinting at the simmering power beneath the surface. The sun shines brightly on Valhalla, the stadium looming large in the background. A peaceful scene, a deceptive calm before the storm. The protagonist walks purposefully towards the stadium, his phone in hand, seemingly oblivious to the brewing tension. A sudden jolt. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise and recognition crossing his features. He spots someone unexpected. "What the? Choi Erin?" A flash of blue hair, and a figure emerges from the shadows. The protagonist's eyes widen in surprise. "Who's that?" Choi Jingu, the Choi family's eldest son, appears, arms crossed, a smug look on his face. He speaks, his voice dripping with condescension. "Choi Erin, you don't really think that you can win, right?" He continues, his words sharp as shards of ice. "No matter how hard you train at Valhalla, it'll be no use." Jingu offers a seemingly kind suggestion, but his eyes betray a cruel intent. "So if you want to remain a member of the family, don't come to this weekend's selection test. I wouldn't want you getting humiliated." Erin's defiance is clear, even without words. Her gaze is unwavering, her jaw set. A single word, sharp and resolute, no. Jingu's expression hardens.
A sudden shift in his demeanor, a flicker of something dangerous in his eyes.
What? Choi Jingu's fury boils over. I'm giving you one last chance, and you refuse? He presses his point, disbelief etched on his face. You really can't comprehend what's going on? Arin's defiance explodes. Her eyes flash, and a sharp retort cuts through the air. You're the one who doesn't get it, dipshit.
Jingu recoils, stunned.
What?
His shock gives way to anger.
Who just called me a dipshit?
Suddenly, another voice cuts in.
Arin's brother, eyes blazing, points a finger at Jingu. You're a dipshit. You. Jingu's confusion deepens. He sputters, why would you want to stop somebody who's putting in so much work?
The unnamed protagonist steps forward, his voice laced with suspicion.
Who are you? Jingu's frustration reaches its peak. You don't even know me and you're cursing at me? Arin's brother unleashes his fury. Why are there so many bastards trying to boast their authority today?
Don't trespass onto school grounds and demand something from a student.
If you're done talking, get lost. The unnamed male protagonist's sharp retort echoes through the hallway.
Choi Arin and her brother stand defiantly, their backs to the camera, a silent show of solidarity against the unwelcome intrusion.
As the protagonist approaches Arin, concern etched on his face. The tension is palpable. Choi Jingu, his face a mask of barely contained anger, glares.
The air crackles with unspoken threats.
The protagonist's eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. He's not backing down. The name Choi Arin is uttered, a low growl vibrating in the air. The hunt is on.
Arin and her brother stand firm, facing Choi Jingu.
The confrontation is unavoidable.
Arin's brother, Juhyuk, offers a quiet word of thanks to the protagonist, a gesture of gratitude amidst the brewing storm. And then, the protagonist's subtle questioning of Arin's earlier agreement hangs heavy in the air.
What does it mean?
Choi Arin's eyes betray a flicker of apprehension, a subtle shift in her demeanor as she reveals a hidden agenda. The unnamed male protagonist's sharp gaze intensifies, his suspicion growing with each word. Arin's confession hangs heavy in the air, the protagonist's silent judgment speaks volumes. The conversation shifts to training plans, but Arin's unexpected trip throws a wrench into their schedule. A subtle tension builds as she reveals her inability to train over the weekend.
A few days later, she hung near a hill overlooking a sprawling cityscape.
A hand reaches out, delicately brushing against leaves.
A young man, equipped with a shovel and phone, stands amidst the tranquil woods. He seems focused on his device. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet. Did you come to find your notes again? He replies, a single word hanging in the air, yeah. Haven't you already found a lot of relics and storage stones in your old notes?
The question hangs heavy, a challenge.
But he counters, well, you're right, but I want to know how many notes are left. If I look for them, I think something amazing could still be hidden in the notes. A figure appears, a striking contrast to the serene forest. His words echo the young man's thoughts, something amazing. Yes. If I can just find it, the big shortcomings I had when I was Kim Hyun-go, I'll be able to overcome them. Maybe if I had found you earlier than 300 years ago, I wouldn't have killed you. Ha! The Chojin family. A grand estate, bustling with anticipation. Today's the Chojin family's selection test, right? Yes, that's why so many people like us gathered. To witness the unveiling of the next generation's heir. But who are these figures observing from the shadows? The air crackles with tension as the Chojin family head, Choi Jonseok, makes his appearance. A silent storm brewing beneath the surface of polite formality. The stakes are laid bare, pass the selection test, and you become the successor. But failure means banishment from the family. The weight of expectation settles heavily on Shihung's shoulders.
The tension is palpable, every eye is fixed on Choi Janseok, the authority himself. He speaks, his words carrying the weight of generations. "All of you are prepared?" he asks, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Choi Janseok observes, his expression unreadable. A silent assessment of the candidates before him. Shihung's quiet affirmation, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation.
Yes. A subtle nod from Choi Janseok, approval, perhaps? A flicker of something. Good. The challenge is revealed: find the dual blade, hidden deep within the treacherous mountains. A test of skill, endurance, and perhaps something more. Only the one who retrieves the blade and presents it to Choi Janseok will claim the title of successor. The hunt begins. The tension is palpable. Choi Janseok's words hang in the air, will be recognized as the winner of this selection test. His gaze sweeps across the assembled hopefuls, a calculating glint in his eye. Choi Janseok's steely gaze focuses intently, a silent promise of challenge. The rules are laid down: it doesn't matter how you obtain it, but killing others is strictly forbidden. The command echoes, a stark challenge thrown down. Now, begin. Shihung's eyes blaze with determination as she snatches a blade. The hunt is on. A blur of motion. Shihung sprints towards her objective. Amidst the chaos, Choi Janseok observes, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. It's not an urgent test. Sooner or later, you will find the dual blade. His eyes gleam with a chilling confidence. And the moment I take it away from you, it's over. Shihung's rival, a figure shrouded in mystery, smiles with cold determination. This time, he will claim the dual blade. Shihung and Choi Erin stand in a stark, minimalist hallway, the silence punctuated only by the rhythmic thud of Shihung's footsteps. He walks away, a determined set to his jaw, a storm brewing beneath the surface. A close-up on Choi Jingu's intense gaze, his mind already racing. A phone vibrates in his pocket, a musical ringtone cuts through the tension. It's a call he's been waiting for. This is Choi Jingu. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air as he answers. A shadowy figure on the other end of the line, his voice, a low growl, cuts through the silence. What happened to the dual blade? Choi Jingu's expression darkens. It looks like I'll have to take the selection test. The task ahead will take longer than anticipated. A close-up on a man's face, his expression grim. The words selection test loom above him, a stark warning. A phone call interrupts. This is the second time you've talked about it. You know that you're very late, right? The voice on the other end is sharp, impatient. Choi Jingu, his face etched with worry, mumbles an apology. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. But his determination shines through. If I can obtain the dual blade somehow. He whispers, a glimmer of hope in his voice. The unseen caller presses him. Will you keep the promi dash? The urgency is palpable? Of course. Jingu's reply is firm, unwavering. The stakes are too high to falter. The voice on the other end, belonging to the mysterious figure, is cold and resolute. It's a promise we made in front of a constellation. It's bound to be fulfilled. Just focus on the target. Jingu's face hardens. Understood. The determination in his eyes is unwavering. He will succeed, no matter the cost. Shihung's steely gaze pierces the screen. This is his last chance. The weight of his ambition is almost tangible. The hunt begins. Shihung, unwavering in her resolve, sets out to find the legendary dual blade. A faint, ethereal glow, a subtle hint of magic pulses in the earth. Shihung kneels, her hand outstretched, sensing the mystical energy. The blade lies before her, radiating power. A surge of blue energy erupts from the ground, swirling around the blade, a trace of the dual blade's magic. The magical energy intensifies, guiding her. It continues this way. Following the mystical trail, Shihung's focus sharpens, every fiber of her being attuned to the faintest whisper of magic. Is this the direction of the dual blade?
A question forms in her mind, a mixture of hope and anticipation.
A sudden whoosh. Someone is approaching.
Shihung turns, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword. Choi Janseok appears, his eyes narrowed in observation.
Are you in the middle of finding it with the magic traces?
Choi Janseok's voice cuts through the air, a hint of challenge in his tone. A smirk plays on Janseok's lips, a glint of mischief in his eyes, as he reveals the identity of Shihung's mysterious mentor, Juhyuk.
The question hangs in the air, magic control?
Shihung's brow furrows in thought.
Janseok's expression turns serious. He knows the answer. A flash of lightning. Shihung's power surges, a testament to her mastery.
But Janseok points out a crucial flaw: she's only scratching the surface. Practice small magic-oriented controls, Janseok advises, and not just those big chunks. Shihung's confusion is palpable, she looks lost.
Janseok's final words hit hard. Didn't they teach you that in your family?
Shihung stands alone, a storm brewing within her eyes. Janseok approaches, his expression one of patient understanding.
Well, whatever. You only know how to borrow the power of the constellation and how to gather magic energy, right? Shihung's response is barely a whisper, yes. I'm not good at it either.
Janseok offers guidance, his words precise and measured. So first, relax your entire body and use your fingers and toes to wearily extend your magic.
Shihung nods, attempting to follow his instructions. Okay.
Janseok's voice cuts through the silence. Stop answering now. A surge of energy flows through Shihung, a breathtaking display of power. Spread it slowly as if you were diagnosing the magic even in every hair. And with a focused mind, she begins to sense the magic around her.
Good, now, in this state, try to sense the magic in the air. Shihung's body glows with ethereal energy, a testament to her growing control.
Janseok watches intently, a hint of pride in his eyes.
Sense the magic. A powerful surge of energy erupts from Shihung, a fiery spectacle that leaves Janseok speechless.
A surge of raw power erupts, a crimson inferno engulfing the figure at its center. Shihung's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she witnesses the spectacle.
The sheer intensity is almost overwhelming.
Huffing and puffing, Shihung struggles to regain her composure after the intense magical exertion.
Janseok watches, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Did you already sense it? Janseok asks, his voice calm yet probing.
Shihung nods, her eyes still wide with wonder. Yes, I saw the shape of magic surrounding you, she replies, her voice barely a whisper.
A look of understanding dawns on Shihung's face as she processes Janseok's explanation. The intensity of her training is clearly taking its toll. That's how you sense magic. You can notice even weak magic energy that doesn't leak from the body.
It's one of the things you can do with precise magic control.
Janseok explains, his eyes gleaming with pride. The more you use it, the easier it is for you to sense magic residue on the ground or in the air.
Janseok continues, his words a testament to Shihung's progress.
Shihung nods, absorbing his words. She's clearly understanding the finer points of magic control.
If the magic's appearance looked like me, you can tell what kind of object traces of magic come from as well.
Janseok adds, a glint of determination in his eyes.
A dark, menacing dagger is shown, its silhouette sharp against the fiery background.
Janseok's gaze is intense, focused on the image. Choi Janseok's training is complete.
I can't teach you any further, he states, his words firm yet laced with encouragement.
The weight of independent learning now rests on Shihung's shoulders. A quiet determination settles on her face.
Okay, she replies, a subtle smile playing on her lips.
The seed of magical mastery has been planted, now it's time for growth. A new scene unfolds. A young woman, her eyes wide with curiosity, whispers, "Just who is that Juhyuk?"
The camera pans to reveal Juhyuk, a mysterious figure striding through a dark forest, a katana strapped to his hip. The air crackles with unspoken power. A woman's voice cuts through the silence.
Is it that shameless guy who was with you before?
Shihung's face contorts in a grimace, her teeth bared in a low growl.
The memory of Juhyuk is clearly not a pleasant one.
Her eyes blaze with a newfound intensity.
He's much stronger than a brat like you. Why have you come here? Juhyuk smirks, his gaze unwavering. Why do you think? He draws his katana, the blade shimmering with an ominous purple glow. The clash is imminent.
A surge of purple energy crackles around the blade, the air itself vibrates with raw power. Juhyuk grins, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent.
This is why I'm here, he declares, his voice echoing with menace. Steel clashes against steel. Sparks fly as Shihung meets Juhyuk's attack head-on, a whirlwind of blades and magic erupts. Juhyuk's eyes widen in disbelief. Wait? Shihung's power is overwhelming, pushing Juhyuk back with unexpected force.
She's pushing me away, he stammers, his confidence shattered. A crimson slash cuts through the air, Juhyuk stumbles back, wounded.
Shihung's attack continues relentlessly, a furious storm of magical energy. Juhyuk's face contorts in pain and surprise. What the hell? He watches, stunned, as Shihung's strength becomes terrifyingly clear. Just when did she become this strong?
Shihung walks away, her blue hair flowing behind her, a glowing katana at her side, leaving Juhyuk defeated and bewildered.
A surge of energy erupts. The air crackles with power, a breathtaking display of raw magical might.
As a young man stands amidst the swirling vortex, his eyes wide with a mixture of hope and apprehension.
Are there really no other notes here? His face falls. I hid so many notes, and there's only one in the entirety of Valhalla?
Despair threatens to consume him.
But then, a glimmer of light. A faint glow emanates from the ground, a beacon in the deepening gloom. Could it be? Ah, there's one.
A triumphant grin spreads across his face, a stark contrast to his previous despair.
He found it.
His eyes blaze with newfound determination.
I actually found one.
The thrill of discovery courses through his veins as he focuses on the location of his prize.
It is, over there. The final piece of the puzzle is within reach. He rushes towards the indicated spot, a surge of anticipation building within him. A powerful energy crackles in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon. What? Blades clash.
A flurry of blows, each strike a testament to skill and power.
The air crackles with energy.
But one warrior falters.
A desperate defense, barely enough to withstand the onslaught. A fierce counterattack. A blinding flash of light, and the tide begins to turn. His breath catches in his throat, sweat beads on his brow. The pressure is immense. He grips his blade tighter, a silent vow forming in his mind. Are you learning how to be a wild boar at school?
A chilling smirk, a cruel challenge issued.
Give up the dual blade. The antagonist sneers, his words dripping with contempt. Are you insane? His face, a mask of cruel amusement, is a stark contrast to the protagonist's grim determination. As he unleashes a brutal verbal assault, an illegitimate child like you doesn't deserve it.
The protagonist, thrown off balance, stumbles, but rises with renewed vigor, their eyes blazing with defiance.
A surge of energy crackles around them. The blade hums with power, a celestial glow illuminating the scene. A clash of steel. The air crackles with energy as the two combatants collide in a flurry of motion. A blinding flash of light. The antagonist is sent reeling, as the protagonist's counterattack lands with devastating precision. Rotate the sword here, and slash upwards. With a final, powerful strike, the antagonist is sent flying. Look! A blinding flash of energy erupts as steel clashes against steel. The air crackles with raw power. The antagonist, momentarily stunned, loses his grip on his sword. While he's lost his grip on his sword, make sure to hit him, a voice urges. Seizing the opportunity,
the protagonist unleashes a devastating counterattack. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground.
The antagonist is sent flying,
crashing to the earth with a bone-jarring thud. He coughs, spitting blood, his face a mask of defeat and disbelief. The protagonist stands over him, their own breath ragged but their eyes burning with triumph. Another blow sends him sprawling.
The fight is over.
Sheathing her sword, the protagonist surveys the scene. A quiet satisfaction settles over her features.
But a hint of doubt lingers.
I did think I'd be able to get a hit on him at least once, but to think it would be this easy.
The battle is far from over.
Our protagonist, breathless but defiant, chooses her weapon, the dual blade. A flicker of doubt crosses her face.
Did she really win? Her opponent, radiating dark energy, stands poised to strike.
The air crackles with anticipation. With a blur of motion, the protagonist counters.
The clash of steel echoes through the forest.
A fierce exchange of blows, a whirlwind of steel and magic.
The antagonist's dark power surges, a desperate attempt to overpower her.
He scoffs, his confidence unwavering, that blessing of yours is laughable.
You will never be able to defeat me, who has a contract.
He admits to a momentary lapse in guard, but his arrogance remains. The protagonist's gaze sharpens.
She notices something, the magic surrounding the sword. Why? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge between the two figures locked in a tense standoff.
The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension that precedes the storm.
Why, you ask?
A smirk plays on the antagonist's lips, a cruel confidence in his eyes as he casually holds his magically imbued blade.
He knows something she doesn't. Why do you think? The antagonist's voice booms, echoing the unspoken threat hanging between them.
The moment of quiet contemplation shatters as the battle resumes.
A blur of motion.
The protagonist attacks with blinding speed, her sword a silver streak against the dark background. The clash of steel echoes through the scene. A whirlwind of energy erupts as their blades meet.
The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air.
With a fierce cry, she unleashes a devastating counterattack.
Her movements are precise, powerful, fueled by a surge of adrenaline.
The antagonist is sent flying, a surprised grimace twisting his features as he crashes to the ground. His confidence, shaken for the first time.
He dodged my swing. At such a short range? Disbelief and frustration war on the antagonist's face as she watches him fall. The tables have turned.
A purple arc of energy explodes from the protagonist's sword, a powerful finishing blow that sends the antagonist reeling. The battle is far from over, but the tide has shifted. The clash of steel echoes through the desolate landscape, a scream cuts through the air as the antagonist crumples to the ground. The victor stands over his fallen foe, katana still dripping with the antagonist's blood.
Aren't you gonna get up? Though it'd be better if you didn't.
A grimace of pain contorts the antagonist's face, a silent plea for respite. A dark stain blossoms across the antagonist's abdomen, a gruesome testament to the protagonist's power.
The impact sends a shockwave through the ground.
Gasping for breath, the antagonist struggles to rise, but the pain is too much. The protagonist sheathes his blade, his expression unreadable.
I told you not to get up, didn't I? If you don't move, you won't die.
The antagonist clutches at their wound, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning realization. A confession spills from their lips. Since I'm the offense leader of the Jinsa Guild, I signed a contract with an A-grade constellation to save face, but now I'm on the side of the devotees. A chilling realization dawns on the antagonist's face, a look of stark terror.
The devotees. I've heard that before.
The third most dangerous evil group in the world. Defeated, the young woman sits, her face etched with a profound sadness. Tears well in her eyes, reflecting the weight of her recent ordeal.
The antagonist, a sinister figure wielding a wicked blade, reveals a chilling truth. Then, you made a contract with one of the devotees' constellations? Her confusion is palpable. I just don't understand. The question hangs heavy in the air: is there more to this than meets the eye? A haunting thought crosses her mind: are the benefits from joining them better? Are they better than enjoying life? The antagonist's smirk widens, a chilling display of arrogance.
Listen up, he sneers, his voice dripping with menace.
He promises unimaginable power, incredible power and command.
His words paint a picture of a world beyond the senses, a realm of unimaginable power and control, a world where the rules are different. And the young woman clutches her chest, pain etched across her face. The cost of this power is clearly far greater than she ever imagined.
A flashback reveals a shocking truth. Do you know at what age I joined the Jinsa Guild?
At just 12 years old. The antagonist stands over her, his blade gleaming ominously. The weight of his words, and the implications of her past, settle heavily upon her.
I've been working for our family's guild icon since I was a child.
A young woman lies on the ground, defeated. A man with a katana stands over her, his face a mask of grim determination. At an age where all I wanted to do was play, I was expected to set an example as the eldest son of the Choi-jin family.
It was never a choice.
The weight of expectation crushes her, a single tear rolls down her cheek as she recounts her past. It was then that I met a person from the devotees, a sinister offer whispered in the shadows. He encouraged me, saying that I could satisfy the desires that lay within my heart, a tempting promise of power. Her eyes widen, a flicker of recognition, a dark secret revealed. My desire, lust towards breaking humans, a chilling confession.
The antagonist's eyes glow with malevolent intent. A pact is offered, a price demanded.
But I couldn't just join them like that, I had to fulfill a condition. The weight of the past hangs heavy in the air, a family's relic, the dual blade, is the key to everything.
A confrontation unfolds.
The protagonist lies wounded on the ground.
The antagonist, a cold glint in his eyes, watches her intently. A bombshell revelation.
10 years ago, the protagonist's older sister participated in the first selection test.
The memories hit her like a tidal wave. The shock is palpable.
But the antagonist's words cut deeper.
Didn't she go missing during that test?
The protagonist's pain is evident, a fresh wound bleeds onto her jeans.
A chilling confession. I couldn't control my desires. The antagonist's sinister smile speaks volumes.
Before the search for the dual blade, I murdered her on the mountain. The impact of his words reverberates, leaving the protagonist with a look of haunting sorrow.
But in the end, I wasn't able to find the dual blade, got awfully injured, and failed the test.
A young man recounts his failure, the weight of his words heavy in the air. A missed opportunity echoing in his words. If it weren't for that, I could have joined the devotees 10 years ago, but, the path not taken, a life unlived.
A flashback.
A woman, pale and wounded, clutches her stomach. I left her there in hopes of her going missing, but, a chilling confession. The young man's face is etched with worry.
Where is she now?
The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. As the weight of his past actions bears down on him. He sits alone, sword at his side, a picture of brooding contemplation. A harsh voice cuts through his thoughts.
You'd better quit. The warning is sharp, laced with a threat.
A woman lies in bed, her face pale and drawn. Your mother collapsed, the narration begins, a sense of impending doom settling in.
Because of a heartbreaking revelation.
A young girl weeps, her face a mask of grief. Because she saw her daughter's face in yours. The connection is made, the cause of the mother's collapse revealed. The rain falls, mirroring the tears on the woman's face. She sits alone, wounded and defeated, the weight of the world on her shoulders.
But there is a glimmer of hope.
Well, I know now where the dual blade is, so, a new path emerges from the ashes of the past.
The antagonist, a sinister figure cloaked in shadows, stands over his fallen opponent.
His blade, gleaming wickedly, rests on the ground. A cruel taunt hangs heavy in the air, say hello to your sister for me.
The weight of his words is a crushing blow.
He sheathes his sword, a chilling smile playing on his lips. The rain begins to fall, mirroring the protagonist's despair. A sickening thud echoes through the desolate landscape.
The protagonist's sister lies wounded, her body trembling. A brutal impact leaves her gasping for breath.
The world spins around her. The protagonist races through the forest, his face a mask of grim determination.
He clutches a crudely drawn map.
A tense standoff in a secluded forest clearing. A young man holds a blade to a woman's throat.
Another man arrives, his voice laced with alarm. What the hell are you doing?
The young man's eyes glow with an eerie red light, a chilling intensity radiates from his gaze.
His response is cold and defiant, mind your own business.
The young man's words drip with menace.
Just what kind of crazy family points a knife at their sister's neck? A blur of motion, a clash of steel, a devastating blow. The impact echoes through the clearing, a guttural cry of pain, cook.
The attacker is sent sprawling, his face contorted in agony. The woman, eyes wide with fear and concern, whispers a single name.
Ju. Ju stands defiantly, a makeshift weapon clutched in his hand, his eyes blazing with a fierce protectiveness. His sister lies injured on the ground, a stark contrast to his furious stance, the aftermath of a brutal attack. The question hangs heavy in the air, why did you come here?
Ju's gaze softens slightly as he looks down at his injured sister, a flicker of vulnerability in his intense eyes. His response is a low, strained whisper, I just came here to dig for my safe.
A simple explanation, but the location is significant.
It was just in this direction. The injury is severe, dark, spreading stains mar his sister's clothes, a grim reminder of the violence she endured.
Ju's eyes flash crimson, a surge of raw power, barely contained.
He commands, his voice firm despite the turmoil within, stay back, and gather some magic to heal your wound.
A weary but grateful acceptance, okay. I wonder who you are to appear all of a sudden. Could you be that rude student I met at Valhalla?
Ju grips his sword, a shadow of suspicion darkening his eyes.
It's family business, so.
Ju's sister lies injured on the ground, her breath coming in ragged gasps. He stands protectively before her, his gaze hardening.
A sudden eruption of violence. Fuck off. The attacker lunges, a blur of motion. His blade flashes, a purple energy crackling around it. The speed is breathtaking. A clash of steel.
Purple energy explodes outwards, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the forest.
The attack is deflected, but the attacker is relentless. The fight intensifies. Ju staggers back, surprise etched on his face. Ha! The attacker's eyes widen in disbelief. He dodged it? A gleaming blade, etched with ancient runes, catches the light. Its power palpable, a weapon of untold potential. The attacker lunges, a swift blow aimed at Ju's sister. When you stab, to chase runner like you idiot. The words sting as much as the blade. A sickening thud. Ju's sister cries out in pain. But Ju reacts instantly, a blur of motion. Intercepting the attack with a desperate lunge of his own. In the midst of pushing his sister away, a question flashes through Ju's mind. Was he chasing me? The attacker's eyes, wide with surprise, offer no answers. A brutal clash. The force of the impact sends a shockwave, leaving both combatants reeling from the blow. The ground cracks beneath Ju's feet as he unleashes a devastating blow. A shockwave ripples outwards, leaving the attacker gasping for air, his body racked with pain. His weapon lies discarded nearby. Ju stands, his expression grim, a long, ornate staff clutched in his hand. The air crackles with barely contained power. He kneels beside his injured sister. Are you all right? He asks, his voice laced with concern. She manages a weak yes. Ju's eyes flash with determination. Can she even walk? The question hangs heavy in the air. She replies, I'm not sure, let me try. Ju's eyes glow with an eerie red light. A surge of power, raw and untamed.
erupts as he helps his sister to her feet.
The attacker lies defeated, a dark aura swirling around him.
A voice whispers, "It's sword magic." The scene shifts to a close-up of Ju's face, his expression unreadable.
He thinks, I know. Is this guy also a bad guy?
The ground trembles, a shockwave radiates outwards from the epicenter of the clash.
Ju stands defiant, eyes blazing with barely contained fury. You bastard!
Dark energy crackles around him, a tangible aura of power. His very presence seems to warp the air itself.
He faces his opponent, the guild's offense leader, a figure shrouded in shadow and malice.
The offense leader sneers, his voice dripping with contempt.
Do you think you can beat the guild's offense leader? A blur of motion. Ju's attack is a whirlwind of dark energy. His blade sings, a deadly arc of purple light slicing through the air, a devastating blow. Despite the magical assault, the offense leader remains unmoved. Even though I hit him with magic. Ju grits his teeth, his face contorted in frustration. He didn't budge. The battle continues, the clash of steel echoing through the forest. Offense leader.
Ju unleashes a furious barrage of blows, his fists crackling with raw magical energy. The offense leader barely flinches, deflecting each strike with effortless grace. A clash of titans unfolds before our eyes.
A thunderous impact.
The ground trembles as Ju's attack connects, but the offense leader remains standing.
The offense leader scoffs, is this really the power of a 17-year-old?
Ju grits his teeth, his face contorted in frustration.
He's blocking all of my attacks and even countering. He's pushed to the brink, there's no other choice.
I have no other choice but to use that. A desperate gamble, there are a bunch of side effects, but it's his only hope.
If I get hit more, I'll be done. This.
A surge of dark energy erupts from Ju as he activates a forbidden technique, his eyes burning with an unnatural light, a terrifying power unleashed. With the artificial remains. A single thought echoes in Ju's mind, a desperate gamble in the face of overwhelming odds. I can get a provisional contract with a constellation. With a guttural cry, he forces a dark purple crystal into his mouth, a surge of raw power coursing through his veins. The transformation begins. His eyes glow with an unnatural light. A tremor runs through the earth, the ground cracks beneath Ju's feet as he rises to meet his foe.
The offense leader watches, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Ka-keek.
His laughter rings out, echoing the growing darkness that surrounds him, a power mirroring Ju's own.
The clash is inevitable. Ju charges, a whirlwind of dark energy. But the offense leader stands firm, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. Ha 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 ha. Panic erupts nearby. A nearby group of agents shouts in alarm, WH what? Selection test site near the entrance.
The ground shakes violently.
An earthquake? Sunbay. A hushed whisper cuts through the air. As a dark, swirling vortex erupts in the distance. What in the world?
The onlookers gasp, fear etched on their faces. The ominous purple energy expands, a terrifying spectacle visible to all.
A collective intake of breath. That is.
The gravity of the situation hits home.
This is no ordinary event. His eyes widen, concern etched deep into his features.
The weight of responsibility bears down on him.
It's dense enough for the general public to see.
The man's voice rings out, sharp and urgent.
The implications are clear. And over there, the location of the dual blade is revealed, a beacon of power in the swirling chaos. It's tradition to not involve myself in the middle of the selection test, but.
A conflicted sigh escapes his lips.
Duty calls. This is dangerous. I have to go take a look myself. The decision is made. He will face the danger head on.
The air crackles with tension. Ju stands before his adversaries, a dark aura swirling around him. A tangible power emanating from his very being. The ground beneath him trembles with each pulse of dark energy. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, reflecting the ominous power he now wields. He speaks, his voice laced with a chilling confidence. This is just an extra effect. It's part of the power I gained from the provisional contract with a constellation.
The dark energy intensifies, coalescing into a monstrous, shadowy dragon.
A low growl rumbles through the scene.
A palpable threat hanging heavy in the air. Ju's sister is nowhere to be seen. You'll definitely die here now.
The words hang in the air, a prelude to the inevitable. The dragon that kills all recognizes the holy relic and descends.
The final confrontation begins. A shadowy behemoth fills the panel, its maw agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A purple aura crackles around it.
The monstrous eye opens, a blinding crimson light emanating from its depths.
After a long time, power surges.
The text box blazes. The dragon that kills all activates his ability, the eye that penetrates nature.
This is it.
Ju stands amidst a fiery inferno, his eyes blazing with newfound power.
He is transformed.
The dragon's eye, a single, malevolent orb of crimson, stares out from the shadows.
A chilling gaze. A serpentine shadow slithers, a prelude to something immense. The transformation is complete. The shadow dragon materializes behind Ju, its presence a palpable threat. He wields a wicked blade.
The text box clarifies, the dragon that kills all deactivates the eye that penetrates nature.
The power shifts.
The dragon's head lowers, a subtle shift in its demeanor.
The power is under control.
The text box flashes again, the dragon that kills all activates the eye that penetrates nature. The full might of the constellation contract is unleashed.
The shadow dragon, eyes blazing red, roars. Its power is terrifying, a force that chills the very soul. But even this monstrous creature is gripped by fear.
I have to get out of here, it screams, its voice echoing through the desolate landscape.
Ju, his face etched with exertion, barely manages a whisper, "Sir Constellation?"
The dragon that kills all rejects the call of the holy relic, the contract is broken. And with a surge of power, the dragon reclaims its strength, vanishing in a flash of dark energy. Ju staggers, a look of disbelief on his face.
Ha!
The aftermath, a scene of chaos. Ju's sister lies injured on the ground, while the offense leader watches from a distance. His eyes filled with a mixture of shock and calculation.
So, the tension ratchets up. Who's killing who? The question hangs heavy in the air.
Ju, now radiating a dark aura, stands defiant, his eyes burning with newfound power.
The confrontation is unavoidable.
Ju's hands tremble, a surge of dark energy erupting from the ancient tome, the air crackles with power. A shadow explodes outwards, a terrifying roar shaking the very ground. The dragon's power is unleashed. The offense leader watches, his eyes narrowed, calculating the raw power before him. A dangerous game unfolds. The ground cracks, a devastating shockwave ripping through the landscape. The dragon's fury knows no bounds. Ju's face contorts in agony, his body racked with pain. He struggles to maintain control. His eyes burn with a dark fire, a terrifying aura radiating from his form. The shadow dragon's power has corrupted him. He collapses, defeated, the earth trembling beneath his weight, the aftermath of his reckless power. Han Nibel, the Dragon King, leader of the devotees, his face, a mask of pure terror. The dragon that kills all booms, a voice echoing through his very being.
Because of you, I've gotten into massive trouble.
His eyes dart around wildly, a desperate plea forming on his lips.
Want to disappear from this mortal plane? He stammers, a cold sweat beading on his brow. Excuse me. I apologize.
The Dragon King crumples, a sickening thud as he hits the floor.
The dragon's wrath is swift and brutal. A warning echoes, do not distribute artificial relics in the future. Han Nibel lies broken, defeated. Understood.
A chilling message appears on a screen, a stark warning from a power beyond comprehension. Han Nibel, his face unseen, reacts with a sudden, violent jolt.
He crumples to the floor.
Fear grips him, a cold dread that freezes his very soul.
What was that?
His eyes widen, reflecting the terror of a cosmic event.
The constellation's fury, what caused it? Through an artificial relic, a dark truth is revealed. The Chojin family brat has done something terribly wrong.
A subtle shift in his posture, a tremor of fear runs through him.
Is he afraid? The question hangs heavy in the air.
Sir, Constellation, a worried voice whispers.
Determination hardens his gaze. He will uncover the truth, no matter the cost.
A surge of dark energy erupts around him. The power of the constellation, a terrifying force, now channeled through him. The Valhalla Dormitory, a place of shadows and secrets, where the night hides untold stories.
Kim Joo-hyuk's room. He enters, a sense of purpose etched on his face.
His footsteps echoing in the quiet hallway. He moves with a determined stride. A restless energy fills the air as he rummages through his bag, a palpable tension building with each passing moment. And then, a triumphant grin spreads across his face.
He's found it.
He holds up the ancient tome, a sinister gleam in his eyes.
I've finally gotten my hands on it. The God Arts.
The weight of history, of power untold, rests in his grasp, a power that could change everything. He confirms his prize, a chilling smile playing on his lips.
Yes, it's the main reason I've been searching for the notes. Kim Joo-hyuk, the newly reincarnated warrior, sits calmly, reviewing the ancient texts.
A determined glint in his eyes as he pores over the secrets within.
A question arises: is there a difference between his current breathing technique and the one he used in his past life?
A powerful figure, his face obscured by a mask, answers with a single, chilling word, I see. Joo-hyuk explains that his previous breathing technique was deeply ingrained, unchangeable even after reincarnation.
He couldn't alter it, even 500 years ago.
The weight of his past battles bears down on him.
When I fought Barche, I got beaten up. Because of his flawed breathing technique, he ran out of magic power during the fight.
But now, with his new body, a triumphant grin spreads across his face.
But I can start anew. He holds the God Arts notes, a renewed determination burning in his eyes. A final declaration of purpose: I'll stop training my physique for a bit. The aftermath of a brutal clash. Joo-hyuk's resolve hardens as he contemplates his next move. He has to master the God Arts first.
A flicker of doubt crosses his face.
He reflects on the earlier incident, a troubling memory. Joo-hyuk's explanation is simple, almost curt.
He heard someone approaching and left the scene.
A sense of unease hangs in the air.
He brushes off the concern, confident that things will somehow work out. Suddenly, the scene shifts.
A violent clash erupts in a dark alleyway. The impact echoes.
A brutal blow sends his opponent sprawling.
The fight is over, swiftly and decisively. The fallen figure lies still.
The weight of his actions settles upon Joo-hyuk. In a clearing, Joo-hyuk examines a mysterious artifact.
An ancient weapon, radiating power. A sharp question cuts through the silence.
The weight of his actions is brought into stark relief.
Joo-hyuk's face is grim.
He's trapped between his conscience and the consequences of his actions. He can't kill him, not without facing severe repercussions.
A body lies still on the ground, the faintest traces of magic lingering in the air. He'll live.
A gruff voice cuts through the silence.
Yeah. Can you get up now?
A woman, her clothes torn, slowly rises, a pained expression etched on her face.
Yes.
The man looks around, his eyes darting nervously.
Then. Ha!
A defeated foe lies nearby.
His senses sharpen, a prickle of unease crawling up his spine. Someone is coming.
A thought crosses his mind, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes.
Could Choyarin's family be on their way after seeing the sword magic?
The woman speaks, her voice laced with worry.
That means it'll be awkward for me to find my notes. Choyarin.
She looks around anxiously, her eyes wide with apprehension.
Yes?
He decides to act swiftly, his tone firm but gentle.
It seems like your family is coming here, so don't overdo it and just sit still. I've got something to do in this place, so I'll be leaving.
She nods slowly, relief washing over her face.
Ah. Okay. And just in case they don't know,
tell them that you caught that piece of trash over there. A young man, eyes blazing crimson, stands over a defeated foe. The air crackles with barely contained power.
Actually, he's lost a lot of energy, so that last hit did him in. Well then, bye.
The victor's words are casual, almost bored, as he turns away.
Got it, Jo-hyuk. I'll see you at school.
A girl with silver hair, her expression a mix of relief and weariness, speaks to the departing figure.
The weight of the encounter hangs heavy in the air.
As shadows lengthen, and a group of men in dark clothing emerge from the trees, their movements swift and silent. The scene shifts, the tension ratcheting up.
As soon as I've mastered the god arts, I'll get the remaining storage stones back.
Lying on a bed, Jo-hyuk speaks, his voice firm despite his relaxed posture. Determination flickers in his eyes.
Because the last time I absorbed their magic power, I couldn't take all of it in due to my low magic capacity.
He explains his current predicament, a hint of frustration in his tone.
For today, I'll just rest. The decision is made.
The city lights twinkle in the distance, a stark contrast to the quiet of his room. The Choi-jin family sits in a tense boardroom meeting, the air thick with unspoken anxieties.
Following a recent family selection test that was heavily publicized.
The head of the family, his face etched with worry, presides over the gathering.
He asks if everyone has seen the articles that have surfaced. And the response is a grim confirmation.
The articles paint a damning picture. The Choi-jin family is linked to the devotees, the world's most notorious gang. A family member stares at the shocking news on her tablet, her face a mask of disbelief. While another scans the same damning report, his expression mirroring her own. The gravity of the situation hits home.
What chaos, one exclaims.
The head of the family slams his fist on the table, his voice heavy with the weight of betrayal.
There was an insider, a traitor within the Choi-jin family itself.
To make matters worse, an official letter from the association arrives, confirming the accusations and adding to the unfolding crisis.
A flashback unfolds, revealing a past incident involving the Vendrick family, a similar situation, yet they chose silence. The Choi-jin family head, his face etched with grim determination, declares that their old methods won't work anymore. News breaks, Choi-jin Gun is in police custody, but what about Arin? Arin, injured but alive, is receiving treatment at the family's hospital.
The wound is serious, but the bleeding has stopped, a sigh of relief. Her organs are unharmed, and major surgeries are unnecessary, a weight lifts from their shoulders. The family head sits, his relief palpable, yet a shadow of concern remains.
As news of Arin's exploits surface,
articles detail her incredible feat, defeating a member of the devotees while still a student. The articles highlight Arin's connection to Valhalla Academy and her impact, echoing Kim Jo-hyuk's legacy, an era of geniuses. She went against her own family.
And the articles are happy about it? Isn't that a relief?
This selection test ended in chaos, but the next family head has been confirmed.
Certainly.
It's a good thing that Arin has a legitimate chance to succeed. But defeating Jin Gun by herself, the circumstances surrounding it are strange.
Arin stands over Jin Gun's fallen form, a grim determination etched on her face. The aftermath of their battle is a desolate landscape of cracked earth.
A stark reminder of the brutal fight that just transpired. Blood stains the ground near her feet.
Arin's face, etched with the aftermath of battle, speaks volumes. The faint traces of magic still cling to her skin.
But her voice is firm as she recounts the fight. Brother came at me with evil magic, she states, a chilling calm in her tone.
The family head's brow furrows. He knows the power Jin Gun wielded, the very mountains trembled under its might. So I knocked him out.
Arin's simple statement hangs heavy in the air. A stark contrast to the gravity of the situation.
The family head's question hangs in the air: how did you beat him? Arin, supported by two figures in sharp suits, offers a quiet explanation. The impact of her victory is still settling. A revelation whispered like a secret, Juhyuk taught me. The family head, alone in his study, stares at a tablet. His expression is one of deep concern.
A name flashing across the screen, Kim Juhyuk. The weight of that name, and the implications of Arin's victory, settle upon him.
Valhalla. A city of towering buildings and hidden secrets. A young man, shoulders slumped, enters a classroom. His eyes, sharp and intense, scan the room. He places his bag down, a subtle tension in his movements. A close-up on his face reveals a storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. His red eyes burn with unspoken fury. A sharp intake of breath, a silent scream held captive within. Across the room, a girl with silver hair sits alone, her back to the viewer. An unsettling stillness hangs in the air. I thought she would have been hospitalized, but she seems completely fine. The young man's inner turmoil is laid bare. He sits, his gaze fixed on the girl, a silent question hanging between them. A silver-haired girl, Choi Arin, turns her head, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Then, unexpectedly, she waves, a playful glint in her eyes. The young man's jaw drops. Hey, did Choi Arin just smile and wave at me? His friends scoff, dismissing his observation as delusion. Maybe in your dreams. Stop deluding yourself. Later, alone in his room, the young man studies a book, a faint magical glow emanating from its pages. A sudden jolt, a surge of energy. He's clearly absorbing new knowledge. A text message arrives: I don't think I'll be able to attend training for a while. The doctor forbade me from taking part in any physical activities. He responds, with how badly she was bleeding, that's to be expected. But then, a resolute tone shifts his reply: doesn't matter. I'm going to do my own thing for the next few days. So do as you please. More text messages, each with a cute bunny sticker, arrive. Arin's final message: stop that. The young man types furiously on his phone, a frustrated frown etching itself onto his face. Just send one text at a time, he mutters, clearly annoyed. His expression shifts, a flicker of concern replacing the annoyance as he reads the next message, a new piece of information, unexpected and potentially dangerous. He looks up, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. What is it? He asks, his voice laced with urgency. A figure appears, shrouded in shadow, their features obscured but their presence radiating an aura of mystery and power. The air crackles with unseen energy. The young man's face falls, a wave of confusion washing over him as he struggles to recall something vital. Do you remember anything about it? The question hangs heavy in the air. His brow furrows, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. It's not that I just forgot about it, it feels like there's something preventing me from remembering it. The weight of this mystery is palpable. The shadowed figure remains enigmatic, their expression unreadable. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene. But the young man's resolve hardens. Could it be because of that bastard you mentioned last time? He asks, a steely glint in his eyes. A thoughtful pause. The mystery deepens. Possibly. I'm not completely certain, but if I were to satisfy the second condition, perhaps it could help me get past this mental block. The figure sighs, a hint of weariness in their voice. Well, that's just a theory. A cryptic message unfolds before the young man's eyes: Valhalla, Eye of the Great Forest, Majidi Arona's house. Warning, condition can only be satisfied if you own a short sword. The second condition, the Eye of the Great Forest. He ponders the meaning, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. I thought that it was just an area used for performance assessments, but it's also where the final practical exam takes place? And apparently, the people with the lowest combined scores from the midterm and final exams are expelled. Damn it! Does that mean all I can do is wait till the final season? What a waste of time. Well, I needed some time to get used to Shingon anyways. Guess I'll go look for the eye of the great forest. A classroom. Desks are neatly arranged, the atmosphere is quiet and expectant. The young man sits, his posture relaxed, a subtle air of determination about him. As the teacher enters, his voice cutting through the silence, "Take your seats, everyone. Before class, there's a short announcement I need to make." The students settle, a hush falling over the room as the teacher stands before them, his expression serious. The teacher's voice cuts through the classroom chatter. "Is everyone aware of the inter-school competition taking place next month?" A student's surprised response, "Oh, it is?" Another student, leaning back casually, smirks. "Yes, I believe he spoke of this after the midterm exam." The announcement continues, the school plans to select participants based on final exam scores. A system designed to identify the highest achievers. One student's reaction is immediate, "Huh? Me?" Later, in the teacher's office, a familiar scene unfolds. "We seem to be meeting each other here quite a lot." The student's dry retort, "That's obviously because you keep calling me here." The teacher leans in, a hint of weariness in his eyes. "So, about your participation in the inter-school competition." The young man's response is immediate, defiant. "I refuse." His frustration boils over. "I didn't even get to the important part though?" Confusion etched on his face, he presses further. "What is this inter-school competition anyways?" The teacher sighs, a familiar exasperation in his tone. "I'm sure I explained it in great detail during class." "Fine, let me explain." The words hang in the air, heavy with implication, the three largest hunter training institutions in the world. First, a glimpse of Korea's Valhalla, a towering structure of imposing grandeur. Then, China's White Lotus, steeped in ancient history and mystique. And finally, the USA's Heroes, a modern marvel of steel and glass, radiating power. The rules of the inter-school competition are laid out, each school sends its top first years to compete in a series of challenges, including sparring and a labyrinth escape. The selection process is simple, only those who aced the practical exam get to participate. The teacher explains the competition details to a seemingly disinterested student. His nonchalant attitude is unsettling. But the teacher presses on, revealing the prize. First place wins scholarships for all participants. The student's eyes flicker, a hint of interest. He feigns disinterest, muttering about money and whatnot. But his lack of enthusiasm is palpable. The teacher sighs, accepting his student's apathy. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. The teacher's concern shifts to a new topic. He voices his apprehension about the student's upcoming mission, venturing into the perilous eye of the great forest. The student's eyes blaze with a fierce intensity, a stark contrast to his previous apathy. The challenge is accepted. The young man's brow furrows, a question hanging in the air. The eye of the great forest? His teacher confirms, the words sharp and clear, yes, the place where the final exam will take place. The stakes are laid bare, the inter-school competition will culminate in Valhalla, a perilous journey into the heart of the great forest. It's a high-risk, high-reward proposition. Success means exemption from the final exam, failure means another grueling attempt during the finals season. The young man's resolve hardens. A quiet determination settles in his eyes. Yeah, I get it." A predatory grin spreads across his face. "I'll enter it then." The challenge is accepted. The imposing silhouette of Ventrik Estate rises against the twilight sky. United Kingdom, a land steeped in ancient power and mystery. Within its walls, Adelia Ventrik, head of the Ventrik family, sits regally, her gaze sharp and calculating. How are the preparations going? Two impeccably dressed men bow before Adelia Ventrik, their words a hushed report, "Ma'am, they are proceeding smoothly." Adelia's expression remains composed, yet a hint of impatience flickers in her eyes. However, the preparations will likely take another month to complete. The weight of her responsibilities is palpable. The conversation shifts. One of the men hesitates, choosing his words carefully. No, how fare Rockdale's people? The report is delivered, concise and devoid of emotion. There are no irregularities to report regarding their movements.
Adelia's gaze sharpens, her instructions clear and firm. You are to tell me immediately if you believe something is awry. The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air.
A subtle shift in the atmosphere. Ma'am, although it has nothing to do with us, some unsettling news has reached our ears. Adelia's composure falters for a fraction of a second, a subtle furrow in her brow betraying her concern.
The news breaks. Apparently they are constructing a building made out of paper bills in the market.
A visual of a city skyline, obscured by swirling paper money, flashes across the scene.
The sound of wind and rustling paper fills the air. One of the men reacts, his face etched with disbelief and a hint of fear.
A building made of money? The sheer audacity of it.
Back in Adelia's office, the gravity of the situation sinks in. Yes, we believe that Black Cat was directly responsible for this. The implications are vast and dangerous.
What is she planning?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent scream of apprehension.
She's never done something like this before. Adelia's unease deepens, a cold dread creeping into her heart. A holographic projection flickers to life, revealing cryptic data.
The details are unsettling, hinting at a scale of operation far beyond anything previously imagined.
Sir Constellation.
The name echoes in Adelia's mind, a chilling reminder of the power she's up against. A single tear rolls down her cheek.
Fear, but also a steely determination, hardens her gaze. Market Territory 7.
The camera pans across a sprawling cityscape at night, a place of shadows and secrets. The towering structures pierce the night sky, a testament to ambition and power.
But beneath the surface, something sinister lurks.
A construction crane looms large against the twilight, a symbol of ongoing development.
But in the heart of this urban jungle, a different kind of construction is underway.
Black Cat stands silhouetted against the purple glow, his feline mask a chilling presence.
The game is afoot. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, stands before a panoramic cityscape. The only visible feature is a cat-like mask, Constellation.
The word hangs heavy in the air, a whispered command.
Blind loyalty. We will do anything that the Constellation asks of us. But even in the face of such unwavering devotion, doubt flickers. But what purpose is there in constructing a building made entirely out of paper bills?
A crane lifts a massive container filled with stacks of cash. Money rains down on the city below, a bizarre, extravagant shower.
This isn't just construction, it's a spectacle.
A sinister grin spreads across a woman's face, her eyes blazing with a malevolent red light. A chilling revelation, it's a gift for him. A skyscraper unlike any other, constructed entirely of money. Bills flutter in the wind, a surreal sight. The two-faced ruler's decree echoes, a gift, he calls it.
Constellation, a figure shrouded in mystery, questions the nature of this bizarre gift, a gift for whom? Doubt clouds his features, a single tear escapes his mask. The two-faced ruler's next query cuts through the silence. Did you find the one who sold the ring? Constellation's response is immediate, respectful, yet laced with a hint of frustration. Not yet, Sir Constellation.
He explains the limitations of his search, only basic details were provided by the merchant.
The hunt continues, a thorough search of all available records is underway.
The Valhalla staff room. Two figures are hunched over computers, the air thick with concentration.
One of them, clearly stressed, runs a hand through his hair. The weight of responsibility pressing down. His superior, Lee Sankiol, the main combat instructor, enters the scene. Have you chosen all the members for the competition? Ah, instructor. Yes, I have.
He nervously presents a list of names, a mixture of relief and apprehension etched on his face. The list reveals Valhalla's contestants for the inter-school competition: Kim Joo-hyuk, Yoo So-yeon, Oh Se-hyuk, Do Young-jin, and Choi Erin.
Apart from Do Young-jin, they're all from my class. The instructor adds, a hint of pride in his voice. Lee Sang-kyol raises an eyebrow. Kim Joo-hyuk is also participating?
Hesitation hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the conversation's tone. But the mention of the Eye of the Great Forest sparks immediate interest. A seasoned instructor observes, a thoughtful expression on his face as he sips his coffee.
A question forming in his mind: does Kim Joo-hyuk even know what the Eye of the Great Forest is?
The instructor's gaze sharpens, a suspicion dawns.
Perhaps his constant sleeping in class explains his lack of knowledge, or is there something more?
A subtle but significant detail is revealed. Kim Joo-hyuk's attendance at this school feels calculated, driven by a hidden agenda. A plan that remains shrouded in mystery.
A proposal is made, special training for the selected students. An immediate approval follows. A few days later, the Valhalla contestants assemble in the small auditorium. A palpable tension hangs in the air. Si-hyuk, his expression unreadable, observes the group. His gaze lingers on Joo-hyuk.
While Soyun sits quietly, a shadow of worry clouding her features.
Choi Arin, ever vigilant, scans the room. And Do Yoon-jin, his usual calm demeanor slightly disrupted, fidgets with his glasses.
Joo-hyuk, his eyes betraying nothing, sits with unnerving stillness.
A silent predator amongst the unsuspecting prey.
A sudden, sharp sound, the click of a door opening, cuts through the silence.
And a voice booms: "Is everyone here?" The Valhalla contestants assemble, a mix of apprehension and determination etched on their faces.
As their instructor, Lee Sang-kyol, enters the room. His gaze sweeps across the assembled students, a quiet intensity in his eyes. He introduces himself, a combat instructor, his words carrying the weight of experience and authority. The air crackles with anticipation.
The reason for their gathering? An upcoming inter-school competition. The stakes are high, the training will be brutal.
Lee Sang-kyol outlines the training regimen. First, a series of duels to test individual strength. Then, team battles, where the school's 5 representatives will face off against other schools.
The tension is palpable.
Yoo Soyun's worried expression reflects the gravity of the situation. The competition is no mere game, it's a test of survival.
The weight of the upcoming challenges settles upon the students. The training begins.
Lee Sang-kyol, the authoritative voice of Valhalla, lays down the rules, but it's not one-on-one, all 3 teams will be fighting at the same time. He continues, emphasizing the importance of leadership in this chaotic free-for-all. It's a task where the leader's situational adaptive ability is important. Kim Joo-hyuk, ever calm and calculating, listens intently as the details of the third task are revealed. The third task involves the Eye of the Great Forest.
Sang-kyol explains the limitations of the information he can provide, hinting at the mystery surrounding the upcoming challenge.
Well, due to the fact that we're moving the final exam forward for you all, I'm not able to give you a ton of information about it.
The location is finally revealed. The Eye of the Great Forest is a labyrinth.
A lush, dense forest is shown, hinting at the challenges ahead. The narration adds, the Eye of the Great Forest, as its name implies, is a forest full of trees.
But this is no ordinary forest.
A heavily guarded gate stands as a formidable obstacle. A grand, imposing gate is revealed, guarded by 2 figures in formal attire. The narration emphasizes, unlike a normal forest, the gate is heavily guarded and designed in such a way that anyone trying to enter by flight would be blocked.
The only way to enter is via the official gate.
Sang-kyol concludes the briefing, leaving the specifics shrouded in mystery. All I can tell you is that each team will be entering the Eye of the Great Forest.
The specific task will be given to you on the day.
The Valhalla contestants, Constellation, Lee Sang-kyol, Kim Joo-hyuk, Yoo Soyun, Choi Arin, and Do Young-jin sit in anticipation, their backs to the viewer, the weight of the upcoming challenge heavy in the air.
Lee Sang-kyol, the instructor, addresses the group. Since there's not much else to cover, let's move on.
He continues, outlining the specifics of the upcoming team fight.
The details are laid out, the rules explained. But Kim Joo-hyuk's expression speaks volumes. What? That's all the explanation we're getting about the Eye of the Great Forest? His skepticism is palpable. If there's a barrier, can't I just rush in? A sigh escapes Ju Hyuk's lips. The instructor's response is immediate. Well, it doesn't seem like it'd be that easy. It's all for the team fight. The training regime is about to be revealed. The instructor stands before a whiteboard, the scene shifting to a classroom setting. The air is thick with anticipation. As the students await their instructions, tension hangs heavy in the air as the briefing continues. Constellation, Lee Sang-kyul, Kim Joo-hyuk, Yoo Soyeon, Choi Arin, and Do Young-jin are all present, each with their own anxieties and expectations. Kim Joo-hyuk is called upon. His question hangs in the air: would it be okay to train alone? Well, it doesn't matter. If you really want to train alone, then do that. Lee Sang-kyul's words hang in the air, a casual dismissal that belies the weight of the decision. A beat of silence. Then, a quiet question: is there anyone else? Constellation's hand shoots up. A quiet determination settles on her face. Then I'll also train alone. Lee Sang-kyul's brow furrows slightly. The question hangs unspoken: not just Kim Joo-hyuk, but Choi Arin as well? A sigh escapes his lips. Well, all right. Anyone else? The students exchange glances, a silent understanding passing between them. The room is quiet, save for the rustle of papers. Doesn't seem like it. Lee Sang-kyul gathers his things, a finality in his movements. Well then, let's wrap up for today. I'll see you all during training. A quiet affirmation. Yes. The students begin to file out, their footsteps echoing in the suddenly empty classroom. Kim Joo-hyuk and Constellation remain seated, their expressions unreadable. Before the competition begins, I will have at the very least mastered the technique. Constellation's eyes burn with fierce determination. Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes burn with determination. A silent vow forms in his mind. He will absorb every ounce of mana, preparing for peak performance. Every spare moment will be dedicated to honing his body. A quiet conversation unfolds. Joo-hyuk is approached. A simple question hangs in the air: should he participate in the upcoming training? Constellation's sharp gaze pierces Joo-hyuk. Why are you asking me that? Weren't you going to train alone? She inquires, a hint of surprise in her tone. Constellation's words carry a subtle reminder: and didn't you say that you couldn't work out too hard? Constellation's expression shifts subtly. A thoughtful pause. A quiet contemplation. Still, she begins, a hint of understanding dawning in her eyes. Constellation explains her reasoning. Having read the article, she understands Joo-hyuk's condition, but wants to personally confirm his participation. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken pressure. Will Joo-hyuk participate? A beat of silence, then a thoughtful response. The doubt is palpable, the weight of the decision evident on his face. A sharp intake of breath. Constellation's eyes widen slightly as she hears the news. A subtle shift in her posture, a silent acknowledgement of the decision. A concerned question, a worried frown. Your body hasn't even healed yet. Determination etched on his face, a quiet resolve. I'll be fine. A silent understanding passes between them, a shared burden, a silent agreement. Constellation's gaze is distant, lost in thought. I'm already halfway there to becoming the family head. But a new light shines in her eyes, a newfound purpose. Thanks to Joo-hyuk, I've found another goal. Constellation's resolve hardens. A quiet determination shines in her eyes, a silent vow to grow stronger alongside her comrade. Joo-hyuk sits, a question mark hovering above his head. His expression is one of thoughtful consideration. And a soft smile graces Constellation's lips. Her words, a promise whispered on the wind: to achieve what you want to achieve, just like you helped me. Joo-hyuk's skepticism is palpable. What? You speak, then suddenly stop, and laugh creepily? His confusion is evident. He tries to dismiss her words, a touch of defensiveness in his tone. Anyways, you can't train too hard, right?
Joo-hyuk lays out a plan, his voice firm despite his injuries. Then for the majority of the training, let's focus on mana control.
For training, stick to light walking and keep all activity to a minimum. Constellation nods in agreement, her gaze unwavering.
Yep. A single word, yet it speaks volumes.
A subtle shift in the atmosphere. Joo-hyuk's concern for Constellation is clear, a silent understanding passes between them. Constellation's acceptance is final. Okay.
The weight of her decision settles upon her shoulders.
Night falls.
The moon hangs heavy in the inky sky, a silent witness to their unspoken pact. The scene opens on a dilapidated building, the concrete scarred and crumbling under the weight of neglect, a chilling testament to the city's decay.
A desperate plea echoes through the night, a choked whisper of "have mercy."
The raw terror in his voice painting a grim picture.
His pleas intensify, "Please let me go. I'll give you whatever you want." A desperate bargain offered in the face of imminent death.
Bound and helpless, the victim is at the mercy of his captors. Two figures loom over him, their silhouettes dark and menacing. A glint of steel, a wicked smile, the blade reflects the cold moonlight, a harbinger of violence. The blade descends, a swift, brutal motion, the sickening thud of metal piercing flesh. A crimson stain blossoms across his chest, a silent scream frozen on his lips. The finality of the act is underscored by the lifeless slump of the body, the cold efficiency of the killers is chilling.
A callous voice breaks the silence. "Couldn't you have just gotten it over with quickly?" A cruel question laced with disdain. The reply is chillingly casual, "Where's the fun in that?"
A chilling statement that reveals the sadistic nature of the killers.
A new order arrives, a ripple in the dark world of assassins.
And a chilling mission is revealed.
A target is selected. The target's identity is confirmed, a Valhalla student. Kim Joo-hyuk, his name is now a death sentence.
Bound and bleeding, a young man sits alone in the shadows.
A blade flashes, sinking deep into his flesh. A sickening thud. Why did Samsel take the job to assassinate a student? You don't know, Nandul? I guess the client must have paid a lot of money. What's the deadline?
They want us to kill him in a month, during the inter-school competition.
Can't we just kill him now? The school and dormitory security is extremely tight, and you want us to break through the magic blocking barrier and kill a student living in the student dorms? If it's during the inter-school competition, won't it be more dangerous because of the other schools being there?
A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, their face partially obscured, a single, chilling number branded onto their cheek, D1.
It's a mysterious maze, built from the very forest it resides in. A daunting challenge awaits. The task? 4 students to navigate this treacherous labyrinth. 2 figures discuss the mission, their voices low and urgent. Then there won't be any instructors in the forest? The answer is stark.
There won't be anybody except for a small flying surveillance drone.
And excluding a few guards at the entrance of the maze, all instructors and teachers will be watching from a monitoring room. A plan unfolds, swift and precise. So, we'll have to go into hiding after Alia, who will infiltrate them first.
One of the figures expresses their discontent.
That's no fun.
The other remains resolute. Completing the job takes precedence.
I know.
The pair sets off into the night, their silhouettes disappearing into the shadows of the forest.
The mission begins. A wave of cheers erupts from the stands. The energy is electric. Rockdil Ventric sits amongst his classmates, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His gaze is sharp, focused. He's not just watching the game, he's calculating. Later, in a lavish study, Rockdil speaks on the phone, his voice low and controlled. "Father, it's me. I received the money." A curt reply, "Okay." A glint of determination in his eyes. Rockdil continues, "With that money, I paid for a commission."
The chilling confession hangs in the air, a contract for murder, sealed with a phone call.
A gasp of disbelief.
The weight of the revelation crashes down.
Rockdill's calm demeanor masks a calculated plan.
He assures his father, there's no way to trace this back to him.
But the deal is done. Il Shinja's Samsal team has accepted the commission. A name whispered with fear. Eden's reaction speaks volumes. The Samsal team, 3 figures shrouded in shadow, an unstoppable force. Rockdill's instructions are clear: remain inconspicuous. The game is afoot. A quiet confirmation, a chilling promise. The plan is set in motion. Il Shinja's response confirms they'll eliminate Kim Joo-hyuk during the competition. A shadow looms over the upcoming event. A close-up on Rockdill's eyes, narrowed with steely determination. He's made his move.
So I don't need to sit here and watch.
Let's go, Julia.
The words are clipped, sharp, leaving no room for doubt.
Rockdill rises, his movements swift and decisive.
Julia, ever obedient, follows close behind. The air crackles with anticipation. The grand hall of Valhalla.
A sea of faces, hushed and expectant, stretches before a towering stage. The chairman of the board, Shim Deokwon, prepares to speak.
To our students, and those who came to watch, welcome.
Shim Deokwon, a figure of power and authority, commands attention.
His introduction is brief, but the weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. The anticipation builds, a hush falls over the crowd as the chairman announces the arrival of a formidable new team.
From China, White Lotus. A team of sharply dressed individuals, exuding an aura of quiet menace, enters the hall.
Their presence alone speaks volumes.
And now, the moment of truth.
A close-up on Shim Deokwon's lips, a slight smirk playing on them, anticipation hangs heavy in the air.
From South Korea, the Valhalla team arrives, their presence commanding respect, a stark contrast to the American heroes. The teams stand poised, ready for battle, a palpable tension fills the arena.
Today's task is an individual sparring match.
The announcer's voice booms across the stadium, echoing the anticipation.
Representatives from each school are instructed to return to their waiting rooms, the calm before the storm. The teams disperse, their footsteps echoing in the vast hall, each one carrying the weight of their school's hopes. Rockdill observes from above, his eyes scanning the scene, a silent strategist, assessing his opponents. Lee Sang-keol, a man etched with the wisdom of years, stands amidst the glittering lights of a grand arena. A familiar voice cuts through the pre-event buzz.
Hey, Lee Sang-keol. It's been a while. Jack Rover, Hero's senior instructor, strides confidently into view, a wave greeting the crowd.
The two men meet, their conversation laced with unspoken tension. The air crackles with anticipation.
Sang-keol's response is curt, "Don't call me that."
He explains, a hint of bitterness in his tone, besides, Valhalla weren't the ones who came in first place. Rover nods, acknowledging the past, but his eyes gleam with a new resolve.
That's true, but this year is different.
A bold declaration hangs in the air: this year, Heroes really will take first place.
What makes you so sure?
The tension crackles between Lee Sang-keol and Jack Rover.
The air in the stadium hums with anticipation. The pinnacle of all contractors, the one. Do you know who it is?
Jack Rover's words hang heavy in the air, a challenge and a mystery.
Yeah. Sang-keol's curt reply speaks volumes.
He knows, and the weight of that knowledge is palpable. It's that guy who's called Destroyer. A name whispered with awe and fear. The image of a young man with burning green eyes flashes before them.
Logan. The name is revealed, a shockwave of recognition. The mystery deepens. That Logan's son is a freshman in our school. The revelation hits hard, unexpected, and unsettling. Yeah, and he came as a representative. Over there.
The camera pans to a group of students, one of them radiating an almost unnatural aura. The young man stands among his peers, his presence commanding attention.
The stage is set.
Logan Jr., the son of the legendary Logan, stands revealed. His presence alone commands attention.
And the anticipation is palpable.
A seasoned observer, eyes gleaming with shrewd calculation, remarks, "Well then, I look forward to seeing what he's capable of." A hushed murmur ripples through the crowd, a sense of unease settles in.
A bombshell drops. He has already made a contract with his father's constellation.
A gasp escapes the observer's lips.
A contract with the destroyer of all?
The implications are staggering, the weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air.
His power, though not as potent as his father's, is still immense. But even more intriguing is the mention of Valhalla's new students. I heard that Valhalla's new students aren't to be joked with either, though.
The focus shifts. A specific name is mentioned, a spark of anticipation igniting in the observer's eyes.
Kim Joo-hyuk. And then, another name. Choi Aram. The pieces are falling into place. The observer smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. Then they'll be a good match for Logan Jr. A casual observation, laced with a hint of underlying tension, reveals a stark contrast in reactions.
One of disinterest, the other of quiet anticipation.
The first round matchups are announced.
The air crackles with anticipation.
A strategic mind reviews the data.
A subtle smirk playing on his lips.
He knows something we don't. The match is set, Valhalla's Kim Joo-hyuk versus the enigmatic Logan Jr. The stage is set for a clash of titans. Two figures stand poised, ready for battle.
A silent tension hangs heavy in the air as they face off. The rules are simple, victory goes to the victor.
A straightforward declaration, yet the implications run deep.
An elder statesman addresses the crowd, his words carrying the weight of tradition and expectation.
Get ready, fight fans.
The announcer lays down the ground rules, even a vital hit is softened by the stadium's safety system. But don't worry, the system only reduces damage from weapons.
Direct blows will be felt in full.
The announcer continues, explaining that this safety net is only in place until the next team match.
A wise precaution. The countdown begins, the tension is palpable. Every eye is on the combatants.
Lee Sang-keol, ever observant, questions the wisdom of such a system.
Why would they implement something like this?
Meanwhile, a voice echoes through the stadium, "You must maintain fighting condition for the first 2 days to participate in the third task."
The stakes are higher than they seem. 2. The countdown continues, each number a hammer blow to the already taut nerves. 1.
Kim Joo-hyuk and Logan Jr. stand poised, ready to unleash hell.
And then, start, the clash of titans begins.
A flurry of fists and fury.
The clash. A blinding flash of energy erupts as Logan Jr. and Kim Joo-hyuk collide, their blows echoing through the arena.
A torrent of crimson follows, painting the ground a gruesome canvas.
Logan Jr., eyes blazing with fierce determination, stands defiant amidst the chaos.
Lee Sang-keol watches, his brow furrowed in concern, a silent question hangs in the air, is this fight truly safe? Meanwhile, a sinister smirk plays on Kim Joo-hyuk's lips. You're strong, he sneers, his voice dripping with dark amusement.
The challenge begins. Do you think you're strong? The older man sneers, his grip tightening.
A question met with a moment of quiet contemplation. The younger man's gaze drops to the ground.
And a humble reply, I think I still have a long way to go.
A smirk plays on the older man's lips.
You're more modest than I thought. The tension ratchets up. A swift blow. Is that what's important right now? I'm still growing.
The younger man counters, his voice firm despite the attack.
And the older man's challenge continues, by the way, how much longer are you going to withstand my blows? A blur of motion.
The younger man's counterattack is a whirlwind of power.
The impact sends a shockwave,
leaving the older man sprawled on the ground, stunned.
Ha! The younger man, eyes blazing with crimson fire, unleashes a devastating blow.
His fist is a blur. A shockwave of energy erupts as he connects with the older man.
The impact echoes through the arena.
The older man is sent flying, crashing to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. Dust and debris fly everywhere. Yuck! What a heavy hit, gasps the defeated man, his body trembling from the force of the blow. The ground groans under the weight of the impact. A tremor runs through the very floor. And the younger man smirks, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Really? You're tougher than I thought, he admits. He had expected a quicker victory. I thought you'd be knocked down with one punch, he muses. From a distance, two figures watch the aftermath of the fight. Their expressions are grim. He is strong. He withstood Kim Joo-hyuk's blow, one of them observes, impressed despite himself. The other man nods slowly. I already saw Kim Joo-hyuk's performance in the admission ranking competition video. All of our students have watched and reviewed it as well, but, he trails off, thoughtful. The younger man stands amidst the rubble, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. He wasn't this strong back then, the text echoes his disbelief, a testament to his incredible growth. But the older man's eyes, narrowed and intense, tell a different story. No, it's not over yet, he growls, a chilling promise hanging in the air. Observing Man 2, his voice laced with awe, reveals a hidden truth: Logan hasn't used destruction yet. The name itself crackles with power. Logan, the older man, prepares for a devastating counterattack. A golden aura flares around him, a prelude to something truly terrifying. A raw, untamed power erupts from his very being. His eyes burn with an infernal light as he unleashes his ultimate technique. The sheer force of the attack is almost blinding. A wave of golden energy washes over the battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. And the younger man braces himself, his own eyes blazing with a fierce determination. Oh my! He whispers, a mixture of fear and excitement. The clash of titans. A blinding flash of light and a deafening roar as the two powers collide. The fate of the battle hangs in the balance. A younger man's eyes glow with an ominous red light. A new power awakens within him. The younger man, now radiating a chilling aura, confronts Logan. What are you doing? He demands, his voice sharp with concern and confusion. The younger man moves like a blur, a whirlwind of motion. The older man barely reacts. As a sharp, precise strike cuts through the air. He cuts some of the older man's hair. The older man's eyes narrow. He assesses the damage, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Is this some kind of new power? Two precise blows to the stomach, and the older man staggers, his breath ragged. He feels like he's about to faint. The older man considers his options. His destruction power is failing him. There's no point in using it if he can't land a hit. The older man's face is etched with grim determination. He's wounded, but far from defeated. But the younger man's eyes, they glow with an unnatural light. A new power is awakening within him. And he unleashes it. There's another way left. A wave of golden energy erupts from the younger man's hands. The ground cracks under the sheer force. The raw power is overwhelming. The older man is completely outmatched. The fight is over. A wave of energy erupts from the younger man, shattering the very ground beneath him. The raw power radiating outwards in a blinding golden aura. Observing Man 2, witnessing this unprecedented display, gasps, "What's that? Why are you destroying the floor?" The younger man, seemingly unaware of the destruction he's causing, rises slowly, his focus inward. A newfound strength evident in his every movement. Crash! The older man, caught off guard, is sent flying by a shockwave of energy. He slams into a wall, dazed. Dust settles, revealing the extent of the younger man's power. The floor is in ruins. The older man, his face contorted in frustration, mutters, "If he can evade my attacks by seeing them." A glint of determination in his eyes. He's adapting. I just have to attack from a place he can't see. The clash of powers. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts as the younger man unleashes his attack. his eyes blazing with a fierce, crimson light.
The raw power is palpable. Older man, caught off guard, can only gasp, "What the hell? He's found me."
But his desperate realization is cut short.
But it's too late.
A golden beam, a torrent of raw energy, hurtles towards the older man.
A devastating blow. The impact.
A deafening crash as stone and dust explode outwards.
The older man is sent flying.
A pained groan escaping his lips, agh.
He's clearly been dealt a heavy blow.
Observing man 2 steps forward, his voice laced with disbelief.
"You hid behind tiles, but wouldn't it be easier for me to find you if you're attacking with magic?"
The younger man smirks, a chilling confidence in his eyes.
The final blow.
The older man collapses, defeated for now. The younger man unleashes a devastating energy blast.
A blue torrent of power slams into the older man, sending him sprawling across the arena. The impact echoes, a thunderous crack.
Observing man 2 calmly assesses the situation. It seems this round has come to an end.
The younger man stands victorious, a faint smirk playing on his lips.
He gestures towards the fallen opponent.
As the announcer booms across the stadium, the winner is Kim Joo-hyuk from Valhalla Academy.
From the stands, observing man 2's expression reveals his thoughts. "That's why I was so unfazed."
A monster.
Kim Joo-hyuk walks away from the wreckage, his confident stride leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. The silence broken only by the faint whisper of the wind.
The next challenge awaits. The announcement flashes across the screen. Next round, White Lotus High Lee Wonpyeon vs Kim Joo-hyuk. The final blow lands, a blur of motion. Kim Joo-hyuk wins. The final blow lands. A thunderous impact echoes through the arena. Kim Joo-hyuk stands victorious.
The final round of the individual match begins. Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Aram, both from Valhalla, face off.
The tension is palpable.
Aram, confident in her academy's victory, considers conceding. Victory seems assured. But Joo-hyuk, unfazed, reminds her of the scholarship at stake and the importance of showcasing their skills. Aram's resolve hardens.
"I don't care who wins, but don't concede," she declares, her eyes gleaming with determination. The stage is set. The final battle begins. Aram, unwavering, prepares for the fight.
She's ready to show her improvement.
Joo-hyuk, victorious but not unscathed, stands defiant. "So come at me with your all."
He challenges his opponent, a steely glint in his eyes.
He takes a step forward, the weight of his words echoing in the arena.
And Aram, his opponent, accepts the challenge.
"I will account for your injury."
Her eyes burn with determination, a blue energy crackling around her katana. The air crackles with anticipation, a storm of energy gathers around Aram's blade. As she prepares to unleash her full power,
a blinding flash of light erupts. The clash.
A violent impact rocks the arena, a shockwave of energy rips through the air. The force of the blow is immense, a destructive wave of crimson energy explodes outwards. Observing man 1 watches with wide, worried eyes. While observing man 2, equally stunned, shares his concern with his colleague. The crowd watches, a mixture of fear and excitement on their faces.
The dust settles on a shattered battlefield.
Aram lies defeated, her blade discarded nearby. The result is in, Kim Joo-hyuk is victorious.
The winner of this year's individual fighting school competition. Joo-hyuk stands tall, a grim determination etched on his face. But doubt lingers in the air.
"How ruthless," whispers an observer.
"Didn't you say you'd take her injury into consideration?" Joo-hyuk's response is measured. "I did hold back. I didn't hit her abdomen."
He explains, forcing her face down like so was an improvisation.
The observer remains skeptical. "Really?"
Joo-hyuk continues, "Her blade's trajectory suddenly went awry, aimed at my stomach, so I struck it down with my fist."
The observer finally understands, so that's what happened.
A triumphant smile spreads across Juhyuk's face.
I've definitely become stronger.
I can't believe my mana capacity is increasing, now I can actually hold a bit of mana. A crimson eye, blazing with barely contained power, the aftermath of a battle etched into its depths. And, the tension hangs heavy in the air. The victor's gaze speaks volumes. Choi RM lies defeated, the ground cracked beneath her, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. Night falls on the academy, a single light glows in the distance, a beacon in the darkness.
Well done, everyone.
A voice cuts through the quiet, authoritative, and calm. Concern etched on his face, he addresses the students, a quiet check-in after the intense competition.
A collective yes.
The students, weary but resolute, respond in unison. Thanks to the protection system, you were uninjured, but you may have scratches, so see to yourselves and visit the infirmary. The air crackles with unspoken tension.
A seasoned instructor, his face etched with the weight of experience, observes Juhyuk.
I'll tell you something about tomorrow's formation. He says, his voice low and deliberate.
The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air.
Juhyuk, his eyes burning with an inner fire, remains silent. A storm brews beneath his calm exterior. This is such a waste of time, he thinks, his frustration simmering. The eye of the forest waits. The question burns in his mind, do I really have to wait one more day before I can get the eye of the forest?
The meeting concludes. A brief respite before the storm.
Let us conclude our team meeting here, get some rest, the instructor announces, his voice carrying a hint of weariness.
He exits the small auditorium, the quiet click of his shoes echoing in the stillness of the night.
His footsteps measured, his mind far from at rest. A subtle shift in his expression hints at a hidden concern.
The small auditorium is bathed in the cool blue light of twilight.
Kim Juhyuk stands, his posture radiating barely contained power, a stark contrast to the weary figure of the observing man one beside him. The observing man one's shoes, worn and scuffed, hint at a long day, a day spent guiding this young prodigy. A shadowy corridor, two figures emerge from the darkness. One, older, with silver hair, the other, younger, in a sharp uniform. The older man's gaze is heavy with concern, his younger companion stands tall, radiating an air of quiet intensity.
What is it, Kim Juhyuk? Are you curious about something? Ah, well, yes, in fact, tomorrow's team battle. A focused determination flickers in Juhyuk's eyes, a plan is forming. If I finish it early, could I continue with the last assignment right after? To the eye of the great forest?
The older man's brow furrows, a rare request.
That's never happened before, so I'd have to look at the rulebook.
Juhyuk stands before his teacher, a question burning in his eyes.
What are the rules governing these missions?
The older man consults the rulebook, his brow furrowed in concentration. The interschool competition committee assigns only one basic task to students each day, but there are exceptions.
He reads aloud, each word carrying weight.
If a student finishes early, they may proceed to the next assignment at their teacher's discretion.
Another rule catches his eye.
If the venue is not properly prepared, or the students are not in suitable condition, they can prepare again, or move on to the next assignment if it proves too difficult.
Juhyuk's gaze sharpens, a glint of determination in his eyes. It says it's at your discretion. So what do you think, teacher? He presses his advantage, his request hanging in the air. Can I move on to the next assignment?
The older man considers, his expression unreadable. A silent exchange, heavy with unspoken implications.
Finally, a decision.
If you do finish early and come to the staff room, I think that it'd be fine for you to start the next assignment in the afternoon.
Juhyuk nods, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Understood.
A quiet confidence radiates from him as he departs.
I'll see you.
A shadowy figure, his face etched with weariness, walks away, muttering, "Good night." But from the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes gleam. A sinister smile spreads across a young man's face. The air crackles with anticipation.
A voice cuts through the night, sharp and accusatory. Are you planning on finishing The Eye of the Forest in just one day?
The young man's response is swift and confident. Yes, it's a relief that I heard of the assignment beforehand.
The question hangs in the air, a new challenge is presented. Does that mean you're going to try and maim the students from the other academies?
His jaw clenches, a frustrated retort escaping his lips. That's the second assignment, you idiot.
I meant the first one. A sigh of exasperation, a quick correction. That was a misunderstanding.
In any case, his resolve hardens. He has no time to waste. His eyes, burning with fierce determination, reflect the urgency of the situation. The air crackles with anticipation. A distinguished-looking man addresses the assembled students.
It's nice to meet you all.
He smiles, a practiced air of authority about him.
And then, the announcement, I will now reveal the second assignment of the inter-school competition. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken tension, a team mock battle. 5 representatives from each academy will face off in the unforgiving terrain of the mountains. The announcement is broadcast on a massive hologram, a spectacle for all to witness. The game will be played in rough terrain, so the audience will watch a live broadcast here. High above, a drone whirls into position, its camera lens focused, a silent observer, ready to capture every moment of the impending clash. In the heart of the mountains, the teams assemble. A palpable tension hangs in the air, anticipation mixed with apprehension. One of the team members anxiously asks, when is Kim Joo-hyuk coming? A moment of uncertainty, a feeling of unease settles over the group.
Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. I'm sorry I'm late.
Do you know what time it is?
The girl's voice is sharp, laced with irritation. The young man, caught off guard, sheepishly admits, I overslept a bit. The gravity of the situation sinks in.
You're expected to be 30 minutes early. Didn't you listen to what the teacher said?
He shrugs, a picture of nonchalant defiance.
I was thinking about something else then.
His hand runs through his hair, a silent apology.
Well, I'm sorry. The girl, though clearly still upset, softens slightly.
I'll take care of everything.
Do you know what you're saying? This is not an individual battle, it's a team battle.
His gaze unwavering, he simply replies, I know.
And you want to go alone? Any complaints?
The competition official looks expectantly at the assembled students, a hint of weariness in his eyes. His gaze lingers on a young man with a bandage on his arm. Meanwhile, a hushed conversation unfolds. A girl with silver hair asks her friend, excuse me. A tense moment. The silver-haired girl approaches a group of students, her question directed at one in particular. Yes, Choi are-in.
You do, right?
The young man, Kim Joo-hyuk, is resolute.
Joo-hyuk, can I come too? She asks. His response is immediate and firm, no, just stay here. A beat of silence, then, a sigh of resignation.
Okay, she says, her shoulders slumping slightly. The other girl, with purple hair, adds, so it wasn't a complaint.
The purple-haired girl turns to Joo-hyuk, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Hey, stop your chirping and save some energy.
Joo-hyuk looks at her, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes.
Chirping? The countdown begins.
The battle will begin in 5 seconds, booms a voice.
Joo-hyuk remains unfazed, a glint of determination in his eyes.
He has another engagement to attend to, I have another game to play in the afternoon.
5. The countdown continues, each number a hammer blow against the tense silence. Joo-hyuk's expression is one of cold resolve.
4. The purple-haired girl's eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell are you talking about? She exclaims, her voice laced with frustration and confusion.
3. The tension is palpable.
The official watches with a mixture of concern and curiosity.
Kim Joo-hyuk. Answer, he demands.
The young man strides confidently, a lone wolf amidst a pack of uniformed students. His words cut through the air, sharp and dismissive.
You're so noisy. The countdown begins, anticipation hangs heavy in the air.
And with a final begin, the competition is unleashed. The young man's declaration echoes, "I have to prepare for the eye of the forest." The White Lotus team, a formidable group, emerges into the clearing. Their movements are precise, their expressions determined. But their advance is cut short. A blur of motion, the young man is upon them. A gasp escapes the White Lotus team. It's that guy from Valhalla. Everyone get ready. Panic ripples through the team as they brace for impact, swords are drawn. And the young man unleashes a devastating strike. His eyes burn with a cold fire. His attack is swift, precise, and utterly unexpected. You reacted faster than I thought. What? The young man's eyes widen, disbelief etched across his features. White Lotus, eliminated? The words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of impossible implications. It's only been 10 minutes since the battle began. His mind races, trying to grasp the impossible speed of this development. Those Valhalla bastards went straight for White Lotus, a chilling realization dawns on him. Their ruthless efficiency is breathtaking. They moved fast because they anticipated a preemptive strike. A cold calculation, executed with deadly precision. Logan! A cry cuts through the air, laced with urgency. Magic is detected, a new threat emerging. Is it the guys from Valhalla? The question hangs in the air, a moment of tense anticipation. Not guys, it's one person. The revelation hits with the force of a physical blow. The sheer power implied is terrifying. A wave of fear washes over the White Lotus team. Their faces reflect a mixture of terror and disbelief. The young man, eyes narrowed in calculation, directs his team. A surge of energy flows from his fingertips, forming shimmering, protective circles around his allies. Meanwhile, Melissa, her face etched with worry, channels her magic into a glowing rune on the ground, a desperate attempt to bolster their defenses. Ibella, already hard at work, confirms, "I'm already doing that though?" A colossal, emerald shield materializes before them, humming with potent magical energy, a last stand against the approaching threat. The shield, emblazoned with a fleur-de-lis, stands as a testament to their combined might, but the tension is palpable. Melissa's doubt surfaces, but it's just one person. Her apprehension is clear, a single tear traces a path down her cheek, the weight of the situation pressing down. The young man's gaze sharpens, a flicker of concern in his eyes, he understands the risk. He explains, "Well, Melissa doesn't know because she hasn't fought him before." Ibella's serious expression speaks volumes. That guy does not have the skills of a high schooler, but you also. The young man's eyes flash with cold determination as he dismisses Melissa's concerns. You can't compare him to a guy like me. His words carry a chilling confidence. But that confidence shatters. Melissa's cry rings out, "Wait!" The magic disappeared. The protective barrier, their only defense, vanishes without a trace. Panic ripples through the team as the magical shield fades, leaving them exposed and vulnerable in the deepening twilight. Ibella, ever vigilant, offers a glimmer of hope. Maybe they went back after taking a peek. A subtle hint of a larger, unseen threat. The young man directs his team, their combined magical energies forming a new, weaker shield. A desperate, last-ditch effort. A fragile circle of light against the encroaching darkness. Their faces are grim, reflecting the gravity of their situation. A sudden, chilling presence looms above them. The air crackles with unseen power. The young man's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes their attacker. Here you were. The words are laced with a chilling finality. Another figure appears, equally surprised. Above us. The question hangs in the air, a testament to their complete vulnerability. A blur of motion, a flash of steel, a sickening thud. The attack is swift, brutal, and utterly unexpected. A sinister grin spreads across the young man's face, his eyes blazing with a dangerous light. He grips his weapon, a wicked gleam reflecting off its polished surface. The weapon whistles through the air, a blur of motion. Bam! The impact sends a shockwave. leaving his opponent sprawled on the ground, defeated. Melissa and another student watch in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief as the magical shield protecting them flickers and vanishes. Melissa's voice cracks with terror. What the fuck?
The young man's attack is swift and brutal.
He taunts, you notice too slowly. A dark, ornate ring catches the light as the young man casually tosses it aside. The air crackles with unseen energy. Melissa's face is etched with fear as she whispers, Kim Joo-hyuk. A surge of golden light erupts from the young man's hands.
Melissa gasps, what's that?
The golden light intensifies, engulfing him in an aura of power.
A wave of energy washes over him and explodes outward, striking another student with devastating force.
AHK, the impact throws her back, leaving her stunned and injured.
A tense standoff. The question hangs in the air, is unleashing raw magical energy really the answer?
The young man's eyes blaze with a dangerous light, a storm is brewing.
And he explodes into action. A brutal strike.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves,
leaving his former allies scattered and defeated.
His crimson eyes gleam with newfound power. The ground trembles under the weight of his unleashed might, a terrifying display of raw power. Fear etched on their faces, their screams are swallowed by the wind. The young man stands victorious, his blade dripping with the aftermath of his brutal assault.
The scene is one of utter devastation.
A sinister smile stretches across the young man's face as he holds a glowing tablet. His eyes gleam with an unsettling light, a chilling premonition of what's to come.
The Valhalla monitor room.
Screens flicker, displaying chaotic battle scenes, a tense atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. Chief Lee stares, aghast. His eyes widen, reflecting the unbelievable events unfolding on the screens. How did this happen? He mutters, his voice barely a whisper.
The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as his staff exchange worried glances.
One staff member speaks, breaking the silence. Actually, he spent 20 minutes traveling.
The battles themselves ended in 3 minutes.
A sigh escapes Chief Lee's lips. This is going to ruin today's schedule.
The weight of his words settles on the room. A serious problem indeed.
Another staff member chimes in, consulting a tablet. From what I read in the rules, we're allowed to begin the next game on the same day if there's enough time.
A glimmer of hope.
A plan begins to form. Chief Lee, if you are fine with it, I'd like to discuss progressing to the next game with the other academy's teachers. The next game is The Eye of the Forest. A murmur of surprise ripples through the room.
Chief Lee nods curtly. Understood. Just tell me the result when you're done discussing.
A tense meeting unfolds in a dimly lit room.
Chief Lee and the Valhalla staff pore over a tablet, their faces etched with concern. A shadow of doubt hangs over them. Did Kim Joo-hyuk anticipate this crisis? The question hangs heavy in the air. A chilling realization dawns.
How scary, one of them whispers, the weight of the situation palpable.
The two figures leave the room, their steps measured, their expressions grim.
The hallway stretches before them, a silent witness to their unspoken anxieties.
But a decision must be made. Despite the risks inherent in the White Lotus's actions, the game must continue. The heroes don't mind if we continue with the next game, one declares, a steely resolve in his voice. A moment of reflection.
The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on Chief Lee. He considers the potential consequences of delaying the game, the impact on the final result. And a grim understanding settles upon his face. I understand now why you call Kim Joo-hyuk a monster, he states, his voice low and heavy with the weight of his realization.
A comforting hand rests on his shoulder.
A silent gesture of support and shared burden.
The weight of responsibility is immense. But the show must go on. Let's talk to White Lotus first. The decision is made, and the two men begin to walk, their steps firm despite the uncertainty that lies ahead. The Valhalla resting room, a scene of quiet intensity.
Students relax, some sharpening their blades, others lifting weights. A palpable tension hangs in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the challenges ahead. One student, her face etched with worry, meticulously cleans her katana. A single tear traces a path down her cheek. "He's seriously insane," she whispers, her voice barely audible above the low hum of conversation, her gaze fixed on a figure lounging nearby. "I didn't expect him to finish the battle by himself," she continues, her voice laced with disbelief, a mixture of awe and concern clouding her features. "I was going to take the initiative since our teacher told me to be the team leader," she explains, her shoulders slumping slightly, the weight of responsibility pressing down on her. But even with that responsibility, she felt powerless. The weight of her failure settles heavily on her shoulders. "Besides, I lost to Choi Arin in the individual matches yesterday," she admits, her voice barely a murmur, a fresh wave of self-doubt washing over her. "I heard that she received lessons from Kim Joo-hyuk. Could it be because of that?" she wonders aloud, her eyes fixed on her friend's sword, a glimmer of hope, however faint, flickering within her. "At this rate, I will keep falling behind," she despairs, her voice filled with a quiet desperation, the fear of being left behind gnawing at her. A student's hand clutches her chest, a silent scream trapped within. "I mustn't let that happen," she vows, her determination hardening. Doubt flickers in her eyes as she questions her opponent. "If I were to give up a bit of pride, would he teach me?" she wonders, a glimmer of hope amidst her apprehension. A sharp gaze pierces through the air, a glint of crimson in the student's eyes. "Representative students," he declares, his voice echoing with authority. A sudden realization dawns. The pieces fall into place. The announcement hits hard: tomorrow's survival in the maze game is moved up, one day earlier, to 1 p.m. today. Panic sets in. "Please reorganize and get ready for the last game," the urgent message rings out. It happened just as Kim Joo-hyuk said. On the train, a tense atmosphere hangs heavy. The student and her companions sit in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. A sudden interruption. "Wait," a voice cuts through the silence. Before the next game, a crucial piece of information is revealed. "I'll tell you all something in advance," he says, his tone serious. A bold declaration: "I will go to the eye of the forest myself." The leader's resolve is unwavering. The air crackles with tension. A chilling declaration hangs in the silence. Everyone will survive on their own. The unnamed student's eyes widen, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. Another solo move? She clenches her jaw, a flicker of defiance in her gaze. "We've already won the 2 previous games," she thinks, a grim determination hardening her features. A strategic voice cuts through her thoughts. "So as long as we don't get the lowest score, we'll win." The pressure is palpable. The student's eyes dart around, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Even if it's a survival labyrinth, the eye of the forest's environment is such that we don't need to worry so much about monsters. A shift in focus. A young man with striking silver hair appears, his expression unreadable. His gaze is intense, piercing. A question hangs heavy in the air. "Do you have something to say, Birdie?" The student, Birdie, meets his gaze, a smirk playing on her lips. "You're only proving my point." The scene ends with a lingering shot of Birdie, her confidence unwavering. Birdie. A cute nickname, indeed. The eye of the forest. A foreboding gate, shrouded in mist and the constant patter of rain. The labyrinth gate. A formidable array of competitors stands before it, ready to face the ultimate challenge. The announcer's voice booms across the arena: "We have arrived at the final game of the competition, survival in the labyrinth." The tension is palpable. Every eye is glued to the screen. And the competitors watch intently as the rules are explained. The final game is about to begin. The announcer continues: "Before the game begins, I'll tell you something about the labyrinth. Specifically, the content of the game and the evaluation criteria. The eye of the forest, where today's game is being held, is a maze shaped like a forest with huge trees, as the name implies. A truly daunting prospect. Inside is a labyrinth unlike others. It has a unique environment where rain doesn't stop falling. The eye of the forest, a place of mystery, shrouded in mist and ancient trees. where even the low-level monsters pose a unique challenge.
Survival isn't just about combat.
It's about enduring the harsh conditions of this unforgiving environment.
The rules are clear: students enter the labyrinth, their initial condition is assessed. And after 5 hours, the closer they are to their original state, the higher their score. Team battles are strictly forbidden. A tense silence hangs in the air. Then, with a booming voice, the command echoes, "Let the games begin." The students emerge from the gate, stepping into the downpour, a grim determination etched on their faces. Valhalla team heads to their designated location, an abandoned warehouse,
where shadows lurk and danger waits.
The Eye of the Forest. A countdown timer, D1, marks the imminence of the game. 2 figures, one with intricate tattoos, observe the students' entry. A tense atmosphere hangs heavy as the students approach. A whispered command, "Let's head in." An obstacle.
Magic blocks the labyrinth's main gate.
2 guardians stand watch.
A swift decision, "We'll take care of those 2 first."
The students prepare for action.
A surge of dark energy erupts. The air crackles with power.
A combined magical assault unleashes a blinding purple wave.
The force of the attack reverberates outwards in a spiraling vortex.
Confusion. A wave of static washes over them. What's this? A seasoned administrator, his face etched with worry, observes the unfolding chaos.
The monitoring cameras in the Eye of the Forest, all displaying static interference. The monitoring cameras in the Eye of the Forest are all malfunctioning, the report screams. A group of officials exchange worried glances, their backs to us, a palpable tension hanging in the air. A sense of unease settling upon them as they try to grasp the situation. Another official, his mustache twitching with concern, speaks, his voice tight with apprehension. Multiple cameras breaking at the same time seems suspicious.
A tense exchange follows. "Have you called the main gate?" one asks urgently.
The reply, strained and filled with dread, "Yes, sir, but nobody is picking up." The weight of the situation crashes down.
A sharp intake of breath, a frantic phone call.
"Chief Lee, the students in the labyrinth might run into problems, so all the teachers gathered here will enter the Eye of the Forest."
The gravity of the situation is undeniable. A curt acknowledgement, "You understood." The mission is clear. They move. Huff. Huff.
Chief Lee stands amidst his team, the aftermath of the magical assault heavy in the air.
His expression is one of grim determination, a stark contrast to the worried faces around him. "What?"
A close-up on Chief Lee's face, his eyes narrowed in concern.
The weight of the situation is palpable.
The scene shifts to a ravaged landscape, the remnants of a powerful magical explosion scattered across the ground. Rain lashes down, mirroring the turmoil within.
What the hell happened here?
Chief Lee and his team survey the damage, their faces etched with shock and disbelief.
The scale of the destruction is breathtaking.
The students stand huddled together in the rain-soaked forest, their faces pale and drawn.
A palpable sense of unease hangs in the air.
Logan approaches one of the girls, his brow furrowed with worry.
"Excuse me."
"Logan," he begins, concern evident in his voice.
"Yeah," Logan replies, his gaze fixed on Abella, who looks distressed.
"Abella doesn't look so good," he observes, his tone laced with apprehension. Abella's face is etched with pain, her body trembling slightly.
The strain of the magical attack is clearly taking its toll.
I am fine," she manages to whisper, her voice barely audible above the drumming rain. But her eyes betray her words, revealing a deeper level of distress. The unnamed student, drenched and shivering, confesses, "I just got hit by a ton of rain at the start." Despite the downpour, their leader, Logan, remains focused. His gaze sharp, he encourages his team, "Even if we won't be able to get first place overall, I want us to score high here, so you need to keep your head up."
A practical solution is proposed: let's build a simple hut and avoid the rain.
The team springs into action, with clear instructions given. Melissa, pick up bigger leaves.
Dane and Luke, you two pick up branches for support.
The students work together, a display of teamwork amidst the harsh conditions.
Their determination is palpable.
Logan takes charge. I will level the ground and dig a hole. He begins to prepare the foundation for their shelter. His movements are deliberate, focused. The rain continues to fall, but his resolve remains unshaken. Suddenly, a dark, ominous energy coalesces before him.
His eyes widen in surprise. Huh?
From the shadows, a trio of menacing figures emerges, their arrival marked by a chilling sound effect.
One of them sneers, "Ah, what the hell? It's raining."
The storm intensifies, but their malice is far more threatening.
Undeterred by the rain, they declare, "Who cares if it's raining, we need to finish this quickly." Their cold determination is chilling.
The leader of the trio unleashes a sinister grin, his eyes blazing with malevolent intent. His chilling words echo, "Die obediently." The rain lashes down, mirroring the tension as Logan confronts a shadowy figure wielding a wicked blade.
A chilling whisper cuts through the downpour, "Eh?" Alia's sharp voice rings out, shattering the moment, "Hey, Alia! This isn't Kim Joo-hyuk."
Alia explains, her words laced with a mix of fear and determination. "I teleported to a moderately strong magic source because I can only find him with magic detection." Logan's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his gaze.
Who are these people? Did he say he wants to kill Kim Joo-hyuk?
A sudden surge of dark energy explodes from a nearby magical sphere. A chilling realization dawns on Logan's face. Could these people be? The rain turns a sinister purple as the antagonist trio emerges from the shadows, their menacing presence filling the air.
Villains. The female villain's cold command echoes through the forest, "Don't leave any witness, man. Clean this up." A brutal thud.
The villain's words hang heavy in the air. I know.
Bastards. The school competition is no place for you maggot-eating bastards.
The antagonist's voice booms, a fiery orb forming in his hand.
A blast of searing energy erupts. Who?
A chilling question hangs in the air as a sinister figure emerges from the shadows.
A glint of steel. A knife, held with deadly precision. A sickening thud. Blood blossoms across the student's uniform. Are you calling bastards?
The question hangs heavy with menace as another member of the trio appears, his eyes burning with cold fury.
A desperate struggle. The student, wounded, tries to escape.
Rain lashes down as a brutal attack unfolds. A dark figure lunges, leaving a crimson stain on his victim's crisp white shirt.
Gasping for air, the victim stammers, "When did you get behind me?"
Terror etched on his face, wide, fearful eyes reflect the relentless downpour. His attacker smirks, a cruel confidence in his eyes.
"Looks like you don't understand, look in front of you."
A chilling aura emanates from the attacker. The rain seems to part around him as he unleashes an ominous power. The blade flashes, a swift, deadly strike.
The victim's eyes widen in shock.
His vision blurs, two figures, identical, stand before him.
Two of the same person. A chilling laugh echoes through the rain-soaked forest. "That's right, kiddo." With a ferocious roar, the attacker lunges, blade glinting menacingly, shing. The air crackles with dark energy. A horrifying display of power as the attacker unleashes a devastating blow. It's called duplication.
The victim crumples, a guttural cry escaping his lips, "Gagh."
The impact sends a shockwave through the scene.
Rain lashes down as the victim lies broken and bleeding in the mud. His body trembles, a silent testament to the brutal attack.
A chilling question hangs in the rain-soaked air, "Did you kill him properly?" The attackers, a trio of merciless figures, stand over their victim.
A cruel smirk spreads across the face of one attacker.
"Yeah, I'll let him bleed out slowly." Key.
A chilling sound escapes the lips of another attacker, Kaya.
Their eyes gleam with a dark satisfaction. A desperate cry pierces the downpour, "El Logan."
A new figure arrives on the scene, her face etched with worry and fear. She rushes to the fallen Logan, her heart pounding in her chest. The rain continues to fall, washing away the blood, but not the horror.
One attacker snaps, their voice sharp and urgent, "Oi, what are you doing? Stop letting these witnesses see." The attackers, their faces grim, move to silence the witness.
Their hands clench, preparing for another act of violence. A chilling command echoes through the rain-soaked forest, "I'll take care of them."
The attacker, a figure of cruel confidence, smirks.
His eyes gleam with a predatory light as he prepares to finish the job.
"All right, end this quickly." A blur of motion. The attacker lunges, a dark energy crackling around his hands. A devastating blow connects. The victim is sent sprawling, the impact echoing through the trees. A desperate scramble for survival. The witness flees, their heart pounding in their chest. But where to run? Panic clouds their mind as they desperately search for an escape. The eye of the forest, Matagayarona's house.
A cryptic message flashes across a screen, a warning, caution.
X conditions can only be satisfied when there is a checkpoint.
He focuses, his eyes burning with determination.
That place called Matagayarona's house. Doubt gnaws at him. Is there even such a place? The forest seems endless, a maze of trees and shadows.
His breath comes in ragged gasps as he pushes through the undergrowth.
All I see are bushes and trees.
A brutal attack unfolds in the shadows, the victim's desperate cry, a choked no, echoing through the rain. A witness watches in horror, their face a mask of terror as the attacker's silhouette looms large. The sheer panic etched onto their features as they witness the unimaginable. The aftermath, a scene of carnage.
Blood stains the ground, a grim testament to the attacker's ruthlessness. The victim lies broken, barely alive. While the attacker, seemingly unfazed, turns their attention to the remaining witnesses. This is getting annoying. Where are these people coming from?
A flicker of something dangerous in the attacker's eyes, a chilling realization dawns. The rain continues to fall, washing away the blood, but not the fear. A young man and woman huddle together, their faces etched with worry. I guess he must have heard the screams and ran here. Their fear is palpable, a desperate hope clinging to their shared silence.
Back to the attacker, a cold calculation in their voice. That's why I don't kill them right away.
The rain lashes down, mirroring the turmoil in his eyes.
Target. A chilling question hangs in the air, a whisper of dread.
His crimson eyes, blazing with a furious intensity, reflect the storm raging within.
A gruesome scene unfolds.
Several students lie sprawled in the mud, blood staining the ground, a grim testament to brutal violence. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through the downpour.
Hey, Blondie.
While I'm busy taking care of these guys, try and control the bleeding of these kids. He glances down, his expression a mixture of concern and grim determination, a silent vow to protect the injured.
They're still alive.
A grim observation, hinting at a calculated cruelty. His gaze sharpens, analyzing the wounds. At first glance, it looks like they were intentionally stabbed in a way that wouldn't kill them instantly.
But why leave them to bleed out?
The question hangs heavy, a puzzle piece in a larger, sinister game.
Savage dogs.
The word spits from his lips, a venomous curse. His frustration boils over.
Oi, you've ruined my mood, so answer my question.
The aftermath of a brutal attack unfolds in a rain-soaked labyrinth. Bodies litter the ground, a testament to the attacker's savage efficiency.
A student, eyes wide with shock, stares at the carnage. While the attacker, a hulking figure with a dragon tattoo etched across his back, sneers. You shitty brat, he spits, looks like you don't understand the situation you're in, huh?
He explains their predicament with chilling calm, you're stuck in this labyrinth. The attacker continues, his voice dripping with menace, we smashed through the only doorway to this labyrinth, the same goes for the surveillance drones.
A student, his face etched with worry, considers the implications. As the attacker's confidence remains unshaken. Then the teachers must have noticed now, huh?
Whatever, they won't be able to get here fast enough.
A close-up on the attacker's face reveals a chilling satisfaction, we completely destroyed the gateway.
A sinister grin spreading across his features as he savors his handiwork. The rubble of the destroyed gateway looms behind him, a dark and ominous backdrop. He adds with a chilling finality, so it'll take at least an hour to clean it up. The student's face is a mask of grim determination as he absorbs this information. 1 hour, a single hour. The relentless rain hammers down on a young man, lost in a vast, unforgiving forest. He's drenched, his clothes clinging to him, as he receives a chilling ultimatum: find something within the hour, or face the consequences. His disbelief is palpable. A hulking figure with tribal tattoos emerges from the shadows, a wicked glint in his eyes, knife in hand. The tattooed man lunges, a blur of motion, but the student is ready. A desperate struggle begins. A brutal clash of power. The student's counterattack is swift and brutal, a whirlwind of motion. A crimson spray erupts as the student's weapon connects with devastating force.
The impact sends a shockwave through the forest floor. The tattooed man is sent sprawling. But even in defeat, his eyes widen in disbelief. Where did his opponent go? The tattooed man is left utterly baffled, alone in the downpour. The rain falls in sheets, mirroring the tension as the tattooed man, knife in hand, prepares to strike. But his eyes widen in disbelief as the student unleashes a devastating counterattack. A blur of motion, a flash of steel, the student's blade finds its mark with brutal efficiency. You guys, dead. The impact sends a shockwave through the tattooed man's body, a bone-jarring crack echoes through the forest. His body is thrown back, a grotesque display of broken bones and shattered flesh. The tattooed man's accomplices watch in horror as their leader is utterly destroyed. A wave of fear washes over them. Another bone-shattering crunch as the student delivers the final blow. The tattooed man collapses, defeated. Silence descends upon the rain-soaked forest. Only the rhythmic patter of rain remains. The student's two observers exchange a worried glance. Al. The student, still panting from the exertion, stands over his fallen foe, a grim determination etched on his face. A crimson vortex explodes behind the student, a whirlwind of raw power unleashed. The tattooed man and his goons are caught in the maelstrom, a brutal, swift end. The student stands victorious, but the cost is clear. His breath hitches, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead, exhaustion etched onto his face. The aftermath: 3 bodies lie still in the muddy water, the rain washing away the blood, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. The student, his face grim, looks down at the fallen foes. His companion, concerned, approaches, ready to help, the weight of victory heavy on their shoulders. If you aren't able to handle it alone, run west. There are some Valhalla students there. A warning, a lifeline offered in the downpour. The student's companion, her face etched with worry, clutches her chest, fear and exhaustion battling for dominance. Healing hands hover over the student, a soft golden light emanating, a slow, but steady restoration of strength. A guttural sound escapes the tattooed man's lips, a final, pained gasp. His eyes widen, a look of disbelief and agony twisting his features. What the fuck? The aftermath. 3 bodies lie sprawled on the rain-slicked ground, defeated. A single knife rests near their inert forms. The student stands over them, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with a cold fire. Well, your colleagues are quite frail, he observes, his voice laced with a chilling calm. The tattooed man, wounded but defiant, rises to meet him. A tense standoff. The air crackles with unspoken threats. A blur of motion. The student lunges, his blade flashing. A sickening thud echoes through the forest. The student stands victorious, his face grim. You said I'm a target. Who's your client? He demands, his voice low and dangerous. The dying tattooed man smirks. What kind of assassin would I be if I told you? His words are a final, defiant taunt. He spits blood, his eyes filled with a mixture of regret and defiance. I'm not a fucking amateur. He rasps, his voice barely audible. It's strange, the student muses, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He sheathes his knife, his mind already racing. The student runs a hand through his hair,
his expression one of exhaustion and confusion.
The guys I met spat it out immediately though. He mutters to himself.
The tattooed man's face contorts in a grimace of pain and frustration.
This punk.
I was flustered for a second, but, he thinks, his eyes narrowed. A shadowy figure lunges, claws outstretched, but the student, eyes narrowed in focus, deflects the attack with a blur of motion. The tattooed man, surprised by the student's speed, snarls in frustration.
He evaded that? The disbelief is palpable. The tattooed man explains his strategy, a cunning ambush using a duplicate.
His confidence is chilling. But the student's retort is swift and sharp, "You're being such a coward by attacking from behind." He advances, his resolve hardening with each step.
Do you want a surprise attack? The question hangs in the air, a prelude to action.
The student unleashes a devastating counterattack. A whirlwind of motion, a flash of steel.
The impact sends a shockwave through the air.
A final, brutal blow ends the tattooed man's threat.
His eyes widen in disbelief before fading to darkness.
The rain lashes down, a relentless torrent mirroring the storm brewing inside the student. He stands, poised and ready, his every muscle tense.
The tattooed man, wounded and desperate, clutches his face, a low groan escaping his lips. The student's gaze is cold, unwavering.
"Hey, Baldy," he sneers, the words dripping with contempt.
The tattooed man recoils, confusion etched across his features. What does this mean?
The student presses his advantage, his voice low and dangerous.
I'll ask you one last time. Do you really not want to reveal your client?
The tattooed man spits on the ground, defiance flickering in his eyes.
How could I, kiddo? Do I look like a joke to you? The student's smile is sharp, predatory. Then I'll hit you to my heart's content.
A crimson energy explodes from him, a wave of raw power.
A devastating blow.
The ground trembles as the student unleashes a furious assault.
The final blow lands.
A crimson shockwave erupts from the point of impact, obliterating everything in its path. The rain lashes down, mirroring the tension etched on their faces. A group of figures trudges through the mud, their grim expressions hinting at a recent ordeal.
A man, his face lined with worry, stands at the center, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a silent leader amidst the storm.
A collective gasp escapes their lips, a shared moment of unspoken horror. Several young adults lie injured on the rain-soaked ground, their bodies radiating a faint, ethereal glow, a desperate attempt at healing.
A concerned voice cuts through the downpour. Logan, are you okay?
Logan, his face pale but resolute, manages a weak reply. Teacher, it's a bit difficult to move, but it's not a big problem. Relief washes over the worried man's face, a visible sigh of gratitude.
But the question hangs heavy in the air. What happened?
The scene shifts back to the group, their faces etched with exhaustion and concern, the aftermath of a brutal encounter.
Ambushed.
Logan, eyes wide with shock, finds himself surrounded by three shadowy figures, a man and two women.
Their menacing presence fills the air.
A chilling realization dawns on him.
Could these attackers be connected to the infamous Samsal organization?
The rain falls relentlessly as teacher, his face etched with worry, searches for answers. His gaze sharp and determined. He demands to know the attackers' whereabouts.
A sudden burst of motion. Teacher points towards the forest, his finger like a lightning rod, revealing the aftermath of a brutal confrontation. The scene is one of chaos and destruction. The defeated villains lie scattered amongst the mud and debris, their forms broken and defeated.
A testament to the raw power unleashed. Kim Joo-hyuk, the victor, stands triumphant.
A wave of disbelief washes over teacher and his colleagues. Kim Joo-hyuk, was he truly this strong?
The ground around the fallen foes is churned and scarred, a brutal reminder of the battle's ferocity. I only saw Kim Joo-hyuk fight them while I was losing consciousness. But he was really incredible.
He completely wiped the floor with the attackers, a crimson flash, a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave. that I couldn't even lay a hand on.
When we were against each other, we didn't even see half of his power.
I thought I was one of the strongest amongst high schoolers. But it seems like my arrogance got the best of me. Cheer up, Logan. Kim Jo-hyuk is an anomaly. By the way, you said there were 3 attackers, where is the remaining one?
Kim Jo-hyuk went to fight her. The aftermath of an epic battle unfolds, a whirlwind of motion and raw power leaving its mark on the landscape. Kim Jo-hyuk stands over a fallen foe, the rain washing away the blood, his expression is grim, his eyes burning with intensity. He faces his teacher and another figure, their concern palpable. "You seem fine," the teacher remarks, a hint of disbelief in his tone. The teacher's face is etched with worry, sweat beading on his brow, the weight of the situation pressing down on him.
I see.
"Let's hear the details when we're back at the academy," he says, his voice weary but resolute. Kim Jo-hyuk nods in agreement. The school competition is officially over, but the aftermath is far from settled. A fellow student, injured but alive, receives healing from another, a glimmer of hope amidst the destruction. The rain continues to fall, washing over the forest.
The school competition is over, a voice echoes, a somber declaration.
Kim Jo-hyuk runs a hand through his damp hair, a sigh escaping his lips.
The exertion is evident.
He collapses onto his bed, the words "today was really a hard day" hanging heavy in the air.
A question arises, was it the sheer volume of work, or the intense magical battle against those villains? Jo-hyuk admits to using a significant amount of mana during the fight.
But a glint of pride flickers in his eyes as he reflects on his impressive performance. A holographic interface appears, displaying a message: "Valhalla, the eye of the forest, Madagea Lona's home. Caution, the conditions can only be fulfilled with the sword.
Retrieve the bead from Madagea Lona's house. Conditions satisfied dash." He reaches into his pocket. Retrieving the bead.
"It was tight, but I managed to get it," he says with a smirk.
The scene shifts to a dark, rain-soaked forest. A figure lies unconscious on the ground, the downpour washing away the blood. Ugh! My head!
A blurry figure stirs, groaning in pain.
"Hey, get up!"
A voice cuts through the downpour.
Kim Jo-hyuk stands over the injured woman, his expression grim. The rain lashes down as he asks, "What's your ability?"
She looks up, confused.
"What?"
Jo-hyuk presses on, "I don't know where you hid, but you were talking about a target, so you must be part of Samsel."
The woman collapses again, weakened and vulnerable. The rain continues to fall.
Jo-hyuk explains, "That means there's usually one fighter in the front, then one by the side, and at the very back there's one person supporting."
"Wasn't that your formation?" Jo-hyuk's eyes narrow.
"It looks like you were the support behind those two," he observes, his voice laced with suspicion. The woman's eyes dart around nervously.
"But you seem to have an assassination ability. So what is it?" The question hangs in the air, sharp and demanding. A curt dismissal. "Get lost. I have no intention of telling you."
A sudden burst of motion. A dark energy erupts, swirling around the mysterious figure, leaving Jo-hyuk momentarily stunned.
How is this kid able to stop me?
The pieces fall into place.
Jo-hyuk's eyes narrow in understanding. Now that I've seen it, I understand.
A chilling smirk spreads across Jo-hyuk's face. His eyes gleam with a predatory light.
Your ability is to create space and move within it, right?
A gasp escapes the masked figure.
Yuk! That works out well. Jo-hyuk's voice is smooth, dangerously calm.
He closes in, his hand reaching out.
Help me with your ability. A chilling declaration. I've got something to find. The unidentified person is cornered, their fear palpable. A brutal attack follows. A sickening crunch as Jo-hyuk makes his move. The power of his grip is evident. And success. Jo-hyuk, opportunistic as ever, smirks. Well, thanks to her ability, I was able to get it. He holds a glowing blue orb, the prize he sought. Jo-hyuk relaxes, basking in his victory. He's clearly pleased with himself. But his moment of triumph is short-lived. A voice cuts through the air, sharp and accusatory. By the way, you didn't abide by your promise to not do anything if it goes well. The scene shifts. A figure stands silhouetted against a bright sky, their features obscured. The tension ratchets up. The question hangs heavy in the air: why'd you go so far as to knock her out? Jo-hyuk's response is cold and calculating. He explains his actions, revealing a ruthless pragmatism. If she'd just confessed, nothing would have happened. A moment of reflection. Jo-hyuk's thoughts turn to a larger threat. I wonder, now that I found out that those 3 attackers are called Samsel, and are a part of Il Shinja, their client must be. The answer hits him like a punch to the gut. A name, a face: Rockdill. Rockdill, that bastard. Kim Jo-hyuk, eyes narrowed in concentration, holds a glowing orb. He's piecing together the puzzle, the attack looming large in his mind. A chilling thought crosses his mind: the Rockdill family's potential involvement. The weight of the task bears down on him, taking them down one by one. But Jo-hyuk presses on. He's secured the bead. A surge of determination. The next step. A mission objective flashes before his eyes: retrieve the bead from Matagea Lona's house. Condition: satisfied. A new directive appears: face lost memories through sleeping. Jo-hyuk's brow furrows. A question hangs heavy in the air: what the hell? Do I just have to sleep now? He lies back, the orb pulsing faintly in his hand. A strange, ethereal blade floats nearby. A confirmation: it looks like it. The system confirms the method. A mysterious figure, partially obscured, observes a screen displaying the same sleep-induced memory recovery directive. He speaks, his voice calm yet ominous. Kim Jo-hyuk, the determined young man, lies in bed, a mysterious blue orb resting beside him, a silent promise of recovered memories. A notification flashes before his eyes: lost memories, you say? The question hangs in the air. But Jo-hyuk's expression is one of quiet skepticism. I don't think I've lost any parts of my memory, though. He mutters, a hint of defiance in his tone. He dismisses the notification with a nonchalant whatever. But the system's message lingers. A subtle shift in his eyes hints at a hidden unease. Something is stirring beneath the surface. The notification reappears: something will appear in my dream. A cryptic message, full of ominous potential. And as darkness descends, a towering structure rises in the distance, a beacon of mystery in the night. A colossal tower, pulsating with an eerie red glow. Damn it! Jo-hyuk clutches his chest, a grimace twisting his face. Pain racks his body, a searing agony that threatens to consume him. A wave of crimson energy erupts from within, shattering the very air around him. Fragments of memory, shards of a shattered past, flash before his eyes, glimpses of a life he can't quite grasp. The fragments coalesce, forming a crystalline structure, then, with a deafening crack, it shatters. He collapses, his body racked with pain, but something has shifted within him. Debris rains down around him, a testament to the raw power unleashed, a silent, desolate scene. He sits amidst the rubble, his breath ragged. Beside him, a figure lies still. The aftermath of a brutal battle, dust and debris litter the ground. A towering figure emerges from the shadows, its face obscured by a featureless mask. I will take good care of your name, it declares, a chilling promise hanging in the air. And the names you protected in this world. Jo-hyuk, weakened but alive, his face etched with the weight of his memories, a profound sadness settles over him. So, he sits amidst the ruins, the spectral form of the masked figure looming behind him. A palpable tension hangs heavy in the air. A silent understanding passing between them. A sudden tremor cracks spiderweb across the ground. The air crackles with energy. More tremors, a violent shudder rocks the very foundations of this place. Jo-hyuk's eyes snap open, a crimson glow burning within them. A terrifying vision still seared into his mind.
What the fuck was that dream? He gasps, the lingering horror evident in his voice. He sits up, heart pounding, sheets tangled around his legs. The aftershocks of the dream rack his body. His hand flies to his head, a wave of nausea washing over him.
Did what I just saw really happen?
Those were lost memories, he whispers, fear and confusion battling for dominance. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the haze.
A disembodied head appears, asking, "Bark, did anything come back to you?"
The mysterious figure, partially obscured, responds slowly, ominously, "I think
I was a tiger." It seems that I was a tiger?
The revelation hangs heavy in the air. A look of disbelief etched onto his face. A cartoon tiger appears, a jarring contrast to the serious tone.
It wasn't that cute.
He struggles to recall the past.
A memory just out of reach. The question hangs in the air, did Barche see that strange man?
A chilling response, well, I already went for his neck myself. Character A sits on a bed, a troubled expression etched on his face.
He's lost, adrift in a sea of fragmented memories. A question hangs heavy in the air, did he hear his name being called?
The only things he salvaged from those lost moments were painful memories. The weight of the past bears down on him.
But the most unsettling detail? He doesn't even remember his own name. The mystery deepens.
A futuristic interface flickers to life, revealing a hidden truth, a digital window into his past.
The Grand Palace of Ahala. Alifredi Johnny's secret room.
The location alone hints at a hidden history, a world of intrigue waiting to be unveiled.
Character A stares intently at the screen, a single thought echoing in his mind, watch the truth. The command is clear, the path forward, uncertain. Could this be the last thing?
A chilling thought crosses his mind. When today's training is over, I should go ask Lilia about this Grand Palace of Ahala. A new lead emerges, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. The Grand Palace of Ahala looms large, a mysterious structure shrouded in an air of enigma. A breathtaking vista of towering peaks and misty valleys. The journey promises to be perilous.
Valhalla Gym Room. The familiar setting of steel and sweat.
He pushes himself to the limit, muscles screaming in protest. A sudden, sharp pain.
What's happening?
His face contorts in surprise, a look of sheer disbelief. Lilia arrives, her expression unreadable.
The tension ratchets up.
He struggles to lift the weight, the strain is evident. The weight of the barbell strains the muscles of the imposing figure, a man clearly accustomed to pushing his limits. He eyes the young woman before him, his gaze sharp and assessing.
You're the one to ask. Why are you here?
A sudden, sharp pain. She gasps, a grimace twisting her features. Her reason for being here, as she explains, mirrors his own. A shared purpose, forged in the fires of ambition and a touch of envy? Pride battles with a bitter jealousy. She admits it openly, a vulnerability laid bare. I've a strong sense of pride, but
I am a bit jealous of Kim Jo-hyuk.
The man grunts, straining under the weight. He sets the barbell down with a clang, his eyes narrowed.
Really?
The question hangs heavy in the air, the tension palpable. He presses on, revealing the core of her envy. A raw, visceral emotion etched onto his face.
Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the intensity of the unspoken.
The question cuts deep, striking at the heart of her competitive spirit.
Is it because you lost to Choi Erin?
Her eyes widen, a flicker of pain and resentment in their depths. A single word, heavy with meaning, escapes her lips. A confirmation of a bitter defeat, a wound that refuses to heal.
Yes. The tension crackles in the air. Two figures stand poised, blades drawn, in a desolate arena.
The cold steel glints under the harsh light. A silent battle of wills precedes the clash of steel.
Eyes lock, a silent promise of violence hangs between them. With a blur of motion, the first strike.
A purple energy crackles around one blade.
A clash of steel echoes through the arena as sparks fly. The impact sends a shockwave. And one warrior is sent sprawling.
Her blade clatters to the ground.
But she's not finished. Eyes blazing with defiance, she rises.
Her blade erupts in a furious purple storm.
A wave of energy washes over her opponent.
And the fight continues with renewed ferocity.
The final blow lands. A decisive strike ends the duel.
The clash echoes, a shockwave of energy ripping through the air, dust and debris fly as the silver-haired girl stumbles back, her sword held firm. Her opponent, eyes wide with disbelief, gasps, "You were able to cut my magic with your sword?" A sinister smile spreads across the dark-haired girl's face.
Then,
crimson energy explodes from her blade, forming two razor-sharp crescent blades of pure magical force. They slice through the air, aimed at her opponent. 3 crimson slashes tear through the air, each one a deadly threat. The silver-haired girl leaps back, her movements a blur. Her sword sings as it meets the oncoming attack. A shower of sparks erupts as she deflects the crimson energy. Eyes blazing with determination, she counters with a burst of her own power. A wave of blue energy surges from her blade.
The clash of energies creates a blinding flash. A shockwave of immense power rips through the arena.
The silver-haired girl stands amidst the chaos, her breath ragged but her eyes burning with triumph. Victory is hers.
Unbelievable power.
The sheer force of those strikes
leaves her opponent reeling. A single, precise counter.
And 3 deadly projectiles are deflected with ease.
The impact echoes. A testament to her skill.
Her eyes blaze with determination.
As she unleashes a devastating final blow, the clash of steel rings out,
sending her opponent sprawling.
Victory is hers.
Later, a quiet moment of reflection.
The weight of the victory settles in.
As she overhears a conversation.
A surprising revelation.
A gym, the air thick with the scent of sweat and exertion. Character A, her eyes narrowed in intense focus, observes another woman relentlessly pushing her physical limits.
But she's also doing weight training, a voice whispers, revealing a hidden aspect of her opponent's preparation.
A detail that could shift the balance of power. The camera focuses on a man, his face etched with exertion as he struggles with a heavy barbell.
His muscles strain, sweat beading on his brow. Is this the source of her opponent's newfound strength? A tense exchange.
"I think you'd be better off telling Kim Joo-hyuk that, not me," the man says, his voice tight with unspoken tension. Character A's resolve hardens.
She needs answers.
Alone, Character A wrestles with her own doubts.
Right, I can't just say I'll get better and fail to actually improve like last time.
She thinks, her face a mask of grim determination.
A surge of defiance.
"Even if it is embarrassing, I've got to get an answer from him," she declares, her eyes blazing with newfound resolve. Approaching cautiously, Character A interrupts a conversation. "Excuse me," she begins, her voice barely a whisper.
A dismissive response.
"What is it, pipsqueak?" The words sting, igniting a fire within Character A.
The insult echoes in her ears.
"He called me pipsqueak again," she thinks, her face hardening with anger and frustration.
A pivotal question. Well, you're training Choi Erin at the moment, right?
The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. Sweat beads on her forehead, a sheen reflecting the harsh gym lights. She's exhausted, but her eyes hold a fierce determination.
A hesitant request, barely a whisper. Could you train me like her?
Her eyes blaze with a sudden, desperate intensity.
The unspoken plea hangs heavy in the air.
Kim Joo-hyuk, her teacher, interrupts her workout. "What's the matter?" he asks, his tone a mix of concern and impatience. The gym, a place of sweat and exertion, now a stage for a private conversation.
The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy.
A curt instruction, delivered with a steely gaze.
Finish what you've got to do, clean up, and come out. His expression is unreadable, yet a sense of urgency permeates the air. Someone important awaits. The weight of the words sinks in. They said that this is the only time they're going to be able to see you for a long time. A quiet acceptance, a resignation etched onto his face. Understood, I guess. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. The student's anxious energy is palpable, a silent question hanging in the air, ha? The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air, a frustrated sigh escapes her lips. Crimson floods her cheeks as the embarrassment washes over her, a silent scream trapped within. A close-up on her eye, reflecting the inner turmoil, a single tear threatens to spill. Kim Joo-hyuk's voice cuts through the silence, offering a lifeline, a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil. His back is turned, his silhouette hinting at a hidden agenda, a mystery unfolds. A new challenge is presented, a chance for redemption, a path to growth. Two figures stand side by side, their contrasting outfits highlighting their different paths, a silent agreement. A sharp retort cuts through the air, a spark of defiance ignites, the tension escalates. The sun sets over a grand stadium, a symbol of dreams and aspirations, the stage is set. Two figures walk purposefully, their shadows stretching long in the fading light, a meeting of destinies. A shadow falls across character A's face. "So who wants to see me?" he mutters, a hint of suspicion in his voice. The question hangs in the air, unanswered, until a voice cuts through the silence. "They said I had to meet them right now?" A thoughtful pause. "If you think about it, there's only one person it could be." The scene shifts, revealing Kim Joo-hyuk, his expression unreadable. Kim Joo-hyuk's words echo in character A's mind. "They're waiting for you in the small auditorium." The tension ratchets up. A sudden burst of adrenaline. Could it be? Character A's eyes widen, a mix of apprehension and anticipation. The doors swing open with a thud. "We're here." Kim Joo-hyuk stands tall, his presence commanding the room. Character A is face to face with his destiny. The small auditorium is dimly lit, filled with an unsettling quiet. A group of figures awaits, their faces obscured by shadow. Character A's heart pounds in his chest. A moment of recognition. "So it was you. Rockdill." Character A's voice is barely a whisper, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. Rockdill's face is contorted in pain, a silent scream escapes his lips. His eyes are wide with terror. Desperation. Sa. Save me, please." Rockdill's plea hangs in the air, a desperate cry for help. A desperate plea echoes in the hallowed halls. "Please, save me." A cry for help that cuts through the tense silence. The attacker is cornered, fear etched onto his face, a chilling prelude to the truth. A new arrival observes the scene, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "What is this guy doing here?" The pieces begin to fall into place. "Are you acting like you don't know? You must have figured it out by now. He hired Il Shin-ja." The weight of the revelation crushes the attacker, a silent scream of betrayal. The truth is laid bare. Besides, considering that he's suspected to have ordered your previous assassination, this will be his second time trying to assassinate someone. And, you were the target both times. The media frenzy explodes. "The media rushed me to find out what I knew, so now the news bulletins are plastered with stories of Il Shin-ja and this guy who caused the attack on Valhalla." A cold, calculating gaze, the storm is brewing. The fallout from the leaked information continues to spread. With Rockdill, the would-be assassin, now facing the full weight of the consequences. He sits defeated, the Ventrick family's official statement hanging heavy in the air. The weight of betrayal is etched onto his father's face, a silent testament to the shattered trust. Rockdill, excommunicated from the Ventrick family, his world is crumbling. The cold, hard truth sinks in, not only Rockdill, but his father as well, are cast out. A dramatic shift in power dynamics. The protagonist observes, his expression unreadable, a calculated stillness amidst the unfolding chaos. The Ventrick's silence speaks volumes. No attempts to control the narrative this time.
Rockdill's despair is palpable, his eyes, wide with fear and regret. The protagonist's gaze sharpens.
Then he has no protection anymore, and the only path left is jail, huh? The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. A chilling finality. How am I supposed to save you?
The question, a stark contrast to the earlier calm, reveals a growing sense of burden and perhaps a hint of doubt. Rockdill, his face etched with fear and desperation, whispers a desperate plea, there's still
a chance.
His voice cracks, a desperate gasp for hope in the face of utter defeat.
The protagonist's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and calculating. Your testimony is actually more important than physical evidence, right?
Rockdill, on his knees, looks up at the protagonist, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and uncertainty.
He stammers a response, so. The protagonist's voice is firm, demanding.
Kim Joo-hyuk, please say something. Rockdill's eyes widen in terror as he screams, tell everyone that nothing happened. The protagonist's expression hardens. A single finger taps against his temple, a silent command.
Don't wanna.
The protagonist presses further, his tone laced with suspicion.
Ha? Is it because I haven't apologized yet? A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. Then, a torrent of emotion breaks through Rockdill's defenses. I'm so sorry.
Tears stream down his face as he begs for forgiveness.
I'll never touch you again. I'll let you step on me. The protagonist stands firm, his gaze unwavering as Rockdill, tears streaming down his face, begs for forgiveness. Nah, I don't want an apology. The protagonist's voice is cold, resolute. Rockdill's desperation intensifies. Why you won't forgive me? Do you want money? A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. Rockdill's father watches, his face a mask of grim resignation. The protagonist's response is immediate and unwavering. I don't want money either.
Rockdill's hope crumbles.
Why you don't want it?
Suddenly, a young woman screams, Kia. The sound cuts through the tension, a sharp cry of distress.
Rockdill, in a last-ditch effort, makes a desperate offer. What about a girl?
I'll give you this girl. The protagonist looks at the girl, his expression unreadable. Then Rockdill reveals the girl's shocking identity, she's the direct child of the palace family in England. The weight of the revelation hangs in the air. Owning this girl will definitely help you rise in status. The air crackles with tension.
Rockdill's offer hangs heavy in the silence.
The protagonist's eyes blaze with a mixture of anger and disbelief. His jaw tightens. Rockdill presses his advantage, his voice dripping with a chilling confidence, right now.
A cruel smile spreads across Rockdill's face. He gestures towards the terrified girl. This girl is my possession.
A sudden, sharp sound. The girl gasps, clutching at her throat. A glowing, arcane symbol appears on her neck.
Her eyes widen in terror.
Rockdill's smug expression hardens.
It's proof that she belongs to me. The protagonist remains silent, his gaze unwavering. Rockdill leans in, his voice a low growl, what do you think? Rockdill offers a final, chilling proposition, if you're fine with it, I can also give you the ownership.
Rockdill's face hardens, his eyes burning with a cold fury. A single word escapes his lips, taboo. A chilling close-up reveals the girl's neck, branded with a crimson, arcane sigil. She's been sealed with magic.
The caption ominously states.
A taboo spell, the text explains, making it impossible for her to act against her own will. Rockdill's eyes gleam with a sinister light, a subtle hint of blood staining his face, the weight of his dark secret heavy in the air.
The protagonist's sharp gaze questions the situation, did someone else do it for him?
The tension ratchets up as the protagonist and the girl stand close, a palpable sense of unease hanging between them. A low, menacing voice cuts through the silence, people of your ilk have existed for a long time. The revelation hits hard, bastards who put taboo spells on other people's bodies and sell them for profit. A surge of blue energy erupts, a raw display of power. The girl's fear is palpable.
The energy intensifies, threatening to consume everything in its path.
The girl's terrified whisper echoes, "What are you?"
A clash of power.
Energy crackles as a fist, charged with raw might, connects.
The impact sends a shockwave, a blinding flash of blue energy erupting outwards. A blur of motion. A crimson streak cuts through the air. A scream pierces the silence.
Terror etched on her face, eyes wide with shock. Strange symbols glow, a dark energy pulses beneath the skin, a seal, broken.
He broke the seal? The aftermath. Whispers of disbelief and fear fill the room. Teacher. He stands defiant, fists clenched, a storm brewing within. What will he do? His companion, wounded and shaken, stares in disbelief,
while the weight of the situation settles heavily on the teacher's shoulders.
A close-up on a man's intense gaze.
His thoughts are sharp, calculating, a dangerous game is afoot.
The conversation continues, a strategic alliance forming in the shadows. Valhalla's neutrality is a powerful weapon.
Hesitation, fear, a young man wrestles with a difficult decision.
The weight of the order settles upon him.
His eyes harden, resolve replacing doubt. And with a grin set to his jaw, he acts. A swift, brutal blow.
The impact.
A scream rips through the air, the force of the strike sends the victim sprawling. A body hurtles through the air, a blur of motion against a stark blue background, the fall is long and hard.
The aftermath.
Eyes widen in shock and fear.
The female protagonist stares, horrified.
While the male protagonist and his teacher watch, their expressions a mixture of concern and grim determination.
The impact.
A sickening crunch as bone meets fist, the blonde student collapses, his body a broken mess. The male protagonist walks away, his back to us, the setting sun casting long shadows, a lone figure against the backdrop of a modern cityscape.
I thought you were really gonna kill him this time.
A voice, sharp and concerned, cuts through the silence.
This is the first time you've let your anger show this much.
If it were 300 years ago, I would have smashed his head in. The male protagonist's voice is low, laced with barely controlled fury. His eyes, burning with a crimson intensity, reveal a chilling truth. I was just mad because it was a similar situation.
I see. A brief pause, a moment of understanding. I've been like this before.
He walks on, the weight of the past heavy on his shoulders, the setting sun paints the sky in hues of orange and red.
Ha!
A mysterious figure appears, his expression unreadable, a silent observer of the events that unfolded.
That's right, you were a slave too.
The male protagonist breathes heavily, his gaze fixed on the ground. The female protagonist stands before him, head bowed, clearly distressed.
Huff.
I was flustered earlier.
So I couldn't thank you fully. She bows deeply, her gratitude evident.
The male protagonist remains stoic, his expression unreadable.
Quack. Don't bother thanking me. Don't give me a second glance, and live as you please.
The female protagonist's eyes widen, tears welling up. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. As she struggles to compose herself, her shoulders shaking slightly. He walks away, leaving her alone with her thoughts. The female protagonist straightens her uniform, a determined glint in her eyes.
The Valhalla School Cafe. Sunlight streams through the windows, illuminating the bustling atmosphere.
A spoonful of something is lifted, a thoughtful expression on the face of the man tasting it. It's China, he states, confirming a suspicion.
His companion, eyes wide, reacts with a sharp, "What?" The revelation hangs heavy in the air. The Grand Palace of Valhalla, in China.
The implications of this location are immense, a seismic shift in the established world. The Grand Place of Valhalla, a clandestine meeting unfolds in a quiet cafe. One figure, sharp and intense, sits opposite a more relaxed individual, delicately savoring a strawberry sundae. A spoonful of creamy delight, a moment of peaceful indulgence before the storm. But the conversation turns serious. To be precise, the intense one begins, his voice low and controlled. It's a labyrinth owned by the White Lotus Association in China. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. His companion's eyes widen. By White Lotus, do you mean the school that was in the competition? He asks, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Yes, that's right. The confirmation is stark, leaving no room for doubt. A labyrinth owned by the White Lotus Association. The weight of that information settles upon him. A chilling realization dawns. Unlike before, these days it's illegal to enter a labyrinth owned by others. He takes a long sip of his iced coffee, the bitter taste mirroring the grim reality. Although, in the past, it was a mystery how dogs and cows could enter without such limitations. A crimson eye, blazing with barely contained power, the intensity speaks volumes. If I wanted to, I could destroy it by myself, a voice whispers, laced with barely suppressed fury. But a flicker of hesitation crosses the face. The words trail off, replaced by a thoughtful silence. It's quite awkward because it's owned by the academy. A cafe scene unfolds. Two figures sit across from each other, a dessert between them. One, a student, inquires, any way to get in? The question hangs in the air, a simple query with potentially devastating consequences. The Great Palace of Ahala? The other, a woman with silver hair and glasses, looks troubled. A bead of sweat trickles down her temple, a sign of her inner turmoil. She hesitates, then speaks, her voice strained. I know that it's open for White Lotus students. The student's eyes widen. The woman continues, a warning in her tone, well, you shouldn't hurry, because as time passes dash. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through the air. MPF, a hand shoots out, silencing the woman, a desperate attempt to stop the flow of information. Her face crumples, eyes welling up with tears. The weight of her words, and the potential consequences, bear down on her, a silent confession of a mistake. I said too much. She whispers, her voice barely audible. The student presses, how can you just sit there listening without giving me any information? The scene opens in a quiet cafe. Character S sits alone, a half-eaten dessert forgotten before him. His posture speaks volumes, unease hangs heavy in the air. A sudden interruption. 3. A cryptic message, delivered with a flourish. A hand, swift as a striking cobra, points 3 fingers. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Character B, a mysterious figure, smiles. Just give me 3 pieces of information, she demands, her eyes gleaming with mischief. The game is afoot. A brief moment of silence. Then I'll tell you more. The offer hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Followed by a dismissive wave. Enjoy your coffee, goodbye. Character B turns to leave, leaving Character A in stunned silence. But Character A isn't ready to let her go. Wait, he calls out, a desperate plea echoing in the cafe's quiet space. Character B relents, a hint of amusement in her eyes. I'll tell you, okay. Sit down and listen. The tension ratchets up, the story is about to unfold. Character A sits, his eyes fixed on Character B, a mixture of apprehension and determination etched on his face. Hear it. The weight of secrets hangs between them. A hush falls over the cafe as Character A leans in, eyes wide with curiosity. The air crackles with unspoken questions. Character B reveals a bombshell, the Great Palace of Ahala will host a stage of the upcoming world competition. The implications hang heavy in the air. Character A's eyebrows shoot up. Is that true? Do all the teachers know? The question hangs between them, a silent challenge. Character B shakes their head, a knowing smile playing on their lips. No. It hasn't spread to the teachers yet. A mischievous glint appears in Character B's eyes.
I'll tell you that I have a source that only I know.
Character A presses further, their intrigue growing.
By world competition, does that mean it's similar to the school competition? Character B nods, a subtle smirk forming. Correct. A dramatic zoom out reveals a holographic globe, showcasing the scale of the upcoming competition. The world competition, akin to the Olympics, but for academies from across the globe. Character A's expression darkens. So it's basically just a bigger school competition? The weight of the revelation settles upon them. A sigh escaping their lips. That's even more annoying. Character A sighs, a palpable sense of impatience hanging in the air. Anyways, I'll be able to enter during the second semester? That's too far away.
The words hang heavy, reflecting Character A's frustration.
Character A's brow furrows in thought. Is there any other way to get there faster? Character B, mid-sip of their drink, considers the question.
A slight smile plays on their lips, a knowing glint in their eyes.
It's a calculated pause, building suspense. I don't know. I don't have any connections to the White Lotus. Character A presses further, their impatience growing. To find out a way. Character B hesitates, a thoughtful expression clouding their face.
It's difficult to say, and I don't know if such a chance could even be made.
Character A leans forward, their eyes narrowed in anticipation. What is it? Character B's smile widens, revealing a mischievous glint.
Come to the World Monster Research Society with me. A casual wave of dismissal.
It's a one-day event, so don't worry about it. What kind of one-day event is this? We came all the way to London.
Character A's frustration is palpable, his voice rings with disbelief.
Character B's response is a playful smirk. We're only here for one day, so let's enjoy. Character B leans in conspiratorially.
I brought you here on the weekend, but I got permission to extend your excursion until Monday just in case, so let's go.
Character A's eyes narrow.
You're abusing your teacher's authority.
A subtle shift in mood.
Character B's smile remains, but there's a hint of something more, strategic in their eyes.
Character A, still suspicious, presses for answers. So, what are we doing here?
The scene cuts sharply to a stark, metallic chamber. A lone boar-like creature stands opposite Character A, who grips a sword. The air crackles with anticipation. Observed by a panel of stern-faced figures behind a reinforced glass window. Their expressions are unreadable, but their attention is unwavering.
Character A stands firm, his grip tightening on the sword. The boar snorts, muscles tense. The monstrous boar charges, a whirlwind of tusks and fury. But Character A is ready. A blur of motion as he draws his blade. The deal is simple, information for monster slaying.
He'll verify the research paper by facing the beast head-on.
Steel clashes against monstrous hide.
A shower of sparks erupts as the blade connects.
A high-pitched squeal pierces the air as the boar reels from the blow. With a final, decisive strike, the beast falls. The test is complete. Quick boar validation, completed. But the challenge isn't over yet. A new threat looms, the rock goblin. Character A's eyes burn with determination. 1 hour later, exhaustion claims him. The battle took its toll.
Completely spent, he collapses onto the couch, the weight of the fight heavy on his shoulders.
Why are you making me do so much? You told me that I just need to kill 3 monsters, so why did they make me kill 10? Character A's frustration boils over, a simmering resentment against the unfair workload. Character B, calm and collected, sips their tea, observing Character A's outburst with a hint of amusement. I don't know. I wonder why. The question hangs heavy in the air, unanswered. What's with the atmosphere here?
A palpable tension fills the room as Character A senses something is wrong.
As soon as we entered this building, everyone just stared at you.
They started shouting at each other and gave us the cold shoulder. The scene shifts to reveal a group of stern-faced men, their eyes fixed on Character A.
Did you have a fight with them? Character B's question cuts through the tension.
Character B takes another sip of tea, a subtle gesture that speaks volumes, a silent acknowledgement of the brewing conflict.
Yes, it is uncomfortable. Character B's understated response confirms the tension. That's the surest way.
The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications.
Character A's frustration is palpable.
His eyes, narrowed in suspicion, betray his inner turmoil.
He questions the established order. Character B, calm and collected, sips their drink, a knowing glint in their eyes.
It's an association tradition, they explain, their tone suggesting a deeper, more sinister truth.
The revelation hits Character A like a punch to the gut.
Then if they're going to verify it with this, why doesn't somebody else in the association do it themselves? He challenges, his voice laced with disbelief. The camera pans to a grand, imposing building, its dark silhouette hinting at secrets and power struggles within.
Character A's disgust is evident. What disgusting people!
The words are a low growl, barely a whisper, yet they carry the weight of his utter contempt.
His gaze hardens, his frustration turning into a burning resolve. And yet, why do they need to submit papers constantly?
The answer is chillingly simple, because a paper without the recognition of the society is nothing.
Character B takes another sip, their expression unreadable. No matter how close they may be to the association, their utmost focus is the perfect hunting strategy. The final shot shows both characters, their silhouettes stark against the dim light.
They'd endure a hurricane to find that perfect strategy.
The weight of their unspoken understanding hangs heavy in the air. The deal is struck. So, seeing as I've helped you plenty, I want you to help me now. A simple request, but the weight of unspoken consequences hangs heavy in the air. A quiet acceptance. Ah, yes, of course.
The young man's response is immediate, almost too eager.
Is there something he's not telling us? A confident smile. As expected, it was a good decision to come here. His words drip with a quiet satisfaction, a subtle hint of something more. A chilling revelation. She's here. The White Lotus chairwoman.
A shadow falls, a figure of immense power and mystery materializes, her presence radiating an aura of cold authority.
A sudden shift in mood.
The young man's eyes narrow, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face.
The air crackles with tension. A strategic explanation.
I heard that she usually stops by the association, and I think she came to the verification site earlier and watched you.
The pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place.
A decisive plan forms.
Then I'm sure you know what she looks like, so let's go and talk to her before it's too late. The urgency in his voice is palpable. He steels his resolve.
A determined set to his jaw, his eyes fixed on the task ahead.
The moment of truth is fast approaching. And they move.
A silent step, a shared glance, and then, they're gone, heading towards the inevitable confrontation.
The suspense is killing us. A sharp intake of breath. Is the student Kim Joo-hyuk here by any chance?
The chairwoman's voice cuts through the silence, a subtle threat underlying her polite inquiry.
A quiet knock echoes, a request for a brief audience. A woman's voice, a familiar tone. Could it be her? Permission granted. Enter. A polite greeting precedes a tense meeting.
He stands before her, apprehensive. The air crackles with unspoken power. As the chairwoman's presence fills the room.
An aura of authority. A formal introduction. Nice to meet you. Seel Yeon, head of the White Lotus Association, reveals her identity. And Kim Joo-hyuk, finally, makes his presence known. Character A stands ready, a question hanging in the air.
How can I help you? He asks, his voice a careful balance of politeness and apprehension. A mysterious woman, her silver hair elegantly styled, approaches.
Her request is direct. I actually came looking for you to ask for a favor. The favor?
To take care of someone, but the weight of the request hangs heavy in the air.
The implications are far from simple.
Character A's apprehension deepens as the woman's expression shifts, a subtle change, but one that speaks volumes. The favor is not as straightforward as it first seemed. A woman with silver hair, elegant in her dark coat, poses a question. Could you take care of one person? A young man, his expression unreadable, observes the scene. It seems like the conversation is about to take a serious turn, so he decides to leave. He's given a curt okay. The tension remains palpable. The woman exits, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts. A sense of unease settles in. His eyes, blazing with a fiery intensity, reflect his inner turmoil.
What's going on? He demands answers. What do you mean by that? Please tell me in detail. Understood.
The woman reveals her identity, chairwoman of the White Lotus Association, but originally a member of the Soul family.
The scene shifts to an ancient, imposing building. The Soul family's history is revealed, founded in China after the era of chaos, allowing them to build the White Lotus Academy and cultivate powerful contractors. The chairwoman's eyes gleam with a mixture of pride and sorrow. A story unfolds, heavy with the weight of history. She holds a slender object, a symbol of power and legacy.
The word genius takes on a chilling new meaning, a natural disaster in human form.
At just 13, an unstoppable force, a prodigy who shattered expectations. A crimson storm erupts.
The raw power of a young master is unleashed, opponents fall before them.
Even family and guild members, crushed beneath the weight of their overwhelming might.
The family head, defeated, a testament to the young master's terrifying strength.
The young man's eyes widen, a shockwave of revelation. Isolation, a desperate measure to prevent further catastrophe.
Sealed away, cut off from the world, a tragic end to a terrifying tale. The young man, Kim Joo-hyuk, stares down at the chairwoman, his voice laced with barely suppressed fury.
This bastard.
The chairwoman, her back to us, offers a single, chilling word, correct.
Jo-hyuk's response is unexpected.
A thoughtful pause, a hint of confusion.
It doesn't matter to me, but I'm a bit puzzled.
His brow furrows in contemplation, a storm of questions brewing behind his intense gaze.
Jo-hyuk challenges the chairwoman, his voice sharp. If all you want is for them to be beaten, aren't there lots of other strong people to consider?
The chairwoman's hand moves, revealing a small, intricately carved object, a subtle shift in the power dynamic. Her expression hardens. A close-up on her face, her eyes, sharp and unwavering.
You have good eyes, Kim Joo-hyuk.
The chairwoman reveals a hidden truth, her voice low and serious.
I even used magic to hide it. There are 2 reasons.
The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, anticipation builds as she prepares to unveil the secrets of the Soul family's past. The first is that they fight solely using their physical power. The chairwoman's second reason hangs heavy in the air, a secret waiting to be revealed.
The young man's eyes widen, a shocking revelation. The target is his age. A beat of silence, then, a single exclamation point punctuates the moment.
The chairwoman's strategy unfolds before the young man's eyes, a calculated move to humiliate the competition. A bold plan to use him, a 17-year-old prodigy, to strike a blow against their pride. Her personal request, a direct appeal, bypassing formal channels. A subtle shift in the conversation, the chairwoman's careful consideration.
The young man's expression changes, a hint of a smirk plays on his lips.
A question hangs in the air, sharp and pointed, the price of this favor. The chairwoman's gaze is unwavering, a silent acknowledgement of the unspoken. The chairwoman of the White Lotus speaks, her words dripping with an air of authority. I'm the chairwoman, so I can call people without paying them.
The young man, however, isn't easily swayed.
He counters, his voice laced with suspicion, so, how much?
He cuts her off, his hand raised in a dismissive gesture. His expression is one of polite but firm refusal. I don't want money. There's a place I want to go to. Could you arrange that for me?
The chairwoman's eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, but she quickly recovers her composure. A breathtaking vista unfolds, the sprawling landscape of China, bathed in the golden light of dawn. Ancient temples rise majestically in the distance, and the imposing gates of the White Lotus Association come into view. The air hums with an almost palpable sense of power and mystery. The young man and the chairwoman stand before the gates, their contrasting attire highlighting the difference in their worlds.
The journey has begun.
As they walk through the grounds, a subtle tension hangs in the air. The chairwoman speaks, her voice soft yet sharp. "I didn't expect you to bring me here the same day I agreed to come, let alone in a private jet." The chairwoman of the Seoul family and the young man stand amidst the bustling streets of Seoul.
She proposes, "Wouldn't it be better for us to get this over with quickly?"
Her eyes, sharp and calculating, focus intently on the young man. A subtle shift in her demeanor hints at a hidden agenda. The young man, his expression unwavering, states his purpose: "You want the right to enter the great palace of Ahala, right?"
His response is swift and confident, "I understood. It's a maze that we manage, so that shouldn't be too difficult."
Before entering the imposing gates of a grand palace, the chairwoman pauses, a question hangs in the air. A group of onlookers watches from a distance as the young man and the chairwoman approach the palace gates.
The scene is tense, anticipation thick in the air.
And with a final nod, they step through the ancient stone archway.
Inside, the young man's curiosity is piqued. "There's something I'm curious about." The chairwoman, a playful smirk on her lips, asks, "What is it?" He observes, "I felt like you didn't pay any attention to the competition."
The chairwoman's playful facade slips, a hint of steel in her eyes. "But you wanted me to take care of this guy," she asks, her tone sharp. She sighs, a subtle shift in her demeanor.
"I guess you could see it like that."
The chairwoman's expression turns serious. "There are lots of people who foolishly tried to fight this child, only to realize the limit of their talents.
Students and teachers alike."
The young man's eyes blaze with determination. The weight of the chairwoman's words settles upon him. And the chairwoman's smile returns, but it's colder now, more calculating. "That's why my top goal right now," she says, her voice low and dangerous,
"is to break this child's arrogance."
The chairwoman's hand tightens around her fan, a glint of resolve in her eyes. The chairwoman's voice drops to a near whisper, a chilling implication hanging in the air. "After that, the Seoul family," she begins, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. Her gaze intensifies, a cold fire burning within.
"No, then I will lead White Lotus to the top."
The young man nods, his expression unreadable.
"Okay, got it."
A young man, his red eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief, runs a hand through his dark hair.
A silent question hangs in the air.
A worry etched on his features.
"I hope he's in good hands."
He thinks, a silent prayer. Suddenly, a shift in scenery. He stands before an elegant woman in a flowing blue dress, within a grand, ornate chamber.
A powerful energy crackles in the air.
The woman explains, her voice calm yet authoritative, "When you step onto the magic seal, you'll get transported to the Seoul family's secret training room." A glowing, intricate seal pulses with light, a dragon's emblem at its heart. "That child is there," she adds, her gaze unwavering.
And with a simple okay.
"Like this, right?" he steps onto the seal.
A flash of light. He's gone, transported by the magic seal.
Whoosh. But before he can fully process his arrival, he remembers something crucial.
I forgot to ask one thing. What's their name?" The question hangs heavy in the air.
A mystery shrouded in shadows.
Eyes close, a sense of foreboding.
A glimpse of something held close, a hidden truth.
That child's name is. The moment of revelation approaches. Eyes of piercing blue, a fierce determination etched on her face. This is no ordinary child. Powerful, intense, ready for anything. A warrior's posture. "Who are you?" The question echoes, sharp and demanding. A gaze unwavering, a predator's focus. Dangerously captivating. "Were you sent by the Seoul family to get me to leave?" The accusation hangs in the air. A sudden burst of energy, a figure hurtling across the scene. Whoosh!
A young man, cloaked in shadow, stands alone. His expression is one of quiet intensity, a simmering power barely contained. A stark contrast to the words that pierce the silence, "You're being this rude to a person you just met?" A heavy footfall echoes, the ground trembles beneath an unseen force. A blur of motion, a devastating impact. The air crackles with raw energy.
He unleashes a torrent of fury, sneering, "A crazy noob, huh?"
But even as he attacks, a figure emerges from the shadows, a whirlwind of white hair and fierce determination.
A counterattack explodes, swift and brutal. The clash of wills is electrifying, a storm of power erupts.
His eyes blaze with crimson fury, the young man's arrogance falters. A hidden power surges, a crimson inferno blossoms in his palm.
The clash.
A brutal exchange of blows as the mysterious girl counters the man in black's attack, a whirlwind of fists and fury. "Foolish idiot," sneers the man in black, his arrogance palpable. The mysterious girl's eyes blaze with defiance, a cold fury hardening her gaze. "Are you really going to underestimate your opponent like that?" she challenges, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I can't believe you started with such a stupid punch," she adds, her tone laced with disbelief and contempt. A predatory smirk spreads across the man in black's face, his eyes burning with a dangerous glint. The mysterious girl's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crosses her features. "Huh?" she questions, her voice laced with confusion as the man in black's grip tightens. With a sickening crack, the man in black's wrist is broken.
The fight is far from over. The man in black lunges, a vicious strike aimed at the mysterious girl's heart. His attack is swift, brutal. But she's faster. With a blur of motion, she intercepts his blow. TCH. The sound of impact echoes. And counters with a devastating blow of her own. Her eyes blaze with fury as she unleashes her power. A bone-jarring crack.
The man in black's wrist bends at an unnatural angle.
Pain contorts his face. His enraged gasp, "EUK," speaks volumes. He's in agony, his carefully constructed composure shattered. But the mysterious girl shows no mercy. She presses her advantage, her movements precise and deadly. A whirlwind of motion as she continues her assault. "Ha!" The man in black can only stare in disbelief. Dust settles, revealing the mysterious girl standing over her defeated opponent. She breathes heavily, her expression grim. A chilling question hangs in the air: "Who are you?" The mysterious girl's eyes burn with a cold fire. And with a smirk, the man in black reveals his true identity, a 17-year-old high schooler. The tension ratchets up. He knew what he had to do. "I should fall back and aim to counterattack." The words echoed in his mind, a battle plan forming amidst the chaos. A swift, brutal strike. The impact sends a shockwave, leaving his opponent reeling. Her eyes widen in disbelief, fear creeping into her expression. His eyes blaze with a cold fury. A predator sizing up its prey. And then, a devastating blow. UHK. The sound of impact punctuates the scene. The force of the blow sends tremors through the ground, a powerful display of raw strength. "Look at that!" A voice whispers, filled with awe and a hint of something darker. His eyes, burning like embers, reflect a newfound power. A chilling smile plays on his lips. In a split second, she realized she couldn't dodge his fist. She moved backwards to reduce the impact. Dust and grit swirl around her as she struggles to regain her footing. "She's not bad. I felt it when I let her hit me, but even my students from 300 years ago didn't display that level of mobility." A 17-year-old high school student? Is on the same level as me? He's definitely a lot stronger than those old adults. I want to hit him harder. The raw power explodes from her, a furious storm unleashed. But he stands firm, a predator sizing up its prey. The clash of titans begins. From a distance, unseen eyes watch the battle unfold.
A nervous whisper echoes in a dimly lit room.
My lady.
What is it, secretary?
The secretary hesitates, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. I know this is presumptuous, but. Concern clouds the lady's face. Will he be okay?
The secretary continues, his voice laced with doubt. I don't think that a student from another school can do anything to someone from our White Lotus Academy. The secretary's worry is palpable, his gaze is fixed on the screen showing the fight, a grim determination etched on his face.
Can this student really defeat Lady Yanlang?
The lady's voice cuts through the silence, a hint of annoyance in her tone. I know that it is rude, but didn't you also lose to Miss Yanlang, my lady? The Lady Yanlang's back is to us, her expression hidden, but a palpable tension hangs in the air. The secretary's report is blunt, delivered with a grim certainty. He leans forward, his sunglasses reflecting the harsh light.
Yanlang, the female antagonist, sits regally, her expression unreadable. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. I've lost to Yanlang once.
She holds a blade, its edge gleaming faintly. A subtle shift in her posture, a hint of something more than just a casual observation.
A quiet confidence, almost a chilling certainty.
And even if I had used my magic, there was no guarantee that I would have won. The secretary's eyes widen as a holographic display flickers to life, showing a past battle.
What does this,
he murmurs, a question hanging in the air.
A stark reminder of a near-equal contest. Back then, the difference in magic power between me and Yanlang was paper-thin.
The secretary's voice is barely a whisper, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. Pardon, he asks, his concern palpable.
And the chilling conclusion, and that was a few years ago. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Yanlang's gaze sharpens, a predatory gleam in her eyes. It's very likely that she's grown even stronger both physically and mentally.
The secretary's worry is evident. But doesn't that make this all the more risky, he asks, his voice laced with apprehension.
He defeated those villains as a student, and also came in first place in the inter-school competition, didn't he?
A cold appraisal, the female antagonist's eyes,
sharp and calculating, assess the male protagonist's capabilities. It doesn't matter if he loses.
The male protagonist, caught off guard, stumbles, a swift kick sends him sprawling across the ground.
Claws extend, sharp and deadly, a predatory grace.
With a burst of speed, the female antagonist closes the distance, a blur of motion.
A blinding flash of energy, the female antagonist unleashes a devastating attack.
The male protagonist barely manages to brace himself, his eyes widen in surprise.
A powerful blow connects, the impact sends a shockwave through the air. The female antagonist's fury is unleashed, a brutal display of power. The impact. A devastating blow sends the male protagonist reeling. The female antagonist's eyes gleam with cruel satisfaction.
Her smirk speaks volumes. She taunts him, I got him this dash, but her triumph is short-lived.
As the male protagonist's pained cry echoes, my knee.
With a swift, brutal movement, she delivers a crushing blow. The sound of bone cracking is almost deafening. He sits, nursing his injury, a flicker of defiance in his eyes.
His gaze is sharp, unwavering. He smirks, who knows? Your knee came at me so suddenly, I just hit it with my forehead. Doesn't that mean my forehead is harder than your puny kneecap? The female antagonist's face contorts in frustration. Her attacks are useless against his defenses. She's trapped in a cycle of relentless attacks and impenetrable blocks. Despair begins to creep in.
The female antagonist's voice rings out, laced with a bitter mix of frustration and grudging respect. It hurts my pride to say this, but his physical strength is above mine.
Her teal eyes, wide with a fierce determination, lock onto the male protagonist. That's why.
The male protagonist stands defiant, his crimson eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The battle has taken its toll, but he remains unbowed.
He calmly replies, correct, isn't that what you prefer?
The female antagonist's fury boils over as she turns her back to unleash her full power. A storm of raw energy erupts around her, a fiery maelstrom of power. I'm going to unleash everything I've got. The raw power is breathtaking.
A terrifying display of untamed might.
The male protagonist observes, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like she's starting to accumulate magic. His eyes gleam with anticipation.
You're getting a bit riled up, huh?
I suppose it's time to shatter your pride. A surge of icy blue energy explodes from him, mirroring but surpassing the female antagonist's fiery outburst.
The final confrontation begins.
The female antagonist unleashes a torrent of raw magical power, a maelstrom of blue flames erupting around her.
Her eyes burn with furious intensity. Meanwhile, the male protagonist stands firm, a picture of unwavering resolve amidst the magical tempest. He's ready. The female antagonist's voice cuts through the chaos. That's a high school student's magic power?
A cruel smirk spreads across her face.
Insane. With a thunderous crack, the male protagonist explodes into motion. His foot connects with the ground, sending a shockwave that ripples outwards. The female antagonist is sent sprawling. She grits her teeth, defiant. I'll end this with one hit.
A crimson aura flares around her fist as she prepares a devastating counterattack. And connects with a bone-jarring impact.
The male protagonist is thrown back.
A blur of motion and crimson energy.
The fight is far from over. A fierce clash.
The male protagonist throws a powerful punch,
connecting with the female antagonist's jaw.
I hit H-, she gasps, momentarily stunned.
Her eyes widen in disbelief. Ha!
The impact reverberates through her. The male protagonist is sent sprawling, but his eyes burn with defiance.
The impact sends a shockwave.
I've had enough fun now, he growls, rising to his feet. His fists clench.
So let's get this over with. The fight is far from over. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts as the female antagonist unleashes a devastating counterattack.
The male protagonist barely manages to evade the full force of the blow, the energy slicing through the air,
leaving him battered but still standing.
Her face contorts in fury. A guttural growl escapes her lips.
You, she hisses, eyes blazing with rage.
He stands defiant, a lone figure against a vast, icy landscape. The wind whips around him, but his resolve remains unshaken.
A monster, that's what they called him. The impact.
A thunderous crash as his fist connects.
His opponent lies broken, defeated, for now.
A shadowy room, the air thick with tension. As requested, she whispers, her voice barely audible above the pounding of hearts. Her face, etched with worry, betrays her composure. A single tear traces a path down her cheek, a silent testament to the cost of victory. He emerges from the shadows, a smug grin playing on his lips. I've brought her out after defeating her, he announces, his voice dripping with arrogance. The defeated woman lies at his feet, her body bruised and battered. He stands over her, a victor surveying his spoils, but the silence speaks volumes. As requested, a defeated foe lies before him. He defeated her and dragged her out, a testament to his strength.
Witnessing the aftermath, disbelief hangs heavy in the air. You really did it? Astonishment gives way to concern. Are you hurt somewhere? A simple, reassuring answer, I'm fine, but the question remains. How difficult was it, truly? The question hangs in the air.
A sigh escapes his lips. She was strong, but the skill gap was too wide. A sudden, sharp cry pierces the silence.
OHK. Confusion and alarm etched on her face. What the hell? The aftermath of battle hangs heavy in the air, a tense silence broken only by ragged breaths. See a lion, battered but defiant, glares at her captors. Her eyes burn with a fierce intensity. Yen Lang, her expression unreadable, speaks.
It's been a while since I saw you outside, she observes, a hint of something unplaceable in her tone. Yanlang continues, her words laced with a subtle threat. Well, after this talk, she pauses, her gaze unwavering. Her eyes flicker shut for a moment, a silent calculation playing across her features. Then, she opens them again, a cold smile gracing her lips.
We should talk about your payment, right?
The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the casualness of her tone.
You said you wanted access to the Grand Palace of Ahala? A simple yes is the only response needed. The deal is almost sealed. Yanlang's smile widens, a predatory gleam in her eyes. I can let you enter, right now, she purrs, the implication clear. Her question hangs in the air, a challenge and a promise. What do you think?
A glimpse into Sea Lion's aftermath, battered but unbowed, she's escorted through a grand hallway.
Her attendant, concerned, offers aid. My lady, if you're hurt anywhere, we have to get you treated first. But Sea Lion's focus is elsewhere. A steely glint in her eyes as she demands, that guy who beat me, what's his name? Her attendant hesitates, then reveals, yes.
His name is Kim Jo-hyuk. The name hangs in the air, a spark igniting within Sea Lion. A chilling warning follows, I'm telling you, he's one of the strongest people alive.
Sea Lion's resolve hardens.
A predatory smile spreads across her lips.
A declaration of intent, and I want to fight him again, properly.
A throne of shadow and crimson, a figure sits, horned and cloaked in darkness.
The strongest?
The title hangs heavy in the air, a challenge whispered on the wind. A young man stands, his eyes wide with disbelief.
What is this place?
The question echoes in the cavernous hall, a maze of shadows and ancient stone.
He moves forward, his steps hesitant. Maze.
The word hangs in the air, a grim prophecy. The Grand Palace of Ahala unfolds before him, a breathtaking vista of Gothic architecture and silent guards.
An imposing fortress, a labyrinth of secrets. The Grand Palace of Ahala, a unique maze disguised as a castle. A whispered explanation, a chilling revelation. A warning, sharp and clear.
Watch out for the living armor, monstrous guardians of this deadly game.
But with caution, the maze holds no fear. A confident smile, a promise of safe passage. A question, a simple request. How long can he stay within these ancient walls? 5 hours. A limited time, a ticking clock.
But a return is promised, a chance to explore further. 5 hours of uninterrupted searching, a luxury he intends to use wisely.
But even in the quietest corners, danger lurks.
A chilling gaze pierces the darkness. An army of armored knights, a legion of steel, they stand ready.
He faces them head on. Let's take care of these bastards first.
The clash of steel, a whirlwind of blades.
A night falls, the impact echoing through the hall.
His eyes blaze with crimson fury, a storm of motion.
A blur of motion, a symphony of destruction.
Yanlang moves like a phantom, a blur of motion against the charging knights, his blade sings a deadly song. Each swing is a devastating blow, sending armored figures sprawling. The clash of steel echoes as another knight is sent flying, his armor shattered like glass. With a final, powerful strike, Yanlang stands victorious amidst the wreckage, a sigh of relief escapes his lips, phew. He surveys the scene, his expression calm despite the chaos he's unleashed, a quiet satisfaction settles over him. That should do it, he thinks, as he sheathes his weapon, his gaze drifting towards a distant hallway. The fallen knights lie scattered across the grand hall, a testament to his overwhelming power.
He begins his search, anyways, where's the office?
The Grand Palace of Ahala is a labyrinth, he's already searched more than 20 rooms. The title card reveals the location, Aliftri Johnny's secret room, within the office of the Grand Palace of Ahala. The search for the truth continues. Yanlang, victorious but still on edge, surveys the opulent interior. The only rooms that looked like offices were ordinary.
But is this it? A sudden realization dawns on him. Look to your right. A fancy door, almost regal in its appearance, stands before him. It looks like an office. Really?
Doubt flickers in his eyes. He hesitates for a moment, then pushes open the heavy doors.
Stepping into a dimly lit, grand office.
The air is thick with anticipation. A figure watches from the shadows, his expression unreadable.
But is this truly a Liftery's office? Yanlang's suspicion grows. What if it belonged to someone else?
The thought hangs heavy in the air.
No, this is it.
A clue lies hidden below the painting. His eyes narrow in focus. A nameplate, gleaming under a soft light.
A Liftery Johnny. The inscription is elegant, almost regal.
Yanlang, his eyes wide, points at the nameplate.
It says a Liftery Johnny there.
Lian's voice cuts through the air, sharp and curious.
How did you read that?
Yanlang shrugs, a hint of mystery in his tone.
I don't know why, but I can read it. Maybe that's part of the information I remembered last time.
I need to search this place thoroughly.
Lian, his expression grim, surveys the opulent room. I just have to find the secret room. He clenches his fist, a spark of determination in his eyes.
It'd take a long time to look through each item individually, so breaking everything will make the search much faster. With a burst of blue energy, Lian unleashes a devastating wave of destruction. The room explodes in a chaotic maelstrom of shattered furniture and flying debris.
The force of the blast sends shockwaves through the room. Dust settles, revealing a hidden compartment.
Yanlang stares, speechless, at the newly revealed secret passage.
Ha!
Yanlang, his crimson eyes narrowed, surveys the scene with a calculating gaze.
A question hanging heavy in the air, is this it?
He approaches a metallic object, his expression shifting to one of quiet contemplation. A subtle click as he opens the latch.
It seems so.
The panel slides open, revealing a dark passage.
It goes underground. A descent into the unknown. I can't see anything, this is gonna be really annoying. He descends, his footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. A revelation. The location is revealed, Alafordry Johnny's secret room.
Yanlang's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and intrigue flashing across his face. Yanlang finds himself in an unnerving chamber, the air thick with mystery. His eyes darting around, taking in the strange surroundings. Where is this place? A mysterious figure emerges from the shadows, a captivating woman in a wide-brimmed hat.
Her smile enigmatic, inviting. I'll answer your questions, she purrs, so why don't you have a seat?
Yanlang hesitates, but curiosity wins. He sits, his gaze fixed on the mysterious woman. She leans forward, her eyes gleaming. Let me introduce myself.
I am a guide. Yanlang's brow furrows. Guide? That's not my real name, it's a nickname. The guide's expression turns serious.
Her voice drops to a low, almost menacing tone, my name was taken away. Suddenly, the room shifts, the air crackles with dark energy, a shadowy figure looms behind Yanlang.
And the guide's voice echoes, cold and resolute, your name. I'm taking it.
Yanlang stares, dumbfounded, as the guide confirms, correct.
His name, taken? Yanlang's disbelief is palpable. He thought it was nonsense, but now, what does it mean? His incredulity explodes into a raw question, besides, how the hell can you steal a name? The guide's eyes flicker, a hint of something dark in their depths.
Names hold power, she whispers, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. A surge of golden energy erupts, a breathtaking display of power. All their activities, efforts, achievements, woven into the very fabric of their being. A shadowy figure emerges, a silhouette of immense power.
This is the culmination of a life's work, the essence of their identity.
The narration continues, revealing a chilling truth, a name adorned with great achievements grants immense power.
And someone is stealing them. The guide's apprehension is clear.
She knows the identity of the thief, the one who absorbs the stolen power.
And Yanlang's face hardens, his eyes burning with a newfound understanding. The question hangs in the air: what happens to the person whose name is stolen? Yanlang's apprehension is palpable.
The weight of the revelation settles upon him, leaving him in silent contemplation. I'm sure you're already familiar with them. Yanlang's eyes, pools of crimson fire, reflect the gravity of the situation, a silent acknowledgement of the danger. The flickering candlelight casts long shadows across the worn wooden table as Yanlang and the guide sit in tense silence, the weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. A young man with fiery red eyes, his expression a mixture of suspicion and apprehension, sits across from a mysterious woman, two flickering candles casting long shadows on the ancient wooden table. That's correct, she states, her voice calm yet unnerving. The woman continues, her words dripping with intrigue, perhaps you are an exception because you've been reincarnated. His eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. As expected, that girl knows about my reincarnation too, just like Barche, he mutters, a hint of frustration in his tone. The woman's smile widens, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Are you still doubting me, she asks, her voice laced with a playful challenge. He shakes his head, his voice firm. That I am the one who reincarnated you and sent you the notification window, it's not me. It's only one of the many facts I received through the notification windows. The woman leans forward, her gaze intense. You also received the notification windows, she whispers, a sudden shift in her demeanor. His fists clench, anger flaring in his eyes. The bastard who said he would take my name in the Tower of Destruction, who the hell is he? The woman's expression darkens. That guy's name is May's Lord. The mysterious woman, her red hair a striking contrast to her dark robes, leans forward, a glint in her eyes. As I said earlier, that guy's goal is to use the Tower of Destruction to cultivate high-ranking names and steal their power. The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief. That guy is the Maze Lord? The woman smiles, a knowing look on her face. He's someone whose actions live up to his name. A chilling statement that hangs heavy in the air. The protagonist's expression shifts to one of deep skepticism. I mean, it's strange, isn't it? His voice is laced with doubt. How can a mere Maze Lord send the Tower of Destruction to Earth? The woman's response is calm, yet ominous. That's something that can only be done in the maze he manages. A revelation that hits the protagonist like a ton of bricks. His eyes dart around, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Don't tell me. The woman's serene expression speaks volumes. A subtle smile plays on her lips. The protagonist stares, his mind reeling. The world you've been living in, the place you call Earth, is a maze. A global image of Earth appears behind him, distorted and ominous. The weight of this revelation crushes him. The mysterious woman leans forward, a smirk playing on her lips. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, she purrs, her voice laced with a chilling confidence. But the protagonist's eyes, wide with dawning horror, betray his disbelief. His breath hitches in his throat, the weight of her words settles heavily. He presses her for answers, his voice tight with barely controlled fury. You said that the reason he sent the Tower of Destruction was because he wanted to cultivate high-ranking names, right? That's right, she confirms, her gaze unwavering. It's easy to accumulate karma when there's a crisis of destruction. Whether it's defeating monsters, saving the village, or taking advantage of the crisis to commit evil deeds. The chilling implications of her words sink in. The protagonist's face hardens, his jaw clenched tight. That's why you don't become a constellation just because you steal someone else's name. Only by stealing names from those who have accumulated that much karma can you become a constellation. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. A seed of doubt planted in the protagonist's mind. He stares down, his expression unreadable. Could his disciples have become constellations as well? His eyes snap open, pupils dilated, reflecting the horrifying truth. Since they all made a name for themselves at the end. How upsetting, he cries out, the realization dawning on him. Doesn't that mean we're playing right into the hands of the Maze Lord, no matter what we do? The mysterious woman, a captivating figure in a witch's hat, sits before a dimly lit table, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Revealing a bombshell, the fact that you were reincarnated and came here became a variable for him.
The protagonist, leaning back, absorbs this shocking revelation. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. His inner turmoil evident as he grapples with the implications. You might be the one who was able to beat the Maze Lord at his own game. But a chilling thought crosses his mind. A knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. Not only would he know that I'm reincarnated, he might also be the one who made us meet through the notification window, so how am I supposed to do that? The mysterious woman's response is swift and dismissive. That's where you are wrong. Her words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. As she unveils a crucial piece of the puzzle, the person who reincarnated you and led us to the notification window isn't the Maze Lord. The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Then who is it? He's left reeling, the truth a gaping chasm before him. Someone related to me? At any rate, we can't let this opportunity go to waste. A surge of energy, a mystical glow emanating from the woman's chest. A shimmering ring materializes, radiating power. Here. The ring is offered, a silent promise of aid. What's this ring? The protagonist's confusion is palpable. I can't explain in detail since there's no time. A cryptic warning, laced with urgency. But that will be the key to our counterattack. Hope flickers in the woman's eyes. There's no time? You can just tell me everything now, right? The protagonist's desperation is clear. Even though I may be talking with you like this, I'm still being chased by the Maze Lord, you know? A tense reminder of the ever-present danger. His eyes, blazing crimson, reflect a burning rage. The protagonist's expression speaks volumes. A silent fury that speaks of years of simmering resentment. What the, he mutters, his voice laced with disbelief. Before him stands a grand, imposing manor. A place of power, radiating an aura of dark elegance. The very symbol of the injustice he seeks to avenge. The main culprit that sent the Tower of Destruction, took away my name, and prevented me from living a comfortable life. That son of a b******** Maze Lord. His voice cracks with barely controlled fury. The weight of his past hangs heavy in the air. A raw, visceral anger that threatens to consume him. He clutches the mysterious ring, a glimmer of hope amidst the storm. I don't know what this ring is, but I don't think it will directly strengthen me. He examines the ring closely, his mind racing. Considering his options. A plan begins to form in his mind. In that case, I'm going to absorb all the remaining magic power. He holds up a mysterious ring, a faint blue glow emanating from its surface. Left in the storage stones that I hadn't been able to use before the fight, he mutters, a glint of determination in his eyes. The protagonist enters a dark cavern, the air thick with the scent of ancient magic. Afterwards, even though I haven't fully recovered my strength, the amount of magic power I have should rise back to when I'm at my prime. His voice echoes in the vast emptiness. A breathtaking vista unfolds, the North Pacific Island, a lush paradise seemingly untouched by time. Hannibal, the sole fanatic leader, slams his fist on a table, shattering it into pieces. These stupid fuckers, he snarls, his face contorted in a mask of rage. His eyes, cold and calculating, fix on a tablet displaying a news report about Kim Joo-hyuk's victory. After hearing about the constellations, I carefully observed Kim Joo-hyuk. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. Hannibal's expression hardens further. Upon closer investigation, I found out that he was the one who defeated Choi Jing-eon, who had signed a provisional contract with a constellation. The revelation chills him to the bone. Hannibal's face is etched with grim determination. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the price of failure. His frustration boils over. The audacity. To be robbed, and then to have to call in every single member of Soul Fanatic? The shattered remains of a phone lie on the floor, a stark reminder of the chaos that unfolded. A single brat causing this much trouble? Hannibal's worry is palpable. The lines on his face deepen as he contemplates the situation. A sudden interruption. George, the privileged race leader, enters without warning. George's arrival is abrupt, his presence commanding attention. The unspoken tension crackles between them. A quiet confrontation. Hannibal's frustration is evident, but George's demeanor remains calm and collected. The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. Is this all because of Kim Joo-hyuk? Hannibal's weary sigh speaks volumes. He confirms the suspicion. A bitter truth. The loss of a precious chess piece, Kim Joo-hyuk, weighs heavily on them both. Aha! The tension is palpable. Hannibal's face is grim, etched with worry. As he confronts George with a question that hangs heavy in the air, "Are you talking about Dezera, who came out on the news?" George's expression is one of steely resolve. His gaze is unwavering. As he reveals the truth about Dezera's situation. He couldn't be left as an informant, the risk was too great. The weight of responsibility bears down on George's shoulders. A heavy burden he carries alone. His request is blunt: help him eliminate the triple killers being transported. A chilling agreement. A simple, yet ominous, "If that's your commission, sure." Hannibal's concern deepens. His voice is laced with caution. A warning that cuts through the air, but don't mess with Kim Joo-hyuk for now. He's being targeted by the first cult. The first cult. A name whispered in fear. Their ominous presence looms large. Hannibal's face is etched with grim determination. His eyes, narrowed in thought, betray a deep unease. A chilling realization dawning on him. "Those bastards are absolutely crazy, right?" he mutters, the words heavy with unspoken dread. George, ever the pragmatist, responds with a steely gaze. "It's not something villains like us should say, but those bastards are complete lunatics." The image of a brutally murdered man flashes across the screen, a stark reminder of the first cult's ruthlessness, a chilling detail that underscores the gravity of their actions. No one knows what moves them or what they are trying to achieve. But the horrifying truth is revealed: but those bastards were the ones who killed Logan's squad, the one. Hannibal's concern deepens. He nods slowly, a grim understanding passing between him and George. "I've heard that too." Hannibal's shoulders slump, his gaze falling to the floor. The weight of the situation presses down on him, a palpable sense of foreboding fills the air. A chilling realization dawns on him. "Those guys are aiming for, there's a good chance that we will become their target too." George's face hardens. His eyes flash with cold determination. "In that case..." A team of 3, cloaked figures, stands guard over a glowing artifact, their faces etched with grim determination. A woman, her eyes wide with alarm, clutches a glowing dagger, a surge of golden energy crackles around her. His eyes blaze with an inner fire, a storm brewing within. Chaos erupts. A wave of soldiers attacks, spears raised, but they freeze mid-stride, their bodies locked in place. "What the..." he exclaims, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The woman's voice trembles. Could it be that sanctuary was forcibly activated? Her gaze hardens. "All the disposal group's members are frozen, mentally and physically, compared to me, who still have my mind intact." A close-up on his eye, a single bead of sweat trickling down, a question hangs heavy in the air. "But, why is this guy still fine?" she asks, her voice laced with confusion and a touch of fear. He examines the glowing artifact, a holy relic, its power resonating within him. A look of dawning understanding crosses his face. A golden glow emanates from the relic, a single word appears, echoing in the silence: "Master." The main character, his eyes blazing with newfound power, stares intently at the relic. The weight of its revelation settles upon him. A surge of energy erupts, engulfing him in a blinding light. The woman watches, fear and awe battling in her eyes. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerges, cloaked in golden flames, a new power unleashed.
The woman's eyes widen, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. The implications of this transformation are staggering. She removes her mask, revealing a face etched with both shock and dawning understanding.
Master. Amidst the fallen, the newly empowered figure stands defiant.
His gaze is unwavering, his power palpable. He looks down, a grim determination hardening his features. A young woman, her blonde hair catching the firelight, stands defiant.
A flicker of something dangerous, is it hope?
Or something far more sinister, plays across her lips.
The scene shifts. Chained, bruised, and battered, she glares with an intensity that belies her youth.
A silent scream etched onto her face. Kim Hyun-oh, a man with eyes like burning coals, observes her from the shadows. "Oh ho," he muses, a hint of amusement in his tone.
"Look at this brat's gaze," he sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. "Those eyes look like you detest all humans in the world." She spits defiance. "Don't pretend like you understand me. What do you know about me?" Hyun-oh's expression hardens.
A chilling calm settles over his features as he replies.
"Although I don't know everything, I know enough."
His gaze pierces her, revealing a shared history.
The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. "Because I too was once a slave." Her eyes widen in shock. "What?" she whispers, disbelief coloring her voice.
Hyun-oh recounts his past, kidnapped as a child, sold into slavery, branded with the ban, a mark of shame and oppression. He lived a life of suffering, just like her. Hyun-oh's crimson eyes burn with intensity as he calmly answers the chained girl's question, a stark contrast to her seething rage. The girl's desperate cry echoes through the desolate chamber, her chains a symbol of her hopeless plight. Hyun-oh, ever empathetic, offers a glimmer of hope amidst the despair, but the girl remains skeptical. He reveals the cruel truth about the nature of her enslavement, a chilling explanation of the magic binding her. A cruel twist of fate, leaving her with a sliver of hope, yet still uncertain. The revelation of the slaver's demise sends a shockwave through the dungeon, a sudden shift in the balance of power.
A new path opens before them, a chance for freedom, but Hyun-oh's words hint at a hidden agenda.
His enigmatic smile speaks volumes, a calculated risk, a gamble on their shared past. The girl's disbelief is palpable, a moment of stunned silence before the storm. With a sudden burst of energy, Hyun-oh prepares to act, the tension ratchets up to a fever pitch.
Hyun-oh's eyes gleam with determination.
He speaks, his voice calm yet powerful. "I can reverse it and slowly dissolve it. Although this kind of control is not my specialty, completely releasing one band shouldn't be a problem for me." A close-up on the chained girl's terrified face. Hyun-oh's gloved hand extends, a blue energy crackling around his fingers as he touches the magical collar.
The sound of crackling energy fills the air.
Hyun-oh's crimson eye, a stark contrast to the dark background, reflects the intensity of his magic. His inner monologue echoes, "Because only then could I end my life of fucking slavery."
A burst of blue energy. The magical chains shatter into glowing fragments.
The sound of shattering magic reverberates through the air. The girl, now free from her bonds, stares in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock and dawning hope. The magical runes on her skin begin to fade, leaving behind faint scars. Tears well up in the girl's eyes as she whispers, "It's broken." The weight of years of oppression lifts from her shoulders. Her voice cracks with emotion as she explains, "The band that has constantly been tormenting me."
Hyun-oh watches her, a hint of concern in his eyes. He asks, "Well, since I got rid of the annoying stuff, the rest is up to you. Now that you have gained freedom, what are you going to do next? Whether it be going to find your family or going home."
The girl looks down, lost in thought. She answers quietly, "I have nothing like that." The chilling weight of loss settles upon him.
His family, gone. His home, ashes. The slave trader's cruelty echoes in his heart.
A fire ignites within him, a burning resolve forged in the crucible of grief.
A journey begins.
His words are a promise whispered on the wind, a vow etched in blood.
Vengeance will be his. He will hunt down those who profit from the misery of others.
And the girl, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope, hears his offer.
Will she join him on this path of retribution? A silent nod, a flicker of determination in her gaze, she chooses to fight. He smiles, a predatory gleam in his eyes.
A new alliance is forged in the shadows.
And with a curt command, he establishes his authority.
The journey begins, but the path ahead is fraught with peril. His words are sharp, his tone brooking no argument.
Respect, or obedience, there is no other choice.
She hesitates, then bows her head. The weight of her past, the hope for her future, all converge in this moment of submission. With a final, determined nod, she accepts her new role.
The journey begins. Master's name.
The freed girl hesitates, her voice barely a whisper.
A tremor runs through her, a fragile butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Kim Hyun-oh's response is immediate, sharp. I'm Kim Hyun-oh.
The girl's eyes widen, a flicker of hope igniting within their depths. She's found a leader, a guiding light in the darkness. Her name, a mystery shrouded in the past.
The weight of unspoken trauma hangs heavy in the air.
But a new chapter begins.
A transformation unfolds before our eyes, a phoenix rising from the ashes. She is reborn, a constellation of potential.
Kim Hyun-oh observes her, a hint of recognition in his gaze. He remembers her, a constellation of the past.
A past he knows better than anyone else.
But, a shadow of doubt crosses his face.
He can't recall her name, a detail lost to time or perhaps, deliberately obscured. The Maze Lord's words echo in his mind, I will take your name. Is this the price of power? The cost of survival?
A single tear rolls down his cheek, a silent testament to the burden he carries. The weight of his past, the uncertainty of his future.
Yet, he presses on. He remembers her nickname, a lifeline in the sea of forgotten memories.
The journey continues.
A reunion, long overdue.
Kim Hyun-oh faces the freed girl, a flicker of recognition in his eyes.
It's been a while,
she says, a hint of mischief in her tone.
But their peaceful moment is shattered. A voice cuts through the air, sharp and laced with fury, moron? He dares to call a constellation a moron? The girl, her eyes blazing, addresses Hyun-oh.
Ah, master, she begins, before we celebrate our reunion. A sudden shift in focus.
Confusion etched on the faces of those around them. What will happen next? A gasp escapes the onlookers. The constellation is touching the relic, in person? The implications are staggering. A tense standoff.
The girl's hand moves, a glint of steel flashing in the dim light, a knife appears.
With a sudden burst of energy, she unleashes a powerful attack. The flames erupt, a wave of heat washing over the scene. The scene shifts. A desperate struggle, a desperate cry. The girl is in danger. A brutal display of power. The girl stands amidst fallen foes, a fiery aura surrounding her. She has prevailed.
The clash of steel echoes through the chamber, bodies litter the floor, a grim testament to the girl's power. Kim Hyun-oh watches, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. The girl, radiating an aura of raw power, holds a glowing golden sword. A new weapon, forged in the crucible of battle. Hyun-oh's mind races. Should he intervene? The question hangs heavy in the air. But a sinister smile plays on his lips.
He has a better plan.
The Valhalla sponsorship state, a list of benefactors and their contributions.
The Vendrick family, a staggering 5 billion won. But wait, a note. Personal sponsorship of student Kim Joo-hyuk. 5 billion won, that's roughly $3.9 million.
The shock is palpable, Joo-hyuk's eyes widen.
A personal sponsorship for Kim Joo-hyuk? Unbelievable. The principal enters, a knowing look on his face. I guess you saw it too. It's truly odd for a donation to come at this time, isn't it, because of... The principal's words hang heavy in the air. The recent attack, the triple killers, Rockdill's involvement? A cover-up? Using money to bury the truth? It doesn't make sense.
The principal's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling revelation about the sponsorship Kim Joo-hyuk received. He and his associates sit in tense silence, the weight of suspicion palpable between them. The principal continues, explaining the Ventrick family's calculated move to protect their image after the attack on Kim Soo-hyuk.
But there's a twist. Rockdill's excommunication changes everything.
The principal's gaze sharpens, a question forms, a puzzle piece missing. The mystery deepens, the true reason behind the sponsorship remains shrouded in doubt.
Joo-hyuk's reaction is uncertain. Will he accept the offer, or reject it with scorn? The principal takes a sip of his coffee, a calm demeanor masking the storm brewing beneath the surface.
His associate types away, quietly acknowledging the situation.
The interview room awaits. Kim Joo-hyuk, a smirk playing on his lips, sits opposite the principal.
The air crackles with unspoken tension. The principal's expression is one of deep concern, his brow furrowed in thought.
5 billion won.
The sheer magnitude of the offer hangs heavy in the air.
Joo-hyuk's nonchalant attitude is a stark contrast to the principal's worry. I mean, is there any need to turn down an offer of 5 billion won?
Joo-hyuk asks, his tone light but his eyes sharp.
The principal hesitates.
That's true, but, since I accepted it, I can just go, right? He stammers, his unease palpable. Suddenly, the principal stops him.
Wait a moment.
The principal reveals a shocking truth. Not only did you receive the sponsorship, our Valhalla Academy also received the donations as well.
The principal's words hang in the air, heavy with implication. Joo-hyuk's expression shifts subtly. The principal continues, explaining the perks. According to Valhalla's regulations, you can move to a premium dormitory. So what's your thoughts on it?
Kim Joo-hyuk sits, a picture of calm amidst the storm.
But his inner turmoil is palpable. What in the world?
The weight of the decision hangs heavy. He refused the Ventricks before, but now, he accepts their offer.
A calculated risk?
Joo-hyuk strides through the halls of Valhalla Academy, his presence commanding attention.
A shadow looms.
The Ventricks agents are here, their eyes fixed on their prize.
A blonde woman, sharp and calculating, observes from the shadows. Her gaze unwavering. How should I take care of these bastards? Should I kill them, master?
A sinister voice cuts through the air. No, wake her up.
I have a better idea. A golden sword materializes, its power undeniable. A tense encounter unfolds.
Kim Joo-hyuk, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury, confronts a Ventrick agent.
Hey! The agent stammers a nervous reply, why yes? Joo-hyuk's smirk widens, a chilling premonition hanging in the air.
Joo-hyuk's words cut through the tension. I think your constellation will overlook whatever I do to you guys.
The scene shifts. A flashback reveals a conversation between Joo-hyuk and a mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow. So what do you think I should do?
The figure's voice is calm, almost chillingly so. Originally, I made the Ventrick family to serve you.
So you can do whatever you want with them, master. Joo-hyuk's eyes narrow.
A fiery energy erupts around him as he absorbs the implications of this revelation.
I see. The Ventrick agent, her face etched with fear, pleads for mercy. Excuse me, Lord Constellation.
She reveals a family secret. Could it be that the phrase all for one, which has been passed down through generations in our family,
was actually a coded message for Joo-hyuk?
The truth dawns on her, a look of dawning horror on her face.
Joo-hyuk's voice booms, filled with a cruel satisfaction. Have you finally realized that, stupid one?
Kim Joo-hyuk, his eyes blazing with barely contained power, sits shrouded in shadow, a chilling smirk playing on his lips.
He speaks, his voice a low growl. The prestige and power these guys have is the real deal.
And to live comfortably, he needs to take advantage of them.
But controlling them himself will be a pain in the ass.
Suddenly, a woman's voice cuts through the air. Hey!
Have you been doing a good job at managing the family?
The woman, a Ventric agent, looks concerned. Juhyuk's response is curt, although I'm only a vice patriarch, it's been 4 years since I took over. She explains, we managed to reclaim our declining power and become the strongest family in Britain in 4 years.
Juhyuk's reply is simple, yet laced with chilling authority, is that so? Then keep managing it.
The agent's face falls, fear etched into her features.
She pleads, pardon?
Juhyuk's cold command follows, and support my activities at the family level. His sinister smile widens, a predatory gleam in his eyes.
Don't ask me why.
A masked figure, cloaked in shadow and surrounded by flickering flames, speaks with chilling calm.
Please rest assured, Master. Their voice is a low, steady hum, a promise of unwavering loyalty.
I will personally make sure that such a thing will never happen again.
Juhyuk's response is curt, yet it carries the weight of absolute authority. Good.
A gasp escapes the masked figure's lips, a subtle hint of exertion.
Ah.
The masked figure gestures, a golden light emanating from their hands, a ritual begins.
Master, I think it's time.
Juhyuk watches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes.
Ha? Where are you going?
The masked figure explains, their voice laced with a hint of weariness. This space, where constellations can manifest directly, usually requires a huge amount of magic power.
Juhyuk's brow furrows in understanding. Really? The masked figure nods, revealing a glowing stone. Yes.
You will need dozens of storage stones full of magic power.
Juhyuk connects the dots, a realization dawning on him.
No wonder why these guys were carrying a lot of storage stones. A young woman, her face partially obscured by a headset, smiles knowingly.
Master in person like this is already good enough.
Her words carry a subtle undercurrent of satisfaction. Kim Juhyuk, concern etched on his face, addresses the masked figure.
What's with you? Quickly get some rest.
The masked figure, despite their exhaustion, has one final message.
Ah, Master, I have one last thing to say to you.
A revelation explodes across the sky. Besides me, it seems that the other disciple has also become a constellation.
The masked figure, their voice barely a whisper, adds a final cryptic note. You will meet him soon. Then please excuse me.
A surge of golden energy erupts as the masked figure vanishes, leaving Juhyuk alone. He looks down at the ground, a mixture of surprise and contemplation on his face.
Juhyuk, now back in a classroom setting, processes the news. My other disciple has become a constellation as well? I already expected it, but which one could it be?
His thoughts race, the possibilities swirling in his mind. Perhaps all of my disciples have become constellations.
Still, I will meet him soon. A close-up on Juhyuk's eyes, reflecting a complex mix of anticipation and perhaps a hint of dread. I have met 2 constellations in person. That bastard Barche and Moron. The inevitable conclusion dawns on him.
The meeting with Barche was inevitable thanks to the notification window. Kim Juhyuk walks the halls of the academy, a thoughtful expression on his face. The recent meeting with Moron weighs heavily on his mind. A coincidence, he muses, but the sheer number of newly ascended constellations is unsettling.
The implications are vast and unknown.
He continues his walk, lost in thought. The sheer scale of it all is almost incomprehensible.
And then, a nagging question surfaces. Barch's silence since their last encounter is unnerving. What is he hiding?
Suddenly, Barche appears, seemingly summoned.
You called me, he asks, his voice echoing in the quiet hallway. Barche explains, I was organizing my thoughts.
My memories were cut off the moment you entered the secret room.
Juhyuk's eyes widen in surprise.
Your memories were cut off, he asks, incredulous.
Barche confirms, yeah. In the mental world, I felt like you came out as soon as you went into that room. A chilling revelation. Juhyuk's expression hardens. Did you remember how weak of an existence you were? He presses, a hint of accusation in his tone. Barche scoffs, how could I remember such trivial memories? His annoyance is palpable. Joo-hyuk's face is etched with concern. His thoughts are heavy, a weight of suspicion pressing down on him. The name echoes in the void. The Maze Lord. A title whispered in shadows, a power barely contained. Barch's revelation hangs in the air, a chilling truth. His eyes widen, a desperate plea in his voice. That guy, he gave me the name Barche. A young man in a sharp navy blue uniform strides purposefully through a brightly lit hallway. His expression is serious, almost grim. He enters a classroom, the air thick with tension. His classmates watch him, their faces etched with worry. He leans in, his gaze intense. So, is the one who stole the original name and the one who gave the name Barche, also called the Labyrinth Lord? A small, mischievous-looking avatar pops up, confirming, that's right. The avatar continues, he bestowed a name and power at the same time. A figure with striking blue and white attire appears, radiating power. The narration emphasizes the power of being the owner of the Tower of Destruction. The young man's brow furrows. His question hangs heavy in the air, does that power also influence one's personality? The avatar answers, indeed, when I was the Tower Lord in the past, the influence of the received name and power made me a bit rigid. The current state is closer to my original personality. The young man in uniform, his brow furrowed in thought, questions the avatar's methods. How does that guy go about giving and taking away names, anyway? The avatar, a mysterious figure shrouded in shadow, simply replies, I also don't know how. The young man's confusion deepens as the avatar explains, well, considering that this world is a labyrinth that shapes his name. He probably gives and takes away names as he pleases. The young man's eyes widen in realization. The avatar's tone shifts, a hint of impatience creeping in. Why aren't you unaware of the important things? The sun sets, casting a fiery glow over a grand building. A prestigious academy, perhaps? The young man, now outside the imposing structure, processes the revelation. So that's how it is? He walks away, a mix of frustration and understanding etched on his face. Yeah, it's frustrating, but that's how it is in the end. But a glimmer of hope remains. A faint whisper of possibility, a counterattack. His crimson eyes blazing with determination, the young man in uniform clenches his jaw. We just have to wait for that now. The weight of his unspoken plan hangs heavy in the air. The next day dawns, a new chapter unfolding. A mysterious woman, cloaked in shadows and adorned with a witch's hat, sits patiently by candlelight. An air of anticipation hangs in the dimly lit room. Meanwhile, the young man's eyes still burn with resolve as he enters the same mysterious location. He nervously awaits, a question hanging in the air, what is it? The young man approaches the table, carrying a food tray, a seemingly mundane object in this tense setting. The witch's eyes widen in surprise as she sees the tray. Her expression shifts from calm anticipation to a mixture of shock and concern. This is just a food tray. Food tray. The young man's frustration boils over. Even if we agreed to meet in 2 days, how can you call me during lunchtime? The young man in uniform, a hint of mischief in his eyes, admits, I didn't pay attention to that. A single candle flickers on the rough-hewn wooden table, casting long shadows across the room. The mysterious woman's gaze sharpens. All right, then, she says, her voice low and intense. The ring, did you bring it? With a flourish, he produces the ring. Its dark surface gleams faintly in the candlelight. The woman's lips curl into a predatory smile. All right, from now on, we're going to use that. He examines the ring closely, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. I noticed that it's not a separate spec-enhancing item. His eyes narrow, focusing on the ring's subtle details, a sudden realization dawns. Where the ring and break through the labyrinth, the woman instructs, her voice a silken whisper. He hesitates, a question forming on his lips. Labyrinth? Does it just need to be any labyrinth?
The young man sits across from a mysterious woman, the air thick with unspoken tension. A simple wooden table separating them, two flickering candles casting long shadows on the walls. He listens intently as she explains the nature of labyrinths in this world, a world where such things are rare, carefully controlled.
But soon, the labyrinth lord will unleash them upon the land. Her crimson eyes gleam with an unsettling confidence as she asks him, "What did you call it in your world's language again?" The young man hesitates, then answers, "Dungeon break? Or perhaps disaster?"
His hand clenches around a ring, a sudden burst of energy erupting from it.
The room is filled with a blinding light.
And when the light fades, monstrous figures emerge from the shadows, their eyes burning with malevolent intent.
Disaster indeed.
The young man's face is etched with grim determination as he recalls a time before his reincarnation, when such horrors were commonplace.
A time when there was no safe corner in the world. Now, after his rebirth, things have quieted down, making life more enjoyable.
The young man in uniform sits, a grim expression etched onto his face. His thoughts are far away, haunted by memories of the past.
So, when and where does it erupt now?
How big will it be, he wonders, the weight of the impending catastrophe pressing down on him. The mysterious woman, her red hair a striking contrast to the dim light, calmly replies, "After about 3 months. I'm still assessing the scale, but it's happening in a country called Korea." The young man's eyes widen.
Wow, that's incredible. If you just disclose the country as Korea, how can we prevent it on a national level, considering I live there?
His concern is palpable. The woman smiles knowingly.
Cut me some slack on that point. Over here, I've been providing information while avoiding the eyes of the labyrinth lord, so it's been somewhat restricted.
His brow furrows in thought.
From the beginning, if this world is a labyrinth, then what exactly are the labyrinths that occur within it?
The mysterious woman's gaze sharpens.
The labyrinth lord intentionally creates them. A chilling revelation.
The young man's eyes flash with a sudden understanding.
Is he preparing once again to give and take names? The question hangs heavy in the air.
The woman nods, a hint of grim satisfaction in her expression.
Yeah, he probably thinks the time has come.
A vision of a colossal tower of destruction erupts in a fiery spectacle, a stark reminder of the looming threat. Before the tower of destruction appeared, the mysterious woman, her crimson hair a stark contrast to her dark robes, sits poised. A city skyline, blurred and chaotic, forms a backdrop to her ominous presence. She speaks, her voice a low, measured tone. "Maybe we could say he's preparing to adapt people."
The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air.
The young man in uniform, his brow furrowed in thought, asks, "So, should I wear this ring and break the labyrinth that appears during the calamity?"
His apprehension is palpable. The woman's eyes gleam. Yes. To be exact. Before that, he inquires, "How did you usually destroy labyrinths?"
The question hangs in the dimly lit room.
The young man's hand moves with practiced ease.
He explains, "Since dealing with the boss that comes along with the labyrinth is usually tricky, I generally ignored it and destroyed the labyrinth stones." The scene shifts, showing the destruction of the labyrinth stones with a flash of light and a shattering sound.
Crash. The result is immediate. "If I do that, the labyrinth disappears," he states, a hint of grim satisfaction in his voice. But the woman's expression turns serious. "Usually that's the quick way, but you shouldn't do that this time."
A sense of foreboding fills the room.
The young man's question hangs in the air, then?
His eyes are narrowed, a mixture of determination and apprehension. The woman's response is clear and direct, "Wear the ring and defeat the boss of the labyrinth."
The challenge is laid down. Is there a specific reason why I have to defeat the boss? The young man's question hangs in the air, a mixture of apprehension and determination.
The mysterious woman smiles, a knowing glint in her eyes. Even in this dimly lit room, her crimson hair seems to burn. "Even though your world is a labyrinth created by the labyrinth lord, things like calamities or towers of ruin can't be easily produced." Her explanation unfolds, each word precise and chilling.
It's all about power derived from names.
Labyrinths, she reveals, are created through the power of names. The young man listens intently, his expression shifting from confusion to dawning understanding.
The woman's voice softens, almost a whisper. Among the components of labyrinths created in this way,
the focal point where the power of names converges is precisely the boss of the labyrinth. The weight of this revelation settles upon the young man. A new strategy is revealed. Wearing the ring and defeating the labyrinth boss allows the absorption of the name bestowed by the labyrinth lord. The young man examines the ring, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze.
This is more than just survival, it's the key to a counterattack.
The mysterious woman's lips curl into a subtle, knowing smile.
That will be the starting point of our counterattack.
The young man in uniform, his eyes burning with determination, holds a ring, a crucial item gifted to him.
I have a question. His inquiry cuts to the heart of the matter. The names absorbed by that fellow are not just one or two, right? How can you counterattack with just stealing one name?
The mysterious woman, a smirk playing on her lips, leans forward.
That's a very good question.
She explains, her voice low and dangerous. Of course, the labyrinth lord won't bat an eye if he loses just one name.
His current goal is the adaptation before the Tower of Destruction, right? The plan isn't just about stealing one name, but quickly clearing the labyrinth. The young man absorbs this crucial information, his expression thoughtful.
The mysterious woman continues, her eyes gleaming. In that case, if the labyrinth lord realizes the labyrinth has disappeared before the adaptation, he will resort to other measures.
He might send numerous names into the world, causing various incidents.
That would be the opportune moment to absorb names on a massive scale.
The woman's smile widens, revealing a chilling ambition.
She reveals a final, crucial piece of the puzzle. The names absorbed also become power for us. The young man in uniform, his eyes blazing with newfound understanding, examines the ring in his hand. A subtle power hums within it.
His gaze sharpens, a chilling determination settling over his features.
The mysterious woman's words echo in his mind. It absorbs the name and makes it into power. A smirk plays on her lips as she observes him.
He questions her motives, his voice laced with suspicion. What are you looking at me for?
The mysterious woman leans forward, her voice a low purr. I need a legitimate reason to act freely as well. She reveals a crucial piece of the puzzle. For starters, we haven't harmed innocent people by cultivating names. The implications of her words sink in, the true weight of their actions, and the potential consequences. The mysterious woman continues, her voice calm but firm. If you take away the name from the labyrinth lord, you become a holy saint, or you may be bound to the name without being able to be reincarnated. A chilling revelation. Regardless of what happens, the body ends up being trapped without existence. The young man's grip on the ring tightens, the gravity of the situation pressing down on him. The mysterious woman leans in, her crimson hair a stark contrast to the dim candlelight. Anyway, she purrs, you'll naturally know the names of the owners while absorbing them. The young man in uniform, his expression unreadable, simply replies, all right, then. A question hangs in the air, a silent query about the next steps in their audacious plan. The woman's response is swift and precise. Yes, I will tell you the precise location and date in the near future. But the young man's concern is palpable. He presses further, his voice laced with apprehension.
Is it not enough to defeat the boss and break through the labyrinth? The woman's eyes flash, a hint of something dangerous lurking beneath the surface.
When the labyrinth disappears, she explains, her voice low and chilling, the monsters inside will die, but the monsters that have come out will remain as they are. A beat of silence, then, the young man's worry transforms into a firm resolve.
Shouldn't we be prepared to prevent that?
With a flick of her wrist, a burst of crimson energy erupts, a silent farewell. His eyes glow with an eerie red light, a chilling reflection of the power he now wields. The school cafeteria buzzes with lunchtime energy.
Students chatter, trays clatter, and the aroma of various dishes fills the air. A towering building stands against a fiery sunset, its imposing silhouette hinting at secrets within.
The young man in uniform, his eyes wide with disbelief, utters a single word, what?
He pauses, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face.
His inner monologue reveals a strategic mind at work.
She should say something before moving.
His reflection on past experiences underscores the gravity of the situation.
Indeed, even before reincarnation, when dealing with disasters, I went with my disciples. Doing it alone takes time, and there's also the need to prevent collateral damage. A sudden question arises, a new challenge presented. Then, do I also need to raise disciples here?
The mysterious woman appears, her expression unreadable.
Ha!
A young man stands silhouetted against a fiery sunset, his expression unreadable, a sense of quiet determination hangs in the air. He's approached by a powerful warrior woman, her demeanor sharp and challenging.
Why are you here? She demands.
The young man's response is calm, almost contemplative. I've thought a bit after losing to you.
I wondered about the reason for my defeat. The warrior's eyes narrow. A beat.
Then, a triumphant declaration, and then I figured it out.
That you were stronger than me, that's why I lost.
The young man's gaze softens slightly. A hint of a smile plays on his lips.
Why did it take you so long to figure out the obvious?
Suddenly, the scene shifts. A new character appears, his face shadowed, a hint of menace in his eyes.
He speaks, his voice laced with a chilling confidence. I thought I was quite similar to you, you know?
A close-up on the young man's face, a slight frown etched onto his lips. His eyes, though, hold a spark of determination. The warrior woman's voice cuts through the air, sharp and unwavering. That person overwhelmed everyone with talent alone, without even experiencing defeat, which is rare among adults.
The shadowed man's retort is swift and dismissive. If you think I resemble that aspect, it's a complete misconception.
The young man's gaze is resolute. He states, I consider myself someone who puts in effort.
The warrior woman's smirk is almost predatory.
So, what I mentioned earlier is what I thought.
Not now.
The young man's past battle flashes before his eyes.
The attacks weren't simple, they were calculated, precise. The warrior woman's eyes gleam with a chilling intensity.
It was a body movement that came from countless experiences.
The young man reflects, I was furious when I lost, but later, after calming my head, the reason for the defeat became clear. A lack of experience.
He and the warrior woman stand face to face, a silent understanding passing between them. And the warrior woman's triumphant declaration rings out, I became stronger through the experience of fighting you as well.
A predatory grin spreads across the warrior woman's face.
Her eyes gleam with challenge.
She confronts the young man, her words sharp and direct, to beat you. The young man is taken aback. What?
Let's fight, he stammers, clearly surprised by her sudden aggression. He tries to reason with her, but she cuts him off.
Don't bore me with your weird logic. I'll leave now. Undeterred, she presses her point, I came all the way from China to fight you, you know?
The young man sighs, clearly exasperated. He dismisses her with a wave of his hand.
It's none of my business.
How about dedicating your time to mastering the family martial arts instead of putting in such effort? His eyes narrow, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features.
What?
The warrior woman explains, I received proper training until I was 6 years old, and after that, it was all self-taught. She continues, then you beat me in the lunar year.
I beat you in the lunar year?
Before you took control of the contractors there? The young man's expression hardens.
A wave of realization washes over him. That's right.
The warrior woman's voice is firm, a stark contrast to the turmoil hinted at in her expression.
From the beginning, the contractors weren't fans of mine either. I was the one who took unilateral action first.
I kept getting excluded from the family's regular training, so I asked them to bring in training partners to keep my skills from rusting.
A flashback reveals a brutal training session. The warrior woman is surrounded, outnumbered. They ended up throwing adult contractors at me out of the blue. That's why I just won. It was a relief that there weren't a lot of them.
The young man ponders. While what the Baekryunho leader said overlaps,
the nuance is completely different.
That woman clearly has talent, and it seems true that she enjoys fighting, but. The leader's nuance was as if this woman has been going around defeating everyone she encounters.
Then, is it compulsory to be confined to the White Lotus Palace? He got stuck there because he was fed up with being treated like the family's headache.
The warrior woman's hands rise, a gesture both defiant and weary. Well, it didn't matter because I was stronger than the adults there anyway, she states, her voice carrying a hint of past trauma. A sudden burst of red energy explodes from the warrior woman's body. But it's quickly contained, leaving only a lingering aura of power. The young man's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding crossing his face.
But it's okay.
Because I found you much stronger than me, he exclaims, a hint of awe in his voice. The young man's gaze sharpens.
What's good about it?
He questions, his tone analytical.
The warrior woman responds, by fighting you, one can become stronger without the family's teachings, right?
The scene shifts to a quiet courtyard. The young man stands before the warrior woman, his posture tense.
Who's going to fight? He asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. The warrior woman lunges, grabbing the young man. Why?
Please do it for me, she pleads, desperation etched on her face. The young man's expression shifts, a mixture of confusion and concern clouding his features.
It's a bit weird? A flashback reveals a piece of the warrior woman's past.
Since she was an outcast from his family, she was confined to the White Lotus Palace, so why did Hoja try to bring him back, the narration questions. The warrior woman's face is contorted in anguish, tears welling up in her eyes.
The weight of her past is almost palpable.
The young man contemplates the situation, his thoughts forming a conclusion.
I don't know the context, but from their family's perspective, wouldn't it have been better for Yanlang to be at the White Lotus Palace?
The young man, Ju Hyuk, stands silhouetted against the setting sun, his crimson eyes blazing with intensity, a storm brewing beneath a calm exterior.
Suddenly, the warrior woman appears, her voice cutting through the air. Oh, are you fighting for me? Ju Hyuk's response is swift and practical. Doing something in the middle of the school wouldn't be discreet anyway.
Since we were planning to go to the gym, just follow me. A triumphant grin spreads across the warrior woman's face.
Yes.
The gym sign hangs prominently, a beacon in the school's hallway. Inside, the warrior woman catches her breath, wiping sweat from her brow. Another woman watches her, a hint of concern in her eyes.
A muscular man works out, his focus unwavering, a picture of dedication.
Ju Hyuk announces, I'll be back after changing, so wait a moment. He leaves, and the warrior woman waits patiently, anticipation hangs heavy in the air.
Ju Hyuk returns, his expression shifting, a flicker of something dark crosses his eyes. Ju Hyuk.
Ah, fuck, just wait.
A tense question hangs in the air. Who is this mysterious woman?
The young man explains, a hint of unease in his voice. She's a crazy person I met at White Lotus.
She said she came all the way here to fight with me.
Doubt clouds his words.
Really? The warrior woman's expression is unreadable.
But her resolve is clear.
I'm just going to do it once.
Suddenly, a fiery aura erupts. A rabbit-like symbol blazes behind her, a surge of raw power unleashed. The young man watches, his eyes wide with surprise. The impact reverberates.
Ha? Another girl appears, concern etched on her face. What's with that look? Are you going to fight too?
The warrior woman clenches her fist, a silent defiance.
No, not yet.
The other girl's eyes narrow, suspicion growing.
Judging by the hair color, it seems like she might be a relative from.
A close-up on the girl with purple hair, her eyes narrowed in thought.
Did she really travel all the way from China just for this match?
The scene shifts to Valhalla Stadium. Kim Ju-hyuk stands alone, facing the warrior woman, Yanlang, and three other figures watching intently.
Ju-hyuk's apprehension is clear. He questions the unexpected presence of the others, reminding Yanlang of their initial agreement for a one-on-one spar. The tension ratchets up. Ju-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise as he confronts the unexpected group.
Why are you guys here? One of the observers explains, "I'm keeping an eye on her to make sure she doesn't do anything strange."
Another simply states, "I follow Aaron Choi. Don't mind me."
Yenlang smiles, a hint of challenge in her eyes.
"But, I'm a lot stronger than last time."
Ju Hyuk's smirk reveals a calculated decision.
"Is that so?"
He begins to shed his jacket, preparing for a fight.
"Then I can go with my full power, right?" A dramatic close-up on Ju Hyuk's intense gaze, his eyes glowing red.
Beside him, a mysterious woman with red hair and a witch's hat watches with an enigmatic smile.
The challenge is laid down.
Yenlong's proposition hangs in the air: defeat him and become his disciple.
A path to unimaginable power, but at what cost?
The young man's eyes blaze with determination. A cold smile plays on his lips.
He's not backing down.
Warrior woman hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing her fierce expression.
"The reason I'm trying to be strong is to beat you." Yenlong's words hit home.
He explains his offer: strength through discipleship.
The young man clenches his fists, power crackling around his knuckles.
A silent promise of a fight to the death. The warrior woman's eyes widen as she unleashes a furious burst of energy, Kaya.
He refuses to be anyone's student. "Well, I hate having a teacher, so I have to win." The clash. A blinding explosion of power erupts. The warrior woman unleashes a devastating blow.
A shockwave erupts from the impact.
Yenlang watches, a smirk playing on his lips.
"You really get quite strong," he observes, his eyes gleaming with amusement.
The young man, a slight cut on his hand, stares back with defiant intensity.
His eyes burn with a newfound resolve.
The warrior woman's power explodes. "I'm sure you just blocked the attack, but you won't be able to stop it this time."
A fiery blast engulfs the young man. But he stands firm, his expression unyielding. The sheer force of the attack is almost palpable. The young man's companions watch in shock.
What's this? What with this magic? There was a monster like this at White Lotus? A bystander observes, "It's a huge amount of mana. The concentration is higher than that of Kim Ju-hyuk in the competition."
Fear and awe mix on the faces of the onlookers as they witness the raw power on display. The warrior woman unleashes a devastating magical attack.
A crimson wave of energy explodes outwards, the sheer force of it threatening to overwhelm the young man.
Her eyes blazing with fierce determination, the warrior woman declares, "Even if I land just one hit, I can deliver a deadly blow." She adds, with chilling confidence, "Even if he blocks, there will still be an impact due to the magic power." But the young man's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise, then something else. A steely resolve hardens his gaze.
He's ready. Yenlang observes, a smirk playing on his lips. Same posture?
The young man grins, a confident glint in his eyes.
I like confronting things head-on, too. The clash is imminent.
The air crackles with anticipation. A whirlwind of motion erupts as they collide.
Kwang. The clash.
A collision of raw power, fists meeting in a blinding flash of energy. The force of the impact ripples outwards, a shockwave of pure energy radiating from the point of contact. The warrior woman is thrown back, her eyes wide with disbelief. The young man stands firm, a grim smile playing on his lips.
I've raised my mana concentration to this extent, and yet I'm still getting pushed back?
Her frustration boils over.
Yenlang observes, a thoughtful expression on his face. Kim Ju-hyuk didn't seem to wield much magical power, did he? He's literally stronger than back then.
The warrior woman's shock is palpable.
It's really the same guy as before. Yenlang's eyes narrow, recognizing the young man's strength. I'll take it head-on only once.
The young man's resolve hardens, bracing for another attack. The young man grins, a glint of determination in his eyes.
Second time onwards, block and strike on my own. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion, countering the warrior woman's attack with impossible precision.
The air crackles with the force of the impact. The warrior woman staggers back, a look of disbelief etched on her face.
I couldn't land a valid hit again.
With a final, powerful kick, the young man sends his opponent sprawling. Dust and debris fly as she crashes to the ground. He stands over her, his expression softening slightly.
For now, I've gained one more disciple with this.
A young woman with striking silver hair lies unconscious, a single tear tracing a path down her pale cheek. Her eyes snap open, a vibrant teal piercing the darkness, a surge of raw power radiating from within. A gasp escapes her lips, eek. She sits up, clutching her stomach in pain. Defeat weighs heavily on her, another loss etched onto her soul. Grimacing, she massages her aching abdomen, the lingering effects of a brutal battle.
A young man approaches, his gaze intense.
You're quite strong, he observes, a hint of admiration in his voice. I thought you would be unconscious until tomorrow morning, but I never thought you would wake up already.
His offer hangs in the air, a proposition both intriguing and ominous.
All right then, stop talking nonsense now and become a disciple of mine. A smirk plays on his lips, a predator sizing up its prey, his eyes glinting with an unnerving confidence. She accepts the challenge, a glint of defiance in her eyes.
This time, without using any magic, like last time.
Even so, the outcome doesn't seem like it will change. With a defiant glint in her eyes, the silver-haired woman declares, I will become your disciple. A confident grin spreads across her face.
So, am I officially your first disciple now?
The young man's eyes narrow, a hint of surprise in their depths.
He thinks for a moment. Then a thoughtful expression crosses his face. What? I'm not the first one?
A new character appears, another young woman, observing the scene with a curious expression.
The young man explains, were you already cultivating disciples when you were in middle school?
The silver-haired woman's expression shifts.
It's not like that either.
Ju-hyuk is right. A subtle shift in her demeanor reveals a hidden truth. Her gaze sharpens, a hint of playful mischief in her eyes. Since I received teachings before you, I am Young-hyuk's first disciple, meow. The young man sighs, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. No, she wasn't the first disciple from the beginning, either. He looks at the silver-haired woman, a subtle shift in his expression. A playful smirk dancing on her lips.
Meow? Did you say that to me? Are you picking on me on purpose?
Her voice is laced with a playful challenge, but a hint of underlying annoyance simmers beneath the surface. A surge of blue energy erupts around her, her eyes blazing with a newfound intensity. The playful facade is gone, replaced by a fierce determination. The energy fades, leaving behind an aura of simmering power. Yes, why are you mad now, meow, she asks, her voice dripping with sarcasm. The silver-haired woman's anger boils over. Don't give me weird nicknames at your own will, she shouts, her fists clenched.
The young man remains calm amidst the outburst. What's wrong with you, meow? Isn't it a cute nickname, he asks, a slight smile playing on his lips. The silver-haired woman's fury intensifies. Cute. Do you want to die?
The young man's expression hardens. A sharp crack echoes as the silver-haired woman's attack is deflected.
Good nickname, right? Well then, go home now.
The silver-haired woman glares at him, her frustration evident.
Why do I have to leave? I haven't even learned anything yet.
The young man's gaze softens slightly. You did learn the fact that you're an adorable kitty, didn't you? He says, a hint of amusement in his tone.
He then looks away, a thoughtful expression on his face. A young man sits pensively, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's a look of quiet contemplation, a hint of something deeper, perhaps a memory. The scene shifts. Two women face off, tension crackling between them. One, silver-haired and fierce, confronts the other with a sharp gesture. A heated argument unfolds, fueled by a nickname and lingering resentment.
The young man intervenes, his voice calm but firm.
Hey, meow. Stop now.
The silver-haired woman bristles.
Don't call me a kitty too.
He explains, patiently but firmly, the nuances of their shared history and the respectful terms they should use.
It's true that Arincho received training before you, so isn't she a senior? Now that you also have a Sammy, talk to her with some respect.
The silver-haired woman's defiance melts into a look of understanding, a quiet acceptance.
She hesitates, then quietly acknowledges his point. Nia Seijo.
He confirms, Ju-hyuk also acknowledged me as his first disciple. All right, then me, as the Seijo, will endure it. The silver-haired woman, muscles coiled tight, lets out a guttural roar, AAARGH.
Enough is enough.
The young man intervenes, considering we've bantered and gotten some bruises, let's call it a day and go home.
It doesn't really hurt, but okay. The young man, ever practical, asks, by the way, where should I sleep? A beat of silence, then, a surprised, huh? The silver-haired woman's brow furrows. Did you not find a separate accommodation?
The young man shrugs, not really, I just came on a whim because I wanted to spar with you. He explains, when I asked Seo Ryan what I should do to fight you again. She simply said, she just told me to go to Valhalla in Korea. The other woman's eyes widen.
Did you just come here after hearing that?
There seems to be no concrete plan. The young man, Kim Ju-hyuk, walks alone under the night sky. His shoulders slump with exhaustion.
I'm tired, he mutters, the weight of his responsibilities heavy on his mind.
The long day, spent working with Yen Lang and Arin Choi, left him drained and unable to complete his usual routine. A quick glimpse into the strategic minds behind the scenes. Seo Ryan's assessment of her team is blunt. Yoo So-yeon is focused on physical training, far from ready for swordsmanship instruction, while Si-hyako shows no initiative in his own training. The fate of the world, for now, rests on the shoulders of just two.
Ju-hyuk's phone buzzes, interrupting his weary thoughts.
He checks the screen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face.
It's an incoming call from Adelia Bentrick. The name alone speaks volumes. Kim Ju-hyuk? It's Adelia Bentrick.
The voice on the other end is formal, yet carries a hint of urgency.
Ju-hyuk answers, yes.
Adelia's report is concise. She's finalizing the donation funds requested by Ju-hyuk, and wanted to inform him before contacting him directly.
Adelia Bentrick, in her opulent office, makes a call.
I checked the donation and scholarship funds this morning. Her expression is one of practiced professionalism, but a flicker of concern crosses her face as she listens to the response.
Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, Kim Ju-hyuk receives a call.
His eyes, reflecting the city lights, narrow slightly. He responds curtly, then about that, please issue wanted notices for the contractors.
Back in her office, Adelia's eyes widen in alarm. 3 months later, there's going to be a disaster.
The weight of that revelation hangs heavy in the air, a palpable shock rippling through her composure.
Kim Ju-hyuk, still on the call, reacts with a grim determination.
Don't ask about the source, I don't know the scale, but something is going to happen here.
Adelia presses for more information. So, is it happening in Korea?
Adelia's response is short and chilling, that's right. Kim Ju-hyuk, grave and determined, makes a call. All right, he states, his voice low and serious, I will contact the useful contractors from the Ventrigan side and the guilds within Korea. He continues, a subtle urgency lacing his words.
Yes, please keep it secret if possible. The recipient's response is terse, what?
A plea follows, laced with a hint of desperation. By any chance, when the Guardian constellation wakes up, would you be able to speak favorably of my efforts?
Adelia's voice, tight with worry, cuts through the silence. Is she still asleep, pretending not to notice your efforts?
Yes, Ju-hyuk replies, his voice strained. I tried to contact her somehow, but she didn't respond. She mentioned taking a short break after exerting her abilities directly.
A beat of silence hangs heavy between them, then, a concerned observation, it seems like a day is not enough for a complete recovery, huh?
Ju-hyuk, his shoulders slumped, murmurs a quiet thank you, as he ends the call and walks away. Kim Joo-hyuk, his eyes blazing with a fiery determination, senses the impending doom. The weight of the world rests on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Adelia Bentrick pushes herself to the limit, her body screaming in protest. Each breath is a struggle, a desperate fight against exhaustion. Her muscles burn, her lungs ache, but she cannot stop. The fate of the Guardian constellation hangs in the balance. Gasping for air, Adelia's vision blurs. Ha, ha, she gasps, the strain etched on her face. The exertion is immense, sweat pours from her brow as she pushes past her limits, a testament to her unwavering resolve. Back at the training facility, Joo-hyuk watches, his own exhaustion mirroring Adelia's struggle. The shared burden weighs heavily on him. His feet pound the treadmill, a rhythmic counterpoint to Adelia's labored breathing. The shared urgency fuels his determination. Joo-hyuk's face is grim, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. The weight of responsibility is palpable. Adelia collapses, her body spent. Ha, ha, ha. She wheezes, her voice barely a whisper. She struggles for breath, a chilling fear gripping her heart. Let me breathe, it feels like I'm going to die, she cries out. Adelia collapses, gasping for air. Died, screams the word bubble above her, but she's not quite finished yet. Kim Joo-hyuk watches, a towel in hand, his expression unreadable. But you're not dead, are you? He observes, a hint of surprise in his tone. Adelia struggles to her knees, her chest heaving. Still, you're keeping up better than I expected, Joo-hyuk admits, his gaze intense. I thought you might fall behind in the middle, he adds, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He assesses her, his expression shifting subtly. It's not like I'm playing around here, he mutters, his focus unwavering. It seems like her basic stamina is fine, but his voice trails off, a hint of something more in his eyes. Joo-hyuk's eyes narrow, a glint of red reflecting in the light. Well, then should we slow down a bit, he asks, his voice laced with a hint of concern, but his eyes tell a different story. A close-up on Joo-hyuk's intense, red-flecked eyes. The tension is palpable, the unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. A sudden exclamation point bursts forth. The scene shifts. A new location, a sleek, modern gym. Adelia and Joo-hyuk stand amidst gleaming exercise equipment, the air thick with unspoken tension. This place, Adelia asks, her voice barely a whisper. Yen Lang's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features. What's going on here? A striking resemblance. Could this woman be related to Yen Lang and Seol Ryan? Her piercing gaze holds a hidden intensity, a silent storm brewing beneath a calm exterior. A sharp rebuke cuts through the air. You've come all this way without telling your mother, Yen Lang. Seol Yanhwa sits, her posture radiating defiance, a fierce spirit unyielding. The revelation hits Yen Lang like a thunderbolt. Seol Yanhwa. Are you Yen Lang's mother? His confusion deepens. I thought that shaman, Seol Ryan, was her mother. Yen Lang lies on the floor, dazed, the weight of a shocking revelation settling upon him. A woman with striking silver hair and piercing blue eyes fixes her gaze on someone unseen, a steely determination etched onto her face. Let me introduce myself properly, she declares, her voice carrying an undercurrent of power. My name is Seol Yanhwa, and I am the head of the Seol family, and Yen Lang's new mother. A subtle shift in the scene, a moment of stunned silence hangs in the air. Yen Lang stares, his eyes wide with disbelief, a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension slowly replacing his confusion. Seol Yanhwa's expression softens slightly, a hint of weariness in her eyes. But it's a little strange, she muses, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow. She explains, her voice low and measured, Seol Ryan promised to contact me when Yen Lang left White Lotus Palace, but she didn't reach out to me and sent Yen Lang here instead. Seol Yanhwa's eyes flash with anger, a simmering fury barely contained beneath her composed exterior. We'll ask about the reason later, she states, her voice regaining its authority. Yen Lang, follow your mother back to the White Lotus Palace. With a graceful gesture, Seol Yanhwa beckons Yen Lang to follow, a silent invitation, yet one that carries the weight of unspoken power. Seol Yanhwa's fury is a tangible thing, a storm brewing in her eyes.
Her fists clench, knuckles white.
And stop treating me like a daughter, it's irritating, she snaps, her voice sharp as shattered glass.
The raw emotion in her words is undeniable. The weight of past decisions hangs heavy in the air.
Rejecting you was the constellation's order back then, she explains, her tone softening slightly, but the underlying tension remains.
A pointed question cuts through the strained silence. Don't you know already?
The unspoken implication hangs between them, thick with unspoken truths.
Yen Lang's retort is sharp, fueled by a mixture of anger and hurt.
I heard it from the maid instead of your own mouth, and that too very recently.
Seol Yunhua sighs, a hint of weariness in her posture. Regardless, the fact reminds me that you found out. Moreover, the constellation has instructed me to summon you this time.
The scene shifts. A grand hall, bathed in soft light, awaits. Yen Lang stands before his mother, his back to us, a silent question hanging in the air.
A moment of quiet contemplation before the inevitable reunion.
Don't embarrass your mother any longer, Yen Lang. The words hang in the air, a stark command. A mother's plea, etched on Seol Yunhwa's face. Her eyes, blazing with a fierce intensity, reflect both concern and a hint of desperation. Yen Lang, his mind reeling from the revelation, can only stare back, speechless.
So, was that the reason you've been trying to bring me out all this time?
His question is a mixture of disbelief and dawning understanding.
That's right. The curt reply confirms his worst fears.
The weight of this new reality settles heavily upon him as he stands before his mother, a woman he never knew, in a place he never imagined.
Seol Yunhwa's expression hardens. Get out.
The command is sharp, leaving no room for argument. Her eyes flash with a cold determination. The scene shifts. A bustling training hall, filled with the sounds of exertion and focused energy.
Students train diligently, their movements precise and powerful. This is Valhalla, a place of intense discipline and rigorous training. Seol Yunhwa's voice cuts through the noise.
There are students exercising here, so leave now to avoid disturbing them.
Her tone is firm, but there's a hint of weariness beneath the surface.
And this is Valhalla, neither Seol or White Lotus, don't even think about causing a disturbance.
The warning is clear, this is not a place to trifle with.
Seol Yunhwa's gaze softens slightly as she looks at her son, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. The weight of her responsibilities, the burden of her secrets, is palpable. Yen Lang's eyes, wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Seol Yunhwa's voice cuts through the silence, cold and sharp, to take you away without being noticed.
A surge of icy blue energy erupts from her palm, a spell of concealment, swift and silent.
A blinding flash engulfs Yen Lang as he's ripped from Valhalla's halls. The force of the spell throws him through the air, a blur of motion.
He crashes to the ground outside, disoriented and alone. A moment of stunned silence, then, a question hangs heavy in the air. What are you doing?
Seol Yunhwa's face is a mask of fury, her eyes blazing with barely contained rage.
She snarls, didn't I tell you the obvious? I won't be cautious.
Yen Lang's mind races, piecing together the fragments of this shocking encounter.
Was this her true intention all along?
Seol Yunhwa's eyes blaze with fury, a terrifying intensity that speaks volumes. Her words are a low growl, barely controlled rage, then I also don't plan to hold back any longer.
With a roar, she lunges forward, a blur of motion. A question hangs in the air, sharp and sudden, you remember, right? Her voice drips with scorn as she reminds him of their past encounter. Even when you challenged me last time, I still defeated you? The attack is swift, brutal. She slams into Yen Lang with the force of a battering ram. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. A whirlwind of motion as she unleashes a flurry of blows. A brutal exchange of blows. The clash of their power reverberates through the very air itself. Seol Yunhwa's eyes narrow, assessing her opponent.
Her words are a grudging admission, you've definitely gotten stronger, Yen Lang.
I guess you weren't just playing at White Lotus.
Her face contorts into a snarl, a primal rage burning in her eyes.
The fight is far from over. Yan Lang, gritting his teeth, unleashes a desperate attack.
I trained hard because I didn't want to fall behind you all in an empty space.
Seol Yunhwa counters with contemptuous ease.
So, well then, you should go back to Seoul and learn properly now.
A blur of motion. Seol Yunhwa's counterattack is a whirlwind of power, sending Yan Lang sprawling, leaving him stunned and disoriented. What's up with this woman? Yan Lang's eyes widen in disbelief.
Were her skills this good?
He coughs, a pained sound cutting through the air. The fight is far from over.
But Yan Lang refuses to yield.
Let go. With a powerful kick, Seol Yunhwa sends him crashing to the ground. The impact sends a shockwave, leaving him breathless and defeated.
What a barbaric attack.
Despite the brutal blow, Yan Lang's resolve remains unbroken.
He rises, eyes burning with defiance.
All I have to do is win.
Ju Hyuk and his companion watch, concern etched on their faces, as a commotion unfolds before them.
Shouldn't we call an instructor? One whispers, a question hanging heavy in the air. A report arrives, painting a grim picture. Seol Yunhwa is causing chaos in Valhalla, unaccompanied, claiming to take her daughter.
The scene flashes to a glimpse of the confrontation, a whirlwind of motion and power. Ju Hyuk and his companion exchange worried glances.
What do you think will happen if we tell the instructor about this? One asks, the unspoken answer hanging between them.
There's going to be a mess here, the other replies, his voice laced with dread.
Ju Hyuk's face hardens. Even if a conflict is inevitable, he states firmly, I don't like that person.
The scene shifts to a close-up on a woman's face, her expression a mixture of disbelief and resentment. The words, she abandoned her own daughter and now suddenly came to take her back due to some unexpected need, float above her, capturing her bitter thoughts. A single, piercing violet eye fills the panel, reflecting a cold fury. A single word escapes her lips, Kitty. The narration continues, it must have been really frustrating for her. The panel shows Seol Yunhwa's face, contorted in a mask of rage, her eyes blazing with barely contained fury.
A brutal blow.
A flurry of motion as Seol Yunhwa unleashes her power, the impact echoing in the speedlines.
Yan Lang is sent sprawling, defeated but defiant.
Seol Yunhwa stands over him, her voice cold and commanding, Yan Lang, stop this pointless rebellion and follow me before you get hurt.
The fight is far from over. A brutal blow connects, the impact echoing with a bone-jarring quang. Seol Yunhwa's attack is relentless.
I think it's going to be you, she declares, her eyes gleaming with cold determination. Yan Lang stumbles, a pained gasp escaping her lips, the force of the blow leaves her reeling. She barely manages to brace herself against the onslaught, her body trembling with the effort.
Seol Yunhwa's smirk widens.
She'll still get hurt even though she managed to block it, she sneers, her confidence unwavering.
Yan Lang's eyes widen in shock and pain. A wave of icy energy washes over her.
A searing cold that freezes her legs solid.
My one leg is frozen?
Seol Yunhwa casually produces a shard of ice, a cruel smile playing on her lips.
Well, you must be seeing it for the first time.
The ice shard glints menacingly. A shadowy, monstrous form flickers behind Yan Lang, a chilling aura emanating from it.
It's the power of our family's constellation.
The king of the depths of the snow. Even if not immediately, once you return to Seoul, you will likely have the opportunity to exercise this ability through a contract with the constellation. A crystalline shard, cold to the touch, rests on the ground. Seol Yunhwa's eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt crossing her face.
What's so reckless about it? She challenges.
It's the nature and common sense of the current world. Her expression softens slightly, a hint of weariness in her gaze. If you are a member of a family that houses the constellation, it's something you do as a matter of course.
Seol Yunhwa's voice hardens. Surely you're not under the delusion that I fought you with my physical abilities alone in response to your demands back then, right?
Tears well up in her eyes, a silent scream of frustration.
You may have changed your mind, then I'll ask you one last time.
A crystalline shard, glowing with an icy light, is offered.
but met with a furious glare. Those eyes burn with icy fury. I'm not going back.
A sigh escapes her lips, a mixture of weariness and disdain.
An immature brat. Don't even think about returning safely.
The air crackles with tension as the two women face off, a silent promise of violence hanging between them.
A sudden impact. Damn it!
His face contorted in frustration, a single thought echoing in his mind: I couldn't even react because of my frozen right foot. I'll freeze and shatter your right arm, and then reflect upon the missing hand.
Her eyes gleam with cold determination as she prepares to strike. Character A unleashes a torrent of ice-cold energy. A wave of frigid air washes over Character B. Character B's foot is frozen solid.
The impact echoes with a sharp UGH as Character B is caught completely off guard.
Character A's attack is swift and brutal. A blur of motion. A powerful kick connects, sending a shockwave through the air.
The force of the blow shattering a nearby crystal object.
The attacker's eyes gleam with a chilling intensity.
A fierce expression contorts her face, a mixture of pain and defiance.
Her teeth are bared in a snarl.
His eyes burn with a fiery anger, a silent storm brewing within.
Are you serious about cutting off your daughter's arm? As a mother, I am currently educating my daughter. I don't think it's any of your business. Is that type of education trendy nowadays? The aftermath of a clash.
A young woman, her face etched with concern, whispers a question that hangs heavy in the air.
How did he manage to block that attack without freezing?
The impact reverberates through her, a visible shudder shaking her frame. Pain contorts her features as she grapples with the implications. Her eyes widen, a dawning realization painting her face.
Could it be?
He countered with magic far surpassing her own, even while she was empowered by the constellation's magic. A figure emerges from a swirling vortex of energy, radiating power. The sheer force of his presence is palpable.
Choi Arin, the young woman from before, issues a sharp command. Yen Lang, the powerful figure, receives the order with a curt yes.
But another voice cuts through the tension.
Kim Joo-hyuk, defiant and ready for a fight, declares this is his household business.
A chilling question hangs in the air, a cruel twist of fate.
Can you even feel your right leg? Crack.
A sickening sound echoes as a shard of ice pierces the ground near her foot.
The pain is evident in her expression.
The scene shifts to a tense standoff.
Yen Lang stands between the two women, his gaze unwavering. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife.
One of the women, her face a mask of worry, reveals a shocking truth: this is my master. The question hangs in the air, a challenge whispered amidst the quiet hum of unseen energy. Yen Lang, her gaze unwavering, responds with a single word: interesting. Kim Joo-hyuk steps forward, his voice cutting through the tension.
I just wanted to take Yen Lang out of here with me. But Choi Arin's sharp retort follows, a question laced with suspicion. But were you really influenced by that and started acting like her master? Joo-hyuk's calm demeanor belies a hidden strength. I'm not really influenced by it, you know? It's just that our mutual understanding aligns.
A single bead of sweat traces a path down Choi Arin's temple, a flicker of doubt in her usually stoic expression.
The challenge is issued, a spark igniting the powder keg. Let's see how good the master's skills are. The clash is imminent.
A storm of motion, a whirlwind of power.
Despite her cold exterior, Choi Arin's attack is as swift and brutal as Yen Lang's. Joo-hyuk's confidence is unshaken.
He landed a blow, a swift kick that momentarily surprised his opponent.
The fight is fierce. Choi Arin unleashes a torrent of magical energy, but even her power has limits. It's a heavy cost.
Kim Joo-hyuk, ever the strategist, calmly assesses the situation. His eyes gleam with a plan, a calculated strike is about to land. Arin's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise, she senses the shift in momentum.
A blinding flash of blue energy.
Joo-hyuk's attack connects, sending Arin sprawling, the impact echoes through the room. Shattered ice shards rain down, a testament to the force of the blow, the fight is far from over. The sheer power of Arin's magic leaves its mark, even the sturdy gym equipment is not immune.
More ice explodes outwards, a destructive wave. The scene is one of raw power and chaos.
Ju Hyuk observes the aftermath, a hint of surprise in his eyes, even he didn't expect such collateral damage. Interesting, he muses. Later, a conversation about the damage. The cost of training at this elite school is high. Kim Ju-hyuk and Choi Arin stand facing each other, the air thick with tension. Arin unleashes a blast of ice magic, a wave of frigid energy erupting from her hand.
Crow-talk.
The sound echoes the raw power of her attack. Her challenge hangs in the air. I'll think about it if you win.
The stakes are clear. Ju-hyuk's eyes blaze with a fierce determination.
The moment before impact. A surge of energy explodes from his chest.
A blinding flash of light and power.
He analyzes the situation, his thoughts sharp and precise. Avoiding this seems futile, it looks like it will only result in more ice being discharged.
A calculated decision forms in his mind. However, if I just take the hit, although it's borrowing magical power, it's still a waste of my own magical power to block it.
Then, a swift, decisive action.
Buon. A powerful kick connects. Ju-hyuk's counterattack is brutal and effective.
He breaks through Arin's ice magic with a direct, powerful strike.
I'm going to break it directly. The clash of powers echoes. A wave of concussive force rips through the air.
Choi Arin, gritting her teeth, struggles to maintain control. Her ice magic, a torrent of frozen energy, is concentrated on her hand. But even this focused power is not enough against her opponent's relentless assault.
Kim Ju-hyuk watches, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips.
A sudden burst of speed.
Kim Ju-hyuk moves like a phantom.
His fist a blur, connecting with devastating impact. The sound of bone cracking is almost drowned out by the roar of the attack. The force of the blow sends Choi Arin sprawling, blood blooming across her lips.
Another brutal strike follows, a whirlwind of motion leaving her defenseless.
She crashes to the ground, defeated.
The fight is over.
Kim Ju-hyuk stands over his fallen opponent, his expression cold and calculating.
The clash of powers echoes. Choi Arin, the ice mage, is sent sprawling. A devastating blow from Kim Ju-hyuk, leaving her breathless and defeated. Yen Lang watches, his eyes narrowed in assessment. Arin's defeat is complete.
Her face is a mask of disbelief and despair. Kim Ju-hyuk explains his actions, his words revealing a cold, calculated strategy. He explains why Yen Lang is here in his own position. The scene shifts. Kim Ju-hyuk stands tall, his resolve unwavering, while Arin sits defeated, her gaze downcast. Yen Lang sits nearby, a silent observer. Kim Ju-hyuk's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling declaration of purpose.
A cold, unwavering resolve to capture Yen Lang, regardless of the cost. Even failure won't stop the inevitable. Arin's defiance flickers.
Her voice cracks with a mixture of anger and despair.
Kim Ju-hyuk's response is swift and merciless. The constellation's will is absolute. Arin's face is etched with defeat.
The weight of the constellation's power crushes her spirit.
That's the purpose of our existence. So, do I have to fight someone from my family again? Even if I don't want to?
A wave of despair washes over her face, the weight of her destiny crushing her spirit.
But Choi Arin won't back down.
She stands defiant, ready to face whatever comes next, a surge of determination hardening her gaze. Kim Ju-hyuk's eyes burn with cold fury, a chilling resolve etched onto his features.
He demands answers. What must he do to meet the demands of his constellation?
Yen Lang, captive and confused, can only utter a single word.
What? The chilling truth is revealed. It's the order of the constellation. They'll endlessly come to capture her.
Kim Ju-hyuk's plan crystallizes. If he defeats her constellation, the problem will be solved.
But Yen Lang is aghast. Defeat the constellation. Do you even know what you're talking about right now?
Kim Joo-hyuk's voice cuts through the silence, explaining the rare phenomenon of the constellation appearing directly through the sanctuary. But it requires a massive amount of magical energy, making it an infrequent event. Yen Lang sits captive, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. Joo-hyuk continues, his words laced with cold calculation. Even if it's rare, there's always an exception for those who threaten the family. He emphasizes their lack of fools who would risk triggering such a powerful event. But there's another way, a more direct route to the constellation, touching the sacred relic. The scene shifts. A group of individuals, including Choi Arin, stands before Yen Lang. A crystal glows faintly in one of their hands. The air crackles with anticipation. And the plan is set in motion. Yen Lang, still bound, watches with growing dread as the relic is brought closer. Joo-hyuk's eyes gleam with a chilling certainty. He knows more than he lets on. The exclamation point punctuates his silent knowledge. Yen Lang's defiance is palpable. That's right, she spits, her voice filled with a mixture of anger and resignation. The final piece of the puzzle falls into place. Contact with the relic will transport Yen Lang directly to the constellation, the Deep King. The game is afoot. A stark warning unfolds before us, a contrast between worlds. Choi Arin, her face etched with determination, sits in contemplation. The weight of the situation pressing down on her. The mental realm, a dangerous place, where even the slightest misstep could mean annihilation. Kim Joo-hyuk's audacious plan is revealed. He's facing the impossible, a challenge that seems to defy logic. A hesitant escapes his lips, a testament to the sheer magnitude of the task ahead. Arin's words cut through the tension. Initiating contact with the sacred relic is a decision that cannot be taken lightly. A strategic pause in their plan, a calculated delay. Until then, no separate attacks. A grim determination etched on Kim Joo-hyuk's face. The stakes are higher than ever. A fate hanging in the balance, dependent on the outcome of this perilous gamble. A chilling smirk plays on Choi Arin's lips as she sizes up her opponent. What do you plan on doing? She asks, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of calculation and apprehension. Kim Joo-hyuk, his leg encased in a glowing blue energy, scoffs. Ridiculous, he mutters, his gaze sharp and unwavering. His resolve hardens. Whether I win or lose, he declares, let it be on my own terms. He looks down, a grim determination etched on his face. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. A silent promise forming in his eyes. If I win, he states, you'll leave Yen Lang alone for the rest of your life. Choi Arin's eyes narrow. I'll take care of her. The unspoken threat hangs between them. Arin's expression shifts to one of disdain. What an arrogant fellow. The scene shifts to a dimly lit hallway. Yen Lang and Choi Arin wait anxiously, their eyes fixed on the door. Kim Joo-hyuk exits, his back to them, his silhouette sharp against the light. His jaw is clenched, his expression unreadable. A low growl escapes his lips. 1 week later. A solitary figure stands amidst a desolate, icy landscape. Kim Joo-hyuk, his face etched with a grim determination, stares out at the frozen expanse. The wind howls, a mournful cry echoing across the frozen wastes. A sudden crack splits the ice, revealing a chasm of impossible depth. From the icy depths, a throne of pure ice rises. Seated upon it, Yen Lang's father, a figure of immense power, surveys his domain with cold, calculating eyes. A young man stands before a colossal throne of ice, his back to the viewer. The air crackles with an unnatural chill. Upon the throne sits a figure of immense power, their eyes blazing with an icy intensity. A feline-like countenance, sharp and piercing. The young man's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. His expression is one of quiet defiance. A close-up on the young man's face, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He will not yield. A flashback. A simple door, bathed in an eerie blue light. A few days ago. The Valhalla dormitory, a door stands slightly ajar. A young man and a woman with striking white hair enter cautiously.
Oh, it's open.
He approaches a light switch, a flicker of determination in his eyes.
The room is spacious and surprisingly well furnished.
You can live here while you're here, he offers, a hint of unexpected generosity in his tone.
Yes,
She replies, a mixture of surprise and gratitude in her voice.
even though it's a dormitory at this level? It just seems like a well-off family house.
Her eyes dart around the room, a question forming on her lips.
Can I really use this place alone?
Yes, he confirms, his expression softening slightly. It was originally the superior dormitory room that I was supposed to move to, but I asked to use an additional room, and they allowed it.
I see.
She murmurs, a sense of relief washing over her. A young woman with striking white hair, her cheeks flushed, looks away, a mixture of apprehension and something akin to gratitude in her eyes.
Her voice, a soft whisper, cuts through the air. Hey, Kim Joo-hyuk, why are you caring so much for me? Kim Joo-hyuk, his expression unreadable, simply replies with a single word, huh?
The woman's eyes widen slightly as she explains, whether Seol Yanawa or the others come to attack, it's just my family's business.
If you turn a blind eye, it could have turned out fine. Her question hangs in the air, laced with uncertainty. Are you really taking care of me because I'm your disciple now?
Joo-hyuk shifts his weight, a subtle change in his posture.
He's clearly considering his response. And then, with a sigh, he admits, well, there's also that. His voice is low, almost a murmur. Truthfully speaking, personally, I dislike that kind of thing. I feel disgusted by the arrogance of pressing others with statements like, my status is higher than you, so you should listen to me. The woman's expression shifts, a flicker of understanding crossing her features. A ghost of her former self appears behind her, a stark contrast to her current vulnerability. And so, with a nervous laugh, Joo-hyuk confesses, so, I was a bit nosy. Did it make you uncomfortable?
The young man shifts uncomfortably, a blush creeping onto his cheeks.
He's clearly not used to this much attention.
The woman with white hair, her expression a mixture of gratitude and uncertainty, offers a soft, hesitant smile.
A simple thank you hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning.
But the young man's eyes flash with a sudden intensity. A glint of something sharp and calculating flickers in their depths. His words, a thinly veiled challenge, cut through the polite facade. If you undergo some training from me and find it painfully difficult, won't your grateful feelings quickly disappear? The woman's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise and perhaps a touch of hurt crossing her features.
She's clearly taken aback by his bluntness.
He continues, his tone shifting subtly, by the way, I need to ask you something. The question hangs in the air, a silent tension building between them.
What could he possibly want to know? The young man's gaze is intense, unwavering. Was your family's constellation the king of the deep mountain?
He reveals a crucial piece of information, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at a deeper understanding.
It's a deep king in the snow.
The woman's curiosity is piqued, her eyes narrowed in thought.
Anyway, what kind of constellation is that guy?
The woman's words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's intense gaze.
She reveals a family secret. Not all members know their family's constellation. The young man's curiosity is piqued. A beat of silence, then, a simple question, really?
The young man presses further, his eyes sharp, probing for more information. He wonders why her attacker didn't use her family connection against her.
The woman's response is a quiet admission. She knows nothing of her family's constellation.
And she never received the family's protective blessings.
The young man considers this new information, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Deciding to keep this mystery close to the chest for now. He'll hold on to this thread, weaving it into the larger narrative.
A subtle shift in his expression hints at a plan forming.
Well then, rest and recover until your family comes. Because you have to guide me on the day. The young man's words, though seemingly kind, hold an underlying current of purpose.
A simple, almost hesitant, all right, from the woman with white hair. Her vulnerability is palpable. The young man leaves, the door clicking shut behind him.
The sound echoes in the sudden silence.
leaving the woman alone with her thoughts. A flicker of defiance in her eyes, quickly replaced by a deep weariness. A single tear traces a path down her cheek, a silent testament to the burden she carries. With a sigh, she begins to remove her heavy furs, the weight of her situation mirroring the physical weight of her clothing. Revealing the scars beneath, a grim reminder of battles fought and lost.
Kim Joo-hyuk's room at Valhalla dormitory.
The scene shifts, the music on his phone a stark contrast to the woman's quiet despair.
A phone call. Ah, it's Adelia Ventrick. What's going on, Kim Joo-hyuk? Yeah, I need to ask you a favor.
I fought with the head of the Seoul family. Adelia Ventrick, her face etched with worry, grips her phone.
What?
The young man on the other end of the line is equally stunned.
How did that happen? She comes to take her daughter and ends up in a fight. Adelia's expression hardens. Does that mean their daughter is currently in Valhalla? The aftermath, shattered sports equipment litters the scene. A costly mess. The young man sighs, anyway, thanks to that commotion, the school sports equipment was destroyed. Can you handle it from your side? He's surprisingly calm, considering the circumstances. I think we should be able to. All we need to handle is quickly replacing the equipment. Adelia's relief is palpable. Okay, then take care of it like that. She pauses, a new thought striking her. Okay, do you need anything else?
The young man's tone shifts, becoming serious.
I have a question, but do you know anything about the Seoul family constellation? Adelia, her expression unreadable, holds her phone to her ear. The weight of the conversation is palpable.
Seoul itself is passive in external activities, she explains, her voice measured.
The young man, Joo-hyuk, on the other end of the line, responds with a skeptical, really?
Joo-hyuk's face is a mask of concern, his red eyes intense. Beside him, a shadowy figure watches, their expression equally serious. Adelia sits at her ornate desk, the silence punctuated only by the faint hum of the phone. No, like last time, there's no response, she states, her voice laced with worry.
Joo-hyuk's response is a simple, I see.
The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air. His gaze is unwavering, his red eyes burning with determination. He presses on, his voice firm despite the tension. I think Seoul and the constellation itself haven't seen each other's faces.
Adelia's expression softens slightly, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Perhaps Joo-hyuk, she begins, her voice hesitant. A beat of silence.
Then, Adelia's voice sharpens.
Huh? Are you asking about the constellation's condition so that you can report on my hard work more quickly, as I mentioned last time? Joo-hyuk's expression hardens. You seem more comfortable, huh? Judging by the nonsense you're spouting, I'll cut the call then. The call ends.
Adelia's voice cracks with distress as she makes a desperate call, the weight of her words heavy with unspoken worry. Meanwhile, the young man's frustration boils over.
His question hangs in the air, how can no one know anything?
He ends the call, his expression a mask of grim determination. The click of the phone echoes the sharp turn in his thoughts. A concerned friend's voice cuts through the silence, questioning his unusual hesitation. Kim Hyun, it's not like you. But the young man's resolve is unwavering.
What are you talking about? He retorts, his eyes blazing. The friend's words hit home. Wasn't your style always to fight first, regardless of who the opponent is? The truth stings. Constellation's avatar appears, his words confirming the change, that's true. However, even though I'm getting stronger, my power is much weaker than before reincarnation. The young man's fingers trace a faint line on his arm, a subtle sign of his inner struggle. He ponders the implications of his friend's words. Moreover, it's said that in the mind realm, it's one's own space, allowing the thrones to unleash their full power. A sudden realization dawns on him. Hold on, if that's the case, then why is Barche weak in the mind realm?
His eyes glow with an unearthly crimson light, a power surges within him. A voice cuts through the silence, offering cryptic advice.
If you're going to fight in the world of imagination, I can give you some tips.
Kim Hyun, confused, questions the nature of this power.
The strength in the mind realm is.
The enigmatic advisor continues, his words laced with mystery.
It has nothing to do with the strength of the body. What? Then, what is it?
Kim Hyun demands an answer, his frustration growing.
The answer is revealed: you can use your strength based on the strength of your body that you know. Kim Hyun's disbelief is palpable. What, so that's it? Is this some kind of joke? The advisor remains calm, explaining the unique nature of Kim Hyun's abilities. Well, an ordinary person would feel the same way outside or in the mind realm. But you're not, Kim Hyun. Keep that in mind. A quiet understanding dawns.
His eyes blaze with crimson fire, a stark contrast to his calm exterior.
A decision is made. The path is clear: confront the constellation at its temple.
1 week later, the imposing structure of the China Seoul temple looms against the snowy peaks.
Ancient, powerful, and foreboding.
He stands before a formidable army, a lone figure against a sea of faces.
A tense silence hangs heavy in the air.
Their leader, a woman with striking silver hair, speaks, "You're really here."
A challenge, a test of resolve.
Her words carry a hint of surprise, perhaps even a touch of doubt.
The main character, unwavering, poses a direct question to the constellation leader: am I allowed to touch the sacred relic now? A beat of silence, then, a calm response: please follow me.
The constellation leader's expression hardens. Her eyes, sharp and intense, betray a simmering tension beneath the surface.
He confidently assures his companion, then, I'll be back.
A smirk plays on his lips.
A tense moment, a palpable sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The main character is about to enter the heart of the temple.
He walks past a line of guards, their faces grim and watchful, their silence amplifies the tension. Ancient, ornate doors loom before him, heavy with the weight of history and secrets. The doors creak open, revealing a breathtaking vista. A blizzard sweeps across a vast, icy plain.
A gasp escapes him. What's this? What happened here?
The biting wind whips around them, a stark contrast to the warmth of the temple behind. He stands, his gaze intense, while she sits, her back to him, a picture of quiet contemplation. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the whisper of the wind across the frozen landscape. With a splash, she plunges her hand into the icy water, retrieving a weathered wooden chest from the depths. The cold seeps into the very bones. After returning from the Seoul Valhalla, she begins, her voice barely a breath above the wind's howl. I thought, what do I do if you lose?
Then I thought, why not make him the slave of our household?
She opens the chest, revealing a soft blue glow emanating from within, a power humming with latent energy.
Do whatever you want and just give me the gloves. His hand extends, a silent request. And with a burst of icy blue flame, the gloves are revealed. The cold magic crackles. A mystical energy crackles as the constellation leader presents the gloves, a tangible power humming between their hands. The scene shifts to a breathtaking vista, a colossal throne of ice, perched atop a frozen mountain range. A figure of immense power sits upon it, radiating an aura of chilling majesty. The constellation leader's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing their face, a silent challenge hangs in the frigid air. The main character clenches his fist, determination etched on his features. He's ready to face whatever comes next. A cryptic message echoes: if you introduce yourself first, I'll let you know. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A frigid expanse of ice and snow stretches before us. Two figures stand facing each other, their silhouettes stark against the blinding white. The older man, his white hair flowing like a winter storm, speaks, his voice a low rumble. This guy, he's not my disciple. But a flicker of uncertainty crosses his face. He studies the younger man, a storm brewing in his own eyes. But he doesn't feel unfamiliar. Who was this person again? The camera focuses on the elder's piercing gaze, a hint of feline features in his face.
His sharp features are accentuated by a golden collar, a symbol of power and authority.
A sudden burst of energy.
The text reveals a chilling truth, a significant figure who poses a threat to the Soul Clan.
Ice shards explode outward, a whirlwind of frozen destruction.
The younger man barely manages to deflect the attack. A young man, cloaked in shadows, stands amidst a blizzard. His eyes, sharp and intense, hold a hint of defiance.
Do you know me?
I'm not familiar with you, he states, a challenge in his tone. But his words are cut short.
A booming voice echoes, try to survive this attack first, then we shall. An elder, radiating power, unleashes a furious barrage of ice shards.
The air crackles with frigid energy. A long-range attack, swift and deadly.
The younger man's eyes narrow, anticipating the incoming assault.
Ice shards pierce the air, a blizzard of frozen death hurtling towards him.
But with a burst of speed, he evades the worst of it, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow.
The ground trembles with the force of the impact.
A deafening crash.
The ice shards explode in a spectacular, icy maelstrom, leaving the elder perched atop a throne of ice, a chilling silhouette against the swirling snow.
His gaze is unwavering, cold as the glacial throne he commands. A predator surveying its prey.
A lone figure stands amidst a frozen wasteland, his eyes sharp, his posture alert. The air bites with a chilling intensity. The crunch of boots on shattered ice, the only sound in this desolate landscape.
He surveys the scene, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the air.
Suddenly, a flash of white. A powerful figure emerges from the swirling snow, eyes gleaming with predatory intent.
Who? Impressive. The younger man's eyes narrow.
It's an attack that couldn't be avoided with a normal leap, but it seems you increased the evasion distance using magic power.
A blur of motion.
The younger man vanishes, leaving only a faint afterimage as he dodges a devastating ice blast. The elder's attack misses its mark.
Okay, I guess it's not a big deal.
The elder turns, his back to the younger man, a powerful aura radiating from him. A low growl rumbles from deep within his chest. He begins to speak, his voice laced with a hint of frustration. I tried to introduce myself with my real name, but after being trapped in here, I can't seem to remember, so I guess I should introduce myself with a nickname.
The elder's powerful frame is shown in detail, his clothing hinting at a warrior's past.
The snow falls around him, a silent witness to his words.
A sudden shift in the atmosphere. The younger man's eyes widen in surprise. What's this? There's a snowstorm all of a sudden.
The whispers begin, carried on the wind, a legend unfolds. A surge of icy power, a glacial tempest unleashed.
The elder's might is undeniable.
His very being radiates an aura of chilling dominance.
The name Seol echoes in the frozen air, a name whispered with fear and reverence.
Across a desolate, icy landscape, two figures stand poised, a confrontation brewing.
The elder's true identity is revealed.
The god of Seol, a title spoken with awe and trepidation. His power is immense, a force of nature incarnate. Guardian constellation of Seol, his title etched in ice.
But even gods can be challenged, a question hangs in the frigid air. Kim Joo-hyuk, the younger man, steps forward, his resolve unwavering.
A name spoken with quiet defiance.
Okay. I'll remember that name. The elder's words hang in the air, a promise and a threat.
The god of Seol's eyes blaze with barely contained power.
His very being seems to crackle with icy energy.
A storm brewing within him, mirroring the blizzard raging around Kim Joo-hyuk.
Joo-hyuk stands defiant, ice shards erupting from the ground around him, a defensive maneuver? A counterattack? Did he block the retreat path and advance with ice pillars? The question hangs heavy, the implication clear, Joo-hyuk is prepared for anything.
The god of Seol and Kim Joo-hyuk face off, a silent tension building between them, a clash of wills, a battle of ice and fury.
The god of Seol unleashes a devastating blow.
A furious punch, aimed straight at Joo-hyuk's heart.
Joo-hyuk remains unyielding, his resolve unshaken. Ice pillars rise to meet the attack, shattering against the force of the elder's might.
The clash echoes through the frozen wasteland. Ju-hyuk grimaces, his eyes narrowed in concentration.
Icicle, he mutters, dealing with it barehanded is a bit troublesome. Then,
his hand moves with practiced ease, a dark blade materializes in his grip.
The elder's eyes widen. That black sword? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Ju-hyuk unleashes a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave of ice shattering outwards. A blizzard of destruction erupts. Amidst the frozen chaos, Ju-hyuk stands defiant.
The elder is thrown back, a look of pained surprise on his face.
The force of the attack is immense.
But he recovers quickly, his eyes burning with renewed fury.
Crystalline shards erupt from his hands, a counterattack forming. Are they retaliating with icicles that sprouted from the ground? The question hangs heavy in the air.
That's ridiculous. The younger man scoffs, his disbelief palpable.
The elder's eyes flash.
The ice and snow in this space are under my control,
he declares, a chilling confidence in his voice.
The younger man smirks.
Oh, really? A challenge echoes in his tone. A blur of motion.
The younger man attacks with blinding speed.
A furious counterattack, a whirlwind of steel against ice. The clash of blade against ice is deafening. A shockwave erupts, sending the elder flying backwards. Did you throw icicles to obstruct the view and approach during that time? The younger man's question is sharp, analytical. The elder grits his teeth.
The idea was good, but it lacked power, he admits, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. A predatory grin stretches across the younger man's face, eyes blazing with crimson fire.
He holds his weapon, a dark, almost ominous blade, poised and ready. Did his previous attack lack strength?
The elder's doubt is palpable, a flicker of uncertainty in his usually unwavering gaze.
The elder, wounded but defiant, grips his own blade. His expression is one of grim determination. But the younger man's challenge hangs heavy in the air. Shall we test if this is also insufficient? He taunts, a dangerous glint in his eyes.
The younger man's power surges, a crimson aura erupting around him.
He is a whirlwind of motion. A brutal counterattack begins.
The elder barely has time to react as a fist connects, sending a shockwave through the air.
The younger man's smile widens, a chilling display of confidence. His eyes burn with an almost supernatural intensity. Another devastating blow.
The impact throws the elder back, his body crashing against the ground with a sickening thud.
The younger man unleashes a final, explosive strike.
A blinding flash of light and a deafening roar fill the scene, leaving the elder defeated, wounded, and staring up at his victor with a mixture of awe and grudging respect.
The elder is sent flying.
A brutal impact echoes as he crashes to the ground. A wave of icy energy erupts from the younger man, shattering the very ground beneath his feet. The elder coughs up blood, his body racked with pain. But the younger man's smirk speaks volumes.
Doesn't it feel satisfying after a long time?
He unleashes another blast of ice, a chilling counterattack. The elder cries out in agony as the ice shards pierce his flesh.
This magical attack.
More than the attack itself, it's the sword that truly reveals the younger man's power.
Moreover, seeing that sword, I can clearly understand. A close-up on the elder's eye, a flicker of dawning realization. The younger man taunts him. Are you Musen?
The younger man stands amidst a frozen wasteland, his newly acquired weapon held high.
A chilling display of power.
A smirk plays on the younger man's lips as he reveals the nickname his disciples gave him, a testament to his power and influence.
A simple yes, a powerful confirmation.
The elder, his face etched with concern, utters the name Musen, Kim Hyuno, a name that carries weight in history.
Despite not knowing him well, the elder admits to witnessing his power firsthand 3 centuries ago.
A chilling reminder of the younger man's terrifying strength.
A desolate, snow-covered mountain range, a fitting backdrop for a tale of ancient power. 300 years ago, in this very place, the elder recounts a brutal encounter, a relentless onslaught of monstrous creatures. Overwhelmed but unyielding, the elder fought back, leaving a trail of frozen corpses in his wake. A testament to his formidable power and resilience. The scene shifts to reveal the aftermath of a devastating battle, a chilling display of the elder's might. The elder's voice, heavy with the weight of years, echoes through the cavern, a chilling reminder of battles past. He faced them, a monstrous horde, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. The elder, scarred and weary, but his spirit unbroken, determined to fight, even unto death. His piercing gaze, a reflection of the countless battles fought, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Then, through the blizzard, a figure emerges, a lone warrior amidst a sea of monsters. The elder watches, a mixture of confusion and awe washing over him. Who is this mysterious newcomer? He questions the stranger's sudden appearance, a silent query hanging in the frigid air. The newcomer's black sword, a dark gleam in the snow, a symbol of power and mystery. A crimson wave erupts, the monsters fall before the newcomer's might. The elder is left speechless, his curiosity replaced by a profound sense of wonder. The impossible has happened. The elder's mind races, replaying the younger man's unbelievable feat. The raw power he unleashed against the monstrous horde. A chilling memory, etched into his very being. The younger man stands, a silhouette against the storm, his aura crackling with barely contained might. He is ready. The elder questions, his voice barely a whisper against the howling wind, "You're not coming anymore?" The younger man's eyes blaze, a predatory gleam in their depths. His response is a low, confident growl, "Then, I'll come to you." A flicker of something akin to regret crosses his face, a desire for a true, worthy fight. The elder, his face etched with the weight of his past decisions, prepares himself. His eyes burn with a fierce determination. With a guttural roar, he vows, "With all my might." The ice around him shatters, a visual echo of the elder's resolve. He unleashes his power. The final confrontation begins. The elder, defiant, declares, "I'll fight you." The elder stands upon a throne of ice, his power radiating outwards, a chilling aura that sends shivers down the younger man's spine. A lone figure sits in a grand reception room, the silence heavy with unspoken tension. Her icy gaze betraying a storm of inner turmoil. The weight of secrets presses down. A subtle shift in her expression hints at a hidden truth, a carefully guarded secret. Shadows dance in the corners of the room, a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. As she sits, a silent observer, surrounded by unseen watchers. Two figures emerge from the darkness, their faces obscured, their presence menacing. Their eyes, twin pools of icy blue, pierce the gloom. The weight of their unspoken words hangs heavy, a revelation is about to break. The woman with white hair sits at a table, her expression grim. "That's why I didn't want to come to the Soul family," she declares, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. A man with dark hair approaches, his gaze intense. He speaks, his tone cold and authoritative. "Then you should rest until you lead over the Soul family, since you will have to be the guide when you head over." Her eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing her face. A single thought echoes in her mind: if it wasn't for Kim Joo-hyuk's request. A tremor runs through her, a chilling premonition. Her eyes dart around, searching for something unseen. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath. Yen. Rang? Two figures emerge from the shadows, their faces obscured. The tension in the room thickens, palpable and suffocating. The woman's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening her features. "Did you come for a fight?" One of the figures speaks, their voice soft but laced with menace. "And no. I just heard that you came out from Baekryun Castle, so I came to see you." Two women, their silver hair catching the dim light, stand poised, a palpable tension hanging in the air. A quiet defiance in their stance. "It's not like we can beat you even if we fight," one whispers, a stark admission of their vulnerability. The woman with the bolder demeanor scoffs.
Well, if you came just to see me, you can just stand out there like those shady guys behind the door. Her voice drips with sarcasm. But a softer tone emerges. I felt that there were some misunderstandings, so I wanted to apologize. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the silence. Her expression softens further. It's better to apologize face to face, isn't it? A genuine plea for understanding. The other woman's eyes narrow. Apologize? The single word hangs in the air, sharp and questioning. A moment of tense reflection. Since you ended up in Bakery and Castle not long after we had our fight, so we didn't really have the time to talk, she explains, her voice laced with a hint of nervousness. A glimmer of hope. So I wanted to have a talk with you now, even if it's late. A sincere attempt at reconciliation. A soft, almost inaudible, "I'm sorry," escapes her lips. The other woman's expression hardens. What's with that? You came after all this time just to say that? Her disappointment is palpable. Accusations fly. Aren't you just spouting whatever comes to mind because you're scared I'm here? The woman with white hair unleashes a scathing retort, her eyes blazing with suspicion. A sharp intake of breath, a choked sob. The woman with dark hair is clearly distraught, her apology falling flat. The scene shifts. A hushed conversation unfolds in a richly decorated room. The air is thick with unspoken tension. A desperate plea for understanding. I know it may seem like we're rushing to apologize, but we didn't have a choice. The dark-haired woman explains their predicament. Their mother blocked every attempt to reach out, leaving the woman with white hair stunned. Huh? The revelation deepens. Not only that. Even her exclusion from training was her mother's doing. The weight of the truth crashes down. Her eyes widen, a mixture of shock and betrayal etched on her face. A chilling question hangs in the air. Didn't you leave me out because you guys were jealous? To be honest, one sister admits, a hint of guilt in her voice, we were somewhat jealous. The woman with white hair, her face etched with a mixture of confusion and betrayal, stares down at her hands. But quickly adds, a flicker of pride replacing the previous uncertainty, but we were more proud than jealous. Since it's better to have someone strong as a whole for the Soul family. The sisters exchange a look, a silent understanding passing between them. A subtle shift in their demeanor as their mother's words echo in their minds, while thinking that, our mother called us. The air crackles with anticipation. What will their mother demand? From now on. The elder sister's voice is cold, sharp as a winter wind. Don't include Yenrang in the training. Her words hang heavy in the air, a declaration of intent. Yenrang, the threat to their position. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air, a bitter truth revealed. Yenrang's exclusion from the family training was a calculated move. The woman with dark hair, her face a mask of cold determination, explains her actions. She had no choice but to work with their mother and others to keep Yenrang out. But a twist. The woman with white hair, her eyes gleaming with defiance, reveals a hidden truth. Neither she nor Pei have any interest in leading the family. Their words carry a quiet strength, a subtle rebellion against the established order. A subtle shift in power dynamics. The sisters stand firm, their posture radiating quiet confidence. They don't just lack interest, they actively reject the idea of leadership. The implications of this revelation ripple through the scene. The woman with dark hair is taken aback. Her carefully laid plans are thrown into disarray. A beat of silence. Then, a quiet challenge. The woman with white hair is ready to reveal the full truth. The tension ratchets up. The sisters stand together, their shared defiance a silent promise of change. The woman with white hair, a whirlwind of defiance, unleashes a torrent of icy power. Crystals erupt from her fingertips, a blizzard of blue. Each shard a weapon, hurtling towards her opponent. The air crackles with energy. The crystals rain down, a breathtaking spectacle of frozen destruction.
But the woman with dark hair, agile and determined, dodges the onslaught with practiced ease. She moves like a phantom through the icy storm. A foot comes down, a blur of motion, a powerful strike aimed at the heart of the storm. The impact sends a shockwave through the ice shards, shattering them into a million glittering pieces. The woman with white hair is sent flying, a graceful arc against the backdrop of the icy chaos. But even as she falls, a defiant glint remains in her eyes. She is far from defeated. A single crystal, larger than the rest, remains suspended in the air, pulsing with raw power. Poof! The crystal explodes, unleashing a final, devastating wave of energy. Ice shards explode from the young man's staff, a flurry of crystalline fury unleashed. He moves with the speed of a blizzard. But his opponent remains unfazed. What's this? So annoying, she scoffs, barely registering the attack. The ice magic impacts, a brilliant flash of blue light illuminating the scene, sending the young man sprawling. He crashes to the ground, but a fierce grin spreads across his face. He rises, defiant. Are you going to keep annoying me with these weak little attacks? The woman with white hair prepares for a counterattack. A big attack. A chilling aura surrounds her as she focuses her power. The young man watches, his eyes narrowed. A massive, hexagonal crystal of ice forms before her, pulsating with raw magical energy. With a roar, she unleashes the full force of her power. A devastating blast of ice erupts, shattering the ice around her opponent. The battle rages on. The young man with blue hair, his eyes blazing with defiance, stares down his opponent. You had a skill like this as well? That surprised me, he says, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. He leaps back, a burst of speed that leaves a trail of shattered ice in his wake. The cold air crackles with energy. The woman with white hair, her expression cold and calculating, speaks. I was planning on freezing you completely. But her words trail off as she assesses her opponent's resilience. But for you to get away with just a bit of snow, as expected of the martial god. The blue-haired young man counters, his voice sharp and dismissive. Don't just spit out praise you don't believe in. A flicker of annoyance crosses the woman's face, a subtle shift in her demeanor. He smirks, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. You're making me feel embarrassed. But his expression hardens, a new thought dawning on him. But this guy is different. His mind races, memories flashing before his eyes. If he was this strong in the previous life, there's no way I wouldn't remember him better. His crimson eyes, filled with a dawning realization, focus intently, a chilling intensity. The woman with white hair, a formidable figure radiating icy power, is seen in a close-up. Her eyes gleam with a cold intensity as the text above her reveals a startling truth: he's been training here, pushing past the limits of his perceived strength. The camera focuses on her powerful physique, the icy energy crackling around her like a storm. This is the source of his newfound power, a strength surpassing even his past life. A revelation that leaves the young man with blue hair intrigued, a smirk playing on his lips. Interesting, he muses, his eyes narrowed in thought. His gaze is intense, focused. He speaks, a hint of a challenge in his tone. It would have been better if I could have met you sooner. The woman's eyes flash, her expression hardening. What do you mean by that? She demands, her voice sharp as ice. She raises her hands, and a breathtaking display of icy power erupts, a miniature blizzard forming in her palms. The raw power is palpable. The young man, unfazed, draws his blade, its polished surface gleaming. He stands ready, a confident smirk on his face as he states, I'm praising you for being strong. He stands firm, his stance unwavering, a picture of calm amidst the swirling ice. The tension is electric. The woman's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her features. Is this genuine praise, or something more sinister? A question that hangs heavy in the air as the young man continues, his voice low and dangerous, instead of being satisfied with your praise. The clash. A foot connects with something solid, the impact echoes with a resounding ELCH. Ice crackles, forming a fist of pure glacial energy.
A crystalline behemoth, radiating an Arctic chill. The woman with white hair unleashes her power, a blizzard swirling around her. Her eyes blazing with icy determination.
I will overcome you. Her attack explodes outwards, a wave of frozen fury.
The young man barely manages to deflect the blow with a desperate parry, a huang echoing through the air. He dodges, the icy shards whizzing past him, a near miss. But the woman's resolve is unshaken.
Forget overcoming you.
The woman with white hair unleashes a torrent of ice, a blizzard born from her fingertips.
The raw power is breathtaking.
I wasn't even close, the young man with blue hair admits, his voice barely a whisper against the howling wind. The sheer force of the attack leaves him shaken. He barely escapes the glacial onslaught, his movements a blur as he narrowly avoids becoming another shard of ice. The ground trembles beneath the impact.
A surge of icy blue flames erupts, engulfing the young man in an ethereal glow. The flames recede, revealing his form, seemingly untouched by the intense magical energy.
A woman observes, her eyes wide with surprise.
Actually, he possessed more magical powers than expected, so maybe the constellation was playing a trick on him on purpose?
Her gaze sharpens, a sudden realization dawning, a silent gasp escapes her lips. A powerful gust of wind whips past, carrying with it the whispers of ancient magic. The woman watches, her expression a mixture of awe and concern, as the young man stands, seemingly unfazed by the ordeal.
Ah! What is this? Even if he only takes mental damage in such a surreal world, he seems too unscathed, doesn't he?
A woman, her face etched with worry, stares at a young man.
Student Juhyuk. Juhyuk, eyes blazing with an inner fire, simply replies, yes. He stands tall, radiating confidence. I won against your constellation.
The woman's eyes widen in disbelief.
What?
The ground beneath them is cracked and scorched, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Her voice is sharp, laced with incredulity. What kind of joke are you? A surge of icy energy erupts from her. A holographic display appears, announcing a stunning revelation. The Deep Snow King declared his sincere respect for Kim Johyuk. The woman's expression shifts from disbelief to stunned silence. She stares at the message, processing the impossible. A whisper escapes her lips.
That guy really won against our Lord Constellation?
The holographic message is repeated, emphasizing the gravity of the situation.
Juhyuk smirks, his victory undeniable.
The woman's hand shoots out, a gesture of utter disbelief and dawning realization.
Doubt hangs heavy in the air.
There's no way, they think, a mere high school student could defeat the Deep Snow King's constellation. But the young man stands defiant, a picture of quiet confidence amidst the frozen wasteland. His victory is undeniable. The woman, however, is left reeling, the shock of the Deep Snow King's defeat etched on her face. A gasp escapes her lips. A stark reminder of the impossible feat just witnessed.
The young man's words echo in her mind. You mentioned you would stop bothering Yenlang if I won against your constellation, correct?
His gaze sharp, he presses his advantage.
The tension ratchets up.
A chilling smile spreading across his face as a sinister thought takes hold.
We might need to make some adjustments, he whispers, a darkness flickering in his eyes.
The young man speaks, his voice cutting through the silence. Now, let's go. He moves with purpose. The woman watches, confusion clouding her features.
What is happening? What are they all gathering here for?
The air crackles with tension. A table of stern-faced figures, their eyes narrowed, observes the young man with a mixture of apprehension and suspicion. To think we get to see each other again, Kim Juhyuk, one of them speaks, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Her words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's calm demeanor. I never thought you would come here, she adds, her gaze unwavering. He meets her gaze, his own eyes burning with a quiet intensity. I never thought I would see you here, he replies, the unspoken weight of their shared history heavy between them.
The tension ratchets up.
Are you done with your business? She presses, her voice sharp. He nods, a subtle shift in his posture.
Yes, I will tell you on the way,
he says, his eyes scanning the room, assessing the situation. His gaze lingers on a group of shadowy figures lurking in the background, a silent threat. Since the gazes are quite intense here, he adds, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows as they walk away from the tense meeting.
The city unfolds before them, a vibrant tapestry of life and secrets.
Given how quickly you returned, it seems you must have lost, she observes, her voice laced with a hint of concern. The woman's face is etched with worry, her eyes narrowed in concern as she questions the young man.
What happened?
Her words cut deep. Not only did you lack divine protection, but you also had to face a constellation on your own. The weight of his failure hangs heavy in the air. But he shrugs it off with a nonchalant, well, that's true.
The woman presses further, her apprehension growing. Didn't Shui Lianhua talk about what would happen if you lost? His response is chillingly calm. She told me to become the Shui family's slave. A servant of the Shui family?
The woman recoils, her eyes wide with disbelief. The young man smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes. A chilling calculation in his gaze.
He's playing a dangerous game. His inner monologue reveals his amusement. Her reaction is really funny. I wonder when I should tell her that he never intended to be a slave. The tables are about to turn.
The woman's voice is laced with regret. I should have stopped you. A young man and woman stand together, their expressions a mixture of shock and grim determination. The young man explains, his voice low and steady, since she was already shown young, she had interest in becoming the family matriarch. The woman's eyes widen as the young man continues, that's why my aunt, Shui Lian, advised her to give up on her greed. But even after becoming matriarch, her greed showed no sign of stopping.
Her ambition burned brighter than ever. She desperately clung to power, willing to do anything to maintain her position.
Even using her own children as pawns in her ruthless game for control. The young man's voice hardens. He reveals the chilling truth, Shui Lianhua saw her own children as obstacles, threats to her reign. And to secure her power, she kept them under strict supervision, isolating them from the world.
The young man's gaze is steely. He explains his own isolation, a victim of his aunt's paranoia and fear of his talent.
His voice is laced with bitterness. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air.
The truth is out.
The young man's eyes burn with a cold fire, his voice dripping with bitter revelation. Moreover, for some reason, the family's guardian constellation seemed to have the same thoughts. The woman's face is a mask of dawning horror.
Isn't it ironic? A chilling realization dawns on her.
In the first place, I had no intention of becoming the family matriarch.
The young man's smirk widens, a cruel glint in his eyes.
He knows more than he lets on. And he's ready to reveal the truth. Actually, I was going to let your imagination run wild a bit longer, he says, his voice laced with a chilling amusement.
But it seems like there will be no end to it, so let me just say this, I won against your constellation.
The woman recoils, her eyes wide with disbelief as the weight of his words crashes down.
The young man's victory is complete.
And he walks away, leaving her to grapple with the devastating truth.
He doesn't even bother to look back. The young man's explanation cuts through the confusion. The reason this whole mess started in the first place was that your constellation summoned you after you left the White Lotus Palace, right? His gaze is intense, unwavering. Something didn't add up.
From the woman's perspective, the constellation's lack of interest in the family was clear. But the young man had a different plan.
He orchestrated everything himself.
The woman lies wounded, her body battered and bruised.
A harsh reality sets in. A sudden, violent blow. Rage explodes from her, a primal scream tearing through the silence.
Despite her pain, the young man's calm demeanor is unnerving. He presses on, his voice cold and calculating.
A question hangs heavy in the air. What dark secret is about to be revealed?
The young man's expression darkens.
His confession is coming. He reveals the truth. He summoned Yan Lang at the request of the Shui family matriarch. The matriarch's desperation is laid bare.
Her youngest daughter refuses divine protection, leading to this drastic measure. High in the desolate mountains, two figures sit amidst a breathtaking, icy landscape, a stark contrast to the tension brewing between them. The young man, his face etched with a mixture of defiance and apprehension, stares intently ahead. A question hangs heavy in the air: is that all? I heard you abandoned Yan Lang before. His response? This is my first time hearing that. But the older man's expression hardens. This is also my first time hearing that the matriarch's daughter is called Yan Lang. Confusion etched on his face, the young man's carefully constructed facade begins to crumble. A single question mark encapsulates his dawning realization. The truth, cold and unforgiving, hits him like a physical blow. So you were used by the matriarch, huh? The matriarch's fury is palpable, her eyes blaze with righteous anger. She confronts the young man in a bustling town square. Revealing the extent of her manipulative schemes, the matriarch used the constellation as she pleased for her own greed, confusing people with nonsensical words and deceiving those around her. The young man's face hardens. Manhwa. His voice drips with barely controlled fury as he reveals the shocking truth: she deceived both the Shui family and the constellation for her own benefit. The matriarch's expression is one of seething resentment. Everything else aside, she spits, she ruined my life just to become the family matriarch. A wave of disgust washes over her features. That's disgusting. The young man's gaze drops, his voice low and strained as he confesses, so I told him to cancel the contract. His head tilts slightly, a question hanging in the air. What? What contract? The matriarch's eyes widen in alarm. The contract your constellation made with the family matriarch. A chilling realization dawns on the young man's face. A single, ominous thought echoes in his mind. Perhaps, by now. The matriarch's face, contorted in silent agony, a storm of emotions rages behind her eyes. The young man's words cut like a knife. Let alone a family matriarch, she won't even amount to anything anymore. The weight of his betrayal hangs heavy in the air. A woman with striking silver hair, her expression a mixture of smugness and cold calculation. That's why, there's no need for you to get your hands dirty. The young man's voice, barely a whisper: you didn't have to go that far for me. Her face softens, a flicker of something akin to regret crossing her features, but it's quickly replaced by a hardened resolve. The young man, his gaze distant, a single word escapes his lips: you, so much. Kim Jo-hyuk. He stands protectively beside the woman with silver hair, a silent promise in his eyes. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a calculated move, perhaps? The sun sets on a quiet street, casting long shadows, the aftermath of a devastating betrayal. The young man and the matriarch walk away, their steps heavy with unspoken tension, a silent understanding passing between them. The setting sun casts long shadows as they traverse the ancient city streets, an ominous figure watches them from the darkness. The observer's presence is a chilling reminder of the dangers that still lurk. A cloaked figure, their face hidden by a skull mask, questions their master: should they continue to follow the pair? The response is immediate, decisive: no. Instead, a terrifying figure sits upon a throne of shadow and flame, a horned skull mask concealing their identity. A chilling command echoes through the chamber: instead, look for that person's enemy. The city sleeps under a blanket of purple twilight, shadows stretch long in the dimly lit streets. A clandestine meeting unfolds in a hidden room, for figures shrouded in darkness, their faces obscured. The air crackles with unspoken tension, a secret hideout, where secrets are meant to stay hidden. Two figures stand guard, their presence a silent threat, a palpable sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. Their faces are partially hidden, but their eyes speak volumes: suspicion and apprehension. A hooded figure speaks, her voice laced with doubt: what's this? Why are we all gathered here? Another figure responds, his voice calm but firm: of course, it must be because of the Lord Constellation's summonings. But the question lingers, a seed of doubt planted in the minds of the assembled. One of the figures speaks again, his voice low and hesitant: I got that, but why did he suddenly ask us to find the enemy? The question hangs heavy in the air:
Who was the first to receive the command, and who acted upon it? A hooded figure, their face obscured by a skull mask, considers the question. The weight of the mystery pressing down on them. So, what kind of person was Kim Joo-hyuk, and who's the target? The response is immediate, chilling: he was a strange guy. A sinister smile plays on the masked face as they reveal their investigation. I followed Kim Joo-hyuk and researched him. In a dimly lit office, a man in a sharp red suit and skull mask reviews documents. The city lights glimmer outside, a stark contrast to the mystery unfolding within. But his research yields little. Surprisingly, I couldn't find any useful information. The only solid lead: Kim Joo-hyuk was raised in an orphanage, his parents unknown. He stares out at the city, the vastness mirroring the emptiness of his findings. I couldn't find anything else. Despite the lack of information, the source is deemed reliable. It's information provided by a research firm I trust, so it should be reliable. A hooded figure, their face obscured by a skull mask, leans forward, a question hanging heavy in the air. Really, they ask, their tone laced with disbelief as another hooded figure recounts Kim Joo-hyuk's exploits. After that, I followed him around and waited for orders from the constellation to deal with him. The tale unfolds, detailing how Kim Joo-hyuk defeated both soul families and their head. A gasp escapes one of the hooded figures. He also won against the Guardian constellation, they stammer, their voice barely a whisper. The reply is swift and chilling: yeah, and besides. A pause, a beat of silence, then a sudden shift. A holographic display flickers to life, revealing a message. He asks if the sacred stone is ready. The tension is palpable. A calm, almost bored response: yes, it's ready. The weight of this simple statement hangs heavy in the air. A purple gem, pulsing with inner light, is revealed. A powerful artifact, held carefully in a gloved hand. The gem is shown closer, its facets catching the light, radiating an almost mystical aura. A pile of shimmering purple crystals rests on a dark surface. The question hangs heavy in the air: did you find his enemy? The answer comes, sharp and decisive: yes. 3 organizations harbored direct enmity towards Kim Joo-hyuk. The Ventrix, the Ilsinja, and the Iria sects. Their names are revealed, each a potential threat. Ilsinja and Iryu are known for their malevolent deeds, but the Ventrix? The Ventrix, a prestigious English family. Their sudden shift to a friendly stance is perplexing. A deal, struck in secret after the Ventrix attack. The true nature of their allegiance remains shrouded in mystery. Uncertainty clouds their intentions. So right now, we can't say if they're the enemy. Despite the lack of overt hostility, a new threat emerges: the Baekjang, an evil group targeting Kim Joo-hyuk. The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication: is this raising the value of the names of evildoers? The hooded figures huddle together, their faces obscured by shadow. A tense discussion unfolds in hushed tones. A chilling visage emerges from the darkness, a skull-like mask with glowing red eyes, an ominous presence. A new order is given, stark and brutal: kill all of his enemies. The weight of the command hangs heavy in the air. The command echoes through the shadowy chamber, a city skyline glitters menacingly in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding plot. Kim Joo-hyuk, oblivious to the impending danger, checks his phone, a casual moment before the storm. A flurry of messages, Darren, appears on his screen, a sense of urgency builds. He receives a message from Arin Choi: I'll skip training for just one day, today. I have to go to my hometown to pick something up. A simple message, yet it hints at a hidden urgency, a subtle shift in the narrative. Kim Joo-hyuk checks his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sounds pretty important. She needs to pick up? He heads to a locker, the text implying a search for something valuable. If it's important, it would be nice if she could bring something like a sacred relic. The scene shifts, showing Joo-hyuk reflecting on his recent battle and investigation. After fighting the constellation and the Soul family, I also checked the relics that the Soul family had collected. He's with 2 other individuals, likely his disciples, in what seems to be a training facility.
His words reveal a lack of significant findings, but there was nothing special.
The trio continues their training, the impending disaster looming large in their minds. With the disaster coming soon and considering the Tower of Destruction,
Ju-hyuk contemplates the urgency of the situation and the importance of his disciples. Each disciple is important, but there has been quite a delay. They say the White Lotus Society also has quite a few sacred relics.
Should I go there too?
His eyes glow with a fierce determination, hinting at a difficult decision.
But that's... A close-up on his intense red eyes emphasizes his resolve. The tension is palpable.
Suddenly, a masked figure appears, adding a layer of mystery and potential danger.
The masked individual's presence is ominous.
Ju-hyuk reacts to the masked figure, his expression shifting to one of caution.
If it's an animal mask, then don't tell me. Kim Ju-hyuk's eyes burn with a fierce determination.
His gaze is unwavering, a storm brewing beneath his calm exterior.
A masked figure appears, their voice a smooth, chilling counterpoint to Ju-hyuk's inner turmoil. Since there are some watchful eyes here, shall we go out and talk?
Ju-hyuk's response is curt, yet his expression reveals a calculated acceptance.
Well, I see.
The masked figure, seemingly unfazed, gestures towards two women, their presence adding another layer of intrigue to the scene.
A tense silence hangs in the air.
Before issuing a surprising command, before I come back, spar between you two.
The two women react with disbelief and a hint of defiance. What? Why should I? Me with her?
One woman, brimming with confidence, declares, I think I'm going to win easily. The other woman, however, is not so easily intimidated.
Who wins easily? Do you know who I am? I don't know, let's fight first.
Ju-hyuk watches the brewing conflict with a subtle smirk, a glint of amusement in his eyes. As he and the masked figure leave the room, their conversation seemingly concluded, but the tension remains palpable. A glimpse of a figure shrouded in mystery, a dark coat, a concealing mask, and an air of quiet authority.
Kim Ju-hyuk, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, observes the masked individual. He's seen that mask before, but where?
Ju-hyuk's thoughts race.
The market, a place where anonymity is supposed to be guaranteed, but is it? The masked figure's presence at the school is a serious breach of protocol. The market's credibility hangs in the balance. But the figure remains calm, almost nonchalant. Calm down, they say, I'm just here to deliver a message. Ju-hyuk's skepticism is palpable. A message? From whom?
The question hangs heavy in the air, as the masked figure produces a letter.
A letter? Intrigue thickens. And the revelation is shocking. That's right, the masked figure confirms, the letter is sent by the real owner of the market.
The weight of this revelation settles upon Ju-hyuk. The game has just changed. A mysterious letter arrives, a cryptic message from an unexpected source. Kim Ju-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise as he reads the words, a chilling revelation unfolds before him. The masked figure looms, their voice a low, ominous whisper, the constellation known as the ruler behind the scenes, who created the market. Ju-hyuk's question hangs in the air, if I can answer, what? The masked figure confirms, yes, the letter was delivered to several more people besides Kim Ju-hyuk. And the constellation is looking for someone who can read the letter. The masked figure's words are sharp, precise. Well, I don't know the contents or the meaning of that letter, so if you, Mr. Kim Ju-hyuk, understand and would like to respond to the letter, please come to the market. A final, chilling statement, the constellation is waiting. The masked figure departs, leaving Ju-hyuk alone with his thoughts, a sense of unease settles upon him.
Then, a letter, from a constellation? The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air.
His eyes, blazing with an inner fire, fix on the message.
He carefully unfolds the paper.
That's what the sender claims, at least.
What secrets does it hold? The letters are a mystery, even to him.
A frown creases his brow, his focus intense. A sudden shift in perspective. A disembodied voice cuts through the silence. I should go to the market, it commands.
Ha! Confusion clouds his features. Who spoke?
A smirk plays on his lips.
A glint of understanding in his eyes.
He seems to have grasped something.
His fingers trace the paper. I created.
The words whisper a hidden truth.
The implications are vast.
A young man walks the city streets at night, his casual stroll belying the power he wields. He checks his phone, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of a recent event.
The screen shows a message. It seems like these days, you often go out without having to apply separately. He replies, well, that's right.
A casual response to a significant change.
A flashback reveals a deal made with a white-haired teacher, a pact sealed in secrecy. The question hangs in the air, but did you say you created the characters written in the letter?
He walks on, the city lights reflecting in his eyes, a quiet determination in his stride.
The question is pressed, why did you create it? The weight of his actions pressing down.
His response, even though it was a complete mess 300 years ago, there were still characters existing, it was part of my training. A sigh escapes his lips, a hint of weariness in his tone.
Anyway, since it's embarrassing, let's just move on.
Before I get into the mind realm and beat someone up. A heavy, iron gate, scarred and broken, stands before him. He approaches cautiously, his hand hovering over the cold metal. The air crackles with anticipation.
Was that an iron gate?
The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with significance. He hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, then, a resolute set to his jaw. A firm grip on the gate, a silent promise to face whatever lies beyond.
I thought I would never come back to the market, but here I am again.
A return to a place of painful memories. He steps through the doorway, into a world bathed in an unnatural purple twilight.
A chilling beauty that speaks of something dark and powerful. Come to think of it, the reason the sky is purple here.
A purple twilight sky, a familiar hue from 3 centuries past.
The towering spires of a city unlike any other pierce the fading light.
Ancient architecture, yet something feels off, unsettling. Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk stands alone, a figure shrouded in the shadows of the night.
He's arrived. A masked figure emerges from the darkness, a question hangs in the air, perhaps you are here because of the letter? Jo-hyuk's response is curt, direct, that's right. Where should I go now? The masked figure gestures, a silent invitation. Please follow me, I'll guide you there. A practical concern, don't I also have to wear a separate mask? The guide explains, that's not needed since I'll guide you through the secret passage instead of the main corridor. The location is revealed, Market. Area 7. A colossal structure looms before them, a stark contrast to the surrounding cityscape, a gateway to the unknown. Is Black Cat here?
The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge in the dimly lit hallway. A flicker of doubt crosses his face.
Ha!
The unexpected sight outside the window catches his attention. The city sprawls before him, a breathtaking panorama of steel and glass, but one building stands out, its facade shimmering with an impossible, golden glow.
That's all banknotes. A strange, unsettling sight.
The sheer scale of it is almost unbelievable.
Was there a building like this in the last market? He ponders, a hint of unease creeping into his thoughts.
A memory flickers, but it's too hazy to be certain.
I don't remember well, he admits, a frown etching itself onto his face.
The masked figure emerges from the shadows, their voice cutting through the silence.
You're here, Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk. A beat of silence, then, the question, so, did you bring the answer to the letter? The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. Black Cat's mask is a stark contrast to the soft lighting of the room. The anticipation is palpable. Well, yes, but... A hesitant reply, a hint of uncertainty in his tone.
The interrogation begins.
It wasn't a simple letter, the response wasn't predetermined like an answer. Confusion clouds the air. What does it all mean? The mysterious black cat demands answers. Let me see what it says, give me a pen and paper. With practiced ease, a note is written and presented. Right? Black cat's eyes narrow. What's this? Is this some kind of joke?
The main character explains, there are 5 individuals suspected of selling the ring. Who came claiming they would answer the letter, all turned out to be frauds, and all they bought was the wrath of His Holiness.
Here. Black cat examines the note. It looks similar to the text in the letter, but what does this mean? The main character's smirk says it all. It means no. The cat-masked figure sits before a screen, a single tear tracing a path down his masked cheek, a silent confession of failure?
His shoulders slump, a defeated sigh escapes his lips as he stares at the incriminating document. Mr. Ju Hyuk, it seems you've been verified, so you should meet Her Holiness as soon as possible.
A curt nod. All right.
A purple glow erupts, a mystical artifact materializes in the cat-masked man's gloved hand. If you touch this, you will be transported to Her Holiness's mind realm. Ju Hyuk hesitates, his back to us, a moment of quiet contemplation before a momentous decision. He takes the artifact, a purple crystal pulsates with otherworldly energy. A surge of purple energy crackles, contained within a crystalline shard, radiating power. The main character, eyes blazing with crimson fire, stares intently ahead, a transformation complete. He approaches, the air itself seeming to crackle with anticipation. Before Her Holiness, a figure cloaked in shadow, the meeting begins. Her Holiness's voice echoes, a low hum of awe and recognition. Ah, this magic power, your appearance has changed.
I can tell by your magic.
The main character's smirk widens, a hint of mischief in his eyes. It's been a long time.
Her Holiness's eyes gleam, a predatory smile spreading across her face, luminous. A gasp escapes Her Holiness, a cry of both fear and reverence. Ah, ah. Master.
Her Holiness bows low, her voice trembling, this lowly disciple. Her Holiness kneels before him, her voice trembling slightly as she speaks.
Is very happy to see you again, Master.
The air crackles with unspoken power.
A palpable shift in the balance of authority.
He stands over her, a smirk playing on his lips.
Get up.
Her Holiness obeys instantly, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and reverence. A stark contrast to her previous demeanor.
Yes.
But a shadow of doubt crosses her face.
But Master, you still remember those characters.
He looks at her, his gaze unwavering.
You didn't forget them? A subtle shift in his expression, a hint of something dark and complex. He touches his neck, a thoughtful expression on his face.
I made it for myself, but... A shadowy figure looms, her presence a stark contrast to the 2 figures beside her. One, a young man, stands tall and composed, the other, a child, looks on with wide, innocent eyes.
The weight of secrets heavy in the air.
His gaze, sharp and intense, betrays a hidden turmoil. Her eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity, a crimson fire burning within.
A past trauma, long suppressed, threatens to consume her.
A silent scream trapped behind those haunted orbs. The Master speaks, his words cutting through the silence. After I decided to take you as my disciple,
I realized that you didn't know any language or characters. You can only express basic intentions with your head gestures.
A flashback reveals a young girl, her posture reflecting a deep-seated reluctance.
The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air.
A past decision now casting a long shadow. His words, sharp and accusatory, pierce the silence. You, who originally refused to learn any characters. A tender moment unfolds. The Master, kneeling, gently guides the young main character's hand as they learn to form letters together, a quiet act of instruction, a seed of hope planted in the darkness. A stark contrast to the shadowy void that follows, hinting at the vast gulf of time and untold hardship.
The Master's gaze is sharp, calculating.
I thought that once you became interested in writing, you would easily learn the original characters and language, he explains, his voice a low rumble, so I invested in that.
so that later on, I could teach you things like martial arts.
The young companion's eyes gleam with understanding. A subtle smile plays on her lips as she whispers, "It's all possible thanks to the master." The master's young companion presses further, a knowing glint in her eyes. "So, you also know the contents of the letter, right?" A beat. A heavy silence hangs in the air, then, a soft, almost hesitant, "yes," escapes her lips. The letter's contents are revealed. "I miss you, master.
If you see me again, will you?"
No, the single word hangs between them, heavy with unspoken pain and regret.
Why?
The question echoes in the vast, purple-hued chamber.
The master's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and dismissive. Why would you ask that? There's no time for that kind of thing now.
His words carry a weight of urgency, a stark reminder of the danger that surrounds them. We'll talk about it later, but right now, this world is just as dangerous as it was 300 years ago.
The young companion's head droops, shoulders slumping.
A quiet acceptance settles over her features.
Okay, I can't help it if that's the case.
The young companion's concern is palpable, his question hangs in the air, a silent plea for understanding.
His master's response is immediate, sharp, and to the point. The building, a colossal structure made entirely of money.
Confusion etched across his face, a question forming in his mind.
A triumphant declaration. The building, a testament to her master's power, a gift. An offer of sanctuary, a place to call home. But will he accept? His refusal is stark, his gaze unwavering. The weight of his past, a heavy burden. A chilling smile, a question mark hanging in the air. Why? The question echoes, a relentless barrage, a desperate cry for answers. A confrontation.
The tension is palpable, the air crackles with unspoken fury.
His eyes blaze with a furious intensity, a storm brewing within. This woman. She spiraled further into darkness during his absence. The weight of his failure crushes him, his words, a choked whisper of regret. "She got worse in the meantime without my supervision." Luminous eyes blaze with furious energy, a crimson inferno reflecting the turmoil within. A torrent of why, echoing her inner scream, a desperate plea against the cruel hand of fate. His jaw clenched, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, the weight of the world pressing down on him. He confesses, a raw admission of his actions. "Yes, this is why I named her Luminous." The revelation hangs heavy in the air. A guttural whisper of why, escaping his lips, a desperate question mirroring Luminous' own. A hand reaches out, a gentle touch on her head, a desperate attempt to soothe the raging storm within. A blinding flash. The impact sends a shockwave. Ugh. A calm voice cuts through the chaos. "Cool your head, don't get too excited." Luminous collapses, a defeated whimper escaping her lips, the aftermath of a powerful surge. "Master, don't you like my gift?" "It's what you wanted, master." A city skyline, a building full of money? Luminous looks concerned, her master's expression unreadable. "Yes." The sound of a powerful affirmation echoes. A sigh of longing escapes the master's lips. "I really wanted to live in a building that is fully made of money." The master stands with Luminous and another woman, their expressions grim. A palpable tension hangs in the air. A question hangs heavy, a building, made, of money. Yes, and as high as a mountain. The master's dream? Luminous eyes widen, a mixture of awe and uncertainty swirling within them. Should I call it a dream? Well, isn't it? The young man's eyes gleam with ambition, a glint of something fierce burning within. Later, when there is peace, I want to live buried in a bundle of money. A simple dream, yet one that fuels his every action. He stands amidst his loyal companions, their faces etched with determination. It's still a long way off. So, learn quickly and become strong. The path to his dream is paved with hardship, a truth his mentors understand all too well. End disasters on your side, like they never happened. A powerful command, a promise of unimaginable power.
The weight of expectation settles on the young man's shoulders.
So I will be able to suck some honey, right?
If you understand, finish the training. A sly grin spreads across his face, a hint of mischief in his eyes.
The deal is sealed. Yes. Become strong, no matter what. A surge of purple energy erupts, bathing the scene in an otherworldly glow.
The transformation begins. The power flows, a torrent of raw energy coursing through her veins.
A breathtaking display of newfound might.
I will make my master's dream come true. Her voice rings with unwavering resolve, a solemn vow etched in her crimson eyes.
So, even though I couldn't fulfill master's dream during your lifetime.
A wave of sorrow washes over her face, a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made. The weight of her master's legacy rests heavily upon her shoulders.
300 years have passed since then, a reasonably peaceful era, where I finally made some money building this place.
But if you built this building knowing I'd be reincarnated?
He ponders the implications, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. That's right.
Even though I don't know who it is, I received a notification window that told me my master would be reincarnated.
If that notification window hadn't appeared. A sudden jolt of energy erupts from Luminous.
Hey! The power surges, threatening to consume her. She would have gone crazy.
The raw energy explodes outwards in a purple tempest.
He stares, awestruck.
I think she's crazy enough now. Luminous, a manic grin spreading across her face, responds, What?
Now, peace seems a distant dream, a chilling premonition hangs in the air. Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in shadow approaches. Eyes blazing with crimson fury, she grits her teeth, a sinister prophecy about to be unleashed.
The tower of destruction will rise again, and disasters will soon follow.
Frustration boils over. It's so frustrating, she cries, the weight of impending doom crushing her spirit. But even in despair, a flicker of defiance remains. Anyway, there's that, and right now I'm living in the Valhalla dormitory, so I refuse to live here. He stands firm, a silent guardian against the encroaching darkness. And accepts her grim decree with a chillingly calm "All right, master."
Luminous, eyes blazing with manic energy, extends a hand.
Then, could you lend me a hand for a moment, he asks, a hint of barely controlled frustration in his tone. The unnamed female character's crimson eyes gleam ominously from the shadows, a storm brewing within her gaze. With a flourish, she presents a ring, its dark surface shimmering with arcane power. This is the Grand Owner ring from the market, she announces, her voice low and resonant. The ring pulses with energy as she continues, with this, you'll have access to all the authority in the market.
Luminous eyes widen slightly as he takes the ring.
You'll be able to handle not only transactions but also the financial operations of the market, she explains, her voice a silken whisper. She adds, and it will also make it easier for you to move here. I'm always ready to help, master, so please make good use of it.
Luminous accepts the ring with a curt nod.
All right, thank you, he acknowledges, his expression unreadable. He slips the ring onto his finger, a smirk playing on his lips. I seem to get rings a lot these days, he muses, a glint of amusement in his eyes. The unnamed female character watches him, a subtle shift in her expression. A hint of something unreadable flickers across her face. Be going for today then, she says, her voice barely a whisper, obedience and something else, something darker, in her eyes. A shadowy figure stands before an elevator, his back to us, the air crackles with anticipation.
He's wearing a mask, a sleek, fox-like visage that hides his true identity.
A device glows in his hand, a portal to the digital underworld perhaps?
The ruler of the underworld asks, has he gone? Yes, he went back to Valhalla Academy. A digital screen flickers to life, a command is issued.
The ruler of the underworld says, we must buy Valhalla Academy.
The Valhalla Academy?
The constellation easily hands over the Grand Owner's ring of the market, a symbol of ultimate power, now resting in Luminous' grasp.
Whispers of doubt ripple through the air. What connection could a mere 17-year-old high school student possibly have with such a celestial entity?
The question hangs heavy, a mystery shrouded in intrigue.
Who is Kim Joo-hyuk, and what is his true relationship with the constellation?
A lone figure stands beneath a vast, open sky, a breathtaking panorama stretching to the horizon.
A single, powerful declaration echoes in the silence: "He's my sky."
A dark, ominous island looms in the distance, shrouded in mystery, a place of untold power and secrets.
A brutal attack.
A swift, decisive blow connects, the impact sends a shockwave through the air. The force of the strike is devastating, another victim falls prey to luminous wrath.
A brutal blow. Blood splatters as Luminous unleashes her fury.
The unnamed male character crumples, his body racked with pain. His accomplices watch in stunned silence. Their leader, a mountain of a man, clutches a sword, his face a mask of terror.
"Who?" he gasps, his breath ragged.
Panic grips the room as Luminous advances, her eyes burning with cold fire.
The air crackles with anticipation. A chilling declaration cuts through the fear: "Ilshin. You motherfuckers. How dare you touch my son without any fear?" The man's face contorts in rage, his eyes blazing with fury. This is Robin, the One Destroyer, and he's here for vengeance. Robin explodes into action, a fiery aura surrounding him.
His fist is a blur.
"Die," he roars, unleashing a devastating blow.
The impact is earth-shattering.
A shockwave rips through the air,
leaving behind only a fiery explosion and the echo of Robin's wrath.
The ground trembles. A shockwave erupts as Luminous unleashes a devastating attack,
sending her opponent sprawling, weapons scattered across the snow-covered battlefield.
His lifeblood stains the white expanse. Crash! Robin explodes into action, a whirlwind of fury.
His fist connects with bone-jarring impact.
Another foe falls before his unstoppable rage. Shadows flicker in the background. What? That guy, isn't he the one? Why is he here?
The question hangs heavy in the air as two cloaked figures observe the unfolding chaos.
It seems like revenge for the incident where his son was. This is Robin's personal war. Let's leave the small fry to him and aim for the leader. A cold calculation, a strategic retreat. But is there still a rat that hadn't come out yet? A chilling question, a lingering threat.
Robin's eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity. His breath comes in ragged gasps as he surveys the scene of his brutal handiwork. More bodies litter the floor, silent testament to his power. Hannibal, the Dragon King and leader of Ilshin, stands defiant. His presence alone commands respect, a palpable aura of power emanating from him.
But where is he? Disoriented, he gasps, "Where am I?"
The Dragon King recounts the events leading to his disorientation: an intrusion, an explosion, and then nothingness, until he found himself here. He considers the possibility of spatial displacement, a shift to another dimension, a strange, unsettling thought.
A flicker of annoyance crosses his face. "It's annoying," he mutters, a low growl in his voice. What could have caused this?
A monstrous, shadowy figure looms, its eyes burning with malevolent energy.
The sound of a heartbeat echoes, a terrifying rhythm. And with a sudden burst of light, Hannibal is struck. A devastating blow ends the scene. A dark sphere explodes from within his chest. The impact sends a shockwave. A guttural scream rips through the air, echoing in the cavernous space. Agony contorts his face as he collapses before a towering, horned figure. The air crackles with dark energy. He struggles for breath, his eyes wide with terror. "Don't worry," a chilling voice booms, "in this space, as long as I don't want to. Your death will not be permitted." The horned figure raises a hand, dark energy swirling within it. And the man's life force is cruelly drawn away, leaving him a hollow shell.
A grizzled face, etched with the map of a life lived hard, contorts in a sneer. His eyes, burning with barely contained power, fix on something unseen, something terrifying. This strange space, he realizes, is far more than it seems. The implications chill him to the bone. His gaze narrows, focusing on a detail previously overlooked, a terrifying power, barely contained. Seated upon a throne of shadow and flame, a figure of immense power reveals itself. A horned mask, a symbol of terrifying authority, dominates his features.
This is no ordinary being. The constellation of the Ilgyo clan, Tugue.
The man's voice cracks with a mixture of fear and dawning understanding.
His face is a mask of barely controlled fury. The weight of his discovery crushes him. But Tugue is unfazed. He anticipated this revelation. A chilling close-up on Tugue's mask. The silence is heavy with unspoken threats.
Tugue confirms his identity, his voice a low growl that vibrates with power.
The game has begun. The man, desperate for answers, questions Tugue's motives. Why are they attacking? The man in suit, his face etched with worry, peers into the shadows. That commotion was probably caused by the current one.
The horned figure's voice booms, echoing with an ancient power. Because he knows that you attacked his child. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling revelation.
So Logan's here? Damn it, what the F*** should I do now?
The man in suit's panic is palpable, his desperation is a tangible thing. Even if it wasn't you in the first place, he would have killed them all.
The horned figure, revealed as Tugue, sits upon his throne, radiating menace.
The man in suit staggers back, his eyes wide with dawning horror.
Weren't you guys also aiming for Kim Joo-hyuk in the first place?
He asks, a desperate attempt to find common ground.
Don't we have the same goal then? The question hangs in the air, a fragile hope amidst the looming threat.
Yes, it was like that at first.
Tugue's response is clipped, devoid of warmth.
He was our target at first. The chilling admission hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous hope.
The man in suit, cornered and desperate, can only utter a single phrase.
As the horned figure, Tugue, the Ilgyo clan's guardian constellation, looms before him, an imposing figure of power. The man in suit's face is etched with a mixture of fear and confusion.
He's clearly outmatched. Tugue's chilling question hangs heavy in the air, then what was the reason for killing the previous one? The answer is swift and brutal. Because he boasted about being the strongest. He was trash who didn't deserve such a title. The man in suit stammers a weak defense, his voice barely a whisper, I've never claimed to be the strongest. But Tugue's gaze is unwavering.
A cold certainty settles over him as he reveals a hidden truth. A mistake was made. The judgment falls. You tried to harm someone who deserved the title strongest.
The horned figure, Tugue, the Ilgyo clan's guardian constellation, unleashes the weight of his condemnation. He sits upon a throne of shadows, a terrifying figure of power and righteous fury. The man in suit, his face a mask of disbelief and terror, can only stammer, what on earth does this mean? His fear is palpable.
Whatever the case, if we stay quiet like this, it's certain that I'll die at the hands of that crazy constellation.
A desperate plan forms.
If that's the case, no matter how strong the constellation's mind realm is, I should be able to strike back using the relics and magic of our guardian constellation.
He focuses, drawing upon forbidden power. A surge of dark energy erupts. After that, a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. I can find my way out of here. With a roar, he unleashes a wave of dark energy, a desperate gamble.
But Tugue remains unmoved.
The clash of power is imminent. A sacred relic, consumed by shadow and flame, a terrifying mask of bone and horn materializes before us.
The horned figure speaks, his voice echoing with ancient power. I guess you always carried it with you, since concepts have been passed on mind realm. The man in suit, eyes blazing with defiance, unleashes a torrent of forbidden power.
Dark energy erupts from his body. A violent explosion rocks the very foundations of reality.
The force of the blast sends him reeling.
But the horned figure remains unmoved, a terrifying smirk playing on his lips.
The man in suit grits his teeth, his voice strained. Damn it! The constellation avoided it. He growls, a desperate plan forming in his mind, then on the back. With a roar, he lunges forward, shattering the remnants of his surroundings. The ground cracks under his feet. But his attack falls short. Panic sets in as he realizes the horrifying truth. What's this? Where on earth has the constellation gone? On top of that, I can't even feel their presence, let alone their magic. Even hiding his overwhelming magical power, the man in suit's desperation is palpable. A chilling question hangs in the air. Where are they? His face contorted in anguish, the man in suit's inner turmoil is laid bare. My strongest person, my master. Suddenly, a terrifying presence erupts. You guys dare to put hands on him. The horned figure's rage is a tangible force. A brutal blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. The man in suit is sent sprawling, his power clearly no match for the horned figure's wrath. The horned figure looms over his fallen foe, his voice dripping with cold menace. So I won't kill you that easily. A guttural scream of agony rips through the air. Arg! Inside the Valhalla dormitory, a young man checks his phone, a towel draped over his shoulder. His brow furrows as he reads a shocking headline. His eyes widen in disbelief. What could this mean? The news is undeniable. The Yilshin and Ilgio gangs, notorious for their ruthlessness, have been completely wiped out. A wave of stunned silence washes over him. All of a sudden? The question hangs heavy in the air. Then, a chilling realization dawns. He's fought both gangs before. A horned figure appears, a powerful aura radiating from him. It's Tugue. He calmly states the obvious, he was planning to deal with them eventually. But now, it seems, he doesn't have to worry anymore. A single word, I see, hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The horned figure, Tugue, looks pensive, a hint of surprise in his usually stoic gaze. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with meaning. Is he truly ready to leave Valhalla? The weight of that decision is palpable. His answer is simple, direct, and carries the finality of a life-altering choice: yes. The unnamed protagonist, having met all the conditions, finds little reason to remain at the school. The calamity's end is the only thing keeping him tethered. Valhalla Academy looms large against the backdrop of a majestic mountain range, a symbol of both opportunity and confinement. A simple alright seals his decision, a quiet acceptance of the path ahead. The Valhalla Academy chairman's office exudes power and authority, a place where decisions shaping destinies are made. Chairman Shim Deok-woon sits, a picture of composed authority, but a flicker of uncertainty crosses his face as the enigmatic black cat, market owner, their face obscured by a mask. A chilling gaze pierces through the darkness. Well, let's stop beating around the bush and let me get to the point straight. Sell the school to me. The black cat's blunt proposal hangs heavy in the air. Across the desk sits Shim Deok-woon, his expression unreadable, as the weight of the black cat's offer sinks in. Please sell this school to me. The masked figure's request hangs in the air, a bold statement in the sterile office. A simple question that elicits only one response from the headmaster: what? His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise and unease crossing his features. As the masked man continues, his voice calm yet firm, that's right, so you also knew about the market, huh? The headmaster hesitates, his response a reluctant admission: yes, even though I haven't tried to go there myself. A subtle shift in the power dynamic, the masked figure holding the upper hand. The headmaster's face is a mask of apprehension. He knows what's coming. And the masked figure's next words confirm his fears: that so? A blinding flash. The masked figure attacks. The masked figure stands before the headmaster, a briefcase overflowing with cash open between them. This, the figure asks, a chilling calm in their voice. The headmaster's face is etched with worry. He knows what this means. I need money, he whispers, defeated. But the headmaster's desperation is met with cold resolve. "If you think I'm going to let you pass the school like this, you're mistaken," he declares, a spark of defiance igniting in his eyes. His voice rises, laced with righteous anger.
"Do you even know what mindset I had when I founded this academy in the first place?" A brutal clash.
A monstrous creature is impaled, its lifeblood staining the ground crimson, a swift, decisive strike. The camera pulls back to reveal a chaotic battlefield.
Orcs swarm, a desperate struggle for survival.
Amidst the carnage, a lone figure fights back with grim determination.
He swings his weapon with brutal efficiency, shattering bone and cleaving through flesh. A flashback.
The man's face is etched with the memories of his past.
In my days as a hunter.
He recalls a time when Korea was vulnerable, overrun by labyrinths and monsters.
A tense standoff unfolds.
Orcs, their brutal features etched in the dim light, surround a group of terrified villagers. The scene is a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk beyond the veil of normalcy. The text explains the established system: for human crimes, the police handle it; for monster attacks, the government contracts affiliated guilds. But the government's own monster response unit proved less effective than the contracted hunters. A grim image of heavily armored soldiers stands in stark contrast to the efficiency of the guilds.
A thoughtful pause. The headmaster reflects on the past failures. A decision is made. He will establish a new academy to train hunters, rivaling the best in the world. A sweeping vista of a large construction site. The scale of the project is immense, a testament to the headmaster's ambition. The headmaster's vision takes shape: an academy to train elite hunters, matching international standards. Years later, the academy thrives. The headmaster surveys his success with quiet pride. The results speak for themselves. Valhalla's contractors excel not only as hunters but in various other fields. Thanks to their efforts, Korea boasts the world's fastest monster response time. A testament to the headmaster's vision and the academy's success. A piercing gaze, sharp as a hunter's instinct. The headmaster poses a question, his voice carrying the weight of years of experience. "Would you understand the mindset I have in operating this academy?" A figure in a cat mask, enigmatic and powerful, replies simply, "Yes, that's great." But the masked figure's words hold a deeper meaning. A subtle shift in power dynamics. I'm not talking about changing the chairman's educational motto. The school's operational policy will remain the same, but the substantive owner will be me. The headmaster, a picture of controlled surprise, sits across the table, a briefcase overflowing with cash between them. A silent question hangs in the air: "You want me to believe that?" The masked figure's response is swift and decisive. With a flick of the wrist, 2 more briefcases appear, overflowing with even more cash. "Ah, by any chance, short on money?" The headmaster's face crumples. A defeated sigh escapes his lips. "And no, I definitely don't need money." Stacks of cash, neatly arranged in briefcases. A tense silence hangs in the air. A masked figure, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, prepares for a transaction. A subtle crackle of energy. The headmaster, his face etched with worry, stares at the money. "Oh really, this money," he mutters, his voice barely a whisper. The masked figure's hand moves with a blur of motion, a small, glowing object is transferred. The exchange is swift, silent, and deadly efficient. "Is that so?" The headmaster's voice cracks, a mixture of disbelief and resignation. His eyes well up, tears tracing paths down his weathered face. The weight of his decision is crushing him. The masked figure, now revealed to be Hunter, stands tall and imposing in the headmaster's office. The air crackles with unspoken power. Briefcases overflowing with cash litter the desk. The headmaster sits defeated, surrounded by the spoils of his surrender. Shim Deok-woon, 62 years old. His face, once filled with ambition, now reflects a profound weariness. "Good care of the school," he whispers, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. The finality of his words hangs heavy in the air. A glimpse of a crisp, expensive suit, the details speak of power and authority. A gloved hand reaches for a nameplate,
a subtle shift in power is about to occur. Your Majesty, as you said, I bought the Valhalla Academy. The hunter's voice is calm, yet it carries the weight of absolute authority.
The transaction is complete.
A screen flickers to life, data streams across its surface, revealing a new chapter. The ruler of the underworld says, connect the entrance of the building with Valhalla space, a chilling command echoes in the hunter's mind. By building, do you mean the central building of the market? The hunter questions, a hint of shrewdness in his tone. The ruler of the underworld says, yes, the screen confirms, its cold light reflecting in the hunter's eyes.
And install CCTV cameras everywhere. The order is stark, leaving no room for interpretation. CCTV? I think it's already been installed enough.
The hunter's subtle smirk hints at a plan already in motion. A digital command echoes, stark and chilling against the backdrop of a dark interface. The ruler of the underworld says, install them more densely. A simple, yet resolute reply, all right. A sinister smile spreads across a woman's face, eyes gleaming with malicious intent. A plan is unfolding. It's possible to see what foxes are tailing the master.
The hunt is on.
The sun sets on Valhalla Academy, casting long shadows as students leave for the day. A sense of unease hangs in the air. One student, however, seems unfazed.
Really? Because I'm not interested. Another student offers a cryptic observation, somewhat, the teachers were quite busy.
A shadowed figure, his face partially obscured, adds a chilling detail, actually, today's self-study time was strangely long.
A final student, clearly disturbed, concludes, do you care about that, too? It's creepy.
Hunter's eyes, blazing crimson, hold a steely gaze.
A storm brews beneath the surface. A question hangs in the air, sharp and unexpected, what's this? Did you finally return from your hometown? A simple, yet loaded, response, yes.
The conversation continues, a subtle tension building.
I was in the classroom all day today, didn't you see me? A casual excuse, masking something deeper. I've been sleeping all this time.
The scene shifts, the focus narrowing.
You're going to the gym right away, right? A hesitant reply, ah. Hunter's resolve hardens. Then, I'll be right there. I have something I want to show you.
A question mark hangs in the air, a symbol of the mystery to come. A setting sun casts long shadows over a modern, yet secluded academy building.
A place of secrets.
And inside, Hunter stands, his presence commanding attention.
Flanked by figures both familiar and ominous, the stage is set.
The zip of a worn bag is pulled open, revealing a katana, its hilt wrapped in aged cloth. A young woman, her silver hair catching the gym's light, stands poised, the katana now gleaming in her hand. She sets the sword down, the tassel on its hilt swaying gently, a subtle detail that speaks volumes.
A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable, what's this?
Hunter, his eyes burning with an intensity that belies his calm demeanor, observes the scene.
He notices something different about the blade, a subtle shift in its aura.
The woman explains, her voice calm yet firm, actually, I went to my hometown to get this sword. Hunter's gaze sharpens, his thoughts a whirlwind, a silent acknowledgement of the sword's power.
The katana pulses with energy, a faint magical glow emanating from its surface, a testament to its extraordinary nature. The air crackles with tension. A family heirloom, a legendary sword? Gasps erupt as the truth is revealed, it's the Blue Moon Sword, a relic of Choi Jaina. The gleaming blade, a symbol of power and legacy.
And the shock on their faces is palpable.
How did she get it?
Having passed the trials, she's the rightful heir.
A new chapter begins. But even for a chosen successor, this is extraordinary. Giving such power to high school students?
With a confident stance, she silences their doubts.
Her father's approval is all that matters. A pivotal question hangs in the air, will Jun-hyuk agree to train her with this legendary weapon? Jun-hyuk's eyes narrow, a thoughtful expression crossing his face.
And with a shrug, he gives his consent.
The path ahead is uncertain, but the journey begins.
A close-up on Hunter's intense gaze, his crimson eyes burning with curiosity, a silent promise hangs in the air, a prelude to the action to come.
Jun-hyuk, ever the considerate one, makes a simple request: "Can I touch the blue moon sword once?" The woman's response is sharp, revealing the sword's significance. It's the family's relic, containing the constellation's power.
A nearby observer scoffs, her voice echoing the unspoken tension. Damn her.
She's so loud. With a hesitant touch, Jun-hyuk receives the blue moon sword, a silent exchange of power. The observer's frustration boils over. She gave it away too easily. Jun-hyuk's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he holds the ancient blade. Something feels off. A surge of energy courses through him, a familiar magic emanating from the sword itself. A revelation dawns. The power of the blue moon sword pulses in his hand, a vibrant glow illuminating his determined face. The mystery deepens. Hunter's eyes narrow, a mixture of suspicion and intrigue clouding his gaze. The game has just begun. The air crackles with anticipation. A figure emerges from the shadows, his movements swift and silent. A dojo, ancient and weathered, stands before him, a testament to countless battles fought within its walls. He approaches cautiously, his eyes scanning the surroundings. A sense of familiarity washes over him. A deep voice cuts through the silence. Long time no see. A figure steps into view, his face etched with the wisdom of years, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Hyano Hyung. Long time no see, Hyano. The reunion is tense, the air thick with unspoken history. His eyes, burning like embers. A simmering rage barely contained beneath a calm exterior. That kid?
The question hangs in the air, a mixture of surprise and disbelief.
A memory surfacing, a past encounter resurfacing. When did I ever act like a kid? I'm a grown-up now.
A defiant declaration, a sharp retort to the implied condescension.
But a flicker of uncertainty crosses his face. No, come to think of it, have I ever told you my name? You were always coming at me with a sword, weren't you?
The accusation is sharp, cutting through the pleasantries. Hyano, his crimson eyes blazing, a smirk playing on his lips, a scar marring his otherwise flawless face. His unnamed rival speaks, his voice dripping with disdain. Even if you were going to tell me your name, I would still refer to you as a kid. The rival's words cut deep, but Hyano remains unfazed. He's heard worse. The rival continues, this punk has become a constellation, too. A flashback to a sun-drenched sky, a stark contrast to the current tension.
The challenge is issued. Let's fight.
The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken history. A younger Duwang, 300 years in the past, stands defiant, sword in hand.
What are you talking about, you little punk?
Hyano, now a formidable figure, surrounded by his loyal followers, stands tall.
The rival taunts, you're the strongest among the adults around here, right, Ajusi?
Duwang, still young, but his eyes burning with determination, issues a counter-challenge, fight with me.
Hyano's inner turmoil is palpable. His follower whispers, seeing my master who just became an adult and calling him Ajusi, should I kill him myself?
A moment of tense silence, then, Hyano's voice cuts through the air, calm and measured. Calm down.
But why are you trying to attack me? You just want to fight?
A chilling scene unfolds. Hyano, a figure cloaked in shadows, stands before 3 orphan children, his presence heavy with unspoken sorrow.
A young boy, his face etched with determination, speaks, I want to create the ultimate swordsmanship.
His words paint a picture of a world ravaged by monsters, a world where his family perished due to a lack of skill, a vision that fuels his unwavering resolve.
Hyano, his eyes burning with a mixture of understanding and challenge, listens intently.
The boy's past trauma is laid bare, a testament to the devastating power of the monsters and the desperate need for his vision. He clenches his fist, the memory of his family's fate driving him forward.
A surge of power, a silent vow to prevent such tragedy from ever happening again. The boy's challenge echoes, so fight with me.
Hyano, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, acknowledges the boy's courage, you're a bold kid.
Hyuno scoffs, unimpressed by the boy's bravado.
I don't think you can even hold a sword properly, let alone master swordsmanship. But a flicker of amusement crosses his face.
A challenge he can't refuse. The boy's unwavering determination is almost endearing. But if you call me Hyung, I'll fight with you.
The words hang in the air, a silent agreement forming between them. The boy's eyes blaze with fierce determination.
All right, let's fight, Hyung. Hyuno accepts the challenge, a smirk playing on his lips. All right. The clash begins.
A flurry of motion, a blur of fists and blades.
Hyuno warns, don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're a kid.
A swift, powerful blow connects.
The impact sends a shockwave through the air. A moment of intense focus before the next strike.
Hyuno recalls a past annoyance. At that time, you begged me to fight once a week, so it was quite annoying. Hyuno's rival presses his attack, his words sharp as the blades scattered around them. How could you expect that when I'm up against someone who's trying to create the ultimate swordsmanship?
A flashback reveals Hyuno's past. Time lost, lessons learned, the forging of a martial arts manual, a testament to his dedication. The present, the rival's challenge hangs heavy in the air.
Invincible iron body, thing or something, he sneers, his eyes narrowed. Hyuno's rival continues, his voice laced with a hint of regret. If you had become my disciple, I would have consistently looked after you. The rival's question hangs in the air, unanswered, a silent contemplation of what could have been.
Hyuno's response is a quiet admission, it's not that I haven't thought about it.
The weight of the past settles on Hyuno's shoulders. His gaze is distant, lost in memories of his past struggles and the scars that remain. But his rival sees something else. In that case, even if the swordsmanship were perfected, it would ultimately be Hyung's technique, not yours.
Hyuno's determination is unwavering. I couldn't help it when I thought about it.
His voice is firm, resolute.
His rival's final words echo with grudging respect, bastard, you've got determination. Hyuno, his gaze sharp, studies Choi Arin's swordsmanship, a familiar grace, a style echoing from a forgotten past.
The past resurfaces, a flashback reveals Hyuno, now a constellation, diligently teaching martial arts, but the art of the sword, he reflects, has changed. The scene shifts to a training ground. Hyuno stands before his rival, swords planted in the earth, a silent tension hangs heavy in the air. Hyuno explains the shift in modern swordsmanship, the emphasis on magical training over physical prowess, a subtle shift in power dynamics. He admits his own style is not the best, a hint of self-doubt, but his rival's response is unexpected. The rival acknowledges Hyuno's skill, a grudging respect, but the conversation takes a sharp turn. A revelation, Hyuno's rival reveals he never expected Hyuno to be reincarnated into the body of a high school student, a twist of fate. The rival's question hangs in the air, a sudden shift in focus.
What? Hyuno is questioned about any prior notification of his reincarnation, a mystery unfolds.
He denies receiving any alert, but a chilling revelation follows.
Hyuno's brow furrows in thought. He weighs the implications of luminous foreknowledge of his reincarnation.
The pieces of the puzzle are slowly falling into place, but a sense of unease lingers.
A question forms in his mind, was the notification of his reincarnation only sent to those directly related to him?
The implications are vast. His rival, a figure of imposing strength, stands before him, a katana gleaming at his side. Then it's roughly right, he confirms, his voice a low rumble. The rival addresses Hyuno directly, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. Hyung, this is also fate.
The weight of destiny hangs heavy in the air. A predatory gleam appears in the rival's eyes. His smirk is chilling, a silent challenge hanging between them. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable, should we fight? The tension crackles, thick enough to cut with a knife. The rival's challenge is accepted. Okay. I haven't seen you in a while. Let's see your little skills.
The air crackles with anticipation.
Hyuno's eyes blaze with a fierce determination.
He grips his own blade, a silent promise of a coming storm.
All right.
The rival's response is curt, but his eyes burn with a fiery intensity.
The clash is imminent.
A crimson aura erupts around the rival, a visual manifestation of his power.
It's been a while since I've been on fire.
He growls, a predator unleashed.
Hyuno, a blur of motion, charges forward. His eyes gleam with predatory intensity.
A crimson streak explodes from his rival's blade. The clash of steel echoes, a deafening roar that shakes the very ground.
The impact. A shockwave rips through the air, leaving only dust and the lingering scent of ozone.
The sun sets on a training facility. Inside, Hyuno's face is grim, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He examines his sword, a dark energy still crackling faintly along its edge.
A testament to the brutal intensity of the match.
I had a good time, he mutters, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, a woman with silver hair examines a similar blade. Yes, she says, her voice calm but firm. Let's practice swordsmanship together often while maintaining regular communication.
Hyuno, his eyes blazing, nods in agreement. Yes. Wow. Really? This doesn't make sense.
Hyuno lies defeated, his body sprawled across a shattered landscape, the aftermath of a brutal battle etched into the very earth. The scene shifts to China, Seoul. A grand, ancient building stands against a crisp winter sky.
Inside, a council of elders sits in solemn judgment.
The air crackles with unspoken tension. Seol Ryan, the White Lotus, enters. Her expression is one of quiet confidence, a subtle challenge in her eyes.
Elders, what did you call me for? The elders exchange uneasy glances, a storm is brewing. The elders convene, their faces etched with concern. The weight of tradition hangs heavy in the air. A vacant position of power must be filled swiftly. The discussion is tense, the rules are clear, only one can hold the position of head of the household and head of the Seol lineage simultaneously. Seol Ryan, ever poised, listens intently. The elders consider the candidates. But bitter words are exchanged, revealing past grievances and betrayals. The shadow of the previous head of the household looms large. Seol Ryan's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of sadness crosses her face. Mom, she whispers, a single word carrying the weight of unspoken pain. A quiet determination steals her gaze. She's ready. With a confident nod, she announces her decision. The candidate she recommends is herself. Seol Ryan, a whirlwind of motion, snatches a katana from the wall. Her eyes, sharp and focused, betray no hint of hesitation. The scene opens on a desolate, icy expanse. Two figures stand poised for battle, the tension palpable. One, clad in athletic wear, grips a katana with a determined glint in her eyes. She's ready. Her opponent, a fierce warrior in furs, radiates an aura of untamed power. The air crackles with anticipation. A silent promise of a brutal clash hangs heavy in the frigid air. A young man watches, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. As I previously mentioned, minimize the use of your magical abilities and rely solely on your physical prowess in combat. Sword is a holy relic, fight with the sword in its sheath. The woman in athletic wear nods, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. I got it. The young man adds, a hint of worry in his voice, I don't mind if she unsheathes it, though. The warrior woman's expression hardens. A challenge is issued, unspoken but felt. The tension ratchets up. The young man's concern is palpable, his words hang heavy in the air. You didn't mind me observing while you and Yen Lang sparred last time. So why are you asking now? The woman in athletic wear, her face etched with a mixture of apprehension and determination, replies, I'm also curious. About Yen Lang, whose decisive victory in their last sparring match still echoes in her mind. The warrior woman's smirk speaks volumes, she's clearly relishing the memory. The young man's voice is laced with worry, how well she'll fight against Choi Aram right now. Especially considering Choi Aram's recent power surge thanks to Kim Joo-hyuk's guidance and the Holy Relic. The tension ratchets up, can she hold her own?
The warrior woman's eyes flash with defiance.
Listen, Juhyuk, kitten. If I draw my sword, you will definitely get hurt. The young man's warning is cut short by the warrior woman's fury. Stop calling me kitten.
A blinding flash of energy erupts as the warrior woman unleashes her power.
Whoosh!
The raw power is breathtaking, the impact sends a shockwave through the air.
The fight is on.
A clash of titans. The warrior woman's fist connects with an unseen force, a shockwave erupts, the air itself trembling from the impact. She moves like a blur, a whirlwind of fury unleashed, her blade sings a deadly song as she cuts through the air.
The impact.
A grunt of pain echoes as the woman in athletic wear is sent flying, the force of the blow is staggering. The young man and the woman in athletic wear watch in stunned silence, fear etched on their faces as the warrior woman's power is fully revealed. Her eyes burn with cold fury, a predator stalking its prey.
Another blow lands.
A blinding flash of light and energy, the air crackles with raw power.
HYAP.
The sound of bone cracking echoes through the air, the warrior woman's attack is relentless. She unleashes a devastating kick, sending her opponent reeling, the fight is far from over. Her eyes, sharp and unwavering, the warrior woman is locked in, her rage fueling her every move. With a final, powerful strike, the battle reaches its peak, the outcome hangs in the balance. The battle rages. A brutal clash of power leaves the woman in athletic wear reeling. A guttural sound escapes her lips as she takes a punishing blow.
The warrior woman's attack is relentless. With a blur of motion, the warrior woman's blade flashes, a deadly arc slicing through the air.
The young man watches, his eyes wide with terror, as the fight intensifies.
A devastating strike.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the ground. The woman in athletic wear is sent flying, crashing to the ground with a pained cry of URGH. The warrior woman stands triumphant, her breath ragged but her eyes burning with fierce determination. A single tear streaks down her cheek.
This spiky head. Her opponent lies defeated, the battle won. But the warrior woman's gaze is far away, lost in thought.
The young man's awe is palpable, is really strong. The warrior woman unleashes a ferocious attack.
A whirlwind of motion. The young man watches, speechless. When did she become this strong, he wonders. A thunderous clash.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves.
Or is it that he never knew her full potential?
The warrior woman's eyes blaze with fierce determination.
Another devastating blow. The impact echoes. Cook, cries the woman in athletic wear. With a final, decisive strike. The battle ends.
The warrior woman stands victorious, her breath ragged but her eyes unwavering. She sheathes her sword. The young man's jaw drops. But I've seen her sparring against Kim Joo-hyuk a few times.
A flashback.
The warrior woman's eyes, sharp and intense, reflect a past struggle.
The caption speaks volumes, she wasn't this strong back then. The present.
Her movements are a blur, a whirlwind of deadly grace. The young man watches, his jaw slack with disbelief.
Her movements are completely different from before. A clash of steel.
The warrior woman's blade sings a deadly song, a blur of motion, a devastating blow lands. The impact echoes, a grunt of pain from the woman in athletic wear. The fight is far from over, but the tide has turned.
A burst of energy.
The warrior woman unleashes a powerful technique, a wave of blue energy washes over her opponent. The force of the attack sends the woman in athletic wear reeling. The air crackles with power. The woman in athletic wear coughs, blood staining her chest.
The sound is harsh, guttural, cook.
The warrior woman stands, panting, her own body bearing the marks of battle.
Scratches mar her abdomen, a testament to the fight's ferocity. A sneer plays on the warrior woman's lips. Dodge well, kitten.
Her voice drips with a chilling confidence. The warrior woman stands triumphant, her blade dripping, the woman in athletic wear defeated.
Did you think I'd get hit by something like that?
The woman in athletic wear is on the defensive, her thoughts a whirlwind of frustration. She's seeing through all of my straightforward attacks, she realizes, her eyes narrowed in concentration. Her breathing grows ragged. There's a limit to how much longer she can keep pushing with brute force, and if she continues like this, defeat is inevitable.
There's a limit to how much I can keep pushing her with force. And if things continue like this, I will be beaten one-sidedly.
A grim determination sets in.
She needs a new strategy. A risky one.
I must prepare to take on a hit from her and get through her with a counterattack. The warrior woman adopts a fighting stance, her eyes blazing with fierce intensity. The air crackles with anticipation. As the woman in athletic wear prepares for the counteroffensive, her own resolve hardening. She grips her katana, ready to strike.
A blur of motion.
The clash of steel echoes through the air, a whirlwind of blades and desperate maneuvers. The warrior woman lunges forward, her attack a furious torrent, a desperate gamble that pays off. A sharp cry escapes the woman in athletic wear as she is struck.
Cook!
The fight is far from over, but the tide has turned. The warrior woman stands triumphant, her eyes locked on her defeated opponent. A cloud of dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the brutal exchange. The woman in athletic wear is clearly defeated, her body slumped against the wall.
The warrior woman's fist is a blur, a crimson whirlwind of motion, impacting with bone-jarring force. The woman in athletic wear is sent flying backwards. A brutal counterattack leaves her reeling, defenseless.
Pain contorts her face, defeat is etched into every line. She crashes to the ground, the fight decisively over.
A final, earth-shattering impact echoes,
leaving the warrior woman panting, slightly wounded, but triumphant.
Ha, ha, she gasps, her chest heaving.
Her victory is hard-won, the toll visible on her face. Sweat beads on her brow, and small cuts mark her skin. The woman in athletic wear groans, ugh, barely able to speak. The young man watches, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear.
The battle's intensity is palpable.
Enough, the warrior woman declares, her voice firm despite her exhaustion.
The clash of steel echoes, a whirlwind of motion too fast for the eye to follow. The sparring match is over. Both combatants, battered but unbowed, stand panting.
The instructor's words cutting through the silence, since you're both injured, go get treatment. A young man watches, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension.
His gaze lingering on the warrior woman's strength and skill.
Not bad, he mutters, a hint of respect in his voice. The instructor's assessment is sharp. After signing a contract with him, she's been training intensely. The camera focuses on the woman in athletic wear's improved form, a testament to her dedication and rapid progress. A sharp intake of breath, the instructor's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise in their depths. The warrior woman struggles to catch her breath, a pained expression on her face.
But her resolve remains unshaken. You all right? The instructor asks, concern lacing his tone.
Sweat beads on her brow, a grimace twisting her features, the warrior woman's breath hitches, a testament to the brutal sparring match just concluded.
It's fortunate that I deliberately went deep into her sword's path. If I had taken on the sword tip where the greatest force would be generated, I would be collapsing without being able to block it. I only managed to block it because the sword arc ended was the sword guard where less force was generated. Could it be the reason she suddenly became stronger? Has something to do with that holy relic?
A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air, the warrior woman's eyes narrow, a flicker of understanding dawning within their depths. Her gaze drops to her wounded arm, a slow, contemplative nod, the pieces of the puzzle are falling into place.
Holy relic, ha! A few days later.
The young man stands in a dimly lit tavern, the air thick with the scent of old wood and something else, something unsettling. He seeks answers, his gaze intense as he addresses the mysterious woman before him. The exact location of the catastrophe. The witch, her eyes gleaming with arcane knowledge, reveals the location of the impending disaster.
A question hangs heavy in the air. Where will this catastrophe strike? Sejong City, the name echoes with a chilling finality. 3 weeks, the countdown has begun. A flicker of concern crosses his face, the timeline is much sooner than anticipated.
His mind races back to their previous conversation, the urgency of the situation weighs heavily on him. A witch's confirmation, the plan remains the same. A critical question arises: how to deal with the monsters that will inevitably emerge from the labyrinth? The answer is clear: assemble a team, prepare for the inevitable. The witch's crimson eyes gleam with an unsettling calm, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. A question hangs heavy in the air: have you found people who can be of use yet? The stakes are higher than ever. A flash of fiery imagery, a glimpse of the team assembling, their faces grim, determined. The protagonist, however, is deep in thought. A weight of responsibility pressing down. He mutters, "I think there are people who can actually help." The witch's brow furrows slightly. Doubt? No, it's more like strategic consideration. Really? She asks, her tone sharp. The protagonist's plan is challenged. Why not deploy several contractors throughout the area in advance, she suggests, a hint of concern in her voice. She pauses, then adds, however, since you're the only one who needs to kill the labyrinth boss, just focus on that. The weight of his singular mission settles upon him. He nods, a quiet determination hardening his features. All right. Well, let's sort it out again. The final preparations begin. A sigh escapes his lips, the burden of his task palpable. The final countdown has begun. The protagonist's plan is set in motion. He grips a ring, his eyes burning with determination. I'll put this ring on and quickly break through the labyrinth. A close-up on the protagonist's face, the ring gleaming in his hand, a glint of crimson in his eyes. But a change of plans? Instead of smashing the labyrinth, we'll break through and catch the labyrinth boss. The question hangs in the air. And the witch's calm response: yes, please do that. The candles flicker, casting dancing shadows on the ancient wooden table. The protagonist, still focused, presses on. What should I do after that? The witch smiles, a knowing glint in her eyes. A surge of purple energy crackles around her hand. A silent promise of power. The protagonist's expression shifts, a flicker of anticipation. With a subtle movement, the witch presents a shimmering purple crystal. The exchange is swift, almost imperceptible. A silent transfer of power. If you infuse it with magic, it will transport you here. The witch's words hang in the air, heavy with implication. The protagonist studies the crystal, his gaze intense. A new path unfolds before him. Can't you just call me yourself? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the witch's authority. A flicker of sadness crosses her face. The weight of her responsibilities, the limitations of her power, etched in every line. She explains, that's possible, too, but there are limitations to knowing the outside situation from within. So you'd better move as soon as the labyrinth is cleared. The protagonist, his back to us, holds the crystal. A silent promise, a new path forged. The witch's smile sharpens. We'll see each other in 3 weeks. With a flick of her wrist, a burst of energy. Quan, the crystal glows, pulsing with power. He walks, a determined stride. The city unfolds before him, a stage for his next act. A thoughtful expression clouds his features. The weight of his mission, the challenges ahead, heavy on his mind. He continues, the kids I'm watching right now are not at the level of obstacles, so I think it'll be easier to take them. 3 weeks until the deadline, a weekend outing request is in order. But first, a quick call to Lilia. The connection is made. He explains his request for time off, a simple matter, it should be. But Lilia's voice cracks with distress, a desperate plea cuts through the line. The news hits him like a punch to the gut, a sudden, shocking revelation. What could possibly be wrong? The question hangs heavy in the air. Fired from Valhalla. The words shatter the calm, leaving Ju Hyuk reeling. The weight of the situation crashes down, his plans, his future, thrown into disarray. The phone rings, a jarring sound cutting through the quiet. He answers, his face etched with worry. Walking the city streets, the weight of the call heavy on his shoulders. "You must be fired because you deserve to be fired, I guess." The words hang in the air, a cruel verdict. Lilia's voice, strained but defiant, "I might appear a bit sloppy in front of Ju-hyuk, but as a drill instructor, I'm doing just fine." He listens, his expression hardening. "Even my drill instructor evaluations have always been top-notch, and I consistently submit papers on monsters outside of class. The facts are undeniable, yet the situation feels wrong." A pause, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "It's a little weird." The unease grows. "Is it common to cut a normal instructor during the semester, not during vacation?" The question hangs unanswered, a seed of doubt planted. Lilia's voice, laced with disbelief, "Even though the chairman changed, isn't it too sudden?" His eyes widen. "What? The chairman has changed?" The news hits him like a punch. He walks away, lost in thought. This is a secret to the students. I don't know why, but I kept my mouth shut so that there wouldn't be any articles. A chilling realization dawning on him. Isn't it pretty suspicious? The question echoes in the silence. Ju Hyuk, his expression grim, holds his phone to his ear. A city street stretches behind him, blurred by motion. "What does it have to do with the secret change of chairman?" he asks, his voice tight with suspicion. The question hangs heavy in the air. The implications sink in. If Lilia's been cut from Valhalla, his access to outing permits is jeopardized. A cold dread grips him. Is it time to drop out from here, he wonders, the thought a bitter pill to swallow. His eyes narrow, a decision brewing. Meanwhile, Lilia, her face etched with worry, frantically calls someone. "Huh," she exclaims, her voice laced with anxiety. "Ju Hyuk, you don't have to." She pleads, her voice barely a whisper. The weight of her situation is palpable. A click. Ju Hyuk ends the call, his expression unreadable. His eyes, however, burn with a fierce determination. A text message arrives. Yalong. "Hey. I heard I was kicked out of Valhalla." "For what?" The message is blunt, the question's sharp. Ju Hyuk's brow furrows. What is this again? Why is she getting kicked too all of a sudden, he mutters, his suspicion growing into a burning question. The pieces of the puzzle are starting to fall into place. Why is this happening all of a sudden? The question echoes in his mind, a chilling realization dawning. The mystery deepens. A chill runs down the protagonist's spine as he scrolls through his phone, a string of unsettling incidents, all connected somehow. His gut feeling screams for action. He needs answers, and fast. With a determined stride, he heads towards Valhalla's headquarters. The imposing building looms before him, a silent sentinel guarding its secrets. Inside, the chairman of the board, Black Cat, sits in his office, a mysterious feline mask concealing his identity. The protagonist bursts in, his suspicions confirmed. "I had a feeling," he states, his voice tight with barely controlled anger, "and it turns out I was right?" The question hangs heavy in the air. Black Cat's response is chilling. "You've become the chairman of the board?" Black Cat's words are laced with a chilling calm. "The chairman is the holy constellation that I serve." The protagonist's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. He's been manipulated, played like a pawn in a much larger game. A sinister laugh echoes in the background. Lilia's face appears, a cruel smile twisting her lips. The pieces are falling into place, and the protagonist is about to discover a terrifying truth. A report flashes across the screen, detailing Lilia's ruthless efficiency. "I have identified and gotten rid of vixens who challenged the master, did not hesitate and cut them out." But a shadow of doubt lingers. That's what she says. The screen shows more of Lilia's orders, chilling in their casual cruelty.
I also want to kick out a student named Choi Arin, was that right? She says. The camera focuses on Black Cat, his expression unreadable behind his mask. A new instruction appears, a stark contrast to the previous ones. No, do it in moderation and bring back the people who were expelled. A shift in tone, a subtle change in the game. The protagonist, Choi Arin, reacts. His discomfort is palpable, his eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. I didn't particularly provoke them, I only taught or utilized them, but it feels uncomfortable thinking they might be expelled because of it. The screen displays a message from the underworld ruler. The ruler of the underworld responds with an extremely dissatisfied tone, saying, "Alright," the weight of his displeasure hangs heavy in the air. The tension ratchets up as Black Cat confronts the protagonist. But why did you buy Valhalla? He demands. The question hangs, heavy with unspoken implications. The protagonist's response is defiant, yet tinged with weariness. It was a sudden order from the holy constellation. His gaze is unwavering, his resolve clear. Another question, probing deeper into the protagonist's actions. I heard that you refused to live in the money building in the market. The city lights blur in the background, mirroring the protagonist's inner turmoil. The protagonist's explanation is simple, yet revealing. Well, because I'm living here in the dorm intact. The weight of his words hangs in the air, a quiet defiance against the system. Black Cat's response is a single, ominous word, so. His hand, gloved in black leather, gestures subtly, hinting at the hidden machinations at play. If I purchase this Valhalla, the master can live in the building. The Black Cat's words hang in the air, a calculated offer. He explains, she said that to me while I bought it. A subtle shift in the protagonist's demeanor, weariness etched onto his face. The protagonist continues, detailing his actions, and I connected one of the rooms at the Valhalla Academy to a building in the market. Only authorized people can go to this room, so if you need it, you can use it comfortably. The scene shifts back to the office. The Black Cat, intrigued, leans forward. The weight of the protagonist's actions settles heavily in the room. Is there anything else? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge. The protagonist's expression hardens. So, you can do whatever you want with this school, right? The Black Cat presses, his voice laced with suspicion. The protagonist's response is firm, I don't intend to infringe on teaching rights, but I do. A quiet defiance. A subtle shift in tone. He asks for a favor, a request that hints at the larger game at play. 3 weeks later, Sejong City. A fiery landscape unfolds, a stark contrast to the previous scenes. The tension ratchets up. A wave of despair washes over him, the weight of his actions pressing down, a single tear traces a path through the grime on his cheek. What's this? The question hangs in the air, a silent scream against the backdrop of fiery chaos. 3 monstrous bats circle overhead, their shadows stretching across a city consumed by flames. Panic grips the streets below. A colossal, hulking figure emerges from the inferno, its weapon a terrifying scythe. Civilians scatter, their faces etched with terror. Amidst the chaos, a man stands defiant, a silent guardian against the encroaching darkness. A wave of fire engulfs the city. Goblins, vicious and relentless, tear through the streets. Their guttural cries echo through the inferno. A colossal stone golem emerges from the flames, its eyes burning like coals. A young man, caught in its monstrous shadow, scrambles to escape. Meanwhile, a man watches from the edge of the chaos, his face etched with grim determination. He's seen things, and this is different. What's this? He mutters, his voice barely audible above the roar of the flames. He came here because of his family. But the sight before him defies explanation. What the hell is with this bunch of monsters? He exclaims, his jaw tight with disbelief. His eyes widen, fear giving way to a chilling realization. A goblin snatches a woman's purse, its sharp teeth bared in a cruel grin. She screams, "Euaa," her terror palpable. The goblin cackles, "Keek," as a dark purple energy surges around it. The energy explodes outward in a devastating shockwave. A monstrous goblin lunges, claws extended.
The blonde-haired man barely reacts in time.
A brutal blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave, the air crackling with raw power. But the man is ready. His fist, a blur of motion, crushes the goblin's skull with earth-shattering force.
The sound of bone breaking echoes through the street.
Another screech pierces the air, another goblin falls before the man's might.
More goblins will come, the woman warns, her voice trembling.
Run, she cries, eyes wide with terror.
He nods, a grim determination etched on his face.
Thank you, she whispers, already fleeing.
His eyes narrow, focusing on the fallen foe. The power surging through his veins, it feels different.
A chilling realization dawns. It's definitely different from the virtual monsters I fought in the simulation.
The weight in his hand, a heavy, unsettling presence. A strange goosebumps crawl up his arms. A single, piercing gaze, the aftermath of a hard-fought victory.
But the battle is far from over. A horde of goblins, a terrifying legion, surrounds him.
Doubt flickers in his eyes.
Can he overcome this impossible challenge? No. A defiant roar erupts. He will fight. He needs to neutralize at least half of them, a desperate plan forms in his mind. The clash begins. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion. A fierce female warrior joins the fray, her blade a blur of icy energy.
Another warrior, equally skilled, cuts through the goblin ranks with deadly precision.
The sound of steel on flesh, a symphony of destruction. The tide turns. Goblins fall, their reign of terror shattered,
leaving only the exhausted but victorious trio standing amidst the carnage.
What's this? The battlefield is already clear. But who are these warriors? Ryu Soyun, is that you? Was it the combined might of Rin Choi and Yen Lang that brought this swift victory? Why are you three even here? The blonde warrior demands an answer.
And the fierce female warrior points to the man with blonde hair, a smirk playing on her lips.
A tense moment. What's going on? 2 weeks ago. The Valhalla Auditorium. A hush falls over the assembled warriors.
As the blonde-haired warrior speaks up, his voice laced with a hint of annoyance.
What are you calling me for? Didn't we do all our physical training? The fierce female warrior's smirk widens. I called because I had something to say personally. A beat. The tension is palpable.
Before a new figure is revealed.
You can see the cat over there, right? The cat mask. A gasp ripples through the room. That's the new president of Valhalla. And the shock is evident on the faces of the warriors. What? The president, unfazed, continues.
He retired, leaving me as the new chairman of the board.
But the questions linger. Still, we haven't heard any news about the CEO change separately, have we? The skilled female warrior's expression speaks volumes. A quiet understanding. We appreciate your understanding that it was carried out discreetly for a reason.
The announcement of the new leadership was planned for later, but some students found out early. Introducing Black Cat, the enigmatic new figure, a name that echoes with intrigue. A gasp escapes the lips of a student, shock and surprise ripple through the room. The reason for Black Cat's arrival is revealed, a new department, suggested by Black Cat herself, and approved by the CEO. The details of this special class are unveiled, a unique opportunity for students. A special class where students have the autonomy to engage in external activities without traditional classroom instruction, a new path for those seeking hands-on experience.
The question hangs in the air, will they join this unique program? A student contemplates the changes, not much for her, at first glance.
But there's more to it than meets the eye, an opportunity to participate in real-world missions. The chance to hunt monsters, to gain experience and grow stronger, a tempting offer.
Then I'll join in.
The determination in her voice is unwavering.
A silent pact forms between these two powerful women. Meanwhile, a different kind of tension hangs in the air. Doubt clouds her features. Wait, I might be losing track of the conversation. The question hangs heavy, first, about the new CEO. Is he the same person as the owner of Market, Black Cat? The answer comes swiftly, a confirmation that sends ripples of surprise. That's right. Did you know the Market? Her eyes widen, a revelation dawning. In the first place, I thought Market was a lie on the internet. The shock is palpable. I didn't know it was the real deal. The question hangs in the air, a seed of intrigue planted. Is it possible that the owner of that underground market to be openly known and even become the CEO? The Black Cat's mask is a stark contrast to the casual setting. A simple, yet powerful statement, that's what happened. The conversation shifts, focusing on the new class. Then, how did Kim Joo-hyuk manage to get approval for the special class you suggested? A knowing look passes between them. Did you happen to know the new chairman? So you're coming too, right? The question hangs in the air, unspoken tension radiating from the young man's intense gaze. Of course. A confident reply, a subtle smirk playing on the lips of the girl with purple eyes. Her answer is unwavering. Who wouldn't refuse to take classes when they don't have to? The logic is undeniable, but there's a catch. Of course, while basic classes and written exams are exempted, there are conditions. The young man's brow furrows, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as the implications sink in. He's being subtly manipulated. You are required to participate in events like debates or practical exams that require public exposure. The words hang heavy, revealing the true cost of this seemingly effortless privilege. A calculated risk, a subtle pressure. The cat mask conceals the strategist's amusement. Did they say so? Doubt clouds the young man's face. He's starting to see the hidden agenda. At first, I thought so too, but upon further consideration, I realized I also have a position to consider. A new perspective emerges, a shift in the power dynamic. In a way, students receive the highest privileges, don't they? The statement hangs in the air, a carefully crafted truth with a hidden edge. Then there should be parts that can convince other students or. The Valhalla instructors lay down the law, only the strongest students make the cut for this special class. But from the school's perspective, losing their top students is a major setback. Enter Black Cat, the CEO of Valhalla, with a proposition: participate in external activities to boost the school's reputation. He suggests showcasing their strength to other students, not just monster hunting. A student's eyes narrow. This isn't just a request from Black Cat, it's an order from the CEO himself. The weight of that realization hangs heavy in the air, a palpable shift in the room's atmosphere. A student's suspicion grows. Did Black Cat suddenly develop a sense of responsibility after retiring? It's a condition, after all. The students weigh their options and decide. No changes for some, but the others seem to be on the same page. The fierce female warrior, the skilled female warrior, and Ryu Soyeon stand together, a silent tension hanging in the air. A single word hangs heavy in the air: yes. Black Cat's eyes gleam with a chilling confidence. That's right. A simple word, yet it carries the weight of a carefully laid plan. Good. The president of Valhalla's announcement echoes, setting the stage for the students' first external activity. The scene shifts to a fiery, chaotic landscape. Oh Se-hyuk stands amidst the flames, his eyes burning with an intensity that mirrors the inferno around him. A voice cuts through the chaos: was it Oh Se-hyuk? Why are you here? Se-hyuk's response is defiant: that's rather what I want to say. The blonde-haired man's face twists in suspicion. And then this mess happened, so why are you guys here? Oh Se-hyuk, a smirk playing on his lips, casually rests a hand on the hilt of his sword. The flames behind him crackle, mirroring the intensity in his eyes. The president of Valhalla's orders ring out, clear and sharp: Choi Arin, Yenlang, get ready. The command echoes the impending chaos.
A fiery inferno rages behind the two fierce warriors, Choi Arin and Yenlang, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and grim determination. As they stand poised, ready to unleash their fury upon the approaching horde of grotesque goblins. The ground trembles beneath their feet. A guttural growl, grr, rips through the air, a chilling prelude to the monstrous onslaught. The goblins advance, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. Se-hyuk explodes into motion, a blur of dark clothing and flashing steel. The sound of his sword leaving its scabbard, Kwok, echoes the ferocity of his attack. His eyes blazing with a cold fire, a chilling determination etched on his face. He's here for a reason, and he's not backing down. Here to do this. With a violent, purple-tinged slash, Se-hyuk cleaves through the air, a devastating display of power and skill. Oh Se-hyuk, a blur of motion, unleashes a devastating attack. His crimson-clad form a whirlwind of power. The air crackles with energy as a shockwave rips through the goblin horde. The impact is deafening. A crimson flash erupts from the heart of the chaos, a blur of motion, too fast for the eye to follow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, bodies are thrown aside like ragdolls. Silence descends upon the battlefield, only the heavy breathing of the victor remains. He surveys the scene, a smirk playing on his lips. This isn't bad at all. A chilling confidence. His team stands behind him, a mix of awe and concern in their eyes. They watch as their leader stands victorious. The scene shifts, focusing on a man's worried face. Kim Joo-hyuk, was he always like this? The answer hangs heavy in the air. Even high-ranking demons, ones they never faced in training, fell in a single blow. A figure emerges from the shadows, his voice a low growl. Joo-hyuk Nim. A grim discovery. A labyrinth, the source of the unfolding catastrophe, lies 5 kilometers away, surrounded by a dense horde of monsters. The urgency mounts. What of the other Ventrik agents? They're working tirelessly, evacuating citizens while bravely holding back the monstrous tide. But a shadow of concern falls. Mojiri's constellation remains dormant. And there's been no response from the other agents for months. 3 months since that brat manifested. And she's still doing nothing? The weight of inaction presses down. It's not a simple task, but catching monsters is hardly impossible. A purple glow emanates from a powerful weapon. Yet, her abilities are limited to minor foes. The challenge is immense. Well, understood. The order is crisp, efficient. No time for pleasantries. Amidst the fiery chaos, a tense exchange unfolds. The weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air. A curt command cuts through the tension. Tell the Ventrik guys to stop playing dress-up with their capes and help with evacuations by treating the wounded. A smirk plays on his lips, a chilling contrast to the inferno raging behind him. His eyes gleam with a dangerous light. A cold calculation in his gaze. He's not just fighting a fire, he's playing a game. The flames roar, a backdrop to a decisive moment. Shall we move towards the heart of the disaster, then? A brief pause, a strategic beat, before the next move. Before that. The command is sharp, precise. No room for error. The scene shifts, focusing on 2 figures amidst the chaos. Arin, Yen, and you both dispose of monsters that are rushing to the citizens and evacuate the citizens with them. The path is cleared. You So-yeon and Oh Se-hyuk have secured a route to her family's home. Kim Joo-hyuk, a figure of quiet command amidst the fiery chaos, grips his weapon. His eyes, burning with resolve, fix on the ravaged landscape. Then, shall we go? To the center of the disaster. A horde of grotesque monsters, a terrifying army of stone and fury, emerges from the labyrinth steps. Their guttural roars echo through the ravaged land. As Joo-hyuk and Oh Se-hyuk survey the scene from a raised vantage point. That slightly raised area there looks like the entrance to the labyrinth. The strategic minds assess the situation. Oh Se-hyuk thoughtfully considers the battlefield. The higher-ranked monsters are fewer in number, but overall, there are a lot of them. Think a strategy where our family's agents gather and break through a single point, with Joo-hyuk following behind, could work.
Joo-hyuk's expression hardens. That's the most normal, but I think it's going to take too long. A tense exchange unfolds between the two strategists. Still, that seems to be the best option, Se-hyuk concedes, but do you have any other suggestions?
A predatory grin spreads across Joo-hyuk's face, a chilling contrast to the grim surroundings.
The anticipation is palpable. From the shadows, a voice calls out, Joo-hyuk nim? The labyrinth's entrance, a fiery inferno rages behind them, a testament to the chaos that awaits.
Kim Joo-hyuk leaps into action, a desperate gamble. A fiery explosion rocks the ground as he hurtles towards the heart of the monster horde. A monstrous face looms large, eyes burning with malevolent intent, its jagged teeth bared in a silent snarl. The beast's single, glowing red eye, a terrifying focus of raw power. But Joo-hyuk's grin is even wider, a chilling counterpoint to the monster's menace. His blade sings as he prepares to strike. The clash. A whirlwind of steel and fury, the air crackles with energy as Joo-hyuk unleashes a devastating blow. A searing wave of energy explodes outward, dozens of monsters are sent flying, their forms dissolving into dust. He cuts a swathe through the horde, a blur of motion, each swing of his blade is a symphony of destruction. A horde of grotesque goblins, their crude weapons glinting dully in the firelight, stirs at the labyrinth's entrance. Then explodes into a whirlwind of steel as Joo-hyuk cuts through them with terrifying speed. A blinding flash of light, a deafening swoosh, and the ground is littered with fallen foes.
Se-hyuk watches, aghast. What's this? His jaw drops. He cut down all the monsters in one strike? Se-hyuk's disbelief morphs into dawning comprehension. It now makes sense to say that a high school student is a strong contractor. That's an understatement. It's a constellation-level force. The sheer power is palpable, radiating from Joo-hyuk like heat from a forge. Joo-hyuk stands amidst the carnage, his expression calm, almost bored. He casually wipes his sword, leaving a trail of shimmering energy. A soft smile plays on his lips. It's okay. He reveals a mysterious device, humming with arcane energy. Just in case, I made a contract with Luminous to bring her abilities. And it's quite useful indeed. The power of a constellation, at his command. The labyrinth beckons. Kim Joo-hyuk stands before its dark maw, a sense of purpose etched on his face. A flicker of determination in his eyes. He remembers the instructions. A crucial detail flashes through his mind, the ring. Didn't she tell me to wear this ring in order to defeat the labyrinth boss, he thinks, a grim resolve hardening his features. With practiced ease, he retrieves the ring. And slips it onto his finger. His eyes glow with newfound power. He's ready. I'm done with my preparations, he declares, his voice low and steady. He steps into the darkness. I'll quickly break through the labyrinth, he vows, his silhouette swallowed by the shadows. The scene shifts. Great Britain, Ventwick Street. A grand building stands under the night sky. A seat of power, bathed in the soft glow of interior lights. Inside, a woman with blonde hair sits at a large desk, her expression unreadable. The aftermath of a catastrophe unfolds, information trickles in, painting a grim picture. Adelia Ventwick, head of the Ventwick family, surveys the data with a worried frown. The weight of responsibility is heavy on her shoulders. She receives an update: half the civilians have been evacuated, but Kim Joo-hyuk has ventured into the heart of the disaster, alone. Adelia's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. The implications of his reckless bravery hit her hard. Is he truly attempting the impossible? To single-handedly destroy the labyrinth, the source of this calamity? Adelia stares intently at a glowing screen, a digital map of the disaster zone, a silent prayer for Joo-hyuk's safety. A sudden flicker on the screen. The constellation awakens. The question hangs in the digital ether: how much time has passed? Adelia's breath hitches. Holy constellation, you're awake? 3 months. 3 long months since the labyrinth's emergence. Adelia's eyes, wide with apprehension, reflect the flickering screen light. A warning flashes across the monitor: the constellation has awakened. Nim's name echoes in Adelia's mind, a chilling question hanging in the air. Where is he?
A crimson energy beam slices through the air.
A monstrous foe falls before Kim Joo-hyuk's relentless assault.
His movements a blur of deadly precision. Each swing of his blade is a symphony of destruction. The bodies of his defeated foes litter the ground, a grim testament to his power. It looks casual, but the efficiency is terrifying. A voice cuts through the silence: is this Wuxin style? Kim Joo-hyuk, momentarily startled, questions the unexpected comment. A mysterious figure appears, revealing a connection to his past. It seems like your disciples, who used to climb the Tower of Doom when you were the Tower Master, used to call it that. Kim Joo-hyuk, deep within the labyrinth, scoffs.
Wuxin style? Sounds lame. A small, horned creature pops up, questioning, is that so?
He muses, by the way, the labyrinth is bigger than I thought. A grim determination sets in.
If I deal with monsters one by one, I'll be late. Then, a surge of energy.
His hand extends, crackling with blue power, a wave of energy erupts outwards. The ground cracks beneath him as he unleashes a devastating blast of energy.
He stands, sword drawn, amidst the chaos. And a concerned voice calls out, what did you do? Joo-hyuk remains calm, explaining, shut up because I'm looking for the labyrinth's core with mana detection.
He explains his strategy: usually, the boss of a labyrinth spawns at a core-like location.
His eyes flash with a sudden realization, a sharp intake of breath. Found it, he exclaims. It was at the bottom.
Kim Joo-hyuk stands before the labyrinth's core, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword.
A grim determination etched on his face. He knows the labyrinth's inner structure is incredibly resilient, destroying it won't be easy. But Joo-hyuk is ready. His blade crackles with an otherworldly purple energy.
A power he's harnessed, a power beyond his own.
He's absorbed his student's abilities. With a mighty swing, he unleashes a devastating blow.
A purple energy wave rips through the labyrinth's core.
The impact echoing with a deafening crack, the very fabric of the labyrinth begins to shatter. The ground trembles as fissures spread across the stone, a cataclysmic event unfolding before our eyes. Joo-hyuk, caught in the blast, is thrown back, but he's alive. He lands heavily, his eyes scanning his surroundings.
And there, emerging from the debris, is a figure he knows all too well.
Is it you? A voice booms. Joo-hyuk's eyes widen in shock. The boss?
Kim Joo-hyuk stands before a colossal, glowing blue crystal, its surface fractured and radiating an intense energy. Across from him, a warrior in crimson armor, his face obscured by a strange helmet, holds a long spear, his posture unwavering.
Joo-hyuk's hand rests on the hilt of his sword, its ornate details gleaming faintly in the ethereal light.
The air crackles with anticipation, the silence heavy with unspoken tension.
A warrior emerges, clad in crimson armor, a spear held high.
His eyes burn with fierce determination. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a Gothic-style building, a young man stands ready. A sword, glowing with an ethereal purple light, rests in his hand.
His gaze is sharp, calculating.
It's a humanoid, he observes, and his weapon is a spear.
A strategic assessment unfolds. The range disadvantage is noted, but the young man's confidence remains unshaken. Sword techniques and the power of his luminous blade will be his advantage.
The purple energy crackles, a silent promise of power.
He needs to destroy the labyrinth core and the labyrinth stone.
His target is clear.
A calculated approach is chosen, a precise counterattack, a controlled strike rather than a wild swing. The warrior advances, spear poised to strike. A clash of steel.
The spear meets the glowing blade in a blinding flash.
Clang.
The spear warrior lunges, his weapon a blur aimed at the young man's heart.
A desperate parry.
The spear slams against the young man's makeshift weapon, sending shockwaves through the air.
But he holds firm.
A grim smile spreads across his face.
The warrior's eyes widen in disbelief. He senses something different. A whirlwind of motion.
The young man is tossed aside by a powerful force, his improvised weapon shattering on impact. "It's like a blade because there's magic imbued even in the stick," he observes, a hint of wonder in his voice. The spear warrior, recovering his composure, prepares for another attack.
His expression is one of cold fury. He charges again, the spear a deadly extension of his rage. A blur of motion. A clash of steel. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. The battle rages on.
The spear warrior is thrown back, his face contorted in pain.
His attack was deflected. A furious clash of steel.
The spear warrior lunges, his weapon a blur of deadly intent. But the young man meets his attack with a counter-blow of pure energy.
A blinding flash of blue light erupts.
His eyes blaze with crimson fury. "This is annoying," he growls, his frustration palpable.
He analyzes his opponent's strategy.
The spear warrior keeps his distance, making a direct counterattack difficult. A seasoned warrior, clad in crimson armor, prepares for another strike.
The air crackles with anticipation.
The young man moves with impossible speed, his blade a silver streak across the battlefield.
A devastating collision.
The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, shattering stone and earth. The spear warrior is sent flying, his body a projectile of defeat.
The battle is far from over.
But the young man's advantage is clear.
He stands victorious, for now.
The spear warrior, wounded but defiant, rises to his feet, eyes burning with a renewed intensity. Shards of stone explode outwards as the young man unleashes a devastating counterattack.
The raw power is breathtaking.
The spear warrior's foot impacts the ground with a thunderous crash, the force rippling through the earth. He's on the offensive now, his movements a blur of controlled aggression.
The spear warrior is clearly on the defensive. A desperate parry.
The spear whistles past his face, narrowly missing its mark.
The young man is relentless.
A flicker of surprise crosses the spear warrior's face, hidden beneath her helmet. But her resolve hardens.
She lunges forward, spear aimed true. A clash of steel.
Sparks fly as the young man deflects the blow, a near miss, but the impact sends a shockwave through his arm. Her eyes blaze with fury.
The spear warrior is not giving up. Another attack.
A flurry of blows, a dance of death. The young man barely manages to block, his defenses strained to their limit.
The fight is far from over.
The young man grips his blade, a cold steel gleam reflecting the harsh blue light of the battlefield. A worried voice cuts through the clash of steel.
"Are you being pushed back, Kim Hyun?" Kim Hyun's eyes blaze, a defiant snarl twisting his lips. "Are you crazy?"
The spear warrior's voice booms, his words echoing the confidence in his stance. "The reason I got pushed back, by this guy, on purpose."
A blue crystal, pulsating with raw power, lies before them. The key to everything.
Kim Hyun's smirk widens, a glint of triumph in his eyes. It was to separate that guy and the labyrinth stone.
He casually tosses the sword aside, a new power surging within him. "Instead of using the luminous abilities, shall I handle this my own way?"
The ground cracks beneath his feet as dark energy erupts, a violent display of raw power.
Crack, crack, crack.
The spear warrior's eyes widen in shock, his face a mask of dawning horror. The young man, a whirlwind of motion, unleashes a furious attack. His blade screams across the air.
A blinding flash of energy erupts, shattering the very air around him. Twin beams of light, impossibly fast, slice through the darkness.
The spear warrior, caught completely off guard, is separated from the labyrinth stone. He staggers back, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. The power of the stone, once his shield, is now gone. A guttural roar escapes the spear warrior's lips as the young man's attack tears through his defenses.
Arg!
The impact sends a shockwave through the very ground itself,
leaving the spear warrior vulnerable and exposed.
From the wreckage, the young man emerges, his eyes burning with a dark, newfound power. A surge of power.
The young man's eyes blaze with an unnatural light.
A dark energy pulses from the ring on his finger, crackling with raw power.
It feels like something's been sucked into the ring. What could it be?
His gaze hardens, a chilling smirk playing on his lips.
He knows. It seems like it absorbed the name that the guide mentioned. He muses, a hint of unease in his voice. But wait, what did you say earlier? That I'm being pushed back?
The young man's brow furrows in confusion. A terrifying visage looms over him, a stark contrast to the young man's newfound power. The spear warrior's fear is palpable.
I am sorry.
Then let's get out of here before the labyrinth falls. Despair and regret cloud the spear warrior's features.
Ha!
The young man turns, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. The spear warrior's weapon lies discarded on the ground, a symbol of his defeat.
The young man, his brow furrowed in concentration, examines the spear. He's absorbed one power already, but this lingering energy, why won't it yield?
A flicker of doubt crosses his face, a question forming in his mind.
Should he take this power, just in case?
With a decisive movement, he grasps the spear's shaft.
The crimson energy pulses, responding to his touch.
The spear shatters into fragments, dispersing into motes of crimson light, vanishing into the night.
He stands before a colossal, ancient tree, its gnarled roots forming a natural doorway to a hidden sanctuary. A place of shadows and secrets.
A dark figure is partially obscured behind a heavy curtain, its presence ominous and powerful. A cloaked figure stands before a crimson carpet, their back to us. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air.
The labyrinth master, revealed at last.
His face is hidden, but his aura speaks volumes.
The master declares, the disaster is over.
The aftermath, a chilling silence hangs heavy in the air.
A question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the recent chaos. How many days did it take this time? The reply comes, sharp and unexpected, about 2 hours. A gasp of disbelief. 2 hours? The last disaster lasted 5 days.
A revelation unfolds, a significant shift in the balance of power. I think the overall level has gone up. Thanks to making the guys who took the name into constellations instead of reincarnating them.
The labyrinth master, ever enigmatic, poses a final question. Is there anyone who has done an exceptional job in this disaster?
His answer is a subtle admission of a mystery yet to be solved. Actually, the labyrinth disappeared so quickly that I'm still trying to figure it out.
A calm acceptance, a hint of anticipation. Well, it's okay. We'll find out in time anyway.
A hooded figure, cloaked in shadow, receives orders. The air crackles with anticipation. A chilling declaration, it'll be incomparable to the previous disaster.
2 glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, a symbol of impending doom.
A new strategy is unveiled, we'll use a different method for spreading them, so get ready.
The words hang heavy in the opulent, yet ominous, chamber.
A subordinate bows, his voice a low murmur, all right, master. Obedience, tinged with a hint of grim determination. A sinister grin plays on the lips of the unseen mastermind.
I'm looking forward to it.
The anticipation is palpable, chilling. A figure shrouded in shadow, his expression unreadable, a chilling calm settles over his features. His eyes fixate on a screen, the glow reflecting in their depths, a news report detailing a recent catastrophe. A low hum escapes his lips,
Doubt lingers, a subtle shift in his demeanor.
The screen displays a headline, Kim Joo-hyuk single-handedly defeats an entire assassination squad, and then stops a citywide disaster. A slow, predatory smile spreads across his face, a glint of calculation in his eyes. This guy would be perfect for boosting our reputation, he muses, his voice a low purr. The camera focuses on the man's face, his smirk widening.
Baek Jang, leader alchemist John. If we assassinate that guy now, we could make a sensational debut instantly.
The words hang in the air, a proposal whispered in the shadows. A figure shrouded in darkness sits opposite a man with steely eyes and silver hair. The air crackles with unspoken tension.
Of course, you're right.
The hooded figure agrees, their voice a low murmur. But a shadow of doubt flickers across their face.
However, if we prepare too lightly, it might be dangerous. The silver-haired man leans forward, a predatory glint in his eyes.
Well, definitely, he feels different from Kim Joo-hyuk, who we initially had our eyes on. A screen flickers to life, displaying a file on Kim Joo-hyuk.
If Kim Joo-hyuk was A grade during the entrance ceremony and the inter-school competition,
now he feels like S grade.
The statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark assessment of their target's growth.
That's right. The hooded figure nods slowly, their voice barely a whisper.
Well then, I guess I'll have to move it myself.
A single exclamation point punctuates the scene, a silent declaration of intent. The silver-haired man sits back, a chilling smile playing on his lips.
The plan is set in motion. Night falls over the Valhalla dormitory, a towering structure that holds secrets within its walls.
Inside, a young man leans against a wall, exhaustion etched on his face, his body screams for rest.
He collapses onto a bed, muttering, "I'm so tired."
The weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. But even in his exhaustion, a flicker of determination shines in his eyes. He has accomplished something monumental. I've now completely absorbed the magic power from the storage stone, he thinks, a hint of pride in his voice. And my available magic power has significantly increased compared to the beginning of the semester. Yet, a shadow of concern crosses his face. The power, while increased, is still limited. He raises a hand, a subtle energy crackling around his fingertips. Although the capacity of my magic power is still relatively small, there is also a limit to the output. The weight of his recent ordeal settles upon him.
That's why I'm so tired just from preventing the disaster. There's still a long way to go.
Elsewhere, a figure in red armor stands amidst a fiery landscape, a smirk playing on their lips.
The aftermath of battle.
Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes glow with an inner fire, a stark contrast to the defeated labyrinth boss.
A quiet moment of reflection.
He lies on his bed, exhaustion etched on his face. The weight of his victory, heavy on his mind. His thoughts drift to the labyrinth's power, the implications of his actions, the whispers of the constellations.
A sudden interruption.
A concerned voice cuts through his reverie.
Joo-hyuk's troubled expression speaks volumes.
The weight of his newfound knowledge, a burden he carries alone.
The lingering questions. Did they miss something crucial in the labyrinth?
The uncertainty gnaws at him. A mysterious figure emerges from the shadows, a powerful presence, radiating an aura of arcane knowledge. A surge of energy.
A torrent of magical power flows into Joo-hyuk, revitalizing him.
The mysterious figure's crimson eyes gleam in the dim light. A knowing smile plays on her lips as she utters a single, chilling sentence, "You're here."
Kim Joo-hyuk, still catching his breath, reports on his success. "Yeah, I defeated the labyrinth boss and finished it properly." He holds up a purple crystal, a faint glow emanating from within. He casually displays a newly acquired spear, its tip gleaming ominously.
A surge of energy crackling around the crystal in his hand.
It's a disposable crystal anyway, so it's okay.
The mysterious figure's gaze sharpens, her curiosity piqued.
"What's with that spear?"
Kim Joo-hyuk explains, "It was what the labyrinth boss was holding.
It didn't get absorbed into the ring, so I bought it."
The mysterious figure's eyebrows raise slightly.
"Really? That's strange."
A subtle shift in the air as she makes her request.
"Can you show me your ring?"
With a slight hesitation, Kim Joo-hyuk reveals the ring, its power subtly pulsing. The mysterious figure nods, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes.
"Okay."
The air crackles with arcane energy as the mysterious figure examines the ring, a faint purple glow emanating from its depths.
"Good, it seems like the name has been properly absorbed." The figure's words confirm the success of Kim Joo-hyuk's mission,
but a shadow of unease crosses his face.
Then, a chilling declaration, now the real game is about to begin.
The weight of those words hangs heavy in the dimly lit room.
The mysterious figure's lips curl into a knowing smile. Names will be scattered as we discussed last time. The game is afoot. Kim Joo-hyuk's brow furrows. He senses a new challenge, a new danger. There is a possibility that high-quality names will be used from now on.
I'll have to sneak a peek to find out exactly what it is, but his voice trails off, a hint of apprehension in his tone. A sudden, sharp thud echoes through the room. The camera sweeps to reveal a colossal, obsidian tower, pulsating with an eerie, cyan energy. The Tower of Destruction, once shattered, is somehow reforming. The mysterious figure's eyes gleam with malicious intent.
It's likely they're the ones from the Tower of Destruction that you broke down.
Those bastards.
Kim Joo-hyuk's voice is laced with barely controlled fury.
The image shifts, revealing a group of shadowy figures, their faces obscured, their malevolence palpable.
A sinister presence looms behind them, its eyes burning with hatred.
One of the shadowy figures speaks, his voice dripping with contempt. It was full of bothersome people. Kim Joo-hyuk slams his fist on the table, his anger boiling over.
I'm getting angry just by thinking of it.
The game has truly begun, and the stakes are higher than ever. A mysterious woman, cloaked in shadow, offers a cryptic message, "Ho-woo, cheer up."
Her words hint at a coming storm.
A playful gesture, a fleeting moment of levity before the darkness descends.
Well, before the name gets sprayed, we'll meet later again.
Kim Joo-hyuk lies on his bed, a troubled expression etched on his face. The weight of the upcoming conflict presses down on him. So, she mentioned that it seems like more names will scatter again.
A sudden realization dawns. That's why, they were in the Tower of Destruction.
The mysterious figure reveals a shocking truth. Actually, I was also the owner of the tower, but I don't remember everyone there.
Joo-hyuk contemplates the implications. Well, in the first place, there were almost only monsters on the first floor. The mysterious figure adds, yeah, those guys probably didn't have a name to lose.
A chilling revelation unfolds. Most likely, if we scatter names again, they'll be from individuals of at least the second tier or higher. The camera focuses on the second floor of the Tower of Destruction, a place of immense power and danger. There's been a small increase in the number of annoying guys there.
Kim Joo-hyuk rests, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face.
A sudden interruption shatters the quiet.
Wait a minute, a voice cuts through the air.
The mysterious figure appears, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity.
If the Tower of Destruction guys are coming down, aren't you also one of the Labyrinth Lords? Joo-hyuk's eyes widen in shock. What?
He stammers, his voice laced with a nervous tremor.
And no. Didn't I say I was forcibly made a lord because of that guy too?
The figure smirks, their tone dripping with sarcasm.
This bastard, you seem more suspicious when you stutter, you know? Labyrinth Lord bastard.
Joo-hyuk vehemently denies the accusation, his voice rising in frustration.
I'm not a Labyrinth Lord bastard. I'm not a Labyrinth Lord bastard. The figure remains unconvinced but lets it go. You don't have to say it twice, I believe it.
Joo-hyuk lets out a sigh of relief, the tension visibly leaving his body, but the mystery lingers.
Despite the denial, a seed of doubt remains.
But it's weird apart from the suspicions.
No matter how his name was taken, why does Barche have no power at all?
The mysterious figure's words hang in the air, heavy with implication, a challenge to Joo-hyuk's claim of innocence.
But a seed of doubt has been planted.
The conversation shifts, focusing on the peculiarity of Joo-hyuk's unique status as a weak holy constellation. Alone in his room, Joo-hyuk's thoughts race, the weight of suspicion pressing down on him. He's haunted by the past, by those who still remember him by his pre-reincarnation name. Restless, he lies back, his expression hardening. This isn't a problem to be solved by pondering, it demands action.
A decision is made. His eyes blaze with newfound resolve. He will train relentlessly. The path to regaining his former power is clear, a grueling journey of constant training.
And only then will he confront the truth, the mystery of his identity. Night falls over the city, a quiet prelude to the storm that is brewing.
The next day after school. Valhalla Gym.
The air crackles with anticipation. Kim Joo-hyuk arrives, his determined stride echoing his resolve, a gym bag slung over his shoulder.
His face, a mask of grim determination. Kim Joo-hyuk. The weight of his past failures fuels his present drive.
A blur of motion, a whirlwind of power unleashed. The clash of steel against flesh echoes through the unseen training grounds.
The impact sends a shockwave, shattering the very air around him.
He knew he was strong, but deep down, doubt lingered.
Until now.
Witnessing that raw power, he couldn't deny the truth any longer. The truth of his own strength. A steely gaze reflects his newfound conviction.
Kim Joo-hyuk, Reborn.
The weight of the world rests on Kim Joo-hyuk's shoulders, a vision of formidable foes flashes before his eyes. It's not just him, he carries the hopes of many. But a surge of determination clenches his fist.
If he receives guidance from Joo-hyuk, victory is within reach.
Suddenly, a call pierces the air, Kim Joo-hyuk.
The moment demands action.
A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, the pressure is immense, but his resolve remains unshaken. A gasp escapes her lips. The unexpected encounter leaves her speechless.
The gym's familiar atmosphere crackles with tension. A powerful presence enters the scene.
He turns, his eyes widening, a glimpse of someone he knows, resting after a grueling workout. A bead of sweat trickles down his brow, the weight of expectation heavy on his shoulders. Her eyes, wide with exertion, betray a fierce determination, a silent battle waged within. He approaches cautiously, concern etched on his face, the aftermath of an intense workout.
30 minutes prior, the intensity is palpable. A blur of motion, a powerful exertion.
She collapses, breathless. That's it, she gasps.
Exhaustion washes over her, a wave of relief follows the exertion. A grateful thank you escapes Yenlon's lips as she accepts a towel. The man's words follow, a reassuring balm to her exhaustion. Now, you're not getting tired easily and following well. Yenlon's declaration rings with newfound strength, that's right. I'm ready to take on tougher challenges. The man's teasing tone cuts through the air. Don't you remember how you panted like crazy on the first day?
Yenlon's response is a mix of breathlessness and self-deprecating humor. I didn't know it would suddenly become that tough, so. Concern etched on his face, the man suggests, I don't like to say this, but since Yenlang is doing okay, let's check on her.
A wave of exhaustion crashes over Yenlang. Huff, ha, really, this is crazy, ha.
Tears stream down her face as she collapses, the words, this is called overtraining, gasp, barely audible.
The man's voice is firm, yet laced with concern. Didn't you know it was going to be tough?
Yenlong's voice cracks with exertion. I had no idea that it was going to be this extreme. The man offers a final piece of advice, a gentle reminder, if it's too hard, you can always quit and go back to the way you were before. Yenlang, her face etched with exhaustion, grits her teeth.
This place is better than that.
She mutters, a fierce determination burning in her eyes.
A quiet resolve hardening her expression.
I'll try harder.
The unspoken challenge hangs heavy in the air. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. Yenlon's companion, Joo-hyuk, lets out a dismissive TSK. Yenlon's eyes widen slightly.
Did you just say TSK? She asks, a hint of playful surprise in her voice. Joo-hyuk smirks, a confident glint in his eyes. You heard it, he replies, his tone teasing but firm.
You'll see. I'll catch up with you in a minute.
The scene shifts.
Joo-hyuk addresses Yenlang with concern.
Originally, we should have corrected our fighting skills while practicing behind, but since we've accumulated fatigue from blocking the disaster.
He suggests a change of pace. Let's take a break and exercise at our own pace. Yenlang nods in agreement. All right. Joo-hyuk turns his attention to Yenlang again. What are you going to do, Ju-hyuk? Ju-hyuk's response is decisive.
I'll head back to the dorm to work on my magic skills for a bit. Yan-lang, muscles gleaming with sweat, stands tall.
Her companion asks, then, I'll go, too.
The scene shifts.
Yan-lang's friend inquires, Yan-lang, are you going to stay longer? Yan-lang's reply is firm, yes.
I'm not that tired yet, so I'm going to exercise more. Her friend smiles, offering encouragement, you're doing great too, don't push yourself too hard, and I'll see you tomorrow.
A simple yes from Yan-lang, followed by the sound of exertion as she continues her intense workout.
She finishes her workout, a determined glint in her eyes. A quiet satisfaction settling over her as she reflects on her progress. I can really feel myself improving and getting stronger with Kim Ju-hyuk's training. Her gaze hardens, recalling a recent battle. Especially when I even felt that the monsters were weak, to that extent. A single tear rolls down her cheek as she admits, but Kim Ju-hyuk, he's an exception to the rules.
Yan-lang's awe is palpable. I've never seen anyone take down monsters with such ease before. Yan-lang and Kim Ju-hyuk, locked in a fierce clash.
The air crackles with tension. Yan-lang, her breath catching in her throat, reflects on the battle.
I think Kim Ju-hyuk has become even stronger than when he fought me. Amazing.
She stands in a gym, the lingering scent of sweat and exertion filling the air, a quiet moment of introspection.
The question hangs heavy in the air, why did I become a disciple of Kim Ju-hyuk?
A determined glint in her eyes.
Isn't my goal to surpass him? But even as she states her ambition, a flicker of doubt crosses her face. But Kim Ju-hyuk is insanely strong, so it's amazing. Yan-lang's inner turmoil continues.
To be honest, I've been feeling a bit overwhelmed while sparring with Kim Ju-hyuk. The weight of her challenge pressing down on her. I find it hard to accept that I can surpass him.
A profound question echoes in her mind. Then why do I remain a disciple? Well, didn't he solve all my problems at Seoul? And to top it all off, he's even letting me use the dorm for free, so I don't have to worry about a place to stay, and thanks to the special class, I'm even getting free meals now. Why yeah, because of that loyalty. I'm still a student, that's it.
A frustrated sigh escapes Yan-lang's lips as she throws her hands up in exasperation.
The sound of fabric ripping echoes through the room. That's not it at all.
Suddenly, I just can't help but think of Kim Ju-hyuk, and when I do, my heart starts racing for some reason. I miss Kim Ju-hyuk when my heart beats.
It's not like I'm doing my training roughly.
I want to do it with Kim Ju-hyuk, not alone.
Calm down, didn't we just have an intense training session with Kim Ju-hyuk a little while ago? A post-workout glow illuminates Ju-hyuk's face, sweat glistening on his brow.
His intense red eyes, however, hint at something more than mere exertion.
Meanwhile, Yan-lang, a whirlwind of conflicted emotions, explodes.
You fool, she cries, her words a testament to her inner turmoil. Telling her not to think about him only intensifies her feelings. Her frustration is palpable, every muscle in her body seems to scream her unspoken desires.
The intensity of her feelings is almost unbearable. A close-up reveals the raw, unfiltered truth. Yan-lang is completely smitten.
Her cheeks flush, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. The scene shifts to a weight bench, a discarded towel lying innocently atop it.
A simple object, yet heavy with unspoken meaning.
Yan-lang approaches, her movements betraying a mixture of nervousness and determination.
She's picking up the towel, but why?
A blush intensifies on her face as she explains, I am picking it up to wash it. The simple act, a desperate attempt to mask her true feelings. But her inner thoughts betray her. That guy sometimes forgets to wash his towel, she mutters, a subtle confession.
With a final, almost defiant declaration, Yan-lang reveals the true reason behind her actions. That's why I'm doing it for him.
Yan-lang's cheeks burn, a blush creeping up her neck, her eyes darting around nervously. She clutches a damp towel, her back to the viewer, a picture of barely contained anxiety.
A silent question hanging in the air, is anyone there?
With a deep breath, Yanlang steels herself, a shy, almost desperate attempt to confess her feelings. Her face is hidden, but the intensity of her blush speaks volumes, a silent offering, a towel imbued with unspoken affection. Jaehyuk enters, his expression one of mild surprise. Recognizing Yanlang instantly. Yanlang. He looks at her, a question in his eyes. As the weight of her unspoken confession hangs heavy between them. "You've seen through my weakness," she admits, her voice barely a whisper. Yanlang's eyes blaze with a desperate intensity. "You saw it," she cries, tears streaming down her face as she clenches her fists. A blur of motion. Jaehyuk is suddenly thrown back, the impact echoing with a resounding thud. A powerful blow lands, sending Jaehyuk sprawling. The force of the strike is palpable. Jaehyuk gasps, pain etched across his features. "Arg," he groans, his face contorted in agony. Yanlang stands defiantly, a newfound strength radiating from her. She's changed. With a swift, decisive movement, she sends Jaehyuk crashing to the floor, a heavy thump punctuates the silence. Tears continue to fall, but now, there's a steely glint in her eyes, a mixture of pain and fierce determination. A desperate cry escapes her lips as she flees the scene. Ah! Jaehyuk lies defeated, his body still trembling from the impact, his eyes follow her retreating form. Yanlang sits cross-legged, eyes closed, a swirling vortex of blue energy erupting around him. The air crackles with power. His eyes snap open, blazing with an unearthly light, a surge of raw energy. A phone rings, jarring Yanlang from his meditative state. What's this? At this hour. He's still surrounded by the faint blue aura as he answers, a strange energy still lingers. What's going on, Adelia, in the middle of the night like this? Adelia's voice, laced with urgency, cuts through the night. I am sorry. It was night in Korea. The news is delivered with chilling precision, the holy constellation has awakened. Yanlang's eyes widen, his expression shifting from confusion to intense focus. A grim determination sets in. Time is of the essence. A critical decision hangs in the balance. Adelia, her face etched with worry, issues a stark command. The relics must be protected. Her voice cracks slightly as she receives alarming news. What could it be? A rare opportunity. A chance to reconnect with his students, face to face, after a long absence. But Yanlang's eyes blaze with an unnatural crimson fire. The call has changed everything. The holy constellation, it has awakened.